Beyond the cavern lies a savage world fraught with peril, where colossal dragons vie for dominance. Within the eggshell resides a soul's nascent yearning for the vast starry sky. White, born with the memories of humanity's past and the legacy of the starry sky dragon, finds himself at the very nadir of existence. Predators lurk, peers scrutinize, and even the act of breaking free from the egg becomes a trial of survival. Yet within his golden slit pupils, the ever-present vision is that of the unattainable firmament above. Chapter 1 Birth. This cavern is immense, adorned with stalactites of varying lengths that hang from the ceiling. Suddenly, amidst a tremor, a slender stalactite fractures, plummeting downward to land upon an unusually shaped, oval egg standing a meter tall. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, the fragile stalactite splinters into several pieces. Evidently, this egg is remarkably resilient. Adjacent to it lies an orderly array of various eggs, differing in type, yet similar in size. They are neatly stacked upon a conical pile of stone. At that moment, another tremor reverberates through the cavern, and around the corner, a colossal creature emerges. Its towering frame, measuring hundreds of meters, is a sight to behold, adorned with dark red, diamond-shaped scales that envelop its body. Each powerful stride sends vibrations through the entire cavern, and its robust tail, trailing behind, can effortlessly crush stones in its path. The creature's massive arms sway naturally at its sides, seemingly imbued with boundless strength, while its sharp claws glisten like blades, and its leathery wings are cloaked in a dense layer of red scales. Atop its stout neck rests a head similarly covered in crimson scales, with prominent cheeks framing a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, exhaling a breath so hot it distorts the surrounding air. Curving backward from its head are a pair of spiral horns, and beneath them, a pair of resplendent golden eyes sparkles with intelligence. Upon entering the cavern, this behemoth strides purposefully towards the cluster of eggs. Well, I wonder if any eager little ones are eager to emerge and behold this world. Muttering softly, the colossal creature approaches the stone pile. Though it is a whisper, the sound reverberates loudly enough to make the stalactites above tremble. Strangely, her voice is incongruous with her fearsome appearance, possessing an unexpectedly melodic quality. Peering down at the eggs, which seem no larger than pebbles to her, the creature leans down, bringing her golden eyes closer. Although her visage can express nothing but ferocity, it emanates a sense of tenderness and seriousness. Wow, by the creator dragon, there are 5 little ones this time. As she speaks, the scorching breath that escapes her mouth envelopes the eggs on the stone pile. Even the air, distorted by her hot breath, feels like a gentle breeze to the eggs, leaving them unscathed. After a careful examination, she selects the 5 eggs, gently lifting them from the pile and placing them on the ground, before lying down with eager anticipation. Where is this place? Upon opening his eyes, he is met with darkness, confusion reflected in his golden slit pupils. So constricted, as he shifts slightly, the thought arises within him. Thus, he surmises that he must be enveloped in something. Suddenly, his pupils constrict sharply, and a torrent of memories floods into his mind. As he gazes upon these unfamiliar yet fascinating memories, a multitude of questions arise within him. What are those moving things? They are humans. Are the 4-legged ones also? No, those are dogs. What are those rectangular running things? Those are cars. And what of the rectangular ones that do not run? Those are buildings. Questions surge through his mind, answered by a mysterious voice. Gradually, an extraordinary yet perilous world materializes in his consciousness. It is a realm governed by beings known as humans, populated by a myriad of other creatures, as well as the creations of humanity. So, is that the world outside? Will I live in such a world once I emerge? No, that was my world. Your world is for you to discover. Who are you? Me? I am your father. Where are you? Why can't I see you? I am among the stars. If you wish to see me, you must do so on your own. Stars? What place is that? Stand on the earth and look up. What you see is the starry sky. Why are you there? We come from the stars. The stars represent our dreams, aspirations, future, and home. We are starry sky dragons, and the stars embody freedom. Thus, we are born free. Remember your name, F.A. White. Remember, I await you among the stars. Starry sky, freedom. White whispers these 2 words, his golden pupils shimmering with the light of dreams. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound reaches his ears. Do-a-o. With a youthful roar, a golden-hued little life emerges into this world. Then, he turns to nibble at the eggshell. Nearby, a small creature adorned with red crystals watches this scene, swallowing hard before cautiously approaching the golden little one. However, an unexpected gust of wind topples the red crystal-clad creature. Soon, a thunderous voice booms. "No, Billy, that isn't yours." The red crystal dragon, named Billy, reluctantly withdraws his gaze upon hearing this. He notices that the golden little dragon regards him with a hint of hostility and wisely takes a few steps back, considering the other's robust form. According to his inherited memories, this golden creature, known as the golden dragon, is a being with a mind filled with muscle. What a pity that none of the four that emerged are of his kin. Reflecting on this, he glances at the other two creatures who have turned to investigate the commotion, before shifting his gaze to the last little companion. He hopes it will be a member of his own kind. Yet, as he gazes at the shimmering silver egg, a sigh escapes him. If his inherited memories serve him correctly, the creature within this egg shares a closer bloodline with the golden one named Ao than with him. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupt. 5 pairs of eyes fixate on the sole remaining unbroken eggshell. However, amidst the eager anticipation, the eggshell does crack, and the silver dragon that emerges merely glances at them before turning to feast upon its own shell. It shows no intention of engaging with them whatsoever. As he beheld this scene, Wence's originally compassionate gaze transformed in an instant. "Dragon beast." In response to this exclamation, the eyes of the other 4 little dragons observing below revealed a hint of sympathy. For those endowed with ancestral memories, they understood all too well what the term dragon beast signified. They were equally aware of the grim fate that awaited any little dragon that had been transformed into a dragon beast. While the other dragons stood in stunned silence, Vett, driven by instinct, had already consumed the entirety of the eggshell that had once sheltered him. Licking the remnants of the egg liquid from the corner of his mouth, he turned to gaze upon the colossal creature before him. He was certainly aware that the dragon beast referred to him, but he remained oblivious to the true nature of a dragon beast. Thus, he inquired, "What is a dragon beast?" The small creature he had just identified as a dragon beast spoke, momentarily catching Wenthes off guard. "By the creator dragon, you can speak." Vett looked at Wenthes in confusion. "Why should I not be able to speak? Furthermore, what exactly is a dragon beast?" No sooner had he posed this question than he was startled to see the enormous entity before him extend a claw in his direction. Realizing the impending threat, Vett hastily attempted to flee. However, with his diminutive stature, even if Wenthes commanded him to run 99 meters, she could easily seize him in a single step without moving an inch. Thus, Vett's resistance was destined to be in vain. He had been captured. Yet, the stubbornness ingrained in his essence compelled him to resist being taken so easily, leading him to bite down on the scales nearby. "Ow!" Following a cry of anguish, Vett clutched his mouth and began to roll about. Wenthes observed this spectacle, a flicker of intrigue passing through her golden vertical pupils. Could this little dragon truly be problematic? The disparity in size should have sufficed to make him comprehend their differences, yet he still dared to bite her. Yet, as she gazed at Vett, who lay in her grasp, rolling despite clutching his mouth, his eyes still sparkled with defiance and ferocity, exhibiting an unusual glint. "Little one, tell me your name." Upon hearing the thunderous voice near him, Vett's eyes flashed with trepidation, yet he remained obstinate. He was a celestial dragon, born free. How could he be intimidated by such a trivial display? "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about my name?" Yes, this was indeed the way to assert oneself. However, he resolved to control his quaking voice in the future. With this thought, Vett stubbornly fixed his gaze upon those golden vertical pupils, larger than his entire dragon form, and endeavored to suppress the tremors of his tail. Wenthes could not help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Having lived for so long, she had delivered countless little dragons, and this was her first encounter with one so audaciously bargaining. With that in mind, Wenthes gently set Vett back down on the ground. "Call me Lady Wenthes. Additionally, you should meet your siblings." At that moment, the other 4 little dragons, who had been watching from the sidelines, realized upon hearing Wenz's words that the last little dragon to emerge was not a dragon beast, but rather a giant dragon like themselves. Thus, they rushed eagerly toward Vett, only to be met with a warning roar filled with vigilance. Seeing the 4 little dragons rooted in place by his display of dominance, Vett turned to Wenthes. "Just call me Vett. Moreover, I do not consider them my siblings." Upon hearing this, Wenthes furrowed her brow slightly. However, she refrained from reprimanding the little dragon immediately. It seemed that he might possess some peculiarities. "Can you tell me the reason, Vett?" Upon hearing this, Vett scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool? We look nothing alike. How can you claim they are my siblings? Upon hearing this and observing the wariness in Vett's eyes, Winthes finally grasped the situation. You lack bloodline inheritance. At the sudden introduction of an unfamiliar term, Vett instinctively asked, what is bloodline inheritance? With this inquiry, Winthes comprehended why this little dragon was so unique. Realizing the education that lay ahead, she instinctively slapped her forehead. Yet she seemed to forget that, given her size, even a gentle motion could unleash a calamity upon the 5 little dragons. As a result, the 5 little dragons were caught in a sudden gust, rolling about like tumbling gourds. Fortunately, the resilience of dragonkind ensured that even newly hatched younglings would not perish easily from a mere collision with a stone. In fact, amid their clash with the stones, the newly emerged little ones emerged as the ultimate victors. Though ultimately, it proved to be of little consequence. Observing the tumbling little dragons below, Winthes finally remembered that these were not her companions. She quickly extended her claw to halt the little dragons from rolling too far away. My apologies, I forgot you were just born. Vett stood up, rubbing his forehead, having just collided with a rock. However, his attention was evidently elsewhere. More importantly, shouldn't you explain what bloodline inheritance is? After considering Vett's question, Winthes responded, how shall I put it? Bloodline inheritance is a gift bestowed upon you by your parents. It aids you in navigating this perilous world more swiftly. Upon hearing this, Vett exhaled in relief. If bloodline inheritance is that, then I possess it. You do? Taken aback, Winthes pondered for a moment before asking, if you possess bloodline inheritance, can you tell me what your race is? At this inquiry, Vett's interest piqued, and he proudly raised his dragon head high. I am a celestial dragon. Winthes stared at Vett in disbelief, realizing she should never have trusted the dubious claims of this little dragon's parents. Where could such a race even exist? Observing Vett's proud demeanor, Winthes felt compelled to deliver a harsh truth. Little one, there is no such thing as a celestial dragon in this world. You are, in fact, a silver dragon. Upon hearing this, Vett was momentarily stunned. But, my father told me directly that we come from the stars. We are celestial dragons. How could we be silver dragons? Seeing Vett's crestfallen expression, Winthes felt a touch of helplessness. Such matters must be clarified. A misguided belief could potentially ruin an exceptional dragon. With this thought, Winthes could not help but harbor a flicker of resentment toward Vett's unseen parents. While many dragons might mislead their offspring, she had never encountered such a blatant deception. Vett, if you observe closely, you will see that AO belongs to the dragonkind metal dragon category, specifically the golden dragon lineage, while the silver dragon lineage also falls under the metal dragon category. Upon hearing these words, Wette turned to gaze at the golden little dragon standing beside him, and then he glanced at himself once more. Chapter 3 Remembering that you are a silver dragon, Wett cast a glance at the little golden dragon named AO, with its 4 limbs firmly on the ground. Its 2 horns curving upward in a spiral fashion. Excluding the tail, it measured over 1 meter in length, with a wingspan of approximately 1 meter and 30 centimeters. Its forebody was adorned with golden, diamond-shaped scales that shimmered with a metallic luster, the edges appearing quite sharp. The dragon's tail was long and thick, resembling a whip. In the inheritance memories left by his father, those bipedal beings known as humans measured length using such standards, which Wett found quite convenient. Thus, he instinctively measured the golden little dragon in this manner. Turning his gaze to himself, he noted the similarities. He too had 4 limbs on the ground, horns curving backward in a spiral. Their sizes were comparable, though his wingspan reached about 1 meter and 60 centimeters, and his body was slightly more slender. Furthermore, his entire form was a lustrous silver, with fan-shaped scales that also gleamed with a metallic sheen and sharp edges. Additionally, his tail was even longer and more slender. At this point, Wett fell silent. If he were to describe himself and AO using the vocabulary from his inherited memories, it would be, they cannot be said to be exactly the same, but fundamentally, they are remarkably similar. Although he was unaware of what exactly the same referred to, he understood that this phrase was used to describe 2 entities that bore a striking resemblance to one another. So, am I truly a silver dragon? Wintese, noticing Wett's visibly shaken demeanor, offered some comfort. The truth is indeed as such. Upon hearing this, Wett withdrew further into himself. Recognizing that her consolation seemed to have the opposite effect, Wintese quickly shifted the topic. Thus, your bloodline inheritance indeed has issues. Wett gazed at Wintese in silence. Ms. Wintese, if you cannot speak wisely, perhaps it would be best to refrain from speaking altogether. Upon hearing this, Wintese felt a bit embarrassed, but soon regarded Wett with suspicion. Did you just insult me? Meeting her brilliant golden vertical pupils, Wit blinked. How could that be? For no reason at all. Why would I insult you? When TC scrutinized Wit, sensing that his words were not entirely benign. However, looking upon his innocent face, she ultimately dismissed the thought. Although your bloodline inheritance is flawed, since we are able to communicate, it indicates that your unreliable parents at least did not forget the fundamental language of dragons. This remark piqued Wit's curiosity once more. Why do you say that? Because if we were unable to converse, I might have mistaken you for a dragon beast. By the way, you lack normal inheritance memories. So you likely do not know what a dragon beast is. How should I put it? Our world was birthed from the clash of the creator dragon Kiwi and the destruction dragon Ixis. Through the interaction of these two forces, our dragon realm was formed. In that war, ultimately, the creator dragon emerged victorious, allowing the dragon realm to endure. Before the creator dragon pursued Ixis into exile, it left behind a drop of its own blood, which became the origin of our dragon race. This ultimately gave rise to various dragon species. However, do not forget that this world was forged from the collision of two forces, inherently containing the power of the destruction dragon Ixis. This power resides deep within the bloodline of every dragon, and it erupts during the most vulnerable moments of a dragon's life. The most vulnerable time in a dragon's life is when they are newly born. This power can obliterate a dragon's intellect, reducing it to a mere beast that survives solely by instinct, a dragon beast. When TC paused momentarily, then looked at Wit with some confusion. A beast? What is that? Wit explained, a creature devoid of intelligence, only surviving through instinct, living in a daze in this world. He then added, this is the memory left to me by my father. Upon hearing this, when TC's expression grew serious, though it was difficult to perceive seriousness on her fierce visage. Wit, you must forget the memories your father left you. They do not encompass the knowledge a great dragon should possess, being riddled with errors, especially concerning your own identity. Remember this firmly, little one. You are a silver dragon, a member of the great dragon kind, a metallic dragon, of the silver dragon lineage. You can achieve this, correct? Wit gazed into TC's earnest eyes, then glanced at the other four little dragons who were looking over, before nodding. Seeing this, TC smiled with satisfaction, albeit a rather fearsome smile. Excellent, Wit. But fear not. Just as you previously stated, the Starry Sky Dragons are a race born of freedom. Even though the Starry Sky Dragons do not actually exist. Nevertheless, one thing is not incorrect. We great dragons are also a race born of freedom. I misspoke earlier. The inheritance memories within your mind are a gift from your father and should not be forgotten. But I hope you can discern between what is memory and what is reality. As for the correct inheritance memories, you need not worry. Within the Desadro Dragon Nest, we possess our own library that can aid you in correctly understanding this world. As she spoke, TC glanced at the other four little dragons and added, and your brothers and sisters. Listening to TC's reassurance, Wit nodded, although he harbored a slight doubt regarding his bloodline inheritance. Having just awakened to witness such a complex world made it difficult for him to believe it was all false. Suddenly, Wit recalled something and hurriedly asked, Ms. TC, do you know every location in this world? Upon hearing this, TC paused for a moment, then shook her head with a wry smile. Little one, how could that be? Not to mention that this world is vast beyond measure. Even outside our dragon nest lies countless dangers. I once traveled outside, wanting to see where the end of the world lay. However, I was defeated by a black dragon and fled back to the dragon nest in utter disarray, vowing to seek revenge once I grew stronger. And what was the result? TC cast a glance at Billy, who had spoken, and smiled. The result was that I never stepped out of the dragon nest again. Because of you, because of them. The 5 dragons followed the direction of TC's finger and beheld unhatched dragon eggs. Now let us return to the topic of dragon beasts. Dragon beasts lack intelligence and possess only the instinct to survive. For them, anything that ensures their survival will be pursued, including devouring dragon eggs. It is not a matter of morality, merely instinct. TC turned her gaze towards Wit, if you truly are a dragon beast, the best outcome awaiting you would be to be driven from the dragon nest, living a dazed existence throughout your life. But what of the worst outcome? TC grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. The worst outcome would be, at the moment of leaving the dragon nest, to become prey for the predators waiting outside, especially those innate dragon beasts born from the dragon eggs. They possess the richest dragon blood, which serves as the finest nourishment for later-born dragon beasts. Chapter 4, Where's Your Magic? Listening to TC's words, all 5 little dragons, including Wit, shuddered. Among them, Wit trembled the most. This world is far more perilous than the one he remembered. In that world, at worst, one would be captured and taken to a place called a research facility, strapped to something known as an operating table, and then subjected to research. Given that he had not encountered any beings resembling himself in that world, even in research, he would not be sliced apart. Moreover, it was highly probable he would be preserved as a rare species, of course, provided he did not reveal his own powers. Yet here, stepping outside the dragon nest entails the risk of being devoured. Indeed, this must be the so-called wild world frequently mentioned in my memories. This implies that an evil presence undoubtedly lurks in some corner of this realm, contemplating the means to annihilate the world. Additionally, it is possible that the place I currently inhabit, known as Long Chao, has already been infiltrated by the minions of that malevolent entity. According to the descriptions in the web novels, if I delve into darker thoughts, the strongest being in this Long Chao might very well be the mastermind intent on world destruction. Consequently, I could potentially be groomed to become an agent of chaos for that individual. To flee from Long Chao? The moment this thought crossed my mind, I glanced down at my own body, which, including my tail, barely reaches 2 meters, and then at the towering form of Wenisai, who measures several hundred meters in length. Very well, this plan must be abandoned. If my memory serves me correctly, the appearance of that being closely resembles the chaotic and malevolent red dragon from the web novels. As for why it does not seem as chaotic and evil as described in those tales, well, that is fiction, and this is reality. How could a dragon in reality expose its entire character? Perhaps, behind each of its tender words lies an exceedingly sinister thought. Hence, the only course of action available to me is to cautiously comply with its demands while gathering strength, awaiting the opportunity to escape from Long Chao. What is this called? Oh, yes, to lie low and savor the situation. Damn, I must find time to meticulously organize the memories left by my father. Speaking of which, are there humans in this world? No, this is not the time for such thoughts. I must carefully strategize to prevent exposing myself before my plans are even set in motion. With this in mind, I turned to glance with pity at the other 4 young dragons. Poor creatures, utterly oblivious to this world, awaiting their fate as instruments of war in their quest for dominance, or even destruction. Of course, if any of them happened to be somewhat agreeable, I would not mind having an additional ally. Unbeknownst to Wenisai, her rather morbid jest had inadvertently inspired a comprehensive escape plan from Long Chao, comprising a detailed outline of 20,000 words in my mind. Observing the trembling little dragons, Wenisai chuckled softly. Well then, little ones, aside from White, do you have any other questions? She then noticed a paw raised high. White, you needn't raise your paw. Feel free to ask directly. What is the Defies dragon nest? As she spoke, White eagerly looked at Wenisai, curious to see if this multicolored dragon, who adeptly concealed its malevolence and chaos, could divulge some useful information. Wenisai, unaware of the thoughts swirling in White's mind, looked at him with surprise upon hearing his question. Your learning ability is stronger than I anticipated. I am astonished that you remembered this name with just a brief mention. That alleviates my concerns regarding your bloodline inheritance. As for Defies, you are still young and need only know that it is a magnificent place. You will come to understand its greatness naturally as you grow. TSK. Inwardly, White grew even more wary of this malevolent red dragon, realizing that even newborn dragons like themselves were being so cautiously guarded against. As for their growth, it was likely a form of indoctrination. Yes, that should be the term. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken in his mind, for he feared that voicing them might provoke an angry response, leading to his swift demise, as disobedient dragons often meet such fates. Noticing the 5 young dragons had quieted down, Wenisai extended her paw, resting it gently on the ground. If you have no further questions, then come climb up. As newborns, what you most need now is a nest of your own. Upon hearing this, the other 4 dragons cheered, flapping their wings one after another, and flew onto Wenisai's paw. White, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to flap his wings, take a step, leap, and then, thud, he landed heavily on the ground, sliding a distance before colliding with a protruding rock. Rubbing his head and gazing at the scattered stones, confusion clouded White's face. Wenisai, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Flight is an instinct of dragons, and after many years of assisting births, this was her first time witnessing a young dragon fail to take off, even shattering a stone in the process. Such a hard head, such a clumsy dragon. Just as this thought surfaced, Wenisai hastily banished it from her mind. Each young dragon is the future of Defies. Such thoughts are unacceptable. White, do not rush. Take your time, and carefully feel the power that belongs to you. You can do it. Wenisai endeavored to slow her speech, making it sound gentler, but in truth, Her tenderness was a unique trait of dragons. Of course, no dragon would care about this, including White. Among the 5 young dragons, 4 could fly while 1 could not. And the glances directed at the one unable to soar were hardly friendly. Noticing the 4 gazes bearing a hint of mockery upon him, White gradually stood up, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Foolish creatures. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured and took a deep breath. Feel your strength. Following Wenasai's guidance, White meticulously sensed his power. Although her intentions were not pure, before he could escape the phase of being a young dragon, it was best to comply with whatever she instructed. With this in mind, White encouraged himself while exerting every ounce of strength to flap his wings, and at last, he felt a pulling force upwards. Yet, this upward force seemed insufficient. He merely felt his claws lift slightly, still not fully leaving the ground. Not enough. His wing beats lacked speed. His strength was inadequate. I can achieve greater speed and strength. Ultimately, White, amidst Wenasai's astonished gaze, took flight and landed on her paw. After a prolonged silence, Wenasai regarded White, her golden slit pupils reflecting a mixture of curiosity. What of your magic? Chapter 5. You are not a silver dragon. What of your magic? Upon hearing this, White gazed at Wenasai in confusion. Magic? What magic? Observing White's innocent and perplexed expression, Wenasai momentarily found herself at a loss for words. It is indisputable that dragons are magical beings. Even she, the most adept in close combat among the multicolored dragons, still belongs to the category of magical creatures. Among the dragon race, only certain types within the earth dragon lineage are not classified as magical beings. Could it be that this young dragon is not a purebred silver dragon? Contemplating this, Wenasai leaned her head closer to her paw, scrutinizing White while probing his body with her mental energy. Yet, moments later, Wenasai found herself even more bewildered. All the detailed characteristics of his body clearly indicated that White was a pure silver dragon. However, whether in muscle strength or in his exceedingly weak elemental response, it suggested that White should be a type of earth dragon adept in physical power, devoid of magical aptitude. Is it due to the high concentration of silver dragon blood? But that does not seem right. Long is regarded as the most magically gifted among the metallic dragon species, a fact evident from its more slender physique compared to other metallic dragons. Moreover, it is the only one among the 5 metallic dragon types that possesses a natural affinity for the water element, yet is capable of wielding magic of other attributes. The other 4 types of metallic dragons can only utilize magic corresponding to their respective elemental affinities. If White's bloodline of the silver dragon were more potent, his reaction to elements would not be as negligible as it is now, including his affinity for the water element. However, if the concentration of his Dixing Lone bloodline were high, then his wings should have regressed or perhaps not developed at all, as Dixing Lone do not possess wings. What could the reason be? As when TC pondered this perplexing situation regarding White, she could not help but notice his expressions fluctuating wildly, from somberness to hope, and then to despair, among other myriad emotions. Could such a display truly be exhibited by a newly hatched dragon? A sudden urge to converse meaningfully with this dragon named White washed over Wenasai. However, she first inquired, White, may I have a drop of your blood? On the other side, White, whose mind had been slipping into the realm of pondering the existence of a legendary world of the deceased, suddenly realized he had not yet met his demise. Yet, upon hearing the request for a drop of blood, he glanced at his claws and hesitated. After searching his body for a while, his gaze finally settled on his tail, which seemed less obedient to his commands. Minutes passed, and under Wenasai's growing impatience, White finally steeled himself, gently scraping the tip of his tail with his claw, squeezing out a droplet of blood, and then looking expectantly at Wenasai. Wenasai gazed intently at the drop of blood, contemplating whether this creature could truly be a dragon. With a flicker of her mental energy, she guided the nearly invisible blood into her mouth. After a moment of analysis, her massive dragon eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at White. This timid little dragon was indeed a purebred giant dragon, and remarkably, his bloodline was even purer than hers. However, she found it strange that she could not discern the specific lineage of this blood. Could there truly be a starry sky dragon? How absurd. Shaking her head to dispel the ludicrous thought, she focused her gaze back on White and hesitantly asked, Little one, do you have any memories of your father or mother? White initially thought to respond negatively, but at that moment, 2 figures materialized in his mind. One was a silver giant dragon that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, yet its size was unimaginably vast, with stars nestled within its claws like mere marbles. The other figure was much smaller, approximately a dozen meters long, entirely crimson, and reminiscent of Wenasai, yet adorned with golden patterns resembling molten lava. Despite its diminutive stature, White sensed a far greater aura emanating from this figure than that of the silver giant dragon, an aura that caused the very stars to tremble. Gazing at these two figures and feeling their tender gazes upon him, White was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Were these truly his parents? Coming back to reality, he realized that tears had begun to trickle down his cheeks. When TC watched White stubbornly wiping away his tears, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. It was unexpected, but it was also somewhat unbecoming for a dragon to display such vulnerability. White shook his head. No, I do have their likeness in my inherited memories. My mother looks just like me. Upon hearing this, when TC's eyes sparkled with excitement, most likely a silver dragon. Yet, the reasoning behind the uncertainty was evident from the little dragon before her, for he was certainly not an ordinary silver dragon. My father resembles you quite closely. When TC paused, contemplating. A red dragon? No, you said he resembles you closely? White nodded. He looks similar, but my father has golden patterns like molten lava, especially around the chest area. At this point, White chose to stop, not intending to delve into the matter of physical form. Even without a legitimate bloodline inheritance, he could tell that his parents' sizes were not typical for giant dragons. When TC's eyes flashed with surprise at White's words. A hybrid dragon? A hybrid dragon? White inquired, curiosity piqued by this new term. When TC smiled and explained, dragons are generally categorized into three main types: giant dragons, Dixing Long, and flying dragons. Among giant dragons, there are 5 subcategories: metallic dragons, chromatic dragons, crystal dragons, elemental dragons, and hybrid dragons. The hybrid category encompasses all dragons that do not fit neatly into the first 4 categories. For instance, sacred giants, magic dragons, and your father are included, among many others. Initially, hybrid dragons did not exist among the dragon species, but through the fusion and exchange among various dragon races, some emerged that could not be simply classified within those 4 groups. They may possess an array of talents and are the most unique individuals within the giant dragon lineage, with some even appearing only once throughout history. Perhaps your father possessed a talent for power, which has now been inherited by you. Am I considered a hybrid dragon then? Absolutely. Seeing White's eyes light up, when TC quickly continued, however, to determine precisely what type of dragon you are, further testing is required. Upon hearing this, White felt a moment of hesitation, curling around his tail and watching when TC warily. Do you still need my dragon blood? When TC feigned ignorance of his apprehensive demeanor and cheerfully replied, only if you wish to uncover your true identity as a dragon. At this, White gazed at his tail, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. To be frank, he had begun to harbor doubts about the starry sky dragon from his inherited memories. After all, both he and his mother bore the appearance of silver dragons, while his father's aura, though grand, shared considerable similarities with that of a red dragon. Thus, he found himself leaning more towards the notion of being a hybrid dragon. Although the silver dragon possesses no inherent faults, a lingering desire to ascertain its precise lineage remains. Contemplating this, Wei Te, with trembling trepidation, extended a claw and, with great effort, drew a trickle of blood from the tip of his tail. Yet, when he lifted his gaze towards Wentz, he found the latter fixated upon his tail, the expression unmistakably conveying that such a mere drop of blood was insufficient. Moments later, Wentz, satisfied, collected a single droplet of dragon blood, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Te, who was despondently clutching his tail, before departing without further comment. Now, it is time for you to behold your future abode, a sanctuary we shall protect with our very lives, decided Luo. With this proclamation, Wentz approached the cave's entrance. The sunlight dispelled the darkness within, revealing the rocky ceiling transformed into a vast expanse of cerulean sky. The 5 young dragons gazed upward, their mouths agape in astonishment at the heavens and distant mountains, realizing that the cavern was but a fragment of a much grander world. Wei Te cast a disdainful glance at the other 4 dragons. Such sights had long since lost their novelty in the memories he inherited, for he understood that the azure sky was not the entirety. Only the starlit expanse held the ultimate truth. Though he mused thus, he, too, covertly observed the sky, as his father resided deep within the cosmos. One day, without fail, he murmured, retracting his gaze, only to notice Wentz watching him with a gentle smile. Humph. Momentarily taken aback, he scoffed softly and turned away. Reluctantly compelled to offer a substantial drop of blood, Wei Te felt disinclined to engage with Wentz. However, Wentz, witnessing this, found her smile deepening. While Wei Te presented a facade of maturity, this was merely in contrast to the other 4 young dragons, to her eyes. His attempts at sophistication merely revealed his immaturity. Now, little ones, your focus should not be directed at the sky. You will have ample time to gaze upon it, even to the point of weariness. Instead, you should turn your attention downward, to our Defies Luo. Upon hearing Wence's words, the four young dragons exchanged glances before scampering towards the edge of Wence's claw. As they clung to the scales at the edge, peering downwards, a profound silence enveloped them. Wei, curled into a ball, opened his eyes. Within his gaze, directed at the four young dragons, lay a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He yearned for Defies Luo to be a paradise, a term that seemed fitting, yet he feared that his prior apprehensions might materialize. Lifting his gaze towards Wence, he saw her eyes, filled with warmth and pride, fixed upon the landscape below. Could a dragon bearing such an expression truly be a minion of malevolence? Wei remained uncertain. After a moment of silence, he slowly rose and approached the edge of the claw. Noticing Wei's movement, a flicker of surprise crossed Wence's eyes, quickly followed by relief. She had long been aware of Wei's vigilant disposition towards her, Defies Luo, and the world at large. Yet, she refrained from offering explanations. She was no stranger to such wariness. Many young dragons, upon hatching and failing to detect the familiar essence rooted deep within their bloodline, exhibited similar caution. However, this was an inevitable circumstance, for all these dragon eggs originated from the wilderness. Dragons, by nature, are free, and the solitary giants outside exemplify this truth. The reasons for abandoning dragon eggs are countless, while only a select few choose to safeguard them. She had once been as cautious as Wei, yet ultimately, she had integrated into Defies Luo. Thus, she believed that he, too, could find his place among them. Presently, Wei began to venture towards the outside world, a promising sign indeed. Meanwhile, oblivious to Wence's musings, Wei found himself captivated by the realm known as Defies Luo below. It was a colossal canyon, unfathomably vast. An array of enormous, vividly colored plants transformed the canyon into a vibrant paradise. Unidentified creatures soared in flocks from the canyon's depths, circling before vanishing into the lush vegetation. On the opposite cliff, dark specks were scattered in an orderly manner, and occasionally, something could be seen emerging from these points, descending towards the canyon floor. A tranquil and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the entire gorge. Isn't it magnificent? Wei glanced up at Wence, who was also looking at him. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. What are those dark specks? They are dragon lairs. You shall reside upon them in the future. Wei nodded thoughtfully, then surveyed his surroundings. It became apparent that the cave they had exited was situated on one side of the canyon, appearing quite elevated. And what lay above the canyon? The wilderness, perilous and fraught with danger. Do not attempt to fly out. The outside world is perilous for you. Upon hearing this, Wei averted his gaze and looked down once more. Perhaps, for the time being, trust could be extended. Chapter 7. The Dragon Academy. Hundreds of meters in height, the mighty dragons traverse the earth. Like a mobile volcano, they manifest their terrifying nature, leaving destruction in their wake, rocks shattered and charred earth strewn about. It may sound akin to a natural disaster, yet in truth, it was Wence leading 5 young dragons on a leisurely stroll. Although stroll might be a misnomer, her primary intention was to familiarize the newly hatched dragons with their future environment while imparting the survival rules for young dragons. Defies Luo is indeed safe. But this is only true for those who possess the ability to defend themselves. Clearly, the newly hatched do not fall into this category. The jungles are home to numerous herbivorous dragon beasts, gentle in nature. Yet this does not imply that a frenzied beast is something a mere hatchling could withstand. Thus, in the days to come, you shall not have the privilege of venturing out alone. Unless, of course, you can adeptly wield some low-tier magic. Is it because low-tier magic can combat those frenzied dragon beasts? At this, Billy's eyes sparkled with excitement, for newly hatched dragons are imbued with an insatiable curiosity, especially regarding the instinct for battle etched deep within their bloodline. Hearing this, Wence chuckled softly. Certainly not. Even low-tier magic varies in potency, depending on the dragon wielding it. For you, it would merely suffice to shatter stones. The reason for this statement is simply that if you can employ low-tier magic, it signifies that you possess sufficient magical energy to sustain flight for a time. During this interval, the nearby dragons will be able to rescue you from the clutches of those dragon beasts. Upon hearing this, the 4 young dragons, who had previously held their heads high, suddenly deflated, relying on other dragons for rescue. What does that signify? Observing from the sidelines, Wei could not help but smirk inwardly. They lacked self-awareness. Wence's message was crystal clear. Defies Luo poses certain dangers for young dragons like them. At this moment, instead of contemplating how to ensure their safe growth, They fixated on engaging in combat with dragon beasts through magic. These youngsters had surely lost their senses. Did they not know that curiosity could lead to peril? Speaking of curiosity, he wondered whether this world harbored any fluffy creatures resembling cats. Yet even if such beings existed, Wei-Te glanced at his left claw before raising his right to scratch it, producing a faint spark of friction against his scales. However, Wei-Te merely felt a slight itch in his right claw in response to this. Could he truly experience what is referred to as softness and fluffiness? Contemplating this, Wei-Te's mood darkened a bit, as he inexplicably sensed a loss of joy. At that moment, the rumbling sound by his ear ceased. Wei-Te paused, then looked up at Wentz with a hint of confusion, eager to understand why the other had halted. Wentz clearly had no intention of concealing anything from the 5 young dragons. We have arrived. For the next 100 years, you shall reside here together. Upon hearing this, the 5 young dragons froze momentarily, and Wei-Te lifted his gaze to the distant canyon cliffs, where several dragon dens were situated. Aren't the dragon dens over there? Wentz smiled and shook his head. No, the dragon dens are places meant for fully grown dragons to inhabit, while your abode shall be the Defies Luo Giant Dragon Academy. As Wentz spoke, he took a step forward, and the surrounding space rippled before the astonished eyes of the 5 young dragons. Suddenly, their vision blurred, and when it cleared again, a vast expanse of ancient stone structures appeared before them. The resounding roars of dragons from within made them instinctively retract their necks, sensing an underlying threat. Moreover, the scale of this structure was truly immense. The door they beheld was significantly taller than Wentz himself. In Wei-Te's eyes, this colossal edifice resembled a gigantic conical volcano. Except there was no seething lava here. Observing the awestruck expressions of the 5 young dragons, Wentz smiled and spoke. Welcome to the Defies Luo Giant Dragon Academy. I am the headmistress, Wentz. Of course, you may also address me as Ms. Wentz or simply headmistress. As he gazed upon the grand structure, a flicker of wariness crossed Wei-Te's eyes. Why must we join the Giant Dragon Academy? Excellent question, Wei-Te, Wentz replied, looking at him with appreciation. This is something I intended to cover in your first lesson, but since you have already inquired, allow me to elaborate. The bloodline inheritance can impart knowledge and experiences to you, yet they do not belong to you. If left unattended, the knowledge and experiences within your minds will ultimately fade with the passage of time. The Giant Dragon Academy exists to teach you how to assimilate the knowledge from your bloodline inheritance, transforming it into wisdom that truly belongs to you, ensuring it remains with you through the ages. Furthermore, the knowledge contained in the bloodline inheritance is merely a fraction of the foundational insights explored by your dragon ancestors. If you aspire to become a formidable giant dragon, mere inherited memories will not suffice. Upon hearing this, Wei-Te's expression grew somewhat grim. Noticing his countenance, Wentz offered a gentle smile. I have assured you, Wei-Te, that there is no need to worry about your bloodline inheritance. Within the Giant Dragon Academy lies a wealth of knowledge ample enough for a lifetime of learning, all housed within the Dragon Library, awaiting your exploration. This naturally includes the foundational knowledge from the bloodline inheritance. However, without the aid of the bloodline inheritance, your learning may prove to be more arduous. With that, Wentz soared toward the gigantic door. As she approached, the massive door, accompanied by the sound of heavy mechanisms in motion, slowly creaked open. Simultaneously, the roars of dragons from within grew increasingly louder. Wentz brought the 5 young dragons to a halt before the entrance, retracting her wings as she stepped inside, revealing the Academy's visage to the 5 young dragons. Before their eyes lay an expansive, perfectly level plaza, bustling with hundreds of dragons of various races and sizes, some frolicking, others battling, and many soaring freely, creating a lively atmosphere. Even as the headmistress of the Academy had just returned, they showed no signs of pausing. Wei-Te glanced up at Wentz, who merely observed the dragons with eyes brimming with warmth and pride. Seeing this, Wei-Te's expression momentarily faltered, and his previously taut nerves relaxed a bit. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the surrounding structures. Just as observed outside, the entire building took on a conical shape, open at the top, allowing external light to filter into this colossal academy. The academy was divided into 9 levels, each featuring corridors wide enough for several dragons of Wentz's size to pass side by side with ease, supported by enormous stone pillars measuring 100 meters in circumference. There were no staircases, for dragons could fly. Besides the corridors and pillars, the remaining areas were clearly not constructed by dragons. This place was originally a volcano. In summary, it was truly magnificent. Chapter 8. Sai Linwell, here is your new home, at least for the next 100 years, Wentz announced, standing on the corridor and pointing to a nearby stone cave with a smile. Wei Te gazed at the immense dragon den before him, his expression reflecting realization as he recognized that this dragon academy was indeed constructed from a volcano. The dragon den before him had been excavated from the interior walls of the volcano. By the way, they were currently situated on the 6th level. Wait. Suddenly, Wei Te comprehended, his face reflecting disbelief as he looked at Wentz. Yours? So, are the 5 of us expected to live together? Upon hearing this, Wentz regarded Wei Te with a puzzled expression. You were all born in the same clutch. Why shouldn't you live together? Besides, as she spoke, Wentz set the 5 young dragons down on the corridor and pointed toward the dragon den, which she could easily enter, continuing. Why would you think a newly hatched dragon could reside alone in such a vast den? Gazing at the den, which appeared to him as the gaping maw of a colossal beast, Wei Te struggled to find a reason to live independently. No. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he cast a sly glance at the other 4 young dragons. It seemed there was indeed a reason for solitary living, though not at present. Noticing Wei Te's shift in focus, Wentz extended her claw and gently tapped the entrance of the dragon den. Though the entrance appeared empty, it emitted a resonant thud at her touch. This barrier will shield you from disturbances by other dragons. Now, smear your dragon blood upon the barrier, and thus, this den will belong to you. Upon hearing this, Wei Te's expression darkened. Can it be something else? Like saliva? Or must it be dragon blood? He instinctively wrapped his tail around himself, as although it often flailed about, it was still a part of him. Constantly shedding blood seemed rather unreasonable. However, Wentz's words shattered his hopes. I'm afraid not, Wei Te. The other 4 young dragons, upon hearing this, eagerly used their newly sharpened teeth to pierce their claws. With a challenging glance at Wei Te, they pressed their bleeding claws against the invisible barrier. The barrier shimmered, absorbing the blood of the 4 young dragons. Feeling the barrier dissipate, they cautiously stepped into their new dragon den, casting Wei Te a mocking grin. Seeing this, Wei Te couldn't help but smirk coldly within. Enjoy your merriment while it lasts. When the time comes for you to wail for mercy, I shall take greater pleasure in your plight, and perhaps I will acquire a den uniquely my own. Indeed, such were Wei Te's thoughts. As long as I give these 4 little dragons a thorough beating, to the point where they dare not reside with me, Wentz will undoubtedly provide me with a private dragon lair to spare himself further trouble. With this thought in mind, Wei Te couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Wei Te, it seems you are the last one left. Awakened by Wentz. Wei Te's expression soured once more as he approached the barrier, hesitating for quite a while clutching his tail. Wei Te, do you need my assistance? Upon hearing this, Wei Te glanced at Wentz in terror, fixated on those razor-sharp claws that dwarfed him entirely. You are a devil. How can you utter such cruel words to a poor little dragon with a straight face? After casting another glance at those menacing claws, Wei Te hastily scraped his tail, managing to squeeze out a drop of blood, which he smeared on the barrier. Once that drop of dragon blood was absorbed, Wei Te successfully entered the dragon lair. Observing this, Wentz spoke. All right, little ones, you who have just hatched, your stamina and energy are insufficient to support your learning endeavors. Rest well. Once you have regained your strength, it will be time to learn how to become true giants of the sky. With that, Wentz prepared to depart. Yet, she suddenly paused, nearly forgetting to remind them. Defies is a peaceful and friendly dragon lair, and I believe your older siblings will adore you. However, trust me when I say that you are not yet ready to bear their affection. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of sneaking out of the lair. You certainly do not wish to experience the weight of such love. With those words, accompanied by a tremor that shook the ground, Wentz departed. The little dragons, who had been poised to escape the lair with Wentz's exit, ultimately chose not to take such a reckless risk. They were curious, not foolish. Since they could not sneak out to play, their gaze turned toward their surroundings within the lair. From the outside, the lair appeared dim, yet upon entering, they found it much brighter than anticipated. The jagged stone walls were adorned with softly glowing stones embedded at intervals. A little dragon named Billy flew over to those stones, attempting to pry them loose, only to quickly become disheartened upon realizing they were firmly fixed. While Wentz was present, the little dragons had suppressed their true natures. But now that she was gone, they began to reveal their authentic selves. Salen. You may call me Salen, the sacred dragon. I am the first to be born, so you should refer to me as the leader from now on, and you must heed my command. The first to speak was a small female dragon, her entire body a creamy white, with smooth, upward curving horns adorned with golden patterns. Her wings spanned 15 times her body length, her scales were fine and smooth, and her tail was thick and long. She was the largest among the 5 little dragons, measuring about 1.5 meters without counting her tail. In this moment, her demeanor was far from the calmness exhibited in Wentz's presence. The soft, White light emanating from her body did little to temper her fiery temperament, and her golden vertical pupils exuded a strong sense of intimidation when gazing at the other four little dragons. Before Wei Te could comprehend the sudden shift in dynamics, the other three little dragons stared at Salen, whose declaration of authority was met with surprise and frustration, yet devoid of the expected anger, while Wei Te remained oblivious. They understood well the significance of the light element surrounding Salen. It represented a power of magic that they could not yet wield. Observing the disgruntled but silent little dragons, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Salen's eyes. She then scrutinized the others as if surveying her subjects. I believe it is time for you to introduce yourselves. Chapter 9. Unfriendly roommates. I believe it is time for you to introduce yourselves. Salen paused momentarily before fixing her gaze on one of the little dragons. You start. Pointed out by Salen, Dingite felt a mix of shame and annoyance. Yet upon comparing their sizes, she could only harbor her grievances in silence. Dingite, of the green dragon race. Dingite's voice was melodious, carrying a hint of childishness that instinctively stirred a protective urge in the dragons who heard it. Wei Te was drawn to her voice, scrutinizing Dingite closely. Like Wentz, she stood on her hind legs, and although she was a female dragon, her forelimbs were notably muscular. Her forehorns curved upwards, appearing more menacing than those of other dragons. Her wings spanned 12 times her body length, her entire body of vibrant green, with diamond-shaped scales that were small, dense, and slightly protruding. Her tail was slender and long, akin to a whip, creating a rushing wind whenever it swung inadvertently. Noticing this, Wei Te felt a tinge of caution. This little female dragon was certainly not as gentle as her voice suggested, and a strike from that tail would likely be quite painful. As Wei Te observed Dingite, Salen regarded her with keen interest. Suddenly, she let out a light laugh. I can sense your discontent. I can offer you a chance to fight. If you can defeat me, I shall acknowledge you as the leader. Upon hearing this, a flicker of temptation crossed Dingite's eyes, but it was swiftly suppressed. This was not an opportune moment, with neither side able to summon magic. The advantages of size would be amplified. Moreover, Salen had begun to harness the light element within her body, even if only in small quantities. It could prove to be highly advantageous in battle. Engaging Salen in a head-on confrontation was certainly not a wise choice. Observing Dingite's silence, Salen scoffed. A wise choice. Now, you. Called upon unexpectedly, Billy hesitated momentarily, then quickly responded, Billy, of the red crystal dragon race. Just to clarify, while I am willing to follow your lead, your demands cannot be unreasonable. As he spoke, Billy cast a wary glance at Salen's imposing figure, clearly reluctant to provoke her. Upon hearing this, Wei Te was taken aback. He had previously noted Billy's audacity, as he was always the first to act during their earlier endeavors, especially just now, when he had shown interest in the illuminating stones within the lair. Greed and boldness were Wei Te's initial impressions of Billy. However, it seemed he needed to re-evaluate his understanding of this peculiar little dragon. Indeed, he was peculiar. The joints of his limbs, the edges of his horns and wings, and the nape of his neck were all adorned with clusters of red crystals, particularly his horns, which appeared to be entirely composed of red crystal, resembling a crown. Yet, these crystals were somewhat dull at the moment. His red scales were diamond-shaped, looking exceedingly smooth, possessing a crystalline quality. At the center of his chest was a protruding hexagonal crystal, roughly the size of half a dragon's head. His tail was thick and long, with the crystal clusters at its end swelling, resembling a meteor hammer. One could only wonder about its hardness, if it were indeed hard. Then Billy's tail could serve as a concealed weapon of great destruction. Billy's appearance was distinctly different from other dragons, rendering him somewhat bizarre in Wei Te's eyes. On the other hand, Salen, possessing the wisdom of inherited memories, found no oddity in Billy's appearance. Crystal dragons were simply designed this way, with the only variation being the colors. She was far more intrigued by Billy's words. You are the most perceptive one among us, and I hope you continue to be so. As for your concerns, they are entirely unwarranted. I am no tyrant, and how could I possibly make unreasonable demands? A tyrant? Wei Te smirked. This little she-dragon certainly had audacity. Even he had not considered becoming a tyrant. After speaking, Silen's gaze shifted to Ao. Compared to some of the more lackadaisical dragons, the temperament of the golden dragon was evidently less accommodating. Noticing Silen's attention upon him, Ao rose, fully unfurling his wings, his golden slit pupils shimmering with remarkable combat spirit. Ao, golden dragon, let us engage in battle. If you prevail, I shall acknowledge you as my leader. However, I have one condition. No magical elements may be employed during our fight. Silin regarded Ao and then chuckled lightly. Of course, that is no problem. But before we proceed, her gaze finally turned to Wei Te. Crybaby, I shall call you that, and I trust you won't mind. We have all introduced ourselves. And although you are unclear about your own lineage, a self-introduction should pose no issue, correct? Sai Lin's words drew the attention of the other 3 dragons towards Wei Te. Strength is paramount among dragons. And regarding Wei Te's situation, they had gleaned much from the conversation with Wen Te-si. It was likely that Wei Te would struggle to wield magical power in the future. As for the so-called inheritance of his father's physical prowess, that was laughable. Among the 5 young dragons, Wei Te was the most slender and diminutive. Strength is invariably linked to a formidable physique. Wei Te's current appearance lacked any semblance of persuasiveness. Consequently, the glances directed at him carried a hint of disdain. Though the glory of dragons precluded them from bullying the weak, it equally disdained associating with the feeble. Noticing these gazes, Wei Te's expression hardened, and he curled his lips into a grin, revealing a row of sharp, white teeth. I have no issue with how you address me. However, I prefer to be called Wei Te. Moreover, I do not perceive you as particularly formidable. As he spoke, Wei Te opened his eyes wide, coldly observing Sai Lin, the muscles in his limbs visibly tensing. Witnessing Wei Te's demeanor, Sai Lin's eyes narrowed, followed by a derisive laugh. Are you preparing to battle me? Do not be absurd. The silver dragon excels in magic, and you have not inherited any affinity for magical elements. What will you rely on to combat me? Your frail physique? Yet, Wei Te remained silent. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself forward, his wings furiously beating as he advanced towards Sai Lin. His movements bore no hesitation. This was precisely his plan, to thoroughly thrash the 4 young dragons before him. Once they could no longer endure, they would naturally report to Wen Te-si. Regardless of the reasoning, Wen Te-si would undoubtedly separate them, allowing him to claim a lair of his own. As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling light flickered in Wei Te's eyes. Sai Lin, observing Wei Te's approach, felt a similar glint of coldness in her gaze. If you wish to battle, then let it be. Dragons never shy away from combat. Chapter 10. A stalemate. A flash of icy light surged forth, and sparks erupted from Sai Lin's dragon form. Wei Te, however, was not taken aback. He was acutely aware of the hardness of his own scales, and as a fellow dragon, he knew Sai Lin's scales were unlikely to be significantly weaker. Thus, achieving victory through inflicting wounds on one another would prove quite challenging. With this thought in mind, Wei Te's elongated form evaded Sai Lin's wrathful strike with remarkable agility. Possessing the memories of an entire world, even as a newborn, Wei Te exhibited commendable combat prowess. He would not choose to confront Sai Lin head-on without first comprehending her strength, especially given that she was nearly 1.5 times his size. On the other hand, Sai Lin boasted a legitimate dragon lineage, and the combat memories contained therein were not merely foundational knowledge of dragons and some magical lore, but predominantly focused on battle. This was the crucial reason why dragons had established themselves as the dominators beneath this sky. A saying circulated in the dragon realm: the best time to hunt a hatchling is while it remains in its shell. Once it is born, it transitions from prey to predator. Thus, upon noticing Wei Te's evasive tactics, she discerned his intentions. With a cold smirk, Sai Lin abruptly unfurled her wings, gently flapping them to lift off the ground. The dragon's physique was immensely strong, but conversely, their weight was also considerable. The flesh of their wings was insufficient to support their mass. Therefore, dragons relied on an innate form of flying magic, with their wings serving only a minor role in flight. Rather, their wings functioned more like limbs, utilized for combat and hunting. Consequently, as Wei Te relied solely on his wings for flight, Wen Te-si realized that he lacked elemental affinity. This observation was also noted by Sai Lin. Facing her as she soared in the air, Wei Te had only 2 choices: engage her in aerial combat or remain on the ground, biding his time. The former option, devoid of magical assistance and reliant solely on his wings, would place Wei Te at a disadvantage in the sky, not only lacking agility compared to her, but also exposing his wings as his most evident weakness. If Wei Te opted to remain grounded, he would be at a disadvantage against her aerial onslaught. Sai Lin's radiant golden pupils focused intently on Wei Te below. How shall you choose? Upon witnessing Sai Lin take flight, Wei Te swiftly realized the implications. He also recognized that her legitimate dragon lineage undoubtedly included combat experience. Otherwise, she could not have reacted so swiftly, identifying aerial combat as his weakness. Thus, Wei Te's choice was to flee. His powerful limbs, sharp claws, and agile joints enabled him to run with a sensation akin to ground-based flight, darting forth like a silver flash. Observing Wei Te's rapid movement, Lin was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. Though Wei Ti's speed surprised her. No matter how fast he ran, could he outpace flight? Naive. With a powerful beat of her wings, Lin surged towards Wei Ti at an incredible speed. The gathered light elements around her imbuing her with an air of sanctity. Yet, no one doubted the ferocious power concealed beneath this holy aura. Naturally, Wei Ti was aware of Lin pursuing him. His gaze flickered, and he abruptly halted, transitioning from rapid motion to stillness in an instant. The joints in his limbs emitted a series of cracks, muscles taut with tension. However, Wei Ti paid no heed to this. He simply raised his head and gazed at Lin, who had just flown above him, her expression one of astonishment. Wei Ti grinned, and then the energy accumulated in his limbs erupted forth. He propelled himself upwards like an arrow, soaring higher than the airborne Lin. Following this, Wei Ti extended his limbs, tightly grasping Lin's form, and both dragons crashed to the ground in a violent collision, sending shards of stone scattering. The heavy impact caused the watching trio of dragons to wince in agony. With a muffled groan, Lin glared at Wei Ti, who was pinning her down. Her eyes ablaze with fury, her sharp claws, glinting with cold light, swiped towards Wei Ti's face. Yet, in the next moment, Wei Ti firmly blocked her attack. Feeling the immense force behind her claws, Lin's expression shifted. This opponent possessed strength surpassing her own. It is hard to fathom that within the frail form of the opposing dragon lies such formidable power. Upon realizing this, Lin began to struggle vigorously. In a contest where their strengths are nearly equal, such entanglements would only hinder her from showcasing her true prowess. She must take to the skies once more. If she can ascend, with preparation on her side, she would never again allow White to bring her down in the same manner. However, how could White possibly grant Lin another opportunity to soar? In response to her struggles, White tightened his grip, giving her no chance whatsoever, while his sharp claws rained down upon her, igniting sparks with every strike. Seeing this, Lin's fury ignited, and she retaliated with claws and teeth. Yet, aside from the sparks, neither dragon shed even a single scale, only a multitude of embers scattered about. The three young dragons watched this spectacle in astonishment. They had envisioned Lin triumphing over White with overwhelming force, or White narrowly defeating Lin through cunning. Yet the scene before them was something they had never anticipated. The two dragons were evenly matched. Moreover, for the majority of the time, White had maintained the upper hand, thereby establishing dominance in the struggle. Observing the two dragons locked in combat, they were uncertain whether to intervene. This was no longer mere combat. Soon, however, their dilemma became moot. Despite the dragon's inherent strength, they were still newly hatched and had limited stamina. After a brief entanglement, both dragons lay panting on the ground. White glared at Lin, realizing that he had envisioned many scenarios, yet never anticipated that merely facing Lin would exhaust him. In this state, it was unlikely he could bring the three young dragons to tears. In fact, should a fight ensue, he might find himself the one in tears. The disparity between his lofty ideals and the harsh reality was indeed a fitting description of his situation. It seemed that the aspiration of claiming a lair for himself was still a distant dream. On the other hand, Lin regarded White and gradually regained her composure. Dragons are proud creatures. Though they crave victory, they disdain concealing their failures. For Lin, failing to overcome White equated to defeat. Striving to rise, she lifted her neck high, maintaining her proud demeanor, though the fatigue in her eyes betrayed her struggle. I admit I underestimated you. Here, I sincerely apologize. I am sorry. With that, Lin's gaze sharpened. However, I shall remember this defeat. Next time, victory shall be mine. She then turned her attention to Ao. As a defeated dragon, I lack the right to accept your challenge as the leader, but if you persist in your challenge, I shall gladly oblige. After speaking, Lin cast one last lingering glance at White before slowly retreating deeper into the lair. Chapter 11. Are you concerned about me? Watching Lin venture deeper into the lair, White stood silently and moved towards the cave wall. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the slight tremors coursing through his limbs. Indeed, White was injured. However, it was not severe. In the terminology of that world, it was akin to a muscle strain. As a newly hatched dragon, even with the potential inheritance of his father's formidable physical prowess, transitioning from extreme activity to stillness could hardly leave him unscathed. Nevertheless, he bore the pain in silence. For he could not afford to lose, nor allow himself the luxury of defeat. Though others remained oblivious, he understood that he had initially intended to take on 4 opponents. Yet, the reality was that a single Lin had nearly left him at a loss. The stark contrast between his aspirations and the grim reality left him feeling disheartened. Yet he was determined not to appear overly defeated. What he did not anticipate was that Salen's stamina was even lower than he had presumed. Had her endurance matched his, he would surely have been the one to falter. Contemplating this, White settled down against the cave wall, unfurling his dragon wings to envelop himself completely. The three young dragons, initially poised to speak and ease the tension, exchanged glances before retreating deeper into the lair. Despite their bloodline connection, they were still but hatchlings. And when others chose to disregard them, they too felt no inclination to seek their attention, even if the initial conflict had been of their own making. In truth, while White had shielded himself with his wings, he could still observe the outside world through the gaps. Though he was reluctant to admit it, a flicker of happiness surged within him as he noticed the three young dragons turning away. Once they had departed, the brilliance of his golden eyes dimmed slightly. Yet, adhering to the pride of his lineage, he remained silent, merely watching them leave before closing his eyes with a sardonic smirk. Perhaps this would alleviate some of his discomfort. As White shut his eyes, he failed to notice that with each breath, the fire elements in the surrounding air began to coalesce around him, merging into his being. He could, however, sense that the previously gnawing pain in his limbs had somewhat diminished. As time passed slowly, White, lying there, began to breathe heavily. After he fell asleep, the fire elements that had gathered around him surged in number. It was unclear how long he had been resting when suddenly, his wings quivered and slowly opened. Awakening with bleary eyes, White rose to his feet. Abruptly, he paused, then flexed his limbs. No pain, he muttered softly, testing a few jumps. Astonished to find that not only was he free from discomfort, but he also felt a slight enhancement in his strength. It was not a dramatic increase. Yet for a newly hatched dragon, even a modest gain was exceedingly evident. White reveled in his newfound strength for a brief moment before his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the depths of the lair. Humph! With a cold snort, White forced himself to avert his gaze. Instead, he focused on his wings. White understood that without the aid of magic, if he did not adapt, the scenario he had just experienced would replay indefinitely. With this realization, his resolve solidified. Approaching the center of the passage, White unfurled his wings and began to flap them, not in preparation for flight, but to strengthen them through exercise. Initially, it felt effortless, but as time wore on, the weight of his wings grew heavier, and a dull ache spread across his back. Yet he persisted, gritting his teeth, continuing to flap his wings. If it was a weakness, then he would train it. Once honed to sufficient strength, it would no longer be a vulnerability. Moreover, he had promised his father to seek him in the starry sky. If he could not even fly, how could he hope to reach the stars? With this thought, White's determination intensified. His creamy white wings trembled before fully extending. Salen yawned, her tail swishing behind her and creating gusts of wind. After a refreshing nap, she had fully replenished the energy expended during the earlier battle. Glancing down at her belly, Salen's gaze flickered. She was hungry. Looking around, a hint of confusion crossed her features. In the lair, aside from herself, there were only Billy and the others. And where was White, the dragon she had fought? Just then, her ears perked up at the sound of slightly labored breathing emanating from the tunnel outside the lair. After a moment's pause, Salen made her way outside. Soon, a familiar silhouette appeared before her eyes. Observing the powerless flapping of his wings, yet unable to ascend, Wei-Tei, startled, felt a wave of urgency and swiftly flew towards him. Your wings are injured? Upon hearing the sudden, anxious voice from behind, Wei-Tei turned to find Sai Lin darting towards him. After alighting beside him, she extended her claws to examine his dragon wings meticulously. Reacting quickly, Wei-Tei folded his wings in an instant, eyeing Sai Lin with caution. Noticing this, Sai Lin hurriedly exclaimed, "Do not move. For one without magical talent like you, your wings are of utmost importance. If they are damaged beyond repair, you will never fly again." At her words, Wei-Tei froze momentarily, then regarded Sai Lin with a peculiar expression. "Are you concerned about me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Sai Lin became momentarily stiff, then raised her dragon head high, glaring imperiously at Wei-Tei. "You are a worthy opponent in my eyes. If an avoidable injury were to impair your combat prowess, I would be profoundly disappointed." Wei-Tei stared at Sai Lin in astonishment, and after a while, he lowered his gaze and lay down. "Rest assured, I will not make such a fundamental mistake." Hearing this, Sai Lin cast a curious glance at Wei-Tei's trembling wings. "Then what is this?" Wei-Tei replied nonchalantly. "It is nothing. I have merely noticed that my wings have become a glaring weakness, so I am training them to overcome this flaw." "Training?" Sai Lin's eyes flickered with confusion. Wei-Tei noticed her bewilderment and, after a pause, curiously inquired, "Do you not know the meaning of training?" Sai Lin shook her head. "Of course I do, but we are dragons. We do not require training." Each cycle of slumber and awakening signifies our evolution in power. If one must speak of training, then sleeping is our form of it. It seems your inherited memories did not mention this. Upon hearing this, Weite suddenly recalled that his previous injuries had healed after a single rest, and he had even gained a portion of strength in the process. Yet soon after, his resolve firmed once more. Too slow. Chapter 12. The first lesson from Weite C. Too slow. Upon hearing this, Lin paused, her eyes igniting with battle spirit. Indeed, you are the most qualified to be my opponent. Weite glanced at Lin and then lowered his head, silently regaining his strength. While he agreed with her earlier statement, it sounded rather shameful, did it not? Just then, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Weite looked at Lin in confusion. The noise appeared to emanate from her direction. However, when he saw Lin abruptly crouch down, her belly pressed tightly to the ground. He seemed to understand and quickly averted his gaze. Based on the knowledge acquired from that world, he knew that if he dared to utter anything at this moment, he might very well be killed by her. Due to his practice in flight, his wings lacked any strength. Should she harbor any murderous intent, he would stand no chance of retaliation. Weite? Lin. The sudden voice attracted the attention of the two dragons. They were not far from the entrance of the dragon lair, and the voice came from outside. However, when both dragons looked towards the entrance, they were met with the sight of a massive head with wide, terrified eyes. This scene genuinely startled them. Lin instinctively took a step back. But upon regaining her composure, she lunged forward, letting out a low growl at the enormous creature, her form radiating a pearlescent glow. Calm down, Lin. It cannot. Or rather, it must not harm you. Nevertheless, you have surprised me. You have already begun to interact with the elemental forces of magic. Initially, Weite mirrored Lin's reaction, baring his sharp teeth. But upon hearing those words, he quickly came to his senses. Weite, it is I. As he spoke, the massive creature moved aside, revealing Weite's figure at the cave's entrance. Seeing Weite, both dragons retracted their claws. As they observed Weite entering the lair, dragging a creature behind her, curiosity flickered in Weite's eyes. What is that? He scrutinized the creature closely. It resembled a cow from that world, yet it was significantly larger, standing over 20 meters tall and measuring around 30 meters in length. Its body was covered in long brown fur, beneath which lay scales rather than skin. Its feet were not hooves, but claws, and its occasionally gaping mouth revealed 2 rows of teeth. Aside from 4 massive canines, the remaining teeth were flat, aptly described as omnivorous by the terminology of that world. Furthermore, this bovine creature sported a pair of spiral dragon horns on its head, and its tail was that of a dragon. This is the Busi Longsho, a gentle creature with a slow demeanor, diverse in types. This one is of the Xingyuan variety, residing in the Xingyuan mountains of the western Desai de Luo. Weite added, by the way, it is not yet an adult. An adult Busi Longsho would be roughly comparable in size to me. At this revelation, Weite's eyes sparkled with interest. Is this a dragon beast? It is a postnatal dragon beast, which, after millions of years of breeding, has fundamentally diverged from the original innate dragon beasts. Weite paused, then continued. Innate dragon beasts and postnatal dragon beasts are easily distinguishable. The former bears no distinction from dragons except in intellect. Weite's explanations were thorough regarding Weite's inquiries, as this intricate knowledge was crucial for Weite, who lacked inherited memories. Of course, information about the Busi Longsho was equally unfamiliar to Lin. After all, the Busi Longsho was merely an ordinary omnivorous dragon beast, not a formidable opponent worthy of being included in the bloodline heritage of dragons. However, if it is not yet an adult, what purpose does bringing it to the dragon lair serve? Weite smiled mysteriously. It is to provide you with your first lesson. Come inside with me. With that, Weite tugged on the tail of the small Busi Longsho and proceeded into the depths of the dragon lair. First lesson? Upon hearing this, Weite and Lin exchanged glances, curiosity sparkling in their eyes. They hurriedly followed suit, with Lin flying and Weite running. Noticing this disparity, a flicker of pity crossed Weite's gaze as she looked at Weite. Regardless of the potential of the power he inherited, flight would undoubtedly remain his most evident weakness. Before long, Weite followed Weite deep into the dragon lair, instinctively surveying his surroundings. The depths of the lair were exceedingly spacious. It appeared that even Weite could spread her wings to fly. No wonder a lair could accommodate 5 young dragons. Even if there were 50, it would not seem crowded at all. Weite's arrival roused the still sleeping by Li Sanlong. Upon awakening, the 3 dragons exhibited starkly different reactions. Ding and Ite greeted Weite before lying quietly, curiously observing the Bu Si Long show. Meanwhile, Billy circled around the Bu Si Long show, intrigued. As for Ao, disturbed from his slumber, he was decidedly displeased. But since it was Wen Si who interrupted his rest, he could only sulk in silence. As the 5 small dragons gathered, Wen Si grasped the utterly compliant Bu Si Long show and stood not far from them. Although he had just briefed Wit and Salen, he felt compelled to reiterate, this is a Bu Si Long show, a juvenile specimen. Adult Bu Si Long show vary significantly in size, depending on their species, but generally exceeds 600 meters, with the largest types reaching up to 800 meters. Upon hearing this, Wit momentarily froze, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. The measurement units of the 2 worlds are largely similar. Although he was uncertain if the concepts aligned, it would certainly facilitate his future studies. While Wit was momentarily distracted, Wen Si continued, our first lesson is quite simple. However, while it may appear straightforward to you, it could also prove challenging. Pausing for effect, Wen Si solemnly declared, the subject of our first lesson is slaughter. Observing the astonished faces of the 5 small dragons, Wen Si elaborated, I previously informed Wit and Salen that Bu Si Long show are gentle in nature, slow in movement, and diverse in kind. However, I neglected to mention that the flesh of Bu Si Long show possesses exceptional nutritional value, providing you young dragons with ample sustenance and energy. It will enable you to grow stronger. Thus, rather than merely being an exercise in killing, the first lesson is about learning how to procure your own food and how to foster your growth. So who wishes to go first? The tone of Wen Si's voice resonated with an unprecedented gravity. Upon hearing this, Wit felt an instinctive wave of resistance rise within him. The world contained within his inherited memories was predominantly peaceful, thus he instinctively recoiled from the notion of slaughter. Yet, he recognized that this world could be perceived as a mere dream, for what he currently experienced was reality, and reality is often harsh. In that moment, Wit was at a loss for how to respond. Glancing towards Salen and the others, he noted that the expressions of the other 4 small dragons mirrored his own bewilderment. Sensing their hesitation, Wen Si continued, Defies can offer you excellent protection, but this world is perilous. Relying on the protection of others is the mark of the weak. If you choose to embrace weakness, I have nothing further to say. However, if you aspire to take control of your destiny, then slaughter is an inevitability you must confront. At this juncture, Wen Si's tone softened. Slaughter does not symbolize anything inherently beautiful. If at all possible, I would prefer for you not to face it on the very second day of your existence. Regrettably, Defies is not formidable enough to allow you to grow without concern. I apologize. We brought you into this world, yet we cannot grant you freedom or security. Those must be earned through your own efforts. As Wen Si's words hung in the air, the cave fell silent, save for the frightened breaths of the juvenile Bu Si Long show. Yearning to escape, yet bound by an invisible force that rendered it immobile. I will go first. The dragons turned toward the source of the voice to see Salen stepping forward with measured steps. I shall go first, she stated, as if reassuring both herself and the others. Witnessing this, Wen Si dragged the Bu Si Long show closer, laying it down before her and directing her gaze towards Salen. Whether dragon or dragon beast, the neck is always a vulnerable point. Salen nodded, then approached the creature's neck. Taking a deep breath, she hesitantly extended her claws, compelling herself to focus on the Bu Si Long show's neck before plunging her claws down with determination. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the wound, soaking Salen, who stood at the site of the injury, now devoid of any pristine white. Yet, at that moment, her attention was not on herself. The warmth of the blood cascading over her body paled in comparison to the fading light in the creature's eyes, offering her a stark and visceral understanding of the fragility of life. Salen, life is delicate. If you do not wish to face your own mortality helplessly one day, then becoming strong is your only option. The first step towards strength is to ensure your growth, which necessitates sustenance. Upon hearing this, Salen's golden vertical pupils constricted sharply, and without further hesitation, she sank her teeth into the gaping wound. As she greedily consumed the warm flesh and blood, an ominous presence began to emanate from her, causing the other dragons to shudder with apprehension. Sensing this shift, Wen Si nodded with satisfaction before turning her attention to the other small dragons. With a swift motion of her claw, she summoned another Bu Si Long show to lie before her. Next, as soon as the command left her lips, Ao dashed towards the Bu Si Long show's neck, biting down fiercely, followed by the unmistakable sounds of voracious swallowing. Next, Wen Si shifted aside, conjuring yet another Bu Si Long show from thin air. The remaining 3 dragons exchanged glances before Billy stepped forward, followed by Ding Knight. Finally, Wit approached the newly summoned Busi Longshow's neck, an inexplicable light gleaming in his pupils. Is this truly a world governed by the law of the jungle? Contemplating this, Wit glanced at his claws before driving them into the Busi Longshow's neck. However, upon witnessing the blood gushing forth, his pupils dilated. An overwhelming sense of revulsion flooding his heart. By the time he regained his senses, he had instinctively distanced himself from the lifeless body of the Busi Longshow. Wit hesitated momentarily, then stared at his claws. Upon noticing the bright red stains, the intense feeling of disgust surged anew, prompting him to rub his claws against the ground. Observing this, Wentisi was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing?" Hearing her inquiry, Wit looked at Wentisi, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. "Wentisi, please help me clean them off." After a moment's hesitation, Wentisi extended her claw, tapping Wit's side. In an instant, a flame erupted, and within the blink of an eye, the blood on Wit's claws was incinerated, leaving him unscathed. Gazing at his now immaculate claws, Wit felt an unexplainable sense of relief. However, Wentisi's expression had grown serious. "Tell me, Wit, do you despise blood?" Upon hearing this, Wit turned to the pool of blood that had accumulated, then shook his head. "I do not loathe it, but I abhor the sensation of it clinging to me." A flicker of confusion crossed Wentisi's eyes. What a curious peculiarity. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further. After all, disliking the feel of blood was not a grave concern. What troubled her was the prospect of Wit harboring a distaste for blood itself, as that would indicate he might struggle to become a competent dragon. Casting a glance at the lifeless Busi Longshow, Wentisi hesitated once more. "How will you consume your food? Could you assist me in cooking it?" Wit inquired. Wentisi regarded him with a peculiar expression. "It is feasible, in fact. Some dragons do prefer their meals cooked, although the texture is not ideal." "Are you certain?" Wit nodded affirmatively, armed with the memories of that other world. He held no interest in consuming raw flesh. After all, even the beings who claimed to be human dined on cooked food. As a dragon, how could he indulge like a mere beast? Seeing Wit's resolute nod, Wentisi wasted no time. She extended her claw and touched the body of the Busi Longshow. A surge of intense flames erupted, enveloping the Bizalong beast. Soon, a rich aroma of roasted meat began to waft through the dragon's lair. This enticing scent attracted 4 other young dragons, while Salen and her companions were still devouring their meal. They caught a whiff of the unique fragrance in the air and turned their gazes toward its source, the Bizalong beast belonging to White, now surrounded by flames. Billy swallowed hard. "Ms. Wentisi, what is that?" Upon hearing his question, Wentisi glanced at Billy. "This is a delicacy. Would you like some?" Billy inhaled the distinctive aroma and nodded vigorously. Wentisi then turned to the other 3 young dragons. "What about you?" "Yes, me too. I want to try. I hope you won't regret this," murmured Wentisi as she tapped each Bizalong beast, causing flames to rise and the savory scent to intensify. Chapter 14. Let's call it the Starry Sky Dragon. Wentisi is so considerate. This was White's true thought as he indulged in the roasted Bizalong beast. The thoroughly cooked beast was tender and juicy, with a crisp exterior and a succulent interior. Furthermore, all the internal organs, except for the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys, had been incinerated by Wentisi. Remarkably, White had an extraordinary appetite. The Bizalong beast captured by Wentisi, although not fully grown, stood over 20 meters tall and measured more than 30 meters in length, with a remarkably robust physique. Salen and her companions managed to consume just about 1/10 of it, which was already quite impressive. However, White polished off his portion completely and even devoured the leftovers that he had gazed at longingly from Salen. Of course, he did not finish everything. A few bones remained. This scene left Salen and her friends utterly astonished. The amount consumed by White surpassed the combined total of the 4 of them, which was truly astonishing. Except for Wentisi. She was the only one unfazed by White's immense appetite. Noticing White had paused, Wentisi spoke. "White, regarding your situation, the examination results have come in." Upon hearing this, not only White but also Salen and her companions perked up, curious about White's lineage. "What am I?" Wentisi smiled helplessly, revealing her sharp teeth. "You should ask yourself that." White was taken aback. "What do you mean? Your father does not belong to any known species of dragon, so after discussion, we have decided to grant you the authority to name your own kind." White stared incredulously at Wentisi. "Is that even possible? Why not?" Wentisi shrugged her claws and continued. "Our kind, the Julong, is steeped in mystery. Among the 3 great dragon species, only the Julong can give rise to hybrids. Moreover, new dragon types appear periodically, such as Dexiadeluo, the only space dragon in existence." The 5 young dragons were astonished. "Isn't Dexiadeluo the name of our dragon lair?" noticing their bewildered expressions. When TC tapped her forehead, "Apologies, I seem to have forgotten to mention that the Dexiadeluo lair is named after its builder, Dexiadeluo. She is our dragon empress, who continues to protect all dragons residing in the Dexiadeluo lair, including us." Upon hearing this, White and his companions exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Could a dragon truly protect an entire lair? When TC glanced at White, "Of course. In fact, there are many. Each dragon lair has a guardian, though their powers and the scale of the lair vary. What is Dexiadeluo's standing among the various lairs? Her strength is considerable, ranking among the top 10 dragon lairs." "What are the top 10 dragon lairs?" When TC looked at White, somewhat helplessly, "You can find answers to such questions in the library. Right now, our priority is to discuss your matter." "My apologies." White hesitated. "Can I use the name Starry Sky Dragon?" "Of course, as long as you desire it." White's spirits visibly lifted. "Then it shall be the Starry Sky Dragon. I shall truly become a Starry Sky Dragon from now on." "Are you certain?" "This is a serious matter. If you choose this name, you will be the only Starry Sky Dragon in the world, and it cannot be changed." "I am certain." White nodded firmly. This was what his father had told him. He was indeed a Starry Sky Dragon. "Excellent." When TC smiled, then continued, "Now, we should discuss the matter of your physical form. Through the drop of dragon blood you provided, we have discerned certain aspects of your abilities. To put it simply, you are not devoid of elemental affinity. In fact, you possess two, fire and water, likely inherited from your parents. However, your body is unique. It consumes all elements that resonate with you. This talent must come from your father. The magical elements that are absorbed are used to strengthen your physical form, which is why you can fly solely using your wings. A robust physique requires energy to sustain it, which explains why you consume more than Salen and her companions combined." Upon hearing this, White's eyes brightened. "Does this mean I can use magic?" However, this time, when TC shook her head, White's expression dimmed. "No, it's uncertain." When TC continued, "We cannot determine at what stage your body will cease this ravenous consumption of resonant elements. Perhaps it will end after your juvenile phase, or during adolescence, or even in your youth. It might never cease. No dragon can ascertain this, as you are the first known giant dragon to exhibit this condition, though perhaps the second. However, we lack data on your father, so you remain the first." White looked at Wen TC with a glimmer of anticipation. "How long does the juvenile phase last?" 100 years. When TC noticed White falling silent again and awkwardly scratched her head, causing sparks to fly down. The 5 young dragons below had to hop to avoid them. To Wen TC, they were mere sparks, but to the little dragons, they were substantial flames. "Apologies, I should be more careful," said Wen TC as she lowered her claws and turned back to White. "Do not be disheartened, White. We will soon begin our magic studies. Perhaps this consuming ability will not hinder your spellcasting. Perhaps." White looked at Wen TC in exasperation. "If you can't offer comfort, then please refrain from trying." Such uncertain words only increased the anxiety of a dragon. Just then, a faint buzzing sound echoed within the dragon's lair. Although described as faint, it was quite clear in the semi-enclosed space. White and the others traced the sound and saw dozens of tiny creatures, no larger than their claws, flying in, heading straight for the leftover meat of the roasted Bizalong beast. The young dragons immediately became intrigued. "What are those? They look so small." Upon hearing the discussions of the little dragons, Wentz was initially taken aback, only to furrow her brow shortly thereafter. "Be cautious, do not approach them. Those are the Morse's long beasts." Chapter 15. The adorable little ones wandering in the dragon's nest. "Be cautious, do not approach them. Those are the Morse's long beasts." Hearing Wentz's warning, the 5 little ones, who had initially intended to capture and observe the flying creatures, halted in their tracks. The one asking the questions was still White. "Morse's long beasts? What are they? Are there such small dragon beasts in this world? Furthermore, how were they able to enter the dragon's lair? Wasn't it said that no other dragons could enter without our permission?" Upon hearing White's inquiries, Wentz did not respond immediately. Instead, she manipulated the fire element to create a semi-transparent red sphere, casually enveloping the 5 Morse's long beasts that had flown in. Subsequently, she placed the 5 Morse's long beasts before White and the others. "Normally, our second lesson would pertain to magic, but since you are intrigued by the Morse's long beasts, let us first familiarize ourselves with the dragon beasts that dwell among us." After a brief pause, Wentz continued, "There are numerous types of dragon beasts in existence. In this world, all living beings other than the dragons and all forms of flora are referred to as dragon beasts. This is not merely for convenience. Rather, our world was born from the collision of the powers of the Creator Dragon and the Annihilator Dragon. When the Creator Dragon departed, it left behind a drop of its blood, Therefore, all creatures in this world, even the plants, contain traces of draconic power, and the others, needless to say, are imbued with the bloodline of dragons. Among them, those endowed with wisdom are the dragon race, while those governed by beastly instincts are the dragon beasts. The Morse's long beasts belong to the smaller category of dragon beasts. The largest of the Morse's long beasts, the Pseudomorse's long beast, inhabits the jungles in the southern part of this world, and their size is 3 times that of the Isomorse's long beasts before you. As White listened to Wentz's explanation, he meticulously observed the Morse's long beasts floating before him. They resembled large flies from another world, albeit significantly larger. Approximately 5 centimeters in length, their bodies were oval-shaped, with small heads crowned by golden compound eyes that occupied 2/3 of their size. Behind the compound eyes were 2 diminutive dragon horns, and they possessed 2 pairs of transparent wings at the back, lacking dragon tails. Beneath their bodies were 6 slender dragon claws adorned with sharp barbs. According to Wentz, even the largest Morse's long beast measures only about 15 centimeters, which indeed classifies them as small when compared to the bus long beasts that grow to 30 meters before maturing. But why are they referred to as Isomorse's long beasts? White inquired. Wentz explained, the plains in the southern part of the Desidero Dragon's Nest are known as the ISU Plains. Given that the ISU Plains are surrounded by the Xingyuan mountain range, the Warren Great Rift, the Moonshadow River, and the Nightshade Jungle, the dragon beasts within the ISU Plains exhibit certain differences from those in other regions. Hence, the designation Isomorse's long beast arises. Then why are they considered dangerous? They appear so feeble with their slender legs that they couldn't even scratch my dragon scales. Moreover, I am more curious about their taste. As he spoke, Billy extended his tongue to lick the fire element sphere, only to have it instantly blistered. With a yelp, he quickly retreated a few steps, regarding the fire element sphere with trepidation. Wentz was clearly taken aback by the sight of a young dragon licking the fire element sphere. By the time she regained her composure, the incident had already transpired. Billy, I believe I must caution you that not everything is meant to be put in your mouth. This applies to the fire element sphere as well as the Morse's long beasts. Additionally, has your bloodline heritage not informed you that the resistance of dragons to magical elements comes from the dragon scales upon their bodies? As White and the others looked at Billy with bemusement, they instinctively distanced themselves from the fire element sphere, not wishing to suffer a similar fate. I apologize. I will not do it again. Chastised by Wentz, Billy quickly acquiesced, acknowledging his mistake. Wentz nodded, choosing not to continue her reprimand. The Morse's long beasts are among the weakest of all dragon beasts, easily eliminated by nearly any creature, barring plants. However, this does not imply that they lack danger. Wentz gestured for the 5 little dragons to observe the other Morse's long beasts that had flown in. At that moment, they were feasting upon the remains of the bus long beasts left behind. Moreover, new Morse's long beasts continued to arrive from outside. They are attracted to the scent of blood, and even a hint of it can draw numerous Morse's long beasts. However, the peril lies not in their numbers, but in the plagues they carry. Especially for newly hatched dragons like you, the resistance to such plagues is virtually non-existent. Therefore, you should avoid approaching both the Morse's long beasts and anything they have touched, particularly these foods, which are no longer safe for consumption. If, by unfortunate chance, you were to contract a plague, you would be left with no choice but to ingest those foul-smelling potions. Trust me, the taste of those potions could leave you devoid of any desire to eat for several days. Listening to Wentz's narration, White noticed that among the newly arrived Morse's long beasts, there were other creatures mixed in. They were similar in size to the Morse's long beasts, yet their appearance was entirely different. These little beings resembled miniature dragons. With dragon heads, horns, wings, claws, and tails, they possessed all the characteristics. However, upon entering, they did not, like the Morse's long beasts, descend upon the remains of the bus long beasts. Rather, they were preying upon the Morse's long beasts. Upon hearing White's exclamation, the other 4 little dragons turned their gazes toward the new arrivals, also expressing surprise. Yet Wentz displayed no hint of astonishment. Calculating the time, they should have arrived. Curious, White looked at Wentz. They? Are you referring to these little creatures? Additionally, do they belong to the dragon race as we do, despite their apparent differences in size? Wentz chuckled and shook her head. Certainly not. They are not of the dragon race. They are dragon beasts. This species is known as Chocho little dragons, and they are referred to as the friends of the giant dragons. This is simply because they are the natural enemies of the Morse's long beasts. With a broader smile, Wentz extended her claw toward one of the Chocho little dragons. The prodded Chocho little dragon let out a silent roar at Wentz, then suddenly expanded its body, transforming into a sphere approximately half a meter in diameter in the blink of an eye. Aren't they fascinating? Chapter 16. Magic is the mainstream, aren't they fascinating? Upon hearing this, the 5 little dragons paused momentarily, then curiously approached the inflated Cho-Cho little dragon, examining it closely. The bold Billy even reached out to poke it again. To his bewilderment, the Cho-Cho little dragon, despite being poked away, showed no intention of inflating again. Billy, they have already expanded to their maximum size. Upon hearing this, Billy's gaze shifted to the other Cho-Cho little dragons, who were joyfully hunting without having inflated. Salen Sanlong initially exhibited a hint of reserve. However, upon witnessing Billy repeatedly poke the 3-headed Cho-Cho Xiaolong until it inflated, they joyfully joined in the fun. Only Wei Te remained in a state of astonishment. Staring wide-eyed at the Cho-Cho Xiaolong that had initially been inflated by Wentisi, floating before him. The inflated Cho-Cho Xiaolong presented a translucent appearance, with only its belly swelling, causing it to resemble a chibi balloon drifting in the air, as described in that world's vernacular. Sensing that the little dragon posed no threat, the inflated Cho-Cho Xiaolong let out a long breath, and its swollen belly quickly returned to its original form. Overall, it still resembled a miniature version of a colossal dragon. How did they achieve this? Hearing Wei Ti's soft exclamation, Wentisi chuckled and began to explain, but before she could finish, a gasp erupted from Salen's direction. Wentisi and Wei Te turned to see Billy with his mouth agape, a bloated Cho-Cho Xiaolong stuck inside. It appeared trapped in Billy's mouth, its eyes filled with panic. Billy himself was equally flustered, desperately scratching at the inflated body of the Cho-Cho Xiaolong. Yet, the almost transparent exterior proved remarkably resilient, showing no signs of damage regardless of whether it was bitten or clawed. Wentisi sighed, somewhat exasperated. Billy, you still haven't grasped my words. Not everything can be shoved into your mouth. With that, Wentisi cautiously pinched Billy's tail and gave it a gentle shake. Of course, what was gentle for Wentisi was not perceived the same way by Billy, who felt every joint in his body stretch. The result was that after the Cho-Cho Xiaolong was flung away, Billy lay on the ground like a snake that had been caught and swung around, utterly exhausted. Although the Cho-Cho Xiaolong was small in stature, their skin was remarkably tough. At least, your little strength could not harm them. When threatened, the Cho-Cho Xiaolong would absorb a considerable amount of wind element, inflating their bodies, and under such circumstances, even a slight force would send them flying far away. This was their method of responding to external dangers. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Cho-Cho Xiaolong lacked any flesh. There was no need to categorize them within your dietary plans. Upon hearing Wentisi's words, Billy awkwardly covered his eyes, while Wei Te and the others could not help but chuckle. Once the laughter subsided, Wentisi continued, "All right, little ones, our uninvited guests may have brought you much amusement, but your task today is not solely to become acquainted with them." At this, Billy's interest was piqued again. Wentisi, isn't our task today to fill our bellies? Certainly not. The most important thing today is to understand magic. Upon hearing this, Wei Te's eyes immediately brightened. Wentisi elaborated, the prerequisite for using magic is learning, and the prerequisite for learning magic is understanding. Only by truly comprehending magic can you traverse further along the path of sorcery. I am aware that within your inherited memories lies detailed knowledge of the origins of magic and the foundational knowledge required. However, I reiterate, the knowledge contained within your inherited memories does not wholly belong to you. You still need to learn. Upon hearing this, Wei Te's gaze dimmed slightly. His inherited memories lacked any foundational knowledge of magic, and currently, he was unable to learn magic. So, was there really any necessity for him to engage in this learning? Sensing Wei Te's thoughts, Wentisi turned her attention to him. Wei Te, may I pose you a question? Taken aback for a moment, Wei Te quickly nodded. Of course. Wentisi smiled. Can you tell me what you most need to do before defeating your opponent? As she spoke, Wentisi turned to the other 4 little dragons. Certainly. If you are interested, you may attempt to answer as well. Wei Te pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, is it to train oneself to become stronger? I believe it should involve magic. Billy interjected immediately. Upon the topic of magic, he reverted to his previous aloof demeanor, remaining crouched on the ground with a cool, detached gaze, as if he had not just chased a Cho-Cho Xiaolong around in a frenzy. Ding and Ite hesitated for a moment. I agree with Wei Te's perspective. One should first strengthen oneself, as there are various methods to achieve strength beyond magic. Wei Te was momentarily taken aback, and then turned to see Ding and Ite looking back at him, nodding amicably. After a brief hesitation, Wei Te reciprocated with a nod, acknowledging him. Having regained his composure, he certainly did not believe that Wentisi would harbor any ill intent, so he had no thoughts of fleeing from Desaid Luo. Moreover, reflecting on the things he had previously imagined, Wei-Te wished to find a hole to bury himself in. Thankfully, no one was aware. Additionally, after his battle with Salen, he realized that the dream of having a dragon lair uniquely his was essentially futile. Thus, his best course of action was to cultivate good relations with the other 4 dragons, if he did not want to end up solitary in the future. However, the proud nature of dragons influenced him, preventing him from taking the initiative to befriend them. Yet, since Ding and Ite had extended an olive branch, he would not refuse. No, I believe the prerequisite for overcoming an opponent is to understand them. Salen maintained her dignified posture, her creamy white body exuding an air of sanctity. When TC praised, a most rational response, she then turned her gaze back to Wei-Te. Of course, your answers are not incorrect, merely somewhat vague. Additionally, the reason I asked this question was to convey to you, Wei-Te, that although you may not currently be able to cast magic, magic remains a knowledge you must acquire. Magic is the mainstream of this world. Even the least magically gifted earth dragons can wield magic. Understanding magic and learning magic will empower you to overcome it. Chapter 17. The magic Wei-Te can use. Understanding magic and learning magic will enable you to conquer it. Upon hearing Wen Tisi's words, Wei-Te's previously waning enthusiasm for magic reignited fervently. He may not yet wield magic, but if he gained sufficient understanding of it, then naturally, he would possess means to counter it. Even if it were merely a method, it was certainly better than knowing nothing. Noticing Wei-Te's renewed zeal for magic, Wen Tisi could not suppress a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat menacing. Yes, that was the expression. Wei-Te, I look forward to your performance. Moreover, even if you cannot learn other forms of magic, there is one spell that you will undoubtedly master. For this spell is inscribed deep within the bloodline of the dragon race. No matter how mutated your bloodline becomes, as long as you remain a dragon, you will be able to learn this magic. Upon hearing this, Wei-Te's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Wen Tisi, please tell me, what is this magic? What must I do to learn it? Dragon breath. Wen Tisi replied, and what you need to do is not much, for it is your innate ability. Dragon breath. Wei-Te repeated the name of the spell, his eyes shining ever brighter. Certainly, it was not merely the words of Wentz that suggested he could master this magic. Rather, when he heard the phrase dragon's breath, a stunning vision unfurled within the depths of his mind. A familiar figure stood amidst the starry sky, his father. Opposite him was a terrifying creature, vast as the stars themselves. The celestial behemoth. Unbidden, the name of that monstrous entity surfaced in his consciousness. In stark contrast to the cosmic beast, his father's form appeared diminutive. So small that he had no doubt the star-sized creature could inhale him like a mere speck of dust in the air. Yet, in the next moment, he beheld the golden patterns upon his father's body begin to glow, and radiant white flames, akin to flowing clouds, wafted forth from the corners of his father's slightly parted lips. Then, with a sudden motion, his father opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of viscous, searing flames that pierced through the very body of the celestial beast. The terrifying heat even warped the starry expanse. From his vantage point, he could see through the gaping hole, glimpsing the void behind the creature and the charred, carbonized flesh within. Was this the dragon's breath? Just as this thought crossed Witt's mind, the vivid imagery dissipated, and he wondered if it was merely an illusion. After the breath concluded, his father seemed to cast a glance in his direction. Witt. Wentz's voice pulled Witt back to reality. Noticing the concern in Wentz's eyes warmed Witt's heart, and he softly replied, I am well. I merely had a fleeting vision of my father wielding the dragon's breath. Upon hearing this, not only Wentz, but the other 4 young dragons were drawn to him. In truth, Witt's father had become a symbol of mystery in the eyes of these young dragons, a unique and extraordinary dragon. Could you describe it? Witt nodded and began to elaborate. Naturally, he could not recount the entire scene, as that would only lead Wentz to believe he was indulging in flights of fancy. Thus, in Witt's recounting, the battlefield transformed from a starry sky to a vast plain, and the adversary morphed from the celestial behemoth into an adult Bulu-long beast. Although he was unaware of the exact dimensions of an adult Bulu-long beast, he knew that even a juvenile measured dozens of meters in length, let alone the adult. After Witt finished his description, Wentz instinctively raised a claw, gently scratching her chin, a gesture indicating deep contemplation. However, the 5 younglings had to distance themselves from Wentz to avoid being struck by the falling flames. Your description of your father's breath aligns with the bloodline. The viscous white flames should be the magma breath of the red dragon. While a typical magma breath is red, it is entirely reasonable for your father, being an extraordinary dragon, to possess flames of a different hue. The instant penetration of an adult Bulu-long beast's body creating a charred, transparent hole. Indicates that your father's magma breath embodies properties of high temperature and penetration. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of fire toxicity. Indeed, it is a remarkably potent breath. Upon hearing Wentz's analysis, Witt felt a silent sigh of relief wash over him, followed by a flicker of joy. Will my breath resemble this? However, Wentz shook her head. Not necessarily. After all, while you possess half the bloodline of an extraordinary dragon, your exterior is that of a pure silver dragon, which implies your mother is formidable as well. The offspring of two equally powerful dragons will randomly inherit one parent's abilities. The breath is no exception. Though it felt a tinge of disappointment, curiosity soon followed. What is the breath of a silver dragon like? The breath of a silver dragon is known as elemental breath. Each silver dragon's breath manifests various elemental components, but at the very least, it will exhibit effects from 3 or more elements. Water element is guaranteed, as silver dragons are naturally attuned to water. That doesn't sound as cool as mine. The breath of the crystal dragon is called crystal breath, which sounds far more appealing than elemental breath. Upon hearing Billy's words, a peculiar glimmer flashed in Wentz's eyes. Billy, while I would prefer not to disrupt your imagination, I must regrettably inform you that among all dragon species, the breath with the least potency is indeed crystal breath. This is because crystal breath is not a purely magical breath. Is that the case? Billy lamented, burying his face in his paws. Wentz, can I pretend I didn't hear that? Of course, if you wish. After a brief pause, Wentz noticed the eager gazes of the other 3 dragons. With the presence of bloodline heritage, they undoubtedly understood what their breath would entail. However, they were more interested in Wentz's assessment. Faced with this, Wentz could only concede with a sigh. All right, I initially intended to take you all to practice our breaths, but since you're eager to listen, I shall elaborate a bit more. Upon hearing this, the 5 younglings became instantly exhilarated. They had not anticipated that breath would be the first magic they would learn. I know you are excited, but please allow me to finish. The breath of a green dragon has 2 varieties, toxic breath and nature breath, both of which are quite troublesome. The breath of a gold dragon is similar to that of a red dragon, also magma breath, but within the gold dragon's magma breath, there are both fire and earth magical elements. As for you, Selene, the holy dragon's light atomic breath is among the fastest and most penetrating, save for some exceptional dragons. At this point, Wentz lowered her gaze, observing the increasingly lively dragon den, and chuckled softly. Well then, it is time to practice our breaths. But this place is clearly unsuitable. Let us head outside. I shall leave this to the little balls of dragons. They will manage everything for us. Chapter 18. Feel the elements take a deep breath. Then exhale. Billy, you may want to slow down a bit. Beneath a colossal tree adorned with broad crimson leaves, Wentz lay prostrate on the ground, while Witt and the others formed a line opposite her, adjusting their breathing. However, the vibrant world surrounding them was irresistibly captivating to the 5 young dragons. They found themselves irresistibly drawn to the passing little dragons and other small draconic creatures. That is a pobby-long beast, Witt, but I hope you can focus on your breathing rather than on them. They will not assist you in successfully executing the dragon's breath. Upon hearing this, Witt's cheeks flushed. Fortunately, the dragon's skin was thick, and the surface was covered with scales, preventing other dragons from noticing his embarrassment. I apologize, Wentz, but they are simply too fascinating. They are called pobby-long beasts, right? I see them feeding on nectar. As he spoke, Witt's gaze inadvertently shifted back towards a nearby pobby-long beast, gracefully dancing around a large purple flower about a meter in diameter. To him, the pobby-long beast resembled the butterflies of that world, at least in terms of their colors and the way they fluttered around flowers. Yet, the pobby-long beasts appeared far more formidable than butterflies, excluding their wings. They measured around 20 centimeters in length, with wings significantly larger than their bodies, resembling dragon wings, adorned with tiny, multicolored scales. They also possessed antennae, but their eyes were located at the tips of those antennae, although they too consumed nectar. Their wide mouths and sharp teeth revealed when they voraciously sucked and chewed on the nectar, leaving Witt in no doubt that they could bite dragons. Witt, you have lost focus again. Upon hearing Wentz's words, Vett quickly redirected his gaze. My apologies. Wentz looked at Vett with a hint of exasperation, casually pulling back Billy, who was attempting to sneak away by grasping his tail. I believe it is not a wise choice for you to have the classroom outside rather than in the long cave. Perhaps it is time for us to return. At these words, the 5 little ones became anxious. Looking around at this vibrant world, and then thinking of the dim long cave, anyone would choose the former. Wentz, I promise to diligently complete the tasks you assign me, so can we stay outside just a little longer? Wentz regarded Vett thoughtfully for a moment. If you cannot manage that, We will return immediately. With this, Wentz turned her gaze to the other four, including all of you. The five little ones nodded in agreement. Very well, let us continue. The essence of dragon breath lies in exhalation. You must maintain a steady state of exhaling for as long as possible. Every time I bring newborn dragons like you, there are always some who forget they are breathing out and inadvertently inhale, injuring their mouths in the process. You do not have scales in your mouths, and if you hurt yourself, you can only watch as other dragons feast before you. Exhale, Billy. Just because I instructed you to exhale does not mean you cannot inhale. You are going to suffocate yourself. Went's eyes reflected her exasperation. This batch of little dragons is truly challenging to manage, although she thought this every single time. After a while, sensing that the little dragon's patience was wearing thin, Wentz called a halt. All right, this is not a habit that can be formed in a short time. For now, let us move on to the next step, sensing the magical elements. I will guide you in this for the first time. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and do not let distractions take hold. Focus on your feelings. As she spoke, Wentz released her mental energy. The newborn dragons were not yet familiar with magical elements, thus requiring her personal guidance. Vett listened intently to Wentz's instructions and followed her directives. He closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and tried not to think of anything. Suddenly, after a moment of disorientation, Vett found himself enveloped in a pitch-black environment. He attempted to open his eyes, but it was impossible. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught his attention, a fiery red, drifting slowly through the dark void. Soon after, a second dot appeared, a water blue light. As time passed, Vett noticed an increasing number of light dots, predominantly red and blue, with green being the third most common, while other colors were scarce. From the red and blue light dots, Vett sensed a familiar warmth. Observing these light dots, he understood they were the magical elements Wentz had mentioned. He attempted to draw closer to them, yet it was futile. The surrounding darkness confined him like shackles, rendering him immobile. It seemed that the blue light representing the water element and the red light representing the fire element sensed Vett's thoughts and flew towards him. Vett felt a surge of joy and anticipation at this sight. However, as they approached him, the water and fire element light dots suddenly charged towards him. Vett stared in shock, unsure of what was happening, but he could feel the elements expressing fear. This process resembled iron filings approaching a magnet. This was evidently not a good sign. Indeed, after absorbing some of the nearby fire and water element light dots, the remaining ones fled from Vett like startled deer. Watching this unfold, Vett felt a pang of anxiety. But just then, a flash of light illuminated his surroundings, and the darkness, and those light dots, vanished. Vett looked up in confusion, only to find Wentz gazing at him intently. Remembering the recent events, he quickly spoke up. Wentz, the magical elements are distancing themselves from me. Does this mean I am incapable of practicing magic? Upon hearing this, Wentz snapped back to reality, a flicker of resignation crossing her eyes. Vett, it appears the previous analysis of your blood was accurate. Your body is consuming magical elements, and you are unable to halt this consumption. This means the magical elements cannot respond to your call. Unless this consumption ceases, you truly cannot wield magic. I am sorry, Vett. At these words, a shadow of disappointment crossed Vett's eyes. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the confirmation still left him feeling despondent. However, rest assured that dragon breath differs from other forms of magic. It does not require the invocation of external magical elements to manifest, so you can still utilize dragon breath. Vett nodded and then turned to observe Celine and the others, who were still immersed in connecting with magical elements. This is already quite good, Wentz. What should I do next? Chapter 19. Vett's breath. Wentz, what should I do next? Vett, you need to rest. Taken aback by this, Vett walked towards the large purple flower he had seen earlier. The Pabalong beast was still consuming nectar, and upon noticing Vett's approach, it flapped its colorful wings in a display of defiance. Ignoring the creature's challenge, Vett approached the purple flower, but resting was not on his agenda. He spread his wings and took to the air. The defiant Pabalong beast became his training target. However, his goal was not to catch up to it in speed, which was an aspiration rather than a target. What Vett aimed for was simple: to hover in midair like the creature. While this was easily achieved by other dragons using magic to fly, it was not so for him. Merely flying drained a considerable amount of his energy. Wentz observed Vett, who was attempting to hover like the Pabalong beast, and after a moment of hesitation, chose not to intervene. She could not hinder a dragon striving to grow stronger. Celine and the others continued to sense the magical elements. At this moment, they were not the only ones surrounded by corresponding magical elements. Billy and the others began to accumulate a small amount of magical elements as well. As time passed, these magical elements grew increasingly abundant. Meanwhile, Vett was gradually exhausting himself as he continued to fly. Yet, he persisted. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back, his wings faltered, and he began to plummet. Just as he anticipated meeting a harsh landing, a claw caught him securely. Well, Went's scales were certainly much harder than the ground. Gasping, Vett looked up at Wentz with gratitude. Thank you, Wentz. Observing Vett's involuntary muscle spasms, Wentz sighed. Vett, I do not oppose your training methods, but you must ensure your own safety. Additionally, training is not something that can be achieved overnight. I look forward to the day you become stronger, but it will not be tomorrow or the day after. With that, Wentz gently set Vett down. It was then that Vett noticed Celine and the others had awakened, staring at him with determination in their eyes. Of course, Vett understood that this was not hostility. The dragons are imbued with a sense of pride. They disdain to bully the weak. Thus, when they confront you with a spirit of battle, it signifies their acknowledgement of your worth. In response to such recognition, Wei-Te found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, when Tai-Si broke the silence. All right, little ones. This is not the time for you to engage in combat. Noon is fast approaching, and I hope you can unleash your own unique dragon breath before it arrives. Even if it is as thin as your little claws. No, when Tai-Si, I believe it will be as thick as my forelimb. Billy declared confidently, raising his claw. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate it. When Tai-Si then turned her attention to Wei-Te. How do you feel now? Can you stand? Wei-Te did not respond verbally, yet his actions spoke volumes as he demonstrated his ability to rise. Excellent. Now we can commence. You have just witnessed what magical elements resemble. Now, you must harness your mental energy to seek out the magical elements within you. For this is the foundation of your breath. By the way, the magical elements within dragons are stored in the Long Jing, which is located atop your heads. Raise your claws if you have found it. As soon as she finished speaking, Sai Lin raised her claw. She had sensed the magical elements the previous night. And upon doing so, her Long Jing had responded. Very good, Sai Lin. A glimmer of pride sparkled in Sai Lin's eyes at the praise. It was then that Ding Nite also raised his claw, followed closely by Ao. However, to the dragon's surprise, the fourth to raise a claw was not Billy, but Wei-Te. Indeed, he had also discovered the location of his Long Jing. Nestled in his head, it was no larger than a fingernail. Yet he could distinctly sense the magical elements contained within. There were two types, fire elements and water elements. Meanwhile, Billy gazed in astonishment at Wei-Te's raised claw, then hastily began to search earnestly. Soon, he too raised his claw. Hey, I swear, if I had been serious from the start, I would have found it faster than you. Hearing this, the other dragons rolled their eyes, choosing to ignore the lively creature. When Tai-Si seemed to exhale in relief before continuing. Now, we will proceed to the second step. At the center of your chest, in the middle of your lungs, lies the key to a dragon's ability to unleash its breath, the elemental lung. If you have located it, raise your claws. Following Wen Tai-Si's instructions, Wei-Te delved into his chest cavity with his mental energy. The sight within soon unfolded in his mind. A powerful heart pumped crimson dragon blood through the veins, circulating throughout his body, while robust lungs efficiently extracted oxygen from the air to distribute it everywhere. Although he did not see any oxygen, knowledge from another world informed him that the air was filled with this vital element essential for life. Nevertheless, Wei-Te held his own opinion. This world possessed magic. Before long, he found the elemental lung as described by Wen Tai-Si, but it was not a fleshy organ. Rather, it consisted of two spaces within his body. Wei-Te's mental energy could not approach these two spaces, yet he could perceive the distinctly different auras emanating from them. One space radiated an intense heat capable of melting all, while the other exuded a chilling cold that froze everything in its path. Wei-Te was uncertain whether this was a normal occurrence, yet he was confident in the accuracy of the locations. Moreover, upon witnessing these two spaces, a powerful urge surged within him to channel the magical elements from his Long Jing into one of them. This was his intention, and he acted upon it, instinctively selecting the fire elements and the space radiating intense heat. As he summoned the elements, Wei-Te's mental energy swiftly diminished, causing him to abruptly withdraw from the introspective state. In the external world, Wei-Te, suddenly drained of energy, involuntarily opened his mouth in the astonished gaze of Wen Tai-Si and the other four young dragons. A blinding white flame began to escape from the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed, and a scale on Wen Tai-Si's chin began to emit wisps of smoke. Wei-Te collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 20. The Old Custom. The tidal maiden has departed. Wen Tai-Si felt the warmth emanating from her chin and looked at Wei-Te with astonishment. Who was she? The headmistress of the Desai de Luo Dragon Academy. one of the 5 legendary peak dragons of the Defies de Luo dragon nest. What does legendary signify? Among the 9 realms, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple crystal, legendary, mythical, legendary stands just below mythical. And mythical dragons have never been heard of since her birth over 8,000 years ago. Legends, however, were known and quite recent. The protector of this dragon nest, Defies de Luo, was the only legendary upper-tier dragon within the lair. This illustrates the extent of her power. Indeed, her dragon scales could significantly mitigate the damage from magical elements, particularly fire. For her, withstanding high-level fire spells was hardly a challenge. Yet, Wett's breath managed to elicit warmth from her. This meant that this little dragon, having been born less than 2 days ago, unleashed a breath comparable to high-level fire magic. In a surprise attack, Wett's dragon breath could potentially harm opponents below the golden tier, including those at the golden level. While temperature does not entirely reflect power, and causing harm does not equate to victory, this was nonetheless astonishing. The potency of such a dragon breath was evidently beyond that of an ordinary young dragon. Contemplating this, Wen-Tai regarded Wei-Tai with a complex expression. She had initially thought that, without the ability to cultivate magic, Wei-Tai would be merely an ordinary dragon. Yet now, she realized it was time to redefine his future. Moreover, Wei-Tai, promise me that unless a dragon betrays Defies de Luo, your breath must never be directed at the dragons of Defies de Luo, especially. Here, Wen-Tai cast a glance at Sai Lin and the others. She chose not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Wei-Tai, who had exhausted nearly all his strength with that single breath, was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes brightened. So, does this mean my breath is quite powerful? Wen-Tai nodded emphatically. Very powerful. No young dragon that has not yet surpassed the juvenile stage could possibly withstand your breath. Upon hearing this, Sai Lin and the others regarded Wei-Tai with newfound caution. They had been taken aback by the earlier breath, and coupled with Wen-Tai's almost exaggerated reaction, it was evident that the power of Wei-Tai's breath far exceeded their expectations. On the other hand, Wei-Tai met Wen-Tai's serious gaze and nodded. I understand. Wen-Tai, from now on, I will refrain from using my breath unless absolutely necessary. In response, Wen-Tai's gaze softened as she looked at Wei-Tai. Wei-Tai, I am pleased to hear you say that. Defies de Luo is a dragon lair that cherishes peace. Ordinary roughhousing, battles, and even injuries are not significant matters. However, if a dragon is harmed with malicious intent, the perpetrator will be permanently expelled from Defies de Luo. If it results in death, the best outcome would be expulsion. I witnessed your arrival in this world, and to me, you are all my children. I sincerely hope you never reach that point. With that, Wen-Tai cast a deep gaze at Wei-Tai, then gently asked, how do you feel now? Do you need me to return you to the dragon lair early? Wei-Tai shook his head. I just feel a bit tired. Resting here for a while will suffice. Wentz nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze towards Selin and the others. White has provided us with an excellent demonstration, so now it is your turn. Utilize your mental energy to guide the magical elements within the dragon crystal, infuse them into the elemental lung, and then open your mouths to exhale. Remember, it is an exhalation, not an inhalation. You would not wish to discover the true strength of your dragon breath. Under Went's guidance, Selin and the others began to attempt their own dragon breaths. White lay nearby, observing intently, eager to ascertain whether his breath's potency was an anomaly or if each young dragon possessed such formidable power. Soon enough, Selin, unsurprisingly, became the second young dragon to unleash her breath, strikingly similar to White's. A flash of white light appeared, and then Selin's spirit visibly waned at a remarkable speed. However, unlike White, Selin's breath lacked a gestation period and did not produce the searing white flames. Coincidence or intention, this breath also landed upon Wentz Jin. Wentz, however, did not mind in the slightest. Excellent, Selin. Quite powerful. Selin gazed at the unaffected scales on Wentz Jin, a flicker of discontent passing through her eyes. How did she measure up to White? Wentz found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to address Selin without damaging her pride. Yet, this silence was, in fact, more distressing for the dragon. Observing Wentz's silence, Selin quietly moved aside and lay down, her eyes fixated on White, making him feel quite uneasy. Fortunately, Ao's actions diverted Selin's attention. Golden flames spilled from Ao's mouth, followed by a fan-shaped torrent of molten breath. Most of the lava landed on Wentz Jin, flowing down, while some splattered onto the grass below. The flowing lava ignited the weeds on the ground, and even the pebbles melted under its intense heat. Well done. The lava's viscosity is commendable, and the temperature is exceptionally high, not to mention the presence of fire poison, true molten breath. Upon hearing this, Ao cast a glance at White before lying down. His eyes slightly squinted. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Ao's gaze continuously flitted between White and Selen. The fourth was Billy. In stark contrast to the previous three dragons, Billy's breath first coalesced within his large mouth, transforming into a fiery red sphere. Subsequently, streams of red energy erupted from the sphere, quickly forming sharp-edged, diamond-like rubies. Encased in fire elements, the rubies rained down towards Wentz Jin, shattering upon contact with his scales. Wentz observed Billy, who appeared exhausted yet brimming with pride, and his lips twitched slightly. Ah, a genuine crystal breath. Upon hearing this, Billy's expression fell, if he recalled correctly. According to Wentz, the crystal breath was the weakest among all dragon breaths. Finally, it was Dynet's turn. A green beam, reminiscent of a miniature waterfall, burst forth from Dynet's mouth, equally landing on Wentz Jin, clearly eliciting no reaction. However, the looks exchanged among White and the others bore a hint of gravity. This seemingly weak breath had stripped the grass between Dynet and Wentz of its vitality. Indeed, it was devoid of life. Both the grass and the ground manifested a lifeless, grayish-white hue. After a moment of surprise, a flicker of joy passed through Wentz's eyes. Well done, Dynet. A natural breath more potent than toxic breath. Dynet smiled wearily upon hearing this, not allowing himself to become conceited or exhibit any other reaction. Chapter 21. Boke. After White and the others successfully unleashed their breaths, Wentz did not immediately lead them back to the academy. Instead, he permitted them to roam within a radius of several hundred meters around the clearing. In Wentz's words, "Your talents are the finest I have ever encountered." Typically, young dragons require numerous attempts, sometimes dozens, to succeed. As a reward, I allow you to enjoy some time outside. Upon hearing this, the previously lethargic young dragons instantly perked up. The memories of their lineage do not mention the mundane, colorful plants, so for Selen and the others. Even confined to a space of just over 100 meters, this small area was still brimming with novelty, even for the usually taciturn Ao. Only White remained unaffected. The enormous, somewhat peculiar plants certainly captured the attention of young dragons, but to White, they were merely plants. Although his father did not impart any combat experience, he did leave him with an entire world of wonders. Those peculiar plants were merely that, plants. In comparison, he longed for his stamina to recover swiftly so he could resume his flight training. Furthermore, he wished to train his breath. While his breath was the most powerful among the five, it was precisely this strength that led Wentz to impose restrictions. Of course, White understood that Wentz meant well. However, to White, breath represented an uncontrollable force. An uncontrollable force is akin to having no power at all. Thus, White resolved to train his breath diligently, particularly focusing on its strength. Naturally, this training plan would come after his flight training. After all, given his current stamina and magical energy reserves, even attempting to train was exceedingly difficult. After a single breath, merely standing was a considerable challenge. Moreover, he had not forgotten that he possessed another form of breath. That should be the power left to him by his mother. The dragon race generally holds a rather weak concept of parental bonds, at least. White did not observe any attachment to parents among Selen and the others. Yet, White was different, as his memories of that world placed his parents in a significant position in his heart. This was also the reason for White's yearning for the starry sky. Aren't you going to play with them? Upon hearing a voice nearby, White looked up to find Wentz gazing at him with a gentle expression. Meeting Wentz's gaze, White shook his head. There's nothing entertaining. I want to recover quickly and continue training. After a pause, White suddenly remembered something. Wentz, do you have any methods to rapidly enhance stamina? With my current energy, it is difficult to engage in effective training. Upon hearing this, Wentz let out a somewhat helpless sigh. White, you must understand, today marks only your second day in this world, and the juvenile period of a dragon lasts approximately 100 years. You are not permitted to leave the dragon's nest until you reach the adolescent stage, which is nearly 200 years away. Whatever you wish to do, White, in truth, you need not be in such a hurry. Over 300 years is ample time to enhance your strength. Only adolescents can leave the dragon's nest. Indeed, the outside world is fraught with dangers, and neither juvenile nor adolescent dragons are equipped to confront them. Hearing this, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in White's eyes. Observing White's dejection, Wentz could not help but inquire. Is there anywhere you wish to go? Did your parents send you there? White shook his head, refraining from responding and instead gazing at the sky. Wentz, what is the starry sky like? Wentz hesitated for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his eyes. I have never been there and am unaware of its appearance. But I have heard from Luo that beneath the beautiful facade of the starry sky lies a deadly peril. There is no air to breathe, an endless gale that cannot be seen, and a frigid, desolate void. Is that true? Wei Te murmured softly before settling down, covering himself with his wings. When Taisi, witnessing this, shook his head helplessly and then squinted his eyes. Deep within the expansive dragon lair, various snores of differing pitches echoed back and forth. Wei Te lay in the corner, devoid of any drowsiness. The aroma of roasted meat lingered in the air from the morning. However, the remaining roasted meat had vanished upon their return. Along with it, the Mo Air Sea Dragon beasts and the Chio Chio little dragons had also disappeared. It was uncertain whether the roasted meat had been devoured by the Mo Air Sea Dragon beasts or the Chio Chio little dragons. Raising his head, Wei Te glanced at the peacefully sleeping Sai Lin and the others before cautiously standing up and making his way outside. Moments later, he squatted at the entrance of the dragon lair, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He still remembered when Taisi's earlier warning. Although he was unsure of what might transpire, he presumed it would not be pleasant. However, with silence enveloping the outside and the other dragons likely asleep, venturing out for a mere look should not pose any danger, right? With this thought, Wei Te cautiously extended half of his body, glancing left and right. The spacious corridor lay empty. Seeing this, he carefully stepped out of the dragon lair. Approaching the edge of the stone corridor, he looked down to find the once bustling square, now devoid of any dragons. Wei Te's heart instantly eased, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Stretching his wings, he leaped downward, his body sinking slightly before stabilizing midair. Then, he soared upward. The Dragon Academy consists of 9 levels, and Wei Te's dragon lair is on the 6th level. His current destination is the opening above the 9th level. From his vantage point, he could already see the starlight spilling through the opening, although it was predominantly moonlight. Only 3 levels to go. It should be manageable, Wei Te thought. However, these 3 levels turned out to be much higher than he had anticipated. After merely ascending 2 levels, he began to feel fatigued. Glancing up at the stone corridor of the 9th level, he gritted his teeth and desperately flew toward it. Fortunately, luck was on his side, as Wei Te successfully landed on the stone corridor of the 9th level. Just as he sighed in relief, a voice, low and husky, suddenly resonated behind him. Look, I've caught a young dragon wandering at night. Wei Te froze, the unexpected voice nearly causing every scale on his body to stand on end. Trembling, he turned around to see a dragon emitting a faint azure glow, roughly the same size as when Taisi, standing not far behind him. Of course, that wasn't the focal point. The significant detail was that he could see through the dragon's body to the rocky wall of the corridor behind it. In an instant, Wei Te recoiled in shock. Hello, you may call me Boku. How did you faint? Chapter 22. The terrifying laboratory. As Wei Te opened his eyes, he stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? After these 3 questions, Wei Te managed to grasp his current situation. He had secretly slipped out of the dragon lair, aiming to fly to the exit at the top of the academy to gaze at the stars. However, upon reaching the 9th level, he became fatigued, intending to rest momentarily before flying out, only for a ghostly dragon to appear behind him. Then, he remembered nothing. Well, he still hadn't figured out where he was. Nevertheless, it must be related to that ghostly dragon. With this thought, Wei Te stood up and began to survey his surroundings. This was a vast, open cavern, illuminated by soft light, much brighter than their dragon lair, with an indescribable odor permeating the air, somewhat unpleasant. In the distance, he spotted some stone platforms, on which were numerous containers that appeared to be made of crystal, filled with liquids of various colors. Further away, there were some stone racks displaying enormous crystal containers, seemingly holding something. From his position, he couldn't see clearly what it was. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Te approached the stone racks, intrigued by the contents of those massive crystal containers. It felt remarkably similar to the laboratory of a mad scientist from another world. Yet, this was not that world, and he was uncertain whether humans even existed here. Surely, there couldn't be any mad scientist, right? However, reality proved he was too naive. As Wei Te drew closer, the contents of those crystal containers gradually became clearer. Upon recognizing what they were, every scale on Wei Te's body stood on end, resembling rippling water. What did he see? Eyeballs, enclosed within a cylindrical crystal container large enough to entirely hold him, filled with pale green liquid, floated eyeballs with golden pupils. Each eyeball was about the size of Wei Te's head, suggesting that their owners were certainly not small. But that wasn't all. The stone racks were filled with such cylindrical crystal containers. There were more than just the one in front of him containing eyeballs. Furthermore, Each eyeball within the containers was not identical. They varied in size, pupil shape, and even pupil color. The last detail was the most crucial. Although Wei Te had no inherited memories, both he and Sai Lin, as well as Wen Te Si, had pupils that shone with a golden hue. In contrast, the pupils of those dragon beasts were golden. It was easy to deduce that at least the dragon species possessed pupils of a radiant golden color. Yet, in a different crystal jar that Wei Te was observing, there floated an eyeball with a radiant golden pupil. That was undoubtedly the eye of a dragon species. However, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to another crystal jar not far away. The dragon scales, which had finally settled, erupted once more. The reason being that within that crystal jar floated a young dragon, its size several times larger than his, and while he couldn't say it looked exactly like him, it bore a striking resemblance. A silver dragon. I discovered it deep within the Xing Yuan mountain range. The sudden voice startled Wei Te. Turning to look, he saw the ghostly dragon from before, floating nearby, gazing at the silver dragon encased in the jar with a pensive expression. Did you kill it? Wei Te involuntarily asked, not even realizing how dry his voice sounded when he uttered those words. Of course not. It was infected with a plague, without the care of an adult dragon. A young dragon infected with the plague cannot possibly survive. By the way, what kind of image do you have of me? As he spoke, Bo Ku's gaze toward Wei Te held a hint of peculiarity. If he recalled correctly, he hadn't done anything to that young dragon. Ghostly dragon? Upon hearing this, Bo Ku paused for a moment, then appeared to understand. You must be Wei Te? Wei Te stared in astonishment at Bo Ku. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. Wentesh has sent your blood for examination and casually mentioned your condition. It appears she was not mistaken. You are indeed yet another young dragon devoid of a proper bloodline legacy. Moreover, your dragon blood possesses remarkable qualities. I have never encountered such a potent essence before. If possible, upon hearing this, Wei Te immediately curled around his tail and emitted a low growl towards Bok. In response, Bok merely exhibited a hint of disappointment. Very well. It seems you are reluctant. Nevertheless, this is precisely what you require at present. No sooner had the words left his lips than a deceased Busi dragon beast materialized before Wei Te. Its size nearly 1/3 larger than the juvenile he consumed earlier that morning. Gazing at the Busi dragon beast, a look of bewilderment crossed Wei Te's face. After you fainted, I brought you back and conducted a cursory examination, discovering that your fainting spell resulted from exhaustion. Hence, I procured this dragon beast for you. Your body is in dire need of sustenance, likely due to the attributes of your formidable dragon blood. It will endow you with an exceptionally strong physique. Yet it demands a substantial amount of energy. Your appetite should vastly exceed that of your peers. Am I correct? That is the reason. And you will find yourself hungry quite rapidly, especially after vigorous activity. It is imperative to replenish your energy swiftly to avoid another fainting episode. This is something you must communicate to Wentesh. Or shall I assist you? Upon hearing this, Wei Te shook his head. No, thank you. I will speak with Wentesh. However, he glanced at the Busi dragon beast. Could you assist me in cooking it? Certainly, but are you certain? The texture of cooked food is rather poor. Wei Te nodded. I prefer cooked meals. Upon hearing this, Bok nodded in agreement and summoned a surge of azure energy from his being, lifting the Busi dragon beast before gliding towards the stone platform. Intrigued, Wei Te followed closely. Bok retrieved a massive crystal container, placing it upon the stone surface before commencing the process of skinning, eviscerating, and cleansing the beast, ultimately placing the remnants into the crystal vessel. The discarded parts were all deposited into a hollow recess at the edge of the stone platform. Wei Te witnessed a flash of light, and those remnants vanished without a trace. Bok, Wei Te exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. What? You may refer to me as Bok, or simply call me Master. In due time, once your magical abilities stabilize, I shall teach you the art of potion making. By the way, I am not a ghost dragon, but rather a wind element giant dragon. Chapter 23. The magic array. By the way, I am not a ghost dragon, but rather a wind element giant dragon. Upon hearing this, Wei Te was momentarily stunned. Are there truly ghost dragons? Bok nodded and added with a smile. However, they differ somewhat from your imagination. Ghost dragons possess corporeal forms, while only elemental giant dragons are formless. From an external perspective, ghost dragons are actually more akin to the dark magic dragons among the exotic giant dragons. And in terms of bloodline, they are closer to the black dragon among the 5-colored dragons. I understand that you lack a standard inheritance memory. No amount of explanation can replace your own understanding through experience. You must have learned about breath attacks today, correct? Seeing Wei Te nod, Bok continued. Tomorrow you will likely have a day of rest. Perhaps Wentesh can take you to the library on the 8th floor for a visit. You should not be out at night, young dragon, especially one as newly hatched as yourself. Adequate sleep is essential for your rapid growth. Under normal circumstances, if you eat well during the day and sleep soundly at night, within 2 years, your length will increase from around 1 meter to 5 meters. Consequently, your size will be more comparable to those juvenile dragons that hatched before you, as the maximum size for juvenile dragons is only about 10 meters. This will grant you the right to roam freely within the Dragon Academy. If your size is too diminutive, other juvenile dragons may inadvertently harm you. Should you miss this 2-year window, your size will forever remain smaller than your contemporaries. Additionally, when Tesh should have advised you not to venture away from the dragon's lair alone, Waite fidgeted with his tail anxiously. Well, it is nighttime, and there are no other juvenile dragons around. I merely wish to gaze at the stars. I do not intend to spend the night outside. I simply find it difficult to sleep at the moment. Upon hearing this, Boke first appeared taken aback before scrutinizing Waite from head to tail. Your mental acuity certainly seems more active than that of a typical newly hatched dragon. This may be an issue related to your bloodline. Boke paused, observing Waite as he again clutched his tail, baring his teeth and growling softly. Boke hesitated, then softened his approach. Very well, relax. I merely offered a suggestion. If you are unwilling, then so be it. By the way, here is something for you. As he spoke, Boke placed a small jar of milky liquid before Waite. This is the juice extracted from the crushed duamia flower, which effectively promotes sleep. Although your inability to sleep may be linked to your bloodline, not sleeping or sleeping insufficiently is certainly detrimental. In truth, a sleeping potion would be more effective. But for one as newly hatched as yourself, the raw extract of the duamia flower is preferable. However, for Boke, this small jar was relatively insignificant. For Waite, this so-called small jar was considerably larger than the crystal container housing the silver dragon. Noticing Waite's peculiar gaze, Boke quickly grasped the situation. Very well. It seems this is indeed oversized for you. I suppose I shall have to visit you daily. He then tucked away the jar containing the duamia flower juice. Is there not a smaller container? You just mentioned that we will be attending your potion-making classes. Will all the equipment we use be of such size? Certainly not. Boke shook his head. However, even the smallest containers will still be somewhat large for you. As I previously mentioned, the first 2 years after hatching are when your bodies grow the most rapidly. Therefore, your potion-making lessons will commence only once your growth stabilizes, which will be approximately 2 years from now. Waite watched as the pot containing the Busi dragon meat began to simmer, unable to suppress a swallow. 2 years? Does that not seem exceedingly long? Boke manipulated the wind element to stir the contents of the pot. Is 2 years truly so long? Speaking of which, I have not enjoyed a proper sleep in quite some time. When Chiron returns, I intend to indulge in a long slumber. After a brief pause, Boke continued. Do not rush. Your dragon life has only just begun. Time is the least valuable commodity for dragons. Waite remained noncommittal, his gaze drifting toward the peculiar patterns glowing with a red hue beneath the pot. Who is Chiron? Furthermore, what is this? Chiron is another instructor well-versed in potion making. She has gone in search of materials for potion crafting and may not return for several decades. If she were present, my tasks would be considerably easier. As for this, it is a constant temperature array, essential for potion making. Waite's attention shifted once more to the hollow where Boke had discarded the remnants. Is that also a magic array? That is an annihilation array. It would be wise to keep your distance. Should you inadvertently inject elements into it, your dragon life will come to an abrupt end, leaving not a single scale behind. Waite inhaled sharply. Is it truly that perilous? No sooner had he uttered the words than he caught a glimpse of a playful glimmer in Boke's eyes. You jest. Have I frightened you? In truth, if this magic array were as dangerous as I claim, I would not allow you to stand upon a shattering array. By the way, I have used it to obliterate countless magical materials. Vett hurriedly scampered away. Even though Boko had said the magic array wasn't dangerous, the mere thought of such a hazardous thing being right under his feet still filled him with fear. Now what? That is also a constant temperature array. After bustling about for quite a while, Vett finally found a spot without an array. Looking at Boko's narrowed, smiling eyes, Vett turned his head sullenly towards the pot. Is it not ready yet? Needs a little more time. If you don't mind it being undercooked, you could eat it now. Actually, I'd prefer you eat it raw. That tastes amazing. Vett quickly shook his head, then looked Boko up and down. His body was entirely composed of cyan wind elementals. He stood on 2 feet, but floated over all. His forelimbs were small. His wingspan more than double his body length, and his dragon tail was slender and long. With a body like that, you keep emphasizing taste. Does that mean you need to eat too? Hearing this, Boko grinned, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. Then, to Vett's astonishment, he suddenly solidified. The general form didn't change, still science scales, but now there was a physical body. Actually, this is the true form of an elemental dragon. And just now, this is an ability unique to elemental dragons, elementalization. As he spoke, Boko's body turned transparent again. I just find it easier to move around like this. So I usually maintain an elemental state. He paused, his gaze shifting to the pot on the constant temperature array. It's done, but needs a bit of this. Saying this, Boko took out the domia flower sap he had put back earlier. After a glance at Vett, he added just a single drop. Eat in peace. I'll send you back in a bit. Vett turned to look at the silver dragon placed in a crystal jar on a distant stone shelf. Then looked back at Boko. Let's be clear first. You can't take my blood while I'm asleep. Chapter 24. O speaks, opening his mouth in a big yawn. Vett then casually brushed away the tail that was patting his face before opening his eyes to look around, seeing the familiar surroundings. Vett froze for a moment before remembering what happened last night. Well, after eating, I just blacked out. That domia flower sap is too effective. Next time, I'll have to ask Boko to add less. Domia flower? What's that? And who is Boko? Also, when did you sleep next to me? The sudden voice jolted Vett fully awake. Turning his head, he saw Celine looking at him with curiosity. Vett quickly stood up, scanning the surroundings. Only then noticing he was standing right where Celine had slept last night. Ahem, if I said I was sleep-dazed and accidentally rolled over here, would you believe me? Celine, however, waved her tail dismissively. More importantly, I'm more curious about what domia flowers and Boko are. Hearing this, Vett glanced at the still-sleeping trio, Billy, O, and Dinette, hesitated, then said, Boko is the Academy's potions teacher. Domia flower is a material used in potion making. At this, Celine's eyes lit up instantly. You went out last night. Vett hurriedly stepped forward and covered Celine's mouth with his claw, then cautiously looked towards the other 3 dragons. Seeing they hadn't been disturbed, he let out a sigh of relief. But he sighed too soon, having her mouth suddenly covered by Vett. Celine wasn't about to let it go. She opened her mouth and bit down hard on Vett's claw. The result? Celine covered her mouth, tears welling in the corners of her eyes, looking at Vett with indignation. My teeth hurt. It's way too hard. Vett looked at his own claw, momentarily stunned. If he remembered correctly, during their fight the day before yesterday, Celine's bites had hurt him quite a bit. But now, he didn't feel a thing. Flapping the wings on his back, Vett noticed they were stronger than yesterday. No wonder Boko said sleep is extremely important for newly hatched dragonlings. In just one night, my physical strength has improved this much. But now was clearly not the time to think about this. Seeing the fire rising in Celine's eyes, Vett quickly took a few steps back. You're the one who bit me. This has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Celine's expression faltered. She then retracted the wings she had begun to spread. Come here. I won't hit you. What for? Saying this, Vett nonetheless took a few steps forward as told. Seeing this, Celine stepped forward and reached out a claw towards Vett. Noticing his wary look, she said, How did your scales suddenly get so hard? I feel a bit stronger than yesterday too, but not as noticeably as you. What did you do last night? Vett, you didn't stay in the lair like Winters said, but went out instead? A loud voice startled both Vett and Celine. Vett looked towards the source of the voice and saw Billy staring intently at him. Well, and O and Dinette too. Vett shot a reproachful glance at Celine before saying helplessly, I couldn't sleep, so I thought since everyone else was probably asleep at night, I'd go out and look around. More than that, I'm curious what exactly you did. Why do you seem to be growing faster than we are? A slightly cool voice rang out. The dragons were momentarily stunned before realizing it was O who had spoken. Then, Billy and Dinette looked at O in confusion. What do you mean? Growing faster? Haven't you noticed? O stared intently at Vett, then continued, his size is much larger than yesterday. While we've all grown a bit, his growth isn't as noticeable as ours. Hearing this, Celine was the first to react. Now that you mention it, you really have grown quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Billy immediately ran to Vett's side and gently tapped his wing. Brother, keeping secrets to yourself isn't good. Hurry up and tell us what you saw last night. Celine and the others looked at Billy with exasperation. Your focus is off. However, because of this, Celine and the others realized their behavior might be somewhat inappropriate. O hesitated, then spoke. I apologize. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. If it's inconvenient to say, just pretend I didn't ask. Hearing this, Vett looked at O with some surprise. He had always been quiet and reserved, making Vett think he'd be hard to get along with. But now it seemed he might just be like Vett himself, not good at interacting with others. Shaking his head, Vett said, Actually, I don't know what happened either. If there's any difference between us, it might just be that I ate another booth dragon last night. Boko got it for me. Yesterday, when I couldn't sleep and went up to look at the stars, I met Boko on the 9th floor resting area. He'll be our future potions teacher. I passed out from exhaustion. He said my constitution is different from yours and that I need more energy. Other than that, there's only the domia flower sap. But that's to soothe my overly active mental energy, simply put, to help me sleep well. And that's exactly what happened. Hearing Vett's words, the other dragons understood. They hadn't forgotten Vett's terrifying appetite. It seemed Vett's appetite was even greater than what he'd shown yesterday. As for now, they weren't even very hungry. If it's about innate talent, then there's nothing we can do. But, brother, when you go out tonight, can you take me with you? You're too close. Too close. Vett took a step back before looking at Billy. I wouldn't recommend you do that. In fact, Boke mentioned that starting today, he would visit me every evening to provide the juice of the domia flower. Not to mention bringing you along. I myself find it difficult to venture out. Additionally, Boke informed me that during the first 2 years post-birth, daily sleep is crucial for our development. Insufficient sleep could lead to a permanent impact on our growth, causing us to be smaller than our contemporaries. Upon hearing this, Billy offered a sheepish smile. Then I suppose I shall take a nap. With that, Billy returned to his previous corner and lay down, only to suddenly raise his head to gaze at White. Brother, do you think if I sleep a little longer, I might grow larger? White's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. This fellow's thought process is always so uniquely peculiar. Of course not. White turned towards the source of the voice and saw Wentz standing at the corridor entrance, looking at him with a gentle gaze. Chapter 25, The Library. Noticing Wentz's attention, White felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head. I apologize, Wentz. I truly couldn't sleep last night. Wentz entered with a light chuckle. No need for apologies, White. In fact, I should be the one apologizing. I should have noticed your differences sooner. When you utilized your breath without me explaining its specific application, I should have realized that your mental energy is more vibrant than that of Lin and the others. Furthermore, I regret not noticing your physical condition until this morning when Boke found me and informed me that you had fainted. Observing the seriousness etched on Wentz's face, White stammered. You need not apologize. You have already taken great care of me. Hearing this, Wentz smiled and shook his head. All right, enough of this. Today's meal is this, a fully grown buslong beast. With a flick of his claw, the corpse of a buslong beast, comparable in size to Wentz, appeared within the dragon's lair. White swore that its length surely reached 500 to 600 meters. However, compared to the sheer size of the fully grown buslong beast, White was evidently more intrigued by how Wentz had conjured it with a mere gesture. Wentz, how did you accomplish that? It's incredible. Before White could voice his curiosity, Billy had already darted to the side of the buslong beast, inspecting it meticulously while asking, how is this possible? This question is quite simple. Once you surpass your juvenile phase, you will naturally understand, Wentz replied, smiling at the 5 young ones who looked disheartened. However, since you have inquired, I shall indulge you. In truth, you are not yet fully developed. Once you transition beyond your juvenile state, observe my neck closely. There lies a unique scale known as the reverse scale. It only emerges after surpassing the juvenile phase. Within the reverse scale exists a space for storing items, which will expand as you grow. White gazed curiously at the reverse scale on Wentz's neck. Does every dragon possess one? Certainly. But when I say every dragon, I refer specifically to the dragon species. Additionally, remember this, innate dragon beasts do not possess reverse scales, and as they mature, they inherently harbor a disdain for dragonkind. Therefore, if you venture beyond the dragon nest and encounter a strange giant dragon, ensure to observe whether it possesses a reverse scale. Wentz continued, as for other types of dragons, generally speaking, innate dragon beasts are lucky to survive beyond their eggs, as they do not have a habit of abandoning their eggs. Upon hearing this, White and the others fixed their gaze intently and nodded. Noticing their reaction, Wentz chuckled. Now, let us begin ordering food. Aside from White, who desires cooked food, this time, only Selen raised her claw. Clearly, not all dragons share a preference for cooked meals. White watched as Wentz began to magically roast the meat, swallowing hard. Wentz, it seems we can hardly finish this. Wentz blinked. In fact, I too wish to indulge in some food today. Soon, after White and the others had their fill, Wentz swiftly consumed all the remaining meat. Wentz, did Boke truly say we would rest today? Wentz shook her head. They may rest, but you must accompany me to the library. Although bloodline inheritance is not mandatory, it is indeed quite convenient in certain aspects. Tomorrow, formal magic lessons commence, and you need to review the foundational knowledge related to magic in advance. Additionally, you must familiarize yourself with some common knowledge. White, you will soon be quite busy. As for me, I do not particularly favor the library. Just the sight of those books makes me drowsy. With that, Wentz furrowed her brow tightly, clearly expressing her disdain for the library. White nodded, having already mentally prepared himself for this aspect. Just then, Selen approached. Wentz, may I join you? Of course. But let me make it clear in advance. It is indeed very boring there. As she spoke, she extended her claw, inviting White and Selen to climb aboard. However, the newly hatched young dragons, in their peak curiosity, also took flight. Wentz grinned. This is your own choice. Upon exiting the dragon's lair, White and the others curiously observed the bustling square below, which remained lively as always. In fact, yesterday, when Wentz had led them out of the academy, White and the others had felt the warmth of their kinship. Almost every young dragon flew over to greet Wentz. Yet their gazes were invariably fixed on the 5 young ones. White had no doubt that had Wentz not been present, these young dragons would have scooped them up in their claws for a closer look. Today was less frenzied than yesterday, yet young dragons still cast curious glances their way. Thankfully not approaching, Wentz guided them out of the stone corridor and ascended to the upper levels, ultimately landing on the 8th floor. Upon touching the ground, Wentz's arrival stirred up a cloud of dust, indicating that dragons seldom frequented this place. White glanced around. The circular stone corridor on the 8th floor had but a single entrance. Noticing White's actions, Wentz explained, the entire 8th floor is interconnected, housing all the books of Desaid Luo. As she spoke, Wentz stepped through the entrance. Unlike the dragon's lair, upon entering, the 5 young ones could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Soft light emanated from the gemstones embedded in the cave's ceiling, illuminating the entire space. They were greeted by towering stone shelves, each brimming with enormous tomes. How large were they? These books, held in the claws of Wentz, who stood 600 to 700 meters tall, were perfectly proportioned. In other words, each book stood several dozen meters tall, or even close to 100 meters. Furthermore, they were not made of paper as White had seen in another world. Most were metallic, with a variety of types, and a few were crafted from crystal. White stared in awe at the books before him, finally grasping the meaning behind Wentz's earlier statement that the knowledge within the library could occupy a lifetime of study. Wentz, are you certain I can turn the pages? Wentz, fully aware of White's thoughts, smiled as she retrieved a book. Do not worry, White, I will assist you. White looked at the book in Wentz's other claw, his expression blank, his eyes somewhat dazed. Is this what I am supposed to read today? Certainly not. Just as Whit was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Wentz continued, this is merely one of the many. Whit fell silent, acutely aware of the sympathetic gazes cast upon him by Celine and the others. Chapter 26, What You Need to Read. Wentz, surely you jest. Whit locked eyes with Wentz, seeking any trace of jest in her expression. Alas, she was utterly serious, and she promptly set her plans into motion. Whit stood on the ground, gazing at the massive tome before him, questioning the very essence of dragonkind. Another colossal metallic book was stacked atop the first. In addition to the tome titled The Magic of Dragons, you must also peruse Fundamentals of Dragon Language Magic, The Origins of Magic, and A Fool's Guide to Dragon Language Magic, though the latter requires only a cursory understanding. Beyond these magical texts, there exists Encyclopedia of Dragons, Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts, Encyclopedia of Herbs, Complete Guide to Potions, a few matters regarding magic circles, and my experiences in the wild. For now, these will suffice. Among these tomes, I strongly recommend My Experiences in the Wild, which, while somewhat narrower in scope than Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts, offers a commendable narrative. It is one of the rare books that keeps me awake. As she spoke, Wentz gestured towards the towering stack of books. Let us see, there are exactly 10 volumes. Come, let us find a spacious corner. By the way, while Wentz lifted the 10 hefty tomes, she glanced down at the 5 small ones at her feet. Although your ancestral memories encompass this knowledge, each dragon's understanding varies, resulting in a pronounced individuality within the bloodline transmission, often accompanied by errors. If you were to read through all these books, it would undoubtedly benefit you. So what do you say? In response, apart from Whit, who could not refuse, Celine and the others shook their heads fervently. Observing this, Wentz offered a resigned smile. Very well, Whit and I shall study over there, while you may explore freely here. But please maintain a quiet demeanor, as there are many adult giants in the library. They do not appreciate being disturbed while engrossed in their reading. Upon hearing this, Celine and the others swiftly fled, their spirits soaring amidst the towering stone shelves and the vast collection of books, which filled the air with an aura of mystery. Had Wentz not spoken, they would have longed to investigate further. Whit cast an envious glance at Celine and the others, then, with a grimace, hurriedly followed in Wentz's wake. Am I to read all of this today? Certainly not. Not to mention 10 volumes. Even a single book could take a year to finish. Therefore, this is a century's worth of material. From today onward, we shall come here every other day to study. Of course, if you wish to rest, that is permissible. After all, one cannot allow their life to be solely filled with learning. We are dragons. blessed with ample time to acquire knowledge. With a resounding thud, Wit flapped his wings, dispersing the dust that had risen around him. He soon observed Wentz reclining, selecting one book from the 10 and placing it before her. Curiosity piqued. Wit flew closer. Wentz, what shall we study first? The origins of magic. Although it does not delve into specific methods of magical learning, it explains in detail the sources of magical elements, allowing you to grasp magic more swiftly, understand yourself, and foresee your future. As she spoke, Wentz opened the cover of the book. The pages, crafted from an unknown metal, were several centimeters thick, adorned with rows of embossed golden symbols, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Yet, Wit found them easily decipherable. This is ancient dragon language, imbued with mysterious power. Some symbols within it serve as incantations for dragon language magic. For us, these incantations represent the language once utilized by our kind, such as fireball. As she spoke, Wentz uttered two complex phonemes, and in an instant, a colossal fireball, radiating intense heat, materialized in her grasp. Wit's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on his right claw. Fireball. Employing the same two intricate phonemes, his voice, though still youthful, bore no distinction from Wentz's. After articulating those phonemes, Wit felt a surge of mental energy coalescing in his right claw, and the fire elements in the air began to congregate around it. However, in the next moment, just as the fire elements had begun to gather, they were abruptly absorbed into Wit's body. The magical elements, drawn by the ancient dragon language, fled in an instant. Witnessing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wit's eyes. Indeed, it seemed he could not wield magic. Observing his reaction, Wentz offered words of comfort. Do not be disheartened. Wit, magic does not encompass all. The earth dragons, much like the giants, are formidable beings within our kind, most of whom do not practice magic. Moreover, even if those fire elements had not been consumed by your body, your attempt at magic would still have failed. Magic is not merely a matter of reciting a spell. We shall explore this in greater detail tomorrow. Do not lose hope. The inability to wield magic does not mean the mysteries of magic are closed off to you. Furthermore, your affinity for elements merely indicates that your body is instinctively capturing nearby magical elements. But this condition will not persist indefinitely. If it were to continue, you should indeed rejoice, for it signifies boundless potential within your physical form. Wit nodded, adjusting his mindset, and began to read the text before him. The creator dragon Kiwi and the destruction dragon Ixis clashed amidst the starry skies, embodying the forces of creation and annihilation in a fierce collision, causing the spilled blood of the two dragons to undergo a mysterious transformation. Ultimately, a brand new world was born. Time elapses without significance to the twin dragons. Eventually, the outcome was that the destruction dragon Ixis was vanquished, with creator dragon Kiwi in hot pursuit. Yet, as Kiwi departed, he took note of the world birthed from their combined powers. To celebrate this new world's existence, he left behind a single drop of his blood, infusing it into this realm. Millennia later, this world, nourished by the blood left by the creator dragon, began to foster its own life. As life blossomed, the powers possessed by the creator dragon also manifested within this world: earth, water, fire, wind, nature, thunder, light, and darkness. The emergence of magical elements accelerated the proliferation of life. She was born, known as the Mother of Dragons, the first of her kind in the dragon realm, Chemosis. Wit turned to Wentz. Is this written here true? Wentz yawned, finding the act of reading to be rather agonizing. Upon hearing Wit's query, Wentz perked up. No dragon knows for certain if it is true or not. Additionally, this passage was not penned by the book's author, but was discovered inscribed upon an ancient stone wall. Thousands of years of erosion have not obliterated it, lending it a high degree of credibility within certain dragon circles. However, if you ask me to declare its truthfulness, I can only say that I do not know. Chapter 27, Origins. I can only say that I do not know. Wit paused at this statement, momentarily taken aback. Before inquiring with some confusion, you do not know? Wentz nodded with a smile. Chemosis is regarded as the first of the dragon kind in the world. Yet this is merely one interpretation of the origin of dragons, and there are numerous such conjectures. This perspective is part of the dragon mother origin theory, which posits that Chemosis gave birth to the original dragons. In essence, those who subscribe to this belief view the dragon mother as the source of all dragons. Besides the dragon mother origin theory, there exists the creationist theory, which asserts that dragons are an exceptionally refined race, long-lived, wise, and powerful. However, their perfection may seem somewhat unnatural. Thus, it is believed that the blood of the creator dragon, upon descending into the dragon realm, split into 8 transforming into 8 dragon eggs that bore the first 8 elemental dragon gods. These 8 deities subsequently united to create the dragon race. And it is this divine creation that accounts for their perfection. Furthermore, there are countless other viewpoints, such as the evolution theory and the extraterrestrial theory, among others. Extraterrestrial visitors? A thought stirred within White. In his inherited memories, his parents were mighty dragons from the cosmos. Yet, according to Wentz, ancestral bloodlines are inscribed by preceding generations of dragons for their hatchlings. Although the colossal dragons resembling stars in the firmament seem genuine, he finds himself unable to prove their authenticity. To ascertain the truth, one must grow stronger and venture into the cosmos in search of answers. However, Wentz, which of these beliefs do you deem true? Upon hearing this, Wentz chuckled. White, time is the most relentless force in this world. The truths hidden beneath the passage of time are arduous to pursue, and no dragon can definitively clarify the origins of the dragon race. Unless you can transcend the river of time, return to the past, and witness it with your own eyes. White gazed at Wentz in bewilderment. Can one truly escape time? Wentz merely rolled his eyes. Who knows? In the annals of dragon history, there once existed a time dragon who believed he could manipulate time. Yet, the outcome was that he was ultimately toyed with by time, left battered and bruised. In the end, he vanished. And no dragon knows where he went. Was it to the past, the future, or did he perish in some unknown corner? Therefore, White, do not rush. You have ample time. By undertaking the right actions at the appropriate moment, you will find that your troubles diminish significantly. White paused for a moment, then smiled softly. Thank you, Wentz. Perhaps I truly should not be so hasty. Wentz beamed. There is no need to hasten your growth, but you must urgently absorb this knowledge into your mind, White. Knowledge is power. Upon hearing this, White's expression turned grim. The origins of dragons are merely the prologue of the origins of magic. Naturally, as Wentz mentioned, this tome only elucidates the basics of magic, excluding the learning and training involved. Soon, White developed a general understanding of magic. For instance, casting a spell does not solely rely on incantations, mental energy, and elemental affinity. There are many more factors to consider than he initially imagined. Most crucially, there exists a concept known as the magical node, which is intrinsically linked to the magical elements within dragon crystals. Without establishing a magical node, even if the elements gather under the influence of an incantation, they will swiftly disperse. In addition to this, White also learned about the classification of power levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, amethyst, legendary, mythical, and divine. 9 realms in total. Each major realm is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Typically, a newly hatched dragon is at the mid-tier of black iron, and after consuming its eggshell, it will rapidly progress to the upper tier. 2 years later, it automatically advances to the lower tier of bronze. Beyond that, the dragon's future strength depends on its inherent talent. Yet, as mentioned in the creationist theory, dragons are perfect beings. For instance, even the most untalented and least diligent dragon, upon surpassing the hatchling phase and entering adolescence, will inevitably break through to silver. Transitioning through the youth phase leads to platinum, and upon entering maturity, it becomes amethyst. Once it reaches old age, with the passage of time, it will assuredly attain the legendary tier. Moreover, the old age of a dragon does not signify a decline in physical prowess or a deterioration of power. Rather, the elder years represent the pinnacle of a dragon's strength. It is only in the final years of life that their power begins to wane, a period lasting approximately 24,000 years. In other words, a dragon that simply coasts through life can still exist for 24,000 years, if endowed with greater talent. And able to break through to the legendary or even mythical tier during this time, it can live even longer. Dragons exceeding 24,000 years are referred to as ancients. Of course, White's discoveries did not end there. As time passed, he became engrossed in the world of the origins of magic, eagerly absorbing the knowledge contained within. During this time, Wentz inadvertently dozed off, and White exerted considerable effort to awaken her. Relying solely on himself, he could not yet manage the physical exertion required to turn the pages. As for Celine and the others, after their initial curiosity faded, they returned to observe White reading. Naturally, they attempted to glance at the book, but apart from Celine, who persevered a bit longer, Billy and the others merely glanced and then lay down beside Wentz, falling asleep. It was not until twilight approached that they returned to the dragon den under Wentz's guidance. Furthermore, books from the library are not permitted to be taken out. Therefore, White must have Wentz accompany him daily to read. By the way, White, Boko was concerned he might forget, so he asked me to bring this to you. With that, Wentz produced a jar of milky liquid and placed it in the center of the den. It was indeed the juice of the domia flower. Boko had inscribed a teleportation magic circle on the lid. As long as one stands atop the jar, the magic circle will activate automatically, transporting the juice into the recess on the lid. I believe you should thank him the next time you see him. Additionally, this is your dinner. Saying this, Wentz retrieved a piece of cooked meat, roughly the same size as the juvenile Boosie dragon beast they had consumed the previous morning. It would not do to continually prey on juvenile Boosie dragon beasts, as this would adversely affect their population. They are among the few dragon beasts suitable for hatchlings in our vicinity. Until we meet again. Chapter 28. The magic class. For a while, this will be your classroom. With this, Wentz set White and the others down, then began surveying the cavern before them. This chamber is situated on the 4th level, spacious and nearly the same size as the depths of the dragon den. However, in the center of the cavern, there is a row of various dragon beast targets. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Wentz's eyes as she regarded these targets. It could be said that every young dragon in the academy has spent time in this classroom, herself included. Now, every young dragon in the academy, under her guidance, has studied and practiced magic within this very space. The Dragon Academy is specifically established for hatchlings. Upon reaching the juvenile dragon phase, they will depart from the academy, embarking on their independent lives. Of course, independent living refers to existence within the dragon den. It is only upon reaching the youth dragon phase that they are permitted to leave the den, by which time they have acquired a certain degree of self-protection skills. Moreover, she does not constantly accompany these hatchlings. Were that the case, she would surely be overwhelmed. When the young dragon reached around 20 years of age, having nearly completed her magical studies, her task was fulfilled. What followed was an interminable wait for the arrival of a new batch of hatchlings. Much like the current group of Wei Tai and her companions, the reproductive rate of dragons has perpetually been a concern. A mature female dragon typically lays no more than 3 eggs, and some may not lay any at all. The reasons for this are manifold. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the arduousness of nurturing a single dragon egg. Among the dragon kin, the giant dragons exhibit the lowest egg-laying rate. Additionally, these majestic creatures possess a peculiar trait. They seldom nurture the eggs they lay. After laying their eggs, they are likely to conceal them in a secure location and depart. As for whether the hatchlings will survive, they tend to hide their eggs near the giant dragon's lair. Consequently, every dragon nest is equipped with a team tasked with scouring the wilderness for those abandoned eggs, left behind by irresponsible parents. Occasionally, they manage to recover some hatchlings. Whether it is an egg or a young dragon, both face perilous challenges in the treacherous wilderness, particularly the latter. If an egg is well concealed, it remains relatively safe. However, if the environment proves unsuitable, the incubation process can become exceedingly sluggish, or even come to a halt. Should this process extend beyond a century, the egg will cease to develop into a hatchling. Furthermore, not every egg is guaranteed to successfully produce a young dragon. The current cohort of Wei Tai is considered relatively abundant. Thus, the duration of her wait for the hatchling's emergence could vary greatly. At times, the entire Giant Dragon Academy has seen no young dragons at all. The present state of the academy, with a staggering count of 103 hatchlings, is almost beyond her imagination. It is no wonder, for the majority of the vanished dragon nests did not succumb to attacks from other dragons, but rather due to a lack of successors. While Wen Tai-Si envisioned a bright future for the dragon nests, Wei Tai and her companions were captivated by the targets within the classroom. As the young female dragons, Sai Lin and Ding and I, Tai perhaps exhibited a degree of restraint, merely curiously observing the targets, which bore the legacy of memories they recognized. In stark contrast to their observations, the young male dragons displayed a more aggressive demeanor. Wei Tai attempted to scratch the target with her claws, leaving behind a series of white marks. Ao, with a vigorous swipe, left deep claw marks on the target before casting a glance at Wei Tai, proudly raising his head. As for Bai Li, upon regaining her composure, Wen Tai-Si furrowed her brow at Bai Li's actions. Bai Li, have you forgotten what I told you? Why do you keep putting everything in your mouth? Also Ao, these targets are for practicing magic, not for sharpening your claws. They can withstand magical impacts, but to your claws, they are no different from the earth. There is nothing to be proud of. And you, Wei Tai, well, since you didn't damage the target, I shall let it slide. However, please remember that not everything is meant to be grasped with your claws. If you fail to heed this warning, do not blame me for not having cautioned you. With a slight headache, Wen Tai-Si gazed at the trio of hatchlings. Indeed, newly hatched dragons are filled with insatiable curiosity. Their gaze cannot stray for too long. After receiving a few admonishments, Wei Tai and her companions sheepishly ceased their actions, especially Ao, whose head almost drooped to the ground. Lin looked on with a smug expression, as young dragons often exhibit a strong sense of competition in various peculiar aspects, and to Lin, she currently stood as the victor. Ding and Ite, however, quietly lay in front of one of the targets, smiling at the little dragons, as she often did. All right, it is time for us to begin class. You may each select a target that appears appealing to you. However, this is not for the purpose of scratching or biting, but rather to test your magical abilities. With a pause, Wen Taixi continued, you are no strangers to magic, as it is an ability inscribed within our bloodline. Wei Te, you too, for a giant dragon's breath is also a form of magic. Do you remember how you utilized your breath? By guiding the magical elements within the dragon crystal with mental strength and injecting them into the elemental lung, it can be unleashed. Lin interjected loudly. Wen Taixi nodded in approval. Excellent. But do you know why infusing the elements into the elemental lung enables the use of breath? The 5 young dragons exchanged bewildered glances. Wen Taixi chuckled. This pertains to the principles of magic usage. What is the principle of magic usage? It involves utilizing the magical elements within oneself to construct elemental nodes, connecting these nodes with mental strength to create an elemental circuit, attracting the surrounding free elements to gather. This is the process of casting magic. Now, returning to the earlier question, why does infusing the elements into the elemental lung enable the use of breath? Wei Te's eyes sparkled with understanding. The elemental lung contains pre-constructed elemental nodes. Wen Taixi smiled. You are very close. In truth, the elemental lung does indeed house the elemental nodes for dragon breath, and these nodes are naturally formed. Do you recall what the essence of these nodes is? It is the magical elements. Thus, the elemental lung is, in fact, the second reservoir of magical elements within our giant dragon species. However, the magical elements within the elemental lung exhibit inertia. Therefore, when we convey elements to the elemental lung, we are not constructing elemental nodes, but rather activating the magical elements within the elemental lung. Once activated, these magical elements automatically construct the elemental nodes for the giant dragon's breath and attract surrounding elements, culminating in the complete formation of the breath. This magic is unique to the giant dragon species and is referred to as origin magic. Chapter 29, The Concentration of Dragon Bloodline. This magic is unique to the giant dragon species and is referred to as origin magic. After a brief pause, Wen Taixi continued, it can also be termed bloodline magic. Our giant dragon species, aside from breath, possesses another form of origin magic, flight. At this juncture, Wen Taixi glanced at Wei Te, expressing a hint of exasperation. Unlike breath, flight necessitates the utilization of free magical elements in the air. Hence, you are unable to wield this magic. However, do not despair. Wei Te, trust me, everything will turn out well. It is not that she is being verbose. Rather, Wei Te is still young and may easily fall into self-doubt upon witnessing other dragons accomplishing feats she cannot. To ensure that Wei Te grows up with a positive outlook, Wen Taixi must frequently remind her of this. Indeed, upon hearing Wen Taixi's words, Wei Te, who had just felt disheartened, found renewed vigor. Now let us continue. Breath and flight are the origin magic of our giant dragon species, but this does not imply that other dragons lack origin magic. Each dragon, and indeed, most dragon beasts possess their own forms of origin magic. Have any of you encountered examples of this before? Upon hearing this, the 5 young dragons began to ponder intently. Soon, Wei Te's eyes brightened. The Qiu little dragon. Wen Taixi chuckled. Excellent, Wei Te? Indeed, it is the expansion of the Qiu little dragon. Upon sensing danger, they rapidly inhale a substantial amount of wind elements into their bodies. Such a swift transformation of elements cannot merely be explained by elemental flow. Though it may seem trivial and its power negligible, it is undoubtedly a form of origin magic. Origin magic requires no formal education, only practice. Moreover, the origin magic is not something that can be acquired later in life. Even if the magical effects are somewhat similar, origin magic remains impossible to replicate. Thus, only 2 species can wield the dragon breath, the dragonkin and the innate dragon beasts birthed from the eggs of dragonkin. The 5 young ones were astonished. An innate dragon beast can actually use the dragon breath? Wentz glanced at Billy and clarified, only those innate dragon beasts that are born from dragon eggs can utilize it. Those born from the eggs of other dragon species cannot wield the dragon breath. Furthermore, the only origin magic they can employ is the breath and flight. As for the reason, Wentz paused briefly before continuing. There are 2 types of magic, the origin magic commonly used by dragon beasts and the dragon language magic employed by dragons. Origin magic signifies innate talent, while dragon language magic represents wisdom. Dragon beasts lack wisdom, hence they are unable to utilize dragon language magic. Whence cast a glance of appreciation at Selene. Indeed. Therefore, the magic we must learn is dragon language magic. By the way, the potency of dragon language magic depends on one's strength, mastery of the magic, and the concentration of the dragon bloodline. The concept of dragon bloodline concentration is rather abstract. No dragon can articulate what the dragon bloodline truly is, nor can we pinpoint its location within our bodies. Yet, it undeniably exists. The concentration of the dragon bloodline does not manifest in elemental affinity or physical strength alone, although there is some correlation. Let us illustrate this with an example. Whence directed her gaze toward Vett. During the testing 2 days ago, I observed your elemental affinities. Selene naturally had the highest affinity, followed by AO, then Dynet, and Billy, while Vett had the lowest. Elemental affinity represents the degree of elemental cohesion when casting magic. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the power of your dragon breath should also follow this order from highest to lowest. However, the reality is that Vett, with the lowest elemental affinity, possesses the most potent dragon breath. The reason for this anomaly lies in the concentration of the dragon bloodline. Vett's concentration exceeds yours, even surpassing mine, reaching over 90% according to current classifications. Your bloodline concentrations are generally around 80%, with only Selene truly exceeding 80. At this point, Whence noticed a hint of reluctance on Ao's face and chuckled softly. You need not display such expressions, for under normal circumstances, most dragon can hover around 70%. Much like myself, who has not reached 80. Conversely, many hybrid dragons exceed 80, like Selene and Vett. Consequently, some scholars among dragons believe that hybrids represent a return to an ancestral bloodline, primarily thought to be that of the creator dragon, Quay, while others believe it may be the dragon mother. However, these details are not crucial. What matters is that we can discern from Vett that the concentration of the dragon bloodline is among the factors influencing magical potency. Otherwise, we cannot explain why Vett's breath is so powerful. He was even the last to be born among you, indicating that in terms of mental strength and magical element reserves, he is the least among you. Of course, this is merely temporary. If Billy, you continue to gnaw at that target instead of paying attention, soon, Vett will surpass you in mental strength and magical element reserves. Billy let out a nervous laugh and promptly lay down quietly, but his constantly swaying dragon tail revealed that he was still restless. Whence shook her head helplessly and then turned her serious gaze to Selene and the others. Although Vett currently cannot use magic, that does not imply he will always be incapable of doing so. Rather, he is destined to wield magic. For elements are not the sole condition for magic. Beyond elements lie rules and laws. Although what I am about to say may exceed your comprehension, Vett, as long as you step into the realm of the legendary, elements will no longer limit your ability to use magic. Effort will. When the time comes, if you can wield magic, bolstered by a bloodline concentration exceeding 90, your magical potency will far surpass others of the same realm, akin to the strength of your breath. Hearing Whence words, Vett's eyes sparkled with exceptional brightness. Legendary. Having encouraged Vett, Whence felt a sense of relief. This was actually a reminder from Boke. She had not fully exerted herself in years, and had nearly forgotten that the path to the legendary is not merely through elements, but through rules that transcend elements. Moreover, one can achieve legendary status through physical prowess as well, and rules serve as the hallmark of such power. Furthermore, physical legendary status. Whence observed Vett, whose rich dragon bloodline would surely have effects beyond magic. Chapter 30. Dragon language magic. Seeing Vett's excited expression, a gentle smile flickered in Whent's eyes. All right, Vett. While you will be able to use magic, that is a matter for the future. For now, you must calm yourself and diligently learn magic. Upon hearing this, Vett's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly lay down quietly, looking at Whence with eager anticipation. Selene and the others, witnessing this, likewise adopted a serious demeanor. They had witnessed Vett's dragon breath. If he could indeed wield magic in the future, its potency would undoubtedly be formidable. In that moment, the pride of the dragonkin continuously spurred them on. If Vett's magic could become extremely powerful, then if theirs were weak, it would be a great embarrassment. Observing this, Whence nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us continue today's lesson on dragon language magic. We have just learned that the concentration of the dragon bloodline is a significant factor influencing magical potency. However, under normal circumstances, its impact is not very substantial. Vett is an exception. Aside from bloodline concentration, another factor influencing magical potency is strength. So what constitutes strength? To put it plainly, strength is the amount of elemental energy stored within your dragon crystals. The greater the stored amount, the more elements you can summon. The stronger the elemental nodes you can construct, the greater the attraction to free elements, and consequently, the stronger the magic you can wield. However, this is merely something you should be aware of. As for those just born like you, this factor is almost negligible. In the next 2 years, your bodies will grow rapidly, and concurrently, your elemental reserves will accumulate swiftly, soon reaching the bronze tier. However, in the subsequent 90 years, your elemental accumulation will slow considerably. This is why, after 2 years, you will have the freedom to enter and exit your dragon lairs. A 20-year-old young dragon, apart from casting experience, will not be significantly stronger than you at 2 years old. By then, you need not worry about them unintentionally harming you. Of course, as age increases, elemental accumulation will also increase. That is certain. 2 years, huh? Upon hearing this, Vett's heart stirred. He resolved to heed Wendt's counsel, to temper his growth speed and abandon the impractical desire for immediate strength. However, this did not mean he would lose interest in the starry sky. 2 years later, he would gain the freedom to move about, and at that time, he would be able to gaze at the starry sky at will. Meanwhile, Wentz continued her lecture. Thus, in the short term, we need not concern ourselves with the influence of strength on the power of magic. This will be covered in the course 2 years hence, after your elemental affinities have stabilized. So, what shall we focus on learning? It is the third factor that can affect the potency of magic, namely, the mastery of magic itself. The degree of control over magic is specifically manifested in the construction of elemental nodes. The Draconic language used in magic is the ancient Draconic. This ancient tongue is imbued with power, a fact you are all undoubtedly aware of. Moreover, ancient Draconic is the most crucial aspect of bloodline inheritance. Even within the legacy of White, it is included. Therefore, let us proceed directly to the next step, the construction of elemental nodes. How do we construct these elemental nodes? In truth, the elemental nodes are contained within every phonetic shift of the ancient Draconic. The key to arranging the nodes lies in the interplay of ancient Draconic, mental energy, and the elemental forces within you. As you recite the ancient Draconic, envelop the elemental forces with your mental energy, and then at each phonetic shift, control the elements to remain still. This position will be that of the node. To illustrate, the air before us is akin to a sheet of paper. The ancient Draconic is a string of characters inscribed upon it. Mental energy serves as the pen, while the magical elements are the ink. Our task is to leave a mark at each node of this string of characters with the ink from our pen. Once all marks are completed, they will automatically absorb the ambient elemental forces, thus forming a complete spell. After a pause, Wentz gazed at the 5 young dragons. I have been sufficiently straightforward, and now, what remains for you is to practice your respective magics according to my instructions. Of course, you shall practice the most rudimentary spells corresponding to your elemental affinities. Let me think for a moment. Selin, your elemental affinity is light. Hence, the spell you shall practice is the light arrow. With that, a somewhat intricate syllable escaped Wentz's lips. Next, Wentz turned his gaze to Ao. Your elemental affinities are fire and earth. Thus, you may choose between fireball or earth spike, and practicing both together is also permissible. Billy, you shall practice fireball. Dynit, your elemental affinity is nature, and your breath leans towards the life aspect of nature. Therefore, you will practice vines. As for White, noticing Wentz's pause, White chuckled and said, There's no need to worry, Wentz, I can just observe. In response, Wentz, slightly exasperated, remarked, White, do not entertain thoughts of laziness. Since we are here to learn magic, practice is an indispensable step. Theoretical knowledge alone cannot unveil the mysteries of magic. My hesitation was merely to ponder whether, besides the fire element, you possess an affinity for water. If so, that could complicate matters, as you would need to first listen to the training of water element spells. White looked at Wentz with surprise. Am I not incapable of casting magic? Inability to cast magic does not preclude you from practicing it. It seems you have not given due thought to my previous words. The 3 essential elements of magic are mental energy, the magical elements within you, which is to say, magical power, and the ambient elemental forces. Among these, the only one you lack is the ambient element, which, when approaching you, will be absorbed by your body. However, the use of ambient elements is required only in the final step of casting a spell. Therefore, while you cannot release magic, you can still progress to the construction of elemental nodes. Upon hearing this, White's eyes sparkled, yet soon, doubt replaced his anticipation. But if that is the case, how will I determine whether I have successfully constructed my elemental nodes? Because whether successful or not, I cannot cast magic. Wentz chuckled softly. You cannot cast magic, but you can prevent me from casting it. You need to first construct the magic node for fireball, and then, corresponding to the node you have constructed, use your mental energy to influence the fireball node I am forming. If my magic is affected, it indicates that your node's position is correct. If I am still able to cast fireball, it means your fireball node is incorrect. Care to take on the challenge? Chapter 31, Mental Magic Fireball. The intricate incantation flowed from Went's lips, yet to White, it sounded remarkably clear, as Wentz deliberately slowed his pronunciation. White fixed his gaze intently on Went's claws, where a small fireball began to coalesce slowly, while he strained to use his meager mental energy to disrupt the elemental node Wentz was constructing. In fact, he had successfully interfered twice. According to Wentz, lower-tier spells typically consist of 3 to 10 magical nodes, and the spells chosen for the 5 young dragons generally contain fewer than 5 nodes. Take Fireball, for instance, which has only 4 elemental nodes. White successfully disrupted Wentz spellcasting twice, indicating he had identified 2 elemental node positions. However, achieving success is not a matter of 1 or 2 attempts. Indeed, it was now evening. Apart from taking a 15-minute break after each spell, White and his companions had immersed themselves in the practice of constructing elemental nodes. Yet, until now, not a single young dragon among them had managed to cast a spell. The construction of elemental nodes is exceedingly meticulous. Even the slightest error can lead to failure in spellcasting. By day's end, they had successfully extricated Selin and the others from their previous ease in using the dragon's breath, which was precisely what Wentz wished to see. Humility fosters growth in dragons. And this principle holds true in the study of magic as well. At the very least, Billy's focus had shifted away from the notion of stuffing the magical target into his mouth, and he had diligently devoted himself to constructing his elemental nodes. Suddenly, a searing heat erupted forth, as a fireball, no larger than a grain of rice in Wentz's grasp, fully formed in White's astonished gaze. Observing this, Wentz gently said, "White, you have performed admirably. Interfering with the formation of magic is far more challenging than casting magic yourself. In the latter case, you simply need to locate the elemental node within your incantation. However, to interfere with another dragon's spell formation, you must ascertain the positions of the elemental nodes within their incantation and intervene with precision using your mental energy. To be honest, I thought it would take you at least 3 lessons to succeed in interfering even once. White, you have surprised me." Upon hearing this, White's feelings of disappointment vanished in an instant. "Really? Indeed. Moreover, have you not realized? The foundation of draconic magic is the construction of elemental nodes. Yet the nodes constructed are contained within the incantation itself. In other words, if you can immediately locate the node positions upon hearing the incantation, then magic shall no longer pose a threat to you. After all, did you utilize the power of the elements while interrupting the casting?" White was initially taken aback before a look of sheer delight spread across his face. If he could truly accomplish what Wentz suggested, then not only fire elemental magic, but any elemental magic would lose its efficacy before him. However, this should be achievable by every dragon, right? After all, as you mentioned, during the interruption of the spellcasting, I was merely employing mental energy. Upon hearing White's words, Selin and the others paused their incantation practice and turned to look over. Wentz, of course, noticed this and smiled, nodding in agreement. It is indeed within the capability of every dragon, yet not every dragon is inclined to undertake such endeavors. Wait, the interruption of magic is not as straightforward as you might envision. For instance, at this moment, you attempt to disrupt my fireball by interfering with the first node." As he spoke, Went began to chant a spell, while Wei hastily employed his mental prowess to obstruct the formation of the first node. However, this time, Wei did not succeed. Despite his interference, the first node was still constructed with unwavering stability. Staring at the fireball in Went's claw, Wei was momentarily stunned, before quickly inquiring, "Why is this so?" The answer lies in the disparity of strength. My mental force far surpasses yours, thus your mental efforts cannot shake my will. The elemental node remains intact. Therefore, when your mental strength pales in comparison to that of your opponent, it becomes exceedingly difficult to disrupt the construction of their elemental nodes. Furthermore, there exist myriad circumstances. The fireball is merely a low-tier spell, consisting of only 4 nodes. Hence, by disrupting one node, you can impact the overall structure of the magic. However, if the number of nodes is sufficiently high, merely disrupting one node will hardly affect the construction of the magic, at most slightly diminishing its potency. Thus, if a spell possesses numerous elemental nodes, one must influence at least 1/3 of these nodes simultaneously to affect the casting of the magic. Went then turned to the side, addressing Sai Lin. "Sai Lin, if you and Ao were engaged in a magical battle, when Ao begins to chant a spell, Would you choose to disrupt the magic or respond with a more powerful spell? Of course, the latter. Sai Lin replied without hesitation. Went then looked at Wei Te, elucidating the rarity with which dragons choose to learn how to disrupt their opponent's casting. Magic is a profoundly intricate art. When one is already required to invest substantial time in learning magic, to then divert focus to learning how to interrupt another's spell is utterly counterproductive. It is only due to your unique circumstances that I choose to impart this technique onto you. In the absence of the ability to cast spells, you will find yourself with ample free time. This technique, which I once haphazardly devised, is whimsically referred to as mental magic. I never anticipated utilizing it in my lifetime. Yet here we are. Wei Te was enlightened and subsequently cast a grateful glance at Went. Went, however, merely smiled nonchalantly, continuing, I am delighted to assist you, though I hope you can ultimately master the art of magic. Moreover, while the practice of magic is vital, your growth is even more critical. The hour is late. It is time for you to retire to the dragon's lair for rest. With that, Went gestured for the 5 young ones to ascend onto her claw. Wei Te did not hesitate, flying up without delay, yet Sai Lin and the others were somewhat reluctant. Magic is the aspiration of every young dragon. Yet after a day of learning, they had not successfully cast a single spell, leaving them discontented. However, upon witnessing Went's unyielding demeanor, Sai Lin and the others hesitated momentarily before ultimately taking to the air. To be on the safe side, I shall rest with you tonight. Upon hearing this, the 4 young dragons, who had originally contemplated practicing magic that evening, suddenly lost all motivation. Chapter 32. The Grand Feast of Dragons. It became evident that Went was not jesting. She truly spent the night within the lair of the 5 young ones. Consequently, Sai Lin and the others had no choice but to accept this. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Wen had prepared food for Wei Te and the others. After they had eaten, when Wen inquired if anyone wished to visit the library, not a single young dragon expressed interest in participating this time. Wen was unsurprised. Just as the previous night, the allure of successfully casting a spell was irresistible to the young dragons, even if it was the most basic of spells. This time, however, Wen showed no inclination to intervene. After offering a few reminders, she took Wei Te to the 8th floor of the library. Upon re-entering the library, the book The Origins of Magic lay open to the same page where Wei Te had last seen it. The selection of books that Wen had chosen remained stacked nearby. However, when Wei Te approached The Origins of Magic, he did not immediately dive in a study, but instead fell into a moment of contemplation. Were you pondering that they could practice magic for an entire day while you were confined to reading? Wen's words snapped Wei Te back to reality. He nodded, a bit sheepishly, as that was indeed his thought. Wen smiled warmly. There is no need to feel embarrassed. I, too, have traversed this path at your age. I fully understand your thoughts, or rather, the thoughts of every young dragon. However, you need not be concerned. What you are learning is my personally devised mental magic, and your progress will naturally differ from theirs. Upon hearing Wen mention this term again, Wei Te chuckled. He certainly recalled the essence of this mental magic. Noticing Wei Te's relaxation, Wen continued, in truth, whether it is you or them, for a considerable time ahead, you will remain at this current stage. The ancient dragon language. While once our tongue is etched deeply within our veins, yet this does not imply that learning dragon language magic will be effortless. With curiosity, Wei Te gazed at Wen. In your view, how long will it take for Sai Lin and the others to truly cast their first spell? If they practice diligently, they might cast their first spell in about 5 days. Sai Lin may progress slightly faster. However, casting the first spell does not equate to mastering it. Mastery of a spell is not merely about successful casting. That is merely the inception of learning a spell. Wei Te nodded, somewhat understanding, before redirecting his gaze to the origins of magic below him. Just as he was about to continue reading, Wen grasped his tail and lifted him up. Seeing Wei Te's bewildered expression, Wen explained, if it is simply the learning of low-tier magic, you can stop here with this book. I shall place it here for you. By the next time you require it, you should be capable of browsing it yourself. This time, you are to read this book. As she spoke, Wen extracted a volume from the nearby stack, and under Wei Te's curious gaze, she opened it. The Encyclopedia of Dragons? Wen nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is the Encyclopedia of Dragons. Last time, Boke mentioned your dinner predicament, while casually noting that you considered him a ghost dragon. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flickered in Wei Te's eyes. In truth, even the notion of a ghost dragon had been a whimsical fabrication of his own, never anticipating that such a creature truly existed. Wen, unaware of Wei Te's thoughts, continued, magic is fascinating, yet it can also be tedious, particularly for you. Therefore, to lighten your spirits, we shall not always delve into magic-related texts. Perhaps, those books associated with magic may be even more monotonous than you can imagine. The Encyclopedia of Dragons, the Bestiary of Dragons, and my field experiences will serve splendidly to uplift your mood. Furthermore, they contain knowledge that you will require, such as how to interact with Sai Lin and the others. As she spoke, one had already flipped to the table of contents and then released Wei Te. Longzhu, a vast and magnificent race, has thus far revealed 567 distinct species of dragons, a number that continues to grow. As he listened attentively to Wen Tc's exposition, Wei meticulously perused the catalog. Here, he encountered many familiar terms, such as Julong Zhong and the names of their kin. Like Salen, presently, the dragon race comprises 3 primary categories: Julong Zhong, Dixing Long Zhong, and Feilong Zhong. Each category possesses its unique characteristics. The Julong Zhong is the longest lived, the most potent in magic, with the highest concentration of dragon blood, the largest in average size, and the most diverse in species, yet it is also the rarest. The Dixing Long Zhong is the only category that cannot fly, possessing the weakest magical abilities and the strongest physical form. Notably, within the Dixing Long Zhong, the Titanic Julong is the largest dragon of all. Conversely, the Feilong Zhong is the smallest in size, the shortest lived, the most agile in flight, the most versatile in magic, and has the lowest concentration of dragon blood, though it is the most populous. Listening to Wen Tc's introduction, Wei eagerly inquired, "Can they all be found in our dragon nest?" However, Wen Tc shook his head. Certainly not. Dexiadeluo is a haven for the Julong Zhong, thus only Julong Zhong reside therein. If you wish to witness a greater variety of dragons, you must wait until you have matured and ventured beyond Dexiadeluo. Additionally, there is a place where you can behold nearly all dragon kinds. Upon hearing this, Wei, who had felt a tinge of disappointment, instantly perked up with curiosity. Where's this place? Every 4,000 years, a grand celebration of the dragon race is held on the Chuangshi Pingyuan, known as the Wanlong Xingyan. The last Wanlong Xingyan took place 200 years ago. Wei extended his claws to calculate, then gazed blankly at Wen Tc. 3,800 years, that seems an eternity. Wen Tc chuckled, "Wei, consider this from a different perspective. In 3,800 years, you will have grown and will be able to participate yourself. If such an event were to occur within the last century, as a young dragon, you would not have been permitted to leave the dragon nest." Upon this realization, Wei's spirits lifted considerably. Observing this, Wen Tc continued, "Now, let us proceed. The Dixing Long Zhong and Feilong Zhong may seem far removed from you now. Yet you must remember the characteristics of the Julong Zhong." Chapter 33. Classification of the Julong Zhong. The Julong Zhong is divided into 5 major categories: Jinshu Long, Was Long, Shuijing Long, Yuansu Long, and Za Long. Za Long. Wei queried, casting a puzzled glance at Wen Tc. Za Long refers to hybrid dragons. During the initial classification, many dragons did not fit into the previous 4 categories and were mixed blood, thus simply categorized as Za Long. It is not a matter of muddled bloodlines, but rather a diversity of types. The Jinshu Long consists of 5 varieties: Qingtong Long, Huangtong Long, Qitong Long, Jin Long, and Yin Long. You should particularly focus on the Jin Long and Yin Long. The Jin Long is significant due to the presence of Owl, while the Yin Long might pique your interest regarding your mother's lineage. Wei nodded slightly. However, I am more inclined to learn about the Yin Long. The Jin Long is merely secondary. Wen Tc chuckled softly at this somewhat awkward confession. "Do you not hold any fondness for Ao?" Wei hesitated. "It is not that I dislike him. Rather, he seldom speaks, and I find no necessity to seek out conversation with him. Such sentiments are typical for a young dragon." Wen Tc mused internally, yet externally remarked, "This is one of the reasons I wish for you to understand their racial characteristics. Dragons, particularly the Julong Zhong, generally possess an air of arrogance. Even among the Julong Zhong, the Jin Long exhibits the most pronounced pride. However, pride does not imply a lack of need for companionship. Julong are solitary beings. Despite being the longest-lived of dragon kinds, they are the least numerous, and each dragon harbors unique thoughts, leading them to often exist in isolation, save for those within their nests. Solitary Julong continually seek companions, yet their long-standing solitude has accustomed them to being alone. Thus, one must question the significance of seeking companionship. Friends. Even after hundreds or thousands of years of infrequent meetings, Julong still yearn for friends. Therefore Ao, who may seem indifferent towards you, secretly longs for recognition. However, the pride rooted deep within their bloodlines often prevents them from taking the initiative. If you comprehend the personality traits of the Jin Long, you will easily arrive at this conclusion, much like Salen and her kin. when you visited here last. You may have overlooked that initially, I was too shy to join them in playful antics. Yet Billy actively encouraged him to join in without any reservations from Salen and Dingnite. A flicker of confusion and uncertainty crossed Wei's eyes. When TC, did I do something wrong? When TC shook his head, you have done nothing wrong, nor has Ao. You simply do not understand one another. As I have said, there is ample time. Your relationship can be nurtured gradually. It is noteworthy that as dragons born in the same cohort, you are natural allies. As she spoke, when TC grasped Wei's tail, lifting him up and deftly flipping through the pages of the book. Soon, she halted and placed Wei atop the open tome. Here is the description of the Jin Long, complete with illustrations. With 4 limbs on the ground and dual horns spiraling upwards, their wingspan extends 13 times their body length. Their entire form gleams with a radiant golden hue. Their scales are rhomboid, metallic in luster, with sharp edges. Their tails are thick and elongated. They favor arid environments. Basking in the sun, their most beloved pastime. Beware, when Jin Long sunbathe, the Bailong should not intrude, lest they be met with a drubbing. As Wei examined the description, he studied the imposing depiction of the Jin Long. Will Ao resemble this after he matures? When TC replied with a smile, he may be even more striking than the creature depicted. To be candid, the dragon illustrated here appears somewhat portly. Wei smirked slightly. Then his gaze was captured by the silver dragon on the other half of the page. The illustrated Yin Long bore a striking resemblance to him. Yet the adult Yin Long appeared less delicate and more fearsome than his youthful form. However, what surprised Wei was that, although the Yin Long in the illustration resembled his mother, upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences. The depicted Yin Long scales shone a pure silver, while the mother he remembered, at first glance, exhibited silver scales that, upon closer scrutiny, shimmered with a rainbow of colors. Wei suddenly entertained a possibility. Could it be that his mother was not a Yin Long, but rather a hybrid dragon? It certainly seemed plausible. Nonetheless, Wei chose to keep this revelation to himself. After all, his current lineage was that of the Shinkong Julong, rendering the question of whether his mother was a Yin Long or a hybrid inconsequential. Once Wei finished his examination, when TC again grasped his tail, lifting him once more as she continued to flip through the pages. While the Jinshu Long excels in magic, the Wuzlong is more adept in close combat, though their magical prowess is not to be underestimated. The Wuzlong encompasses Hei Long, Lance Long, Luz Long, Hongsa Long, and Bei's Long, and I am a Hongsa Long among them. Wei gazed at the illustration of the Hongsa Long in the book, then turned to compare it with Wen TC. You do not appear as robust as this one. Wen TC chuckled. Indeed, this merely depicts an ordinary adult Hongsa Long. Do they possess the notorious temper common to the Wuzlong? Upon hearing this, Wen TC's smile faltered slightly. While there is truth in that statement, Wuzlong do exhibit a temperament that can be more volatile compared to other Julong. It ultimately varies from dragon to dragon. I do not perceive my temper as particularly fierce. As she spoke, Wentz hurriedly lifted White once more and continued flipping through the pages. White, a touch exasperated, remarked, Wentz, I haven't even finished reading about the green dragon yet, and you've already moved on to the crystal dragon section. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Wentz's eyes, yet she remained undeterred. The description of the green dragon in the book differed somewhat from that of Dinggite. It was portrayed as cunning and treacherous, adept at utilizing toxins. However, do you believe Dinggite embodies such traits? After contemplating, White shook her head. She appeared gentle, much like yourself, and the magic you instructed her to practice was not poison, but nature magic. By the way, Wentz, is poison considered a type of attribute? Certainly not. Poison is merely a state of nature magic, akin to a curse, which itself represents a state of dark elements. As they conversed, Wentz had already turned to the page about the red crystal dragon. Much like the elemental dragons, crystal dragons belong to different attributes, each with its unique varieties. However, apart from their differing colors, the varieties are strikingly similar. Billy is a red crystal dragon, with an affinity for fire elements. As White gazed at the image of the red crystal dragon, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Its color appeared far more vibrant than Billy's. This is because the crystals adorning the crystal dragon's exterior are not merely for aesthetics. They can store vast amounts of elemental energy. The greater the elemental storage, the more vivid the color of the crystal. Thus, in combat, the crystal dragon possesses unparalleled endurance. Notably, crystal dragons have a particular fondness for luminous objects, a detail you must have observed. White nodded in acknowledgement. She remembered how, upon first entering the dragon's lair, Billy had shown interest in the glowing stones embedded in the cave walls. Now let us take a glance at the mixed dragons. The mixed dragons represent the most diverse category within the dragon species, and with the passage of time, their numbers have only increased. This is what you truly need to comprehend. Chapter 34. This is an illness. On all fours, with a body entirely cream-colored and smooth, upward curving horns adorned with golden patterns. A wingspan 15 times its body length, and fan-shaped scales that are fine and sleek, with a long, thick tail. White meticulously compared these descriptions while observing the images in the book. This was a task Wentz had requested. It was essential to match the names with their appearances, as many exotic dragons bore striking resemblances to one another. For instance, the frost giant dragon closely resembles the holy giant dragon, differing only in that the former's scales are white rather than cream, and the patterns on its horns are a pale gold. It's not just a matter of careful observation. Sometimes, even the most attentive gaze can confuse the two dragons. Furthermore, exotic dragons cannot be distinguished by attributes. While the holy giant dragon has never exhibited any attributes beyond light, the frost giant dragon has shown individuals with affinities for light elements. Given the prideful nature of dragons, misidentifying another species can easily lead to conflict. Thus, this marked White's fifth instance of confusing the holy giant dragon with the frost giant dragon, prompting Wentz to insist on further observation of their differences. Wentz, I feel I need a break. They appear utterly indistinguishable to me now. White grimaced and turned to Wentz. In response, Wentz sighed, clearly frustrated. Despite their different appearances, White consistently mistook them. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. White, I believe it is necessary for us to consult Boke. White paused momentarily. Why consult Boke? Wentz, rising, spoke somewhat ambiguously, to have him examine you. I suspect this is not a normal situation. Noting Wentz's reluctance to elaborate, White refrained from further inquiries. Compliantly, she flew onto Wentz's claw, continuing to ponder the distinctions between the holy giant dragon and the frost giant dragon. The ascent from the 8th to the 9th level was exceedingly simple for Wentz. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Boke turned in confusion only to find Wentz entering. Wentz, what brings you here? Wentz raised a claw, her tone somewhat peculiar as she replied. I have discovered some issues and brought this little one for an examination. Only then did Boke notice White, who was perched on Wentz's claw, lost in troubled thoughts. Oh, it's you. How have you been? Sleeping well? Upon hearing Boke's words, White snapped back to reality, responding weakly, not too bad, just managed to sleep until dawn. Her feeble reply instantly made Boke anxious. This little one hasn't contracted the plague, has he? Wentz quickly shook her head. Of course not. He simply struggles to distinguish between the holy giant dragon and the frost giant dragon. He has been observing them closely for an entire morning and still can't tell the difference. I suspect. At this point, Wentz glanced down at White, who was attentively listening, and halted. She knew Boke must have understood. Indeed, Boke appeared enlightened, realizing why Wentz was being so cautious. Just a moment. I will retrieve some materials I haven't used in a long time. With that, Boke turned and ventured into the depths of the laboratory. Moments later, he returned with several metal plates. Take a look at this, White. Boke placed one of the metal plates in front of White. Listening to the cryptic exchange between Wentz and Boke, White felt a surge of anxiety, yet when she gazed at the metal plate, astonishment spread across her face. Boke, how did you manage this? This should be my portrait, White exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Is this meant to be included in that book, Longaji by Key? By the way, did you create all the illustrations within? Upon hearing this, Boke and Wentz exchanged glances, worry evident in their eyes. No rush, let us examine this one. Although White was uncertain of Boke's intentions, she spoke honestly. This is dingite, isn't it? Boke placed all the metal plates onto the experiment table, looking at the bewildered White, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Wentz sighed. White, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Stunned by this inquiry, White hesitated, then anxiously flicked her tail. She wasn't foolish. Wentz had brought her to Boke for an examination, and now she was speaking in such a tone. Those two aren't Timi and Dingite. Wentz nodded. White stood in shock, her tail losing its vigor. Is it serious? Not overly so, but it may impact your life. However, there is no need for concern. The effects are not profound. Wentz's apprehension stemmed from her fear that White might develop feelings of inferiority due to her differences. Yet, from our brief interactions, I believe Wentz is overthinking. You, who cannot wield magic, still find joy in life, do you not? Upon hearing Boke's words, White felt relief wash over her as she looked at Wentz with gratitude, albeit with a hint of complaint. Wentz, I was almost frightened. I thought I wouldn't live long. If it's merely a matter of being different, then you truly are overthinking. I, who resemble the silver dragon, am an exotic dragon, possessing elemental affinity but unable to wield magic. Wentz, I have always been unique. Wentz blinked, then smiled warmly, saying, I apologize. I should have had more faith in you. You have consistently excelled. Now, may I inquire about my situation? Wentz nodded, a hint of helplessness etched across his face. Wit. You may be afflicted with a rather rare ailment among dragons known as prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia? A peculiar glint flashed in Witt's eyes. Although he was not unfamiliar with the term, he never envisioned that a concept from another world could apply to him. Are you saying that I cannot recognize other dragons by their facial features? Wentz nodded, then shook his head. It is indeed true that you cannot recognize other dragons. But it is not solely about facial features. How should I put it? You can still distinguish different species of dragons. But when it comes to dragons of the same kind, you can only identify them by their size. For instance, the two images I just showed you were merely common silver and green dragons, yet you mistook them for yourself and Dinggit. Currently, this is not a problem. Thus far, among the Dragon Academy, there are only 5 of you young dragons of the same cohort, and you are significantly larger than the other hatchlings. So you are unlikely to confuse them. However, 2 years from now, many of the green dragons in your eyes will appear as Dinggit. And the same will happen with the others. Wit, this is an incurable condition that will bring considerable inconvenience to your life. Chapter 35. A clash ensues listening to Wentz. What emotions stirred within Wit? None at all. Indeed, he did not perceive prosopagnosia as a significant hindrance. Compared to being unable to wield magic, it hardly seemed a concern. Observing Witt's calm demeanor, Wentz paused momentarily. Do you not find this troublesome? Witt flicked his tail dismissively. Wentz, I am unique, of that I am well aware. This is truly not a major issue. Besides, while I may not recognize them, they can still recognize me. At this, Wentz involuntarily glanced up at Boko. Boko shrugged. I've told you, Witt is far more mature than you realize. There's no need to be so anxious. He is truly remarkable. Hearing this, Witt smiled bashfully, though the restlessness of his tail revealed that he was indeed pleased by Boko's praise. Seeing this, Wentz sighed in relief while smiling. That may be so, but let us conclude our studies for today. After pondering the differences between frost dragons and holy dragons for an entire morning, you must be rather fatigued. As he spoke, Wentz suddenly recalled something. By the way, Wit, speaking of holy dragons, I just remembered that there is currently only one holy dragon in the academy, namely Selene. Even if you fail to recognize Dinggit and the others, Selene will surely know you. With that, Wentz gestured to Boko. I will escort Wit back now and then return to find you. In 2 years, Wit and the others will begin studying potion making. But the materials in the Academy's storeroom have not been accounted for in many years. Just to be safe, we should inventory them in advance. Upon hearing this, a look of resignation crossed Boko's face. Well, it seems that the potion I intended to brew will have to be postponed. I hope there are enough materials in the storeroom. Otherwise, we will have to venture out to gather them. I truly wish Karen would return soon. Listening to the complaints trailing behind him, Wentz quickened his pace. After watching Wentz depart, Wit made his way deeper into the dragon's lair. Selene and the others should be practicing magic now. Yet, as he contemplated this, he suddenly heard a strange sound emanating from the depths of the lair, resembling a low growl. Aren't they supposed to be practicing magic? Muttering to himself, Wit leaped into the air, unfurling his wings. His body had grown rapidly, almost visibly so, and as a result, his physical strength had also increased swiftly. Thus, with only a slight descent, he took flight effortlessly, much more easily than when he was newly hatched. Before long, Wit reached the depths of the lair, where he beheld Selene and Ao engaged in combat. The two dragons exhibited remarkable flying skills, and the aerial battle was exceptionally fierce, but Selene's physique was significantly sturdier than Ao's, placing Ao at a disadvantage in their chase. Hey, Wit, over here. As Wit watched the two battling dragons in astonishment, Billy's voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, he spotted Billy and Dinggit lounging nearby, captivated by the duel. Wit hesitated for a moment before flying over. What is going on here? As he landed, his powerful wings stirred up a cloud of dust. Billy quickly turned his head to avoid it. However, he seemed unbothered, replying, Did you forget? On the day we first arrived at the lair, Selene and Ao agreed to have a duel. Wit, feeling somewhat guilty for dusting Billy and Dinggit, smiled sheepishly. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. He then turned his attention back to Selene and Ao, still locked in combat. I thought you were practicing magic. Upon hearing this, Billy began to vent his frustrations. Wit, it's been so difficult. I've practiced for an entire morning, and yet there has been no response at all. I'm beginning to suspect that my elemental affinity might be a sham. The other dragons are similar. Selene is a bit quicker. She can already summon some light elements, but she still can't cast that spell. During our break, Ao suddenly proposed a battle, and Selene agreed. By the way, why are you back so early? Dinggit, intrigued, also looked at Wit, clearly curious about his early return. Wit casually settled down. Nothing much, just a minor issue. Additionally, Win had matters to attend to. So she sent me back. Just then, a head abruptly appeared before Wit, startling him nearly into swatting it away. Shrinking back, he recognized it was Billy. Seeing the curiosity in Billy's eyes, Wit let out a resigned sigh. All right, my body is having issues again. After a brief pause, Wit inquired, do you know what prosopagnosia is? Billy shook his head. What is that? Can you eat it? Wit rolled his eyes. It's a condition. A dragon afflicted by it cannot recognize other dragons. For instance, if Dinget were a red crystal dragon, I wouldn't be able to tell any of you apart. Billy scratched his head, producing a crisp sound. Is that all? Nodding, Wit smiled. That's it. It doesn't seem too serious. Wit's tail swayed as he sighed. Wentz finds it quite serious, which is why she took me to see Boko. I am grateful to her. That's normal. I think Wentz is more fond of you than she is of us. At this, Wit paused in surprise. Fond. When he thought back, it did seem that since his hatching, Wentz had paid him more attention than the other dragons. Contemplating this, Wit remarked, I don't believe that's the case. She cares for each of us, just like you. You? Billy recalled something and appeared somewhat bewildered. Wit chuckled. Of course, for example, Billy. I think I need to give you a warning. You still haven't taken my words to heart, Billy. Wit mimicked Went's tone. At this, a hint of embarrassment flickered in Billy's eyes. Well, Wait, I acknowledge that I have committed many foolish acts, yet I merely found them amusing at the time. Let us not dwell on that. They are about to determine the victor. As she spoke, Sai Lin, soaring through the air, seized the opportunity to grasp Ao's tail and brought him crashing down to the ground. The resounding thud caused Wei Te and the others to gasp in astonishment. That must have hurt. Chapter 36. Farewell to the starry sky. Ao rose to his feet, casting a reluctant glance at Sai Lin. However, the pride of the golden dragon prevented him from exhibiting the ungracious behavior of refusing to acknowledge his defeat. I shall challenge you again. Sai Lin, unfazed, nodded and replied earnestly, I look forward to your challenge. With that, she made her way toward Wei Te and the others. Observing this, Ao hesitated for a moment before following suit, albeit in a far more disheveled manner than Sai Lin, his steps uneven and labored. The last fall had truly pained him. His right hind leg was now numb. Wei Te, how have you returned? As Sai Lin approached, Wei Te was about to congratulate her on her victory when she preemptively inquired. Casting a glance at the equally curious Ao, Wei Te sighed and repeated the words he had previously shared with Billy and the others. After hearing Wei Te's account, Sai Lin gazed at him in astonishment. I had no knowledge that such an ailment existed. It was not mentioned in my ancestral memories. Wei Te casually waved his tail and replied, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Moreover, since Boku could produce those metallic plates for testing facial blindness, it indicates that dragons in the academy have previously suffered from this affliction. Besides, its impact on me is quite minimal. When Taisi mentioned that thus far, you are the only sacred dragon in the academy. Upon hearing this, Sai Lin appeared enlightened and approached to pat Wei Te's wing, cheerfully proclaiming, fear not. I shall look after you. Upon hearing this, Wei Te rolled his eyes and evaded Sai Lin's descending paw. Did you truly grasp my meaning? This is not a matter of protection. I may misidentify Billy and the others, but with you around, I won't make any mistakes, that is all. Yet. Sai Lin waved her paw dismissively. Wei Te, you need not explain so much. Simply rely on me without worry. Wei Te was about to articulate further when he noticed the sudden spark of intensity in Sai Lin's gaze. Wei Te, would you care for another bout? At this, Wei Te instinctively stood up, prepared to accept, but as his gaze fell on Ao, he let out a reluctant sigh. Never mind. You have just fought Ao, and your stamina must be nearly depleted. Engaging you now would be rather unfair. He then glanced around. Aren't you all practicing magic? Upon hearing this, not only Sai Lin, but the other 4 little dragons appeared deflated, like punctured balloons. Billy cradled his head in despair, exclaiming, Wei Te, you are so cruel. I was clearly trying to avoid this topic, yet you brought it up again. Sai Lin and the others shared a sympathetic expression. Nonetheless, they understood the importance of magic and did not abandon their practice. After a few complaints, Billy retreated to a corner of the dragon lair to continue his duel with the fireball. Sai Lin and the others followed suit. As for Wei Te, with one Taisi absent, he had no means to practice mental magic, so he sought an open space to continue exercising his wings. Time passed gradually, and soon the sky outside darkened. When Taisi, having vanished for an entire afternoon, returned bearing food. Sai Lin and the others sampled a few bites, but could eat no more. They were not hungry after all. Once Wei Te finished his meal, when Taisi offered a few words of advice before departing. Having raised countless young dragons, she was well aware of their behavior. In the absence of any progress during a day of monotonous practice, no young dragon would stay up late to practice magic. Thus, she saw no need to remain. Indeed, the situation unfolded as such. After Wen Taixi's departure, Sai Lin and the others ceased their magical practice and prepared to rest. Wei Tai was no exception. However, if he wished to rest, he required a drop of Du Mi flower juice. Today, however, was different. Just as Wei Tai approached the crystal jar containing the Du Mi flower juice, Billy blocked his path. Wei Tai looked at Billy, puzzled. Do you want some too? Billy grinned mischievously and leaned closer to Wei Tai. Wei Tai, just one night without sleep shouldn't affect our growth, right? Hearing this, Wei Tai stared at Billy in astonishment, his voice rising slightly. You want to go out? Billy quickly covered Wei Tai's mouth and cautiously glanced at the positions of Sai Lin and the others. Seeing no movement, he sighed in relief. Keep your voice down. We don't want to disturb them. If we go out too much, it could lead to trouble, and if Wen Taixi catches us, it would be a real hassle. Wei Tai pried Billy's paw away and instinctively lowered his voice. Are you suggesting just the two of us? Billy nodded, and, noticing Wei Tai's hesitance, whispered, Don't you want to see the starry sky? Wei Tai paused, then looked at Billy in surprise. Billy wore a smug expression. The starry sky dragon. The knowledge inherited through bloodline has a significant impact on young dragons like us. Moreover, you slipped out that night. It is not hard to guess that you harbor a special obsession with the starry sky. Upon hearing this, Wei Tai felt a sense of realization and his expression softened. Observing this, Billy's heart leaped with joy as he continued to persuade. Besides, we won't actually stay up the whole night. We can just go outside for a while. And perhaps when we return, you won't even need the Du Mi flower juice to sleep soundly. At this, Wei Tai's interest was piqued, and he nodded vigorously. All right, but you must listen to me. We cannot make a sound, and we absolutely must not linger on the 9th floor. Billy beamed with excitement. Of course, I will heed your words. After all, it is my first time. Having made their agreement, the two dragons cautiously checked on Sai Lin and the others before stealthily making their way outside the dragon lair. To avoid waking the other 3 dragons, they even refrained from flying, opting instead to tread lightly toward the exit. However, just as they were about to enter the passage, a cough echoed. Wei Tai and Billy froze in place, slowly turning their heads to find 3 pairs of gleaming golden vertical pupils fixated on them. As Wei Tai stood there, bewildered, Billy cautiously inquired, Shall we go together? With a flurry of wing beats, Sai Lin and the others stood before Wei Tai and Billy, their expressions filled with reproach. You did not call us. Wei Tai and Billy exchanged awkward glances. Thus, their adventure transformed from 2 dragons into a 5-dragon outing. This time Wei Tai, having grown significantly over the past few days, was not only physically stronger but also soared effortlessly alongside Sai Lin and the others, flying through the opening above the academy. It was a volcanic crater, and the edge felt no different from the ground for the dragons. However, Wei Tai paid little attention to his surroundings. All his focus was captured by the twinkling starlit sky above. This was the second time he beheld the starry sky. Chapter 37. Have we caused trouble? The night breeze caressed Wei Tai's body, sending delightful tingles throughout him. The moon hung large and bright as a jade plate, and the stars shimmered, forming an ocean of light. In the world his father had left him, the bright moon and starry sea never appeared together. However, this world is evidently quite different. Wei Tai lay prone on the ground, his head held high, gazing at the starry sky with eyes that radiated a unique brilliance. Sai Lin took note of this, gently patting Ao and their wings, then pointed towards the entranced Wei Tai, gesturing towards the distance. The 3 dragons comprehended Sai Lin's intention, nodding in agreement as they tread softly toward the far-off horizon. Although they did not fully understand the enchanting power of the star-studded sky that could captivate Wei Tai to such an extent, each dragon possessed its own habits and thus refrained from critiquing the ways of their kin. Moreover, the night sky was undeniably beautiful. As the night breeze caressed them, they reveled in this rare moment, sharing their aspirations for the future. The irritation from the inability to wield magic during the day gradually melted away, carried off by the wind. Time passed, and Sai Lin yawned, his eyelids beginning to wage a battle against each other, with the others experiencing a similar fatigue. In truth, Wei Tai had long recognized that Sai Lin and the others had deliberately provided him with a space uniquely his own. Thus, while he admired the stars, he occasionally glanced back at Sai Lin and the others. Noticing that the dragons were so drowsy they were tearing up, Wei Tai stood up. All right, we must return. If we sleep here, we will surely be caught by Wen Taixi tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sai Lin and the others shook their heads, forcing themselves to awaken. Wei Tai chuckled at the sight, But before his smile could fully blossom, it froze on his face. "Where's Bai Li?" Wei Ti's exclamation jolted Sai Lin and the others awake, and as they exchanged glances, they realized that Bai Li was missing. A cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. "Did any of you notice when Bai Li disappeared?" Sai Lin shook his head and then craned his neck, scanning the surroundings. Ao and Ding and Ite also shook their heads. They had previously wondered why Bai Li, who often found himself in trouble, had been so quiet this time. They thought he had finally learned to behave. It now seemed they had been overly naive. Bai Li had simply played a grand trick on them. Just as Wei Tai was about to suggest they disperse to search, Sai Lin, who had been looking around, suddenly spoke up. "He's over there." Following the direction of Sai Lin's claw, Wei Tai and the others finally saw Bai Li approaching from afar, clutching something in his arms. They were currently situated in a circular volcanic crater, and Bai Li was flying up from the lower outer rim, seemingly aware of their gaze. Bai Li waved whatever he was holding and quickened his pace. Soon, he was right in front of the group. "Look what I found." Sai Lin, who had intended to lecture him, swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, his attention shifting to Bai Li's claw. "Is that a dragon beast?" Bai Li shot a disdainful glance at Sai Lin. "If it's not a member of the dragon clan, then it must be a dragon beast. But I wonder, what kind of dragon beast is it?" Upon hearing this, Sai Lin seized Bai Li's dragon horn. "Do you believe I could break it?" Bai Li, of course, did not believe it, for although it resembled crystal, the horns of a crystal dragon were not actually made of crystal. Their hardness was comparable to that of regular dragon horns, which were among the hardest parts of a dragon's body. However, he certainly could not voice this thought. Not being foolish, Bai Li hurriedly begged for mercy, which prompted Sai Lin to release him. The other dragons found the situation amusing, but Wei Ti's gaze remained fixed on the corpse of the dragon beast in Bai Li's grasp. Indeed, this dragon beast was already dead. However, it did not appear to have been slain by Bai Li. This dragon beast was significantly larger than the Air Sea dragon beast, nearly half a meter in length, and its body appeared more elongated. Overall, it resembled a wasp from another world, albeit with a dragon's head, its sharp teeth looking far more menacing than those of the Air Sea dragon beast. Its 3 pairs of symmetrically arranged legs ended in sharp points reminiscent of daggers, and its tail bore a series of circular holes that seemed somewhat out of place, as if something were missing. Reflecting on the wasps of that world, Wei Tai felt that what was lacking was likely a stinger. "Wei Tai, do you recognize this dragon beast?" Perhaps due to Wei Ti's deep contemplation, Bai Li and the others couldn't help but ask curiously. Wei Tai glanced at Bai Li, then shook his head. "I don't recognize it. The book I was reading today was Encyclopedia of Dragons, not Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts. It's a pity. Had I read that one, I might have been able to identify it. Regardless, let's not dwell on it. We should return to sleep quickly, lest we all be caught dead asleep when Wen Tai-Si comes looking for us." In such a situation, anyone could tell that we did not rest properly at night. And what of it? Bai Li raised the dragon beast's corpse in his claws. Wei Tai scratched his head. "If you're truly curious, you can take it back and inquire about it when Wen Tai-Si comes to find us tomorrow. As for how it was discovered, just say you don't know. It was simply in the dragon's lair when you woke up." After all, the previous Air Sea dragon beast and the Chio little dragon had both been able to bypass the magical array set at the entrance of the lair. Although this dragon beast was somewhat larger than both the Air Sea dragon beast and Chio little dragon, it's still classified as a small dragon beast. So this reasoning should suffice. Upon hearing this, Sai Lin and the others remained silent, and Bai Li nodded in agreement. Since it was he who had found it, he was naturally curious about what kind of dragon beast it was. Seeing this, Sai Lin and the others said nothing further. After all, Wei Ti's reasoning was quite sound. Thus, with the dragon beast in tow, they returned to the dragon's lair without incident. After frolicking outside for so long, the moment they lay down, a chorus of snores began to fill the air, a night devoid of conversation. The next morning, Wei Tai opened his eyes to find that Wen Tai-Si had yet to arrive, and he let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that upon awakening, he would see Wen Tai-Si glaring at them in anger, but fortunately, that did not come to pass. As Wei Tai made some noise, Sai Lin and the others began to yawn and open their eyes. Just then, a heavy footfall echoed from the passage. Wei Tai and the others froze for a moment before hastily scrambling to their feet, exchanging nervous glances, unsure of what to do. Thus, when Wen Tai-Si entered, she found 5 little ones staring at each other in silence. "Ah, you're all awake. You must be hungry," she began. But her gaze suddenly fell upon the unknown dragon beast's corpse positioned in the center of the lair. Her pupils constricted sharply, and a powerful and terrifying pressure erupted from her body. Chapter 38. The Sudden Onset of War. Sensing the suffocating aura emanating from Wen Tai-Si, Wei and the others dared not even draw a breath. They had gotten into trouble. This was the only thought echoing in the minds of the 5 little ones. Where did you find this? Wen Si asked in a low voice, pointing at the dragon beast's corpse on the ground. Instantly, Wei and the others shifted their gaze to Bai Li. Bai Li cursed them in his heart for their lack of loyalty. Seeing Wen Si follow their gaze towards him, he prepared to deliver the explanation they had agreed upon the night before. However, when he met Wen Si's piercing gaze, he found himself involuntarily divulging everything that had transpired the previous night. Upon concluding the conversation, Wen glanced at the 5 little ones. This is your sustenance for this morning. Remain obediently within the dragon's lair and do not venture outside. With that, Wen discarded several pieces of meat, both raw and cooked, and turned on her heel to leave. Witnessing this, Vett and the others dared not utter a word, not even a whisper. It was only when the sound of Wen's footsteps faded into silence that they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, Vett could no longer restrain himself and spoke. Have we landed ourselves in a grave predicament? I have never seen Wen so furious. Just then, a series of resonant dragon roars echoed from outside. Following that, a chorus of roars arose, seemingly responding to the previous sound. Vett and his companions exchanged worried looks, and Billy was nearly in tears. Could this possibly be related to us? No dragon responded, but Vett and the others understood that Billy was likely correct. After a moment of hesitation, Vett was the first to dart towards the entrance of the dragon's lair. Seeing this, Celine's expression changed. Wait, Vett, you all should eat first. I will go check what is happening. As Vett disappeared into the passageway, Celine and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. How could they possibly eat at a time like this? Wen swiftly exited the dragon's lair, leaping from the edge of the stone corridor. With a powerful flap of her expansive wings, stretching nearly 1,000 meters, she created a gust of wind and soared out through the opening above. Once outside the academy, Wen continued her ascent into the sky, letting out a mighty roar. Simultaneously, her body began to swell dramatically within mere seconds. She expanded from around 800 meters to a colossal 1,000 meters, her wings casting an imposing shadow over the land. The meaning behind Wen's earlier roar was quite straightforward. War had arrived. Upon hearing Wen's warning, every dragon within the Desidero dragon lair sprang into action. Massive dragons ascended from their lairs, and a glance revealed a staggering number exceeding several hundred. Each of these dragons was at least 500 meters long, undoubtedly in their prime. Amidst the throng of dark-scaled dragons, Wen stood out as the most striking, her 1,000-meter form dominating the sky with an overwhelming presence. At that moment, a dragon with a bronzed body, its scales glistening like metal and adorned with diamond-shaped patterns, soared towards Wen. This dragon, with imposing horns and a wingspan 13 times its body length, was indeed a brass dragon. Wen, what has transpired that you sound the call to war? Elbert. It is an Abbey dragon beast. Upon hearing this, Elbert's pupils constricted sharply, and he raised his neck to bellow. Younglings, scatter at once. The Abbey dragon beasts are about to strike. Should any of you dare to allow even one Abbey dragon beast into the Warren Great Rift, believe me, you shall know the meaning of devilish training. At Elbert's command, the recently awakened dragons, still somewhat dazed by the war call, hurriedly sought suitable positions. They had no desire to endure Elbert's so-called training. That was akin to hell itself. Moreover, they all understood what the Abbey dragon beasts represented. Observing the flurry of activity among the dragons, Elbert turned to Wen. Left or right? Right. With that, Wen glanced down at the Dragon Academy before soaring towards the right side of the Warren Great Rift. Vett and his companions finally reached the rim of the caldera, only to be astounded by the sight above. Dragons of various hues, black, yellow, white, green, and more, were soaring through the skies, all appearing to be in their prime. Billy swallowed hard, his face blank as he gazed upward. Did we really cause this? Vett hesitated, a look of confusion on his face. It seems unlikely. What are you all doing here? Return at once. At the sound of a voice from behind, Vett and the others turned to see a dragon of pure azure, translucent in appearance, rising from the caldera. Boko, what is happening? Vett exclaimed, his initial shock giving way to relief. It is the war call. I am uncertain of the details, but it is clear that war is upon us. Hurry back. During wartime, young dragons may become targets. Suddenly, Billy recalled something and produced a corpse from beneath him. What kind of dragon beast is this? However, upon seeing the body at Billy's feet, Boko's expression changed drastically. Without another word, he swiftly enveloped Vett and the others, flying downward. By the time they realized what was happening, they found themselves standing at the entrance of the dragon's lair. Boko led them into the depths of the lair, finally setting the 5 little ones down. Listen, from this moment on, you are not to step outside the lair unless Wentz comes to find you. Vetter hurriedly inquired. Is this related to the dragon beast we just saw? Boko nodded. That was an abbey dragon beast, typically ranging from 1 to 2 meters in length, with various species forming communal nests. The corpse you saw belonged to the ISU variety, the smallest of the abbey dragon beasts, with adults measuring only half a meter. Most importantly, all abbey dragon beasts are known as young dragon killers. Young dragons are considered a delicacy in their diet. Therefore, the abbey dragon beast is the only dragon beast audacious enough to assault a dragon's lair. Upon hearing this, the 5 little ones turned pale. No wonder both Wentz and Boko had insisted they remain within the lair upon encountering that dragon beast's corpse. It seemed they were the ones being targeted. Chapter 39. The abbey dragon beast high above the Warren Great Rift, Wentz hovered quietly, her wings occasionally stirring. Suddenly, a brilliant gleam flickered in her golden vertical pupils as she fixed her gaze towards the direction of the ISU plains. Wentz unleashed another earth-shattering dragon roar. They are coming. Hearing Wentz's warning, the many dragons soaring above the Warren Great Rift shifted their attention towards the ISU plains. Soon, accompanied by a buzzing sound that irritated the dragons, a massive dark cloud rose from the horizon of the ISU plains, rushing towards the Warren Great Rift. As the cloud approached, the sunlight illuminating the ISU plains began to fade. Observing the size of the cloud, Wentz's pupils narrowed slightly. Beware, it is a medium-sized dragon nest. On the other side, upon hearing Wentz's warning, Elbert roared, Blizzard, prepare. With Elbert's thunderous command, some dragons began to chant loudly, accompanied by rhythmic dragon chants. Magic circles exuding a chilling aura began to take shape in the sky above the Warren Great Rift. As the chanting continued, the radiant magic circles gradually expanded, quickly stacking in the air above the area where the Warren Great Rift met the ISU plains. Before the magic had officially activated, a thick layer of frost had already formed on the leaves and grass below. Toxic swamp. Elbert's voice resonated once more, followed by another round of deep chanting, akin to divine whispers. As the verdant magical circles flickered madly upon the ground beneath the tempestuous snowstorm's embrace, each fleeting manifestation left behind a patch of deep green swamp. The swamp bubbled as if boiling, releasing faintly green gas with each burst of bubbles. In no time, the entire area was enveloped in this ethereal green mist. While Wentz and his companions prepared for the impending conflict, the ominous dark clouds had not ceased their advance. Now looming at the juncture of Waluan de Ligu and Isu Pingyuan. Upon nearing, the dragons discerned that what they perceived as clouds were actually swarms of diminutive dragon beasts, Abay's long show. Realization dawned upon the dragons as they grasped the reason behind the war mobilization order. The Abay's long show, sworn enemies of the dragonkin, had targeted young dragons as their prime quarry, and these hatchlings were regarded as the most coveted prey. Once the Abay's long show detected a young dragon, all hunting strategies would pivot around it, ceasing only when one side lay utterly vanquished. Snowstorm. Release. As the horde of dragon beasts descended upon them, slowed by the toxic swamp gases, Elbert's voice rang out once more. Instantly, the magical arrays above erupted with blinding radiance. Giant snowballs, each the size of a head, cascaded downward. Those Abay's long show affected by the swamp's poison could not even evade the onslaught, plummeting into the noxious marsh and dissolving almost instantaneously. Yet, the swarm of Abay's long show showed no signs of abating. In this dire scenario, some dragon beasts soon breached the blockade, but the dragons had already prepared. One or several dragons were tasked with clearing designated areas. Rapidly, those that had broken through the defenses met their demise under a myriad of magical assaults. However, as time progressed, both the venomous swamp and the snowstorm waned in intensity, and the numbers of encroaching dragon beasts swelled. Dragon breath, clear the field. Poison, snowstorm, stand down. Gravity, ground spikes, stand ready. Elbert's commands remained calm and collected, with the emergence of various dragon breaths. Both the advancing and those yet to reach the front lines of dragon beasts were obliterated beneath the overwhelming might of the dragon's breaths. At that moment, Wentz made his move. Towering at a kilometer in length, he stood against the horizon, unleashing a torrent of crimson lava breath from his maw, causing the very heavens to dim. The breath sliced horizontally like a radiant sword, creating a chasm in the assault of the Abay's long show that spanned hundreds of meters. Seizing this moment, magical arrays emanating a sandy yellow light materialized in the sky, replacing the snowstorm. As the breath ceased, The dragon beasts preparing to charge the blockade faltered as if their wings had been clipped, descending like leaves in the wind. The ground spikes, long prepared, harvested cries of despair with each appearance. Wince, you have finally chosen to engage. Just as I suspected, you have grown considerably stronger. After we clear away this debris, you must face me in battle. Wince rolled his eyes. I am far too busy for that, as I have a brood of hatchlings awaiting my care. A brood? Speaking of which, how many have hatched? 5. At this, Elbert burst into laughter. That is splendid news. I eagerly anticipate their growth. Wince chuckled in return, replying, They shall not disappoint you. They are the future of Defies Luo. Hearing this, Elbert let out a mighty roar. Did you all hear that? The Academy has welcomed 5 newly hatched little ones. Do not let me down. In an instant, the air was filled with dragon roars. And even the magical prowess displayed surged in strength. The nests of the Defies Longshow are categorized into 4 types. Small nests, typically housing between 200,000 and 300,000 individuals. Medium nests, containing 1 to 2 million. Large nests, with populations exceeding 5 million but below 10 million. And giant nests, which surpass 10 million. Under normal circumstances, giant Defies Longshow nests are seldom encountered unless ample food sources are nearby. Furthermore, the growth cycle of the Defies Longshow is remarkably brief, requiring no more than 3 days for a dragon beast egg to mature into an adult. Thus, even a small Defies Longshow nest can pose a significant challenge. As Boak elaborated on the characteristics of the Defies Longshow to White and the others, he examined the corpse of an Defies Longshow brought back to the dragon lair. This was a scout. Upon detecting the presence of young dragons, it would secrete a pheromone. We cannot perceive this pheromone, yet it can transmit information across hundreds of miles at incredible speed. Do you see the hole in its rear? There should have been a stinger capable of effortlessly piercing through the scales of a young dragon. White observed the corpse with curiosity. More than that, I am intrigued to know how it met its demise. Boak glanced at White. The Defies Longshow has natural enemies. As for its nemesis. Chapter 40. Boak is a good dragon. Natural enemy? The 5 little ones looked at Boak with curiosity. Without hesitation, Boak continued, Indeed. Their nemesis is the Qiu Xiaolong. The sharpest weapon of the Defies Longshow, its tail stinger, proves utterly ineffective against the resilient skin of the Qiu Xiaolong. Furthermore, the tail stinger is one of the Qiu Xiaolong's favored delicacies. The pheromones emitted by the Defies Longshow, which we cannot detect, are akin to the aroma of food to the Qiu Xiaolong. Pointing to the corpse on the ground, Boak explained, this Defies Longshow was likely hunted down after releasing its pheromones. Unfortunately, while Qiu Xiaolongs are also social creatures, their numbers are significantly smaller, usually ranging from a mere dozen to several dozen. Otherwise, they would become the nightmare of the Defies Longshow. As he spoke, the sound of dragon roars reverberated from outside. Boak looked up, his smile fading. It seemed the Defies Longshow had arrived, and he hoped it was not a large nest. Hearing this, White's expression sharpened. Can Defies Luo not withstand a large nest? Boak shook his head. Of course we can. However, the sheer number of individuals in a large nest is overwhelming, making it challenging to keep them at bay outside Waluen de Ligu. Should the Defies Longshow penetrate into the depths of the valley, the war would devolve into a war of attrition, unless we can annihilate every single Defies Longshow that enters the valley while simultaneously dismantling their nest. For if the dragon matriarch falls, any dragon within the tribe could potentially assume the role of a new matriarch. As long as the matriarch lives, they shall not cease their assaults on Defies Luo. If a dragon matriarch hides within Waluen de Ligu, it would spell catastrophic trouble. The ecology of the valley would face devastating consequences, and even if we emerged victorious, we would have no choice but to relocate. Upon hearing this, the 5 little ones fell silent. Though they had only been born a few days prior, they felt an innate bond with this place, for it was their birthplace. The notion of leaving, a concept that had never crossed their minds before, now loomed before them. As the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, Boak smiled and reassured them. There is no need for excessive concern. Large dragon nests are quite rare. Defies Luo has been here for over 10,000 years and is well acquainted with the surrounding circumstances. Logically, there should be no Defies dragon nests near the Isu Pingyuan. The sudden appearance of one can only indicate that they are intruders and have not been here for long. Otherwise, Elbert would have already led his cadre of young dragons to eliminate the nest. In this situation, the attacking forces are predominantly small dragon nests, at most a medium-sized one. With Boak's comforting words, the spirits of Vett and the others brightened considerably. Their focus shifted from the scale of the dragon nest to other matters. Who was Elbert? Noticing that Vett and the others were indeed fixated on Elbert, Boke let out a sigh of relief. Elbert is one of the 5 legendary peak dragons of Desaid Luo, and his primary duty is to safeguard the realm, which includes regular patrols around the Warren Great Rift. Naturally, this also involves discovering and clearing Abai dragon nests. Additionally, part of his responsibilities includes searching for wild dragon eggs. Perhaps one or several of you were retrieved by him personally. Furthermore, after you transition out of your juvenile phase, he will lead you, a period that will span your entire adolescence. Of course, if anyone has an interest in research related to potions or magic, upon reaching the youth phase, they can apply to leave the Dragon Guardian team and act freely. By that time, you will also gain the qualification to leave the dragon nest and explore the outside world. Upon hearing this, Vett's eyes sparkled with excitement. Compared to the dragon nest, he was far more intrigued by the world beyond. He yearned to discover whether there truly existed only dragon beasts and mighty dragons in this world. Perhaps, in some distant corner of the realm, wondrous beings such as humans, elves, and dwarves exist, merely regarded as peculiar dragon beasts. The world is vast. Who could guarantee that such occurrences would never transpire? Each dragon harbored their own thoughts. However, before they could indulge in dreams of the future, a commotion erupted from outside. Vett glanced at Boke, who always seemed to gaze upward, hesitated momentarily, then spoke. Boke, if you wish to assist outside, we will remain here obediently. Hearing this, Boke paused briefly before shaking his head with a smile. My duty is to protect you. And what about the other young dragons? Boke looked at Vett and couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, you do not think that such a large academy consists solely of myself and Wentz. In truth, besides Wentz, who is responsible for teaching the newly hatched dragons, and myself, there are 2 other instructors specializing in alchemy and magical arrays. Moreover, once I found you at the volcano's mouth, I certainly wouldn't believe you would stay put. Upon hearing this, Vett and Celine exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Given their past misdeeds, they indeed did not merit Boke's trust. With their questions answered, Vett and the others found themselves without other tasks and could only engage in their training. Naturally, Celine and the others practiced their magic, while Vett focused on strengthening his wings. Boke merely lay quietly at the corridor's edge, observing in silence. However, from the occasional glimmers of admiration that surfaced, it was clear that Boke was quite pleased with Vett and the others' performances. Time passed slowly, and the noise from outside gradually diminished. This was a favorable sign. By midday, silence enveloped the surroundings. Vett and the others instinctively turned their gazes towards Boke, who merely kept his eyes closed, ignoring their inquisitive stares. It was not until the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside that Boke finally stood up. It was Wentz who entered, perhaps feeling a bit sheepish upon seeing Wentz. Vett and the others intensified their training efforts. Wentz found this amusing. Thank you, Boke. These little ones haven't caused any trouble, have they? At this, Vett and the others perked up their ears. They were well aware that Wentz had instructed them to remain in the dragon nest, yet they had ventured outside, only to be brought back by Boke. Of course, they behaved. Boke's words instantly elevated his favorability among the 5 young dragons. Chapter 41. A.O. Boke departed amidst the grateful gazes of Vett and the others. Yet, before they could revel in their joy, they noticed Wentz observing them with a half-smile. Feeling guilty, Vett and the others instinctively averted their eyes. Seeing this, Wentz chuckled helplessly. Regardless, her strength was apparent, and she could not have failed to notice that these 5 little ones had run to the volcano's mouth shortly after her departure. Moreover, these 5 had boldly stood there, seemingly eager for other dragons to notice them. However, this was merely a minor issue. What truly alarmed her was another matter. Wentz's gaze shifted to the repeatedly examined corpse of the Abai dragon beast. Lowering herself, Wentz tapped the corpse with her claw. Let's hear it. Who initiated this? Observing Wentz's serious expression, Vett and the others fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, Vett was about to confess when Billy timidly stepped forward. It was me. I just felt too bored, so I wanted to see the outside. Vett was persuaded by me, and Celine and the others were the same. Also, I found the Abai dragon beast's corpse while wandering around. Hearing this, Vett and the others stared at Billy in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Billy would take full responsibility for the mishap. As Wentz's gaze turned towards Billy, Vett and the others could no longer remain idle and hastily began to recount the events of the previous night. However, while the young dragons awaited Wentz's judgment, she simply smiled. I do not mean to blame you. On the contrary, I am relieved. Fortunately, you discovered this corpse in advance. Otherwise, when the Abai dragon beast launched its attack, it would have been too late for us to react. The target of the Abai dragon beast is not limited to young dragons. They also seek dragon eggs. Upon hearing this, Vett and the others exhaled in relief, exchanging glances filled with growing joy. They had not caused trouble. Rather, they could be considered reluctant heroes. However, seeing the tension return to Vett and the others' faces, Wince reached out her claw and gently tapped each of their heads. Yet, this does not imply that your nocturnal escapades deserve encouragement, so you will spend the entirety of tomorrow in the library. As for the nature of the punishment, you shall discover that tomorrow. Vett felt a spark of intrigue. Since there would be punishment, surely there would also be rewards. Wince glanced at Vett and smiled, nodding in agreement. Of course, there are rewards, but given your current circumstances, you will not be able to claim them until after you pass the juvenile phase. The rewards will be timely distributed to you then. Now, let us not dwell on this and commence today's lessons. With that, Wince stood and beckoned Vett and the others to her claw. Regarding the Abbey dragon beast's demise, Wince did not divulge her intentions to Vett and the others. This was not a matter for the juvenile dragons to concern themselves with. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the other dragons, except for Vett, immediately waned. For their magic was still incomplete. Due to the sudden assault of the Abbey long beast, the second magic class was constrained to merely half a day. With such limited practice, Salen and her companions achieved little, still unable to successfully cast any spells. Only Vetter had successfully located the third node. However, this does not imply that Vetter's magical aptitude surpasses that of Salen and her group. He simply benefited from the clearer feedback resulting from the disruption of the node's formation, enabling him to ascertain the correct position of the node more easily. After listening to Winter's explanation, Salen and the others managed to regain some semblance of confidence. Nevertheless, today's magical practice had come to an end. They could only place their hopes on the next class, while also bracing themselves for the unknown punishment awaiting them the following day. Upon returning to the dragon's lair, Salen and her companions, exhausted from the day's events, quickly succumbed to slumber. Following dinner, Vetter intended to consume the juice of the domia flower and enjoy a restful sleep. However, the memory of the magnificent starry sky he beheld the previous night caused him to hesitate. Standing atop the crystal jar, he cast a glance at the boisterous Billy. Surely, a few minutes of stargazing would not be detrimental. It would only be a brief moment. With this thought, Vetter ultimately succumbed to temptation. Departing the dragon's lair, he soared towards the exit above. This time, Salen and her companions were truly deep in sleep, failing to stir as Vetter emerged. The starry sky remained breathtaking, and tonight's celestial display was not entirely akin to that of the previous evening. However, after a short while, Vetter resolved to resist the allure of lingering a bit longer and prepared to return to sleep. Just then, a faint sound reached his ears. Vetter paused, and his expression gradually turned grave. Could it be the Abbey long beast once more? With this thought, he cautiously approached the direction from whence the sound emanated. The volcano was a circular rock platform. Following the sound, Vetter arrived at the outer edge of the platform and gazed downward. As the apex predator of this world's food chain, the dragon's eyesight was unparalleled. Even under the cloak of night, the scene below was vividly clear to Vetter. He soon found himself in shock. Oh, the golden dragon scales shimmered under the night sky, radiating a metallic luster. This was characteristic of a metallic dragon, specifically the gold dragon. Other dragons, even those with golden scales, did not possess this metallic sheen. As for size, it was slightly smaller than him. Indeed, it was AO. But wasn't he AO supposed to be sleeping in the lair? With this realization, Vetter found himself torn. Should he return to the lair to confirm if AO was indeed asleep, or should he follow to see what the creature intended to do? From above, he observed a steep rocky slope. At this moment, AO had reached the bottom of the slope and was about to enter the forest beside the volcano. Seeing this, Vetter disregarded the uncertainty of whether it was truly AO and flew downwards without hesitation. Descending from above was relatively easy for Vetter. However, the volcano, repurposed as an academy, was colossal. By the time Vetter reached the base of the volcano, AO had already vanished from sight. Just as he pondered this, a wave of scorching breath surged from the forest, aimed directly at him. Clearly, the assailant had only recently mastered this ability. Vetter remained motionless, and the molten breath landed several meters away, striking a nearby rock. Then, a golden figure, glistening with metallic sheen, emerged from the forest, exuding the same proud demeanor as AO. However, Vetter was not blind. He could discern the wariness and curiosity in the creature's eyes as it regarded him. This was unequivocally not AO. Chapter 42. The newly hatched wormling, who are you? Vetter inquired cautiously, his wings unfurled, limbs taut, and tail restlessly swaying, creating a genuine rush of wind. And who are you? Why are you following me? Upon hearing this, Vetter paused momentarily, then regarded the creature with an odd expression. Its voice was clear and melodious, akin to the song of a bird, unmistakably a female dragon. Yet, with Ao's appearance and such a voice, Vetter felt an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. "I am speaking to you." The creature's tone now carried a hint of impatience. Observing its restless demeanor, Vetter quickly gathered his wits. "My name is Vetter, a freshman at the Dragon Academy." "Vetter, is it? I shall remember you." The golden dragon's response was not what Vetter had anticipated. Rather than lunging at him, she dove into the nearby bushes. By the time Vetter reacted and rushed over to investigate, she had already vanished. Scratching his head, Vetter noticed the friction between his claws and scales igniting sparks, prompting him to halt immediately. There was plenty of dry grass nearby. He had already pushed the limits by sneaking out tonight. If he accidentally ignited anything and drew Winter's ire, it would certainly lead to trouble. Recalling the overwhelming pressure Winter had exuded that morning, Vetter's expression shifted, and he hurried towards the slope of the volcano, gazing up at the seemingly endless height before him. Vetter's face contorted in dismay. Descending had been effortless, but ascending would surely leave him exhausted. Yet, even if he were to perish from fatigue, it must be within the confines of the dragon's lair. He absolutely could not spend the night outside. With this resolve, Vetter gritted his teeth and ascended. The golden figure darted through the forest, occasionally illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the trees, reflecting a metallic sheen. She was the little gold dragon that had just evaded Vetter. Suddenly, her expression shifted, her eyes darting around before she obediently halted. Then, a massive shadow descended from above, causing the surrounding trees to creak ominously. Under the moonlight, the figure radiated a golden metallic luster. "Isha, you are mischief incarnate again." As the words were spoken, a colossal claw settled beside the little gold dragon. Upon hearing this, the little dragon let out an awkward chuckle. "The lair is unbearably dull. Staying inside drives me mad. Shall I escort you to the academy?" Upon hearing this, Isha hesitated for a moment. "Never mind. I recently encountered a silver dragon of similar size, who is also a student at the academy. If he is out at this hour, it only confirms the academy's tedium." "Is that so? How peculiar." "If memory serves, Dean Winter is quite strict. I certainly would not have dared to sneak out during my time." "That is because you are timid," the moment Mother speaks. "You." Vetter could not quite recall how he returned to the dragon's lair. All he knew was that this slumber was profoundly restorative. When he opened his eyes again, a colossal eye startled him. "It's Winter. You nearly scared me to death." As he watched the immense eye retreat, revealing its owner, Vetter could not help but mutter a complaint. Upon hearing this, Winter regarded Vetter with a bemused expression. "You dare to complain? Did you not sneak out last night?" Vetter's heart sank at this remark, and he sheepishly scratched his head, replying, "No, of course not. I simply happened to drink a bit too much of the domia flower juice." "Is that so? Then I believe the juice you consumed last night must have been freshly picked." Listening to Went's teasing remarks, White felt a sense of foreboding. He turned to glance at Selen and the others, only to find them stifling laughter, their eyes fixated on his tail. Wait, his tail? White turned to examine his own tail, only to discover fragments of green leaves wedged between the scales. After a brief silence, White raised his gaze to Wentz. "Wentz, I believe I can explain." Wentz looked at White with amusement. "In a place devoid of any greenery, I am curious to hear what explanation you could possibly offer." Upon hearing this, White lowered his head. "Well, I did go out, but only for a short while. The reason I got these leaves is that I saw a golden dragon. I mistook her for Ao and chased after her." At this, Selen and the others began to scrutinize Ao from head to tail. Ao, feeling somewhat embarrassed under their gaze, hid her tail before speaking. "I went to bed quite early last night, so it couldn't possibly have been me." White quickly added, "It wasn't Ao, she's a female dragon. But she looks exactly like Ao. At first, I thought she was quite far away, which is why I mistook her for Ao." Selen and the others paused momentarily. They had not forgotten White's little quirk, but if he could mistake the other dragon for Ao, it suggested that the other dragon's size must be similar to Ao's. However, weren't there only the 5 of them, freshly hatched, in the academy? At that moment, Wentz spoke up. "You must be referring to Isha. She is indeed a golden dragon born around the same time as you." Seeing the puzzled expressions on the 5 little ones, Wentz hesitated for a moment before explaining. "Not all hatchlings come to the academy. Do you remember what I mentioned before? Your dragon eggs were retrieved from outside the dragon nest. But the great dragons living within the nest also have their own offspring, and they care for their eggs themselves. After birth, only a small fraction of dragons send their hatchlings to the academy." Upon hearing Wentz's words, the mood of White and the others visibly darkened. Wentz's message could not have been clearer. They were children without parental care. and that was the implication. Observing this, Wince felt somewhat helpless. It was precisely for this reason that she had hesitated earlier, but White and the others had the right to know. Now, why the long faces? You still have me. Besides, hurry up and eat. Don't think you can escape today's punishment just by looking miserable. Especially you, White. You ran off again last night. Therefore, your punishment will be doubled. Wince's words somewhat alleviated White and the others' gloom, especially White, who, upon hearing that his punishment would be doubled, could hardly focus on why his parents had abandoned him. Could you perhaps divulge what our punishment entails? Copying books. The Dragon Beast Encyclopedia. White. You must copy it twice. Chapter 43. In the blink of an eye, 2 years. A single day was evidently insufficient for the 5 little ones to complete copying a tome far larger than themselves. Thus, copying books became a long-term punishment. For White, the time required would be even longer, as he had to copy it twice. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. What mattered most was that, for dragons, copying books did not involve merely wielding a pen to write on paper. Wince had prepared for White and the others a series of blank metallic tomes. They were required to use their own claws to carve the characters into the hard metallic pages. By the end of the day, White and the others could only cradle their swollen claws, quickly succumbing to sleep under the weight of exhaustion. Even so, in their dreams, their claws continued to tremble. Wince was not jesting. This was indeed a punishment. Fortunately, White and the others were in a rapid growth phase. Even the most severe injuries could be healed thoroughly after a night's rest, provided they replenished their energy. Moreover, they discovered that after experiencing injuries and recovering through sleep, their claws were much sharper than the previous day. When White and the others inquired of Wince whether this was deliberate, she merely smiled and said nothing. However, to White and the others, it seemed she had tacitly acknowledged it. Thus, their complaints regarding the punishment of copying books diminished somewhat. Although this notion lasted only until the second round of copying. As time passed, White and the others' lives gradually settled into a routine: meals, practicing magic, sleep, meals, and copying books, with White merely adding one more activity: dinner. If there were any notable fluctuations, it would have been during their 4th class, when Selen successfully cast her first spell, the Light Arrow. Spurred by Selen's accomplishment, Ao also completed his first spell, the Fireball, that same day. Subsequently, during the next magic class, Dinget and Billy followed suit, each mastering their respective spells. Naturally, White's progress remained the swiftest. He had long since identified the 4 elemental nodes of the Fireball spell. After Billy successfully cast his Fireball, Wince joyfully announced that the magical education of White and the others had officially commenced. And then, there were no further developments. Their lives continued in the same exceedingly regular fashion. The only difference was that, as time passed since their hatching, the span of this regularity grew increasingly expansive. White and the others' sleeping hours lengthened, their appetites increased, and the time dedicated to practicing magic shortened. The punishment of copying books gradually faded from memory, even for Wince. Wince was not surprised by this change. She understood it to be a normal phenomenon in the growth process of hatchlings. Finally, one day, a year after their hatching, Wince entered the dragon lair, as usual, bearing a bounty of meat. However, instead of 5 hatchlings, she encountered 5 elemental cocoons. Wince smiled. She quietly exited the lair, knowing that in the coming year, White and the others would not awaken again. Time would not stand still due to their slumber. It continued its relentless march forward, following some perhaps existent, perhaps non-existent pattern. The light cocoons within the dragon lair gradually expanded with the passage of time, yet the brilliance they contained dimmed ever more. At last, a faint sound shattered the year-long silence within the lair. A crack appeared in one of the cocoons, and as it widened, the cocoon abruptly shattered, revealing 2 milky white dragon wings that unfurled and gently stirred. Selen opened her eyes, gazing around in a state of bewilderment. She was uncertain how long she had been asleep, yet she felt an extraordinary comfort from her slumber. After a moment, Selen became fully alert, and her attention quickly shifted to the other 4 cocoons within the lair. Initially taken aback, Selen soon attempted to rise. However, her focus was quickly captured by another matter: her own body. At first, as she moved, she felt an unprecedented heaviness. But that sensation soon dissipated, though it continued to draw Selen's attention. Then she beheld her dragon form, which was entirely different from before her slumber. The color of her body remained unchanged, yet her scales appeared significantly thicker, and her claws were sharper, effortlessly leaving white marks on the rocky ground. An impossibility prior to this transformation. The entire academy is shielded by a geomantic magic array. Otherwise, The mischievous young dragons would relentlessly attempt to destroy anything visible to the naked eye with their claws. Although Selene was astonished by the newfound strength of her claws upon awakening, her attention was swiftly diverted by another object, the crystal jar that Wett used to contain the essence of Domia flowers. The jar itself was not the focal point. Rather, it was her realization that it appeared significantly smaller. No, it must be that she had grown larger. Upon this realization, Selene excitedly measured herself and quickly concluded that her tail measured 5 meters in length. Given that the physical characteristics of the giant dragon species dictate that the tail and the body are approximately the same length, with only minor deviations, it followed that her current body length was also 5 meters. Just as Selene was marveling at her growth, a familiar voice suddenly echoed. "It's you, Selene. You are indeed the first to awaken. Are you hungry? Here is the food prepared for you." As she saw Wentz enter, Selene was about to inquire, but her gaze was immediately drawn to the meat he had brought. As if starved for a year, Selene dashed towards the meat, ravenously tearing into it. Well, this was indeed the truth. Wentz watched Selene devour the food with a smile in his eyes. "Take your time. There is plenty to eat." After a moment of frenzied eating, Selene managed to suppress her hunger, regaining her composure, though her pace remained swift. "Wentz, what has happened to me?" Wentz replied with a chuckle. "You have been asleep for an entire year. Naturally, your size has increased significantly." It was then that Selene recalled the growth patterns of young dragons that Wett and Wentz had previously mentioned. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over her. "Wentz, is my size normal?" "Of course, your size is perfectly normal, and indeed larger than that of many young dragons of your age." No sooner had he spoken than a faint cracking sound drew both Wentz and Selene's attention. Though the sound was soft, it captivated them both. When the light cocoon shattered, Selene gazed at Wentz in stunned disbelief, her eyes filled with a sense of betrayal. "If I am normal, then why is he so large?" Chapter 44. The Emergence of Talent. The second to awaken was not Ao, nor was it Dynat or Billy, but rather Wett. Upon awakening, Wett displayed a demeanor similar to Selene's, yet he felt an intense hunger, a gnawing sensation in his stomach. Thus, when he caught the scent of roasted meat wafting through the air, he did not even open his eyes before his limbs began to move. Like a fish in water, the entire dragon swiftly glided to Selene's side. His considerably larger frame pushed her aside as he began to voraciously consume the food with his eyes still closed. Selene attempted to resist, but Wett quickly pressed a claw against her head, pinning it to the ground, rendering her immobile. Wentz watched Wett in astonishment, for his growth far exceeded her expectations. Selene's body measured around 5 meters. More accurately, it should be 6, and indeed, as she had claimed, was larger than that of other young dragons of the same age. However, Wett's physique astonishingly reached 8 meters. This was hardly the size of a 2-year-old young dragon. The growth of dragonkind follows a distinct pattern. During the first 2 years of infancy, they undergo rapid development, after which their growth rate slows, entering a phase of accumulation. Over the next 90 years, the changes in a young dragon's physique will be minimal, typically only reaching around 10 meters in length. Selene's size was already considerable, and under normal circumstances, a young dragon in their 20s would possess such dimensions. However, Wett's size was even more exaggerated. An 8-meter young dragon would typically be over 60 years old, yet he had achieved this at the age of 2. Wett. Just as Wentz was lost in thought regarding Wett's size, Selene finally grew furious. A series of convoluted dragonic incantations tumbled from her lips, albeit somewhat indistinctly. Yet her grasp of the magic had evidently matured. Even if the spell was unclear, a thin, razor-sharp blade of light enveloped her claws. By the time Wentz realized what was happening, Selene's claws had already struck Wett. However, after sustaining Selene's furious blow, Wett merely swayed slightly, his voracious eating uninterrupted. In fact, Selene could barely leave a mark on him. Fortunately, as Wett wobbled, Selene managed to extricate her head from under his claw. Just as she prepared to launch another attack on Wett, Wentz quickly intervened. All right. He did not intentionally steal your food. Look. He hasn't even opened his eyes yet." Hearing Wentz's words, Selene finally noticed that Wett's eyes remained shut, hesitating for a moment. Her pride as a dragon prevented her from attacking Wett, who was still in a state of slumber, though her anger was not so easily quelled. After all, she had just been subjected to having her head pressed to the ground by Wett, which was a humiliation. Wentz sighed in exasperation. She retrieved more meat and placed it before Selene, hoping to appease her. After all, Wentz believed that Selene was unlikely to be a match for Wett at present. During the infancy stage, when magical abilities are not particularly high, the physical prowess of a young dragon directly determines its strength. Just like Selene's earlier attempt at casting a blade of light magic, which left no mark on Wett, This exemplified the overwhelming advantage of physical prowess. Upon seeing the meat placed in front of her, Celine hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, hunger triumphed over her resentment. However, she evidently took her frustration out on the meat, tearing into it with excessive vigor as if it were wit. Yet soon, Celine realized that her anger had been premature. Wit consumed his meal with such speed that by the time he finished, Wentz had not even had time to place new food before him. And he once again pushed Celine aside to snatch her food. Celine stood frozen for a moment, finally realizing what had transpired, and then she erupted. She rushed to Witt's rear, seized his tail, and delivered a powerful slam. However, as she prepared to strike again, she found herself unable to budge him, and suddenly, she felt herself lifted off the ground. When she regained her senses, she was confronted by a pair of bewildered golden-slit pupils. "Celine? Why are you holding onto my tail? What are you doing?" The repeated question echoed in Celine's mind, and then, her pupils dilated before she opened her mouth wide and bit down on Witt's tail. This was followed by a piercing wail. No, it was not Wit, but Celine. Covering her mouth, Celine glared resentfully at Wit, who remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. She felt an intense hatred. When Celine attempted to bite Witt's tail, Wentz could only close her eyes in pity. In the face of overwhelming physical superiority, the consequences of such actions were all too clear. Fortunately, this experience allowed Celine to recognize the gap between them, and she refrained from further aggression. As for Wit, he watched Celine, who was glaring at him with apparent fury, with a look of utter confusion directed at Wentz. Noticing Witt's gaze, Wentz sighed in resignation. "You just stole Celine's food, twice." Upon hearing these words, Wei-Tei finally grasped some understanding of the current situation. He then awkwardly glanced at Sai-Lin. I apologize, it was not my intention." Just as he spoke, the gradually awakening Wei-Tei noticed the noticeable difference in size between himself and Sai-Lin, prompting him to blurt out, "Sai-Lin, why do you seem smaller?" Sai-Lin's expression froze, and then the ancient language echoed once more within the dragon's lair. Observing this, Wei-Tei quickly darted to the feet of Wen-Tai-Si. "Calm down, Sai-Lin. If I have said something amiss, please let me know. Can we refrain from using magic?" With Wei-Tei hiding beside Wen-Tai-Si, Sai-Lin had no choice but to cease her incantation, shooting a fierce glare at Wei-Tei before resuming her meal. Relieved, Wei-Tei hesitated momentarily before cautiously approaching Sai-Lin's vicinity. Seeing that she merely shot him a glance, he finally felt at ease. He then looked up at Wen-Tai-Si, his eyes filled with curiosity. Wen-Tai-Si, however, produced a large piece of meat and placed it before Wei-Tei. "Eat while you talk." She then proceeded to explain the current circumstances to him. After comprehending what had transpired, Wei-Tei glanced at Sai-Lin, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, it was evident that Sai-Lin was still livid, so he decided to hold off on his apology until she had calmed down a bit. He continued to eat, though despite having taken food from Sai-Lin twice, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out, hunger gnawing at his insides. Just then, a faint cracking sound echoed again. Chapter 45. You may leave. Within the dragon's lair, the 5 young dragons, having indulged in ample food and drink, lay resting on the ground. Yet, Wei-Tei was quite uncomfortable, for the gazes of Sai-Lin and the others seemed to linger on him, intentionally or not. It was unavoidable. Before sleeping, their sizes were quite comparable, but upon awakening, Wei-Tei had grown significantly larger than them. The 5 hatchlings, born together, had differentiated into 3 categories 2 years later. Wei-Tei was the largest, measuring 8 meters in length, placing him in the first category. Sai-Lin followed, measuring 6 meters in the second category, while Ao, Bai Li, and Ding and I-Tai were somewhat larger than an average 2-year-old dragon, exceeding 5 meters but not reaching 6, placing them in the third category. "Alright, you need not stare at Wei-Tei, he is different from you." Finally, Wen-Tai-Si, having just stepped out, returned, observing the scene within the lair. Her tone carried a hint of exasperation. She then turned her gaze toward Wei-Tei. "Do not worry, Wei-Tei. Boku has already checked you. Your development is perfectly normal. The reason you are significantly larger than Sai-Lin and the others is due to your bloodline. Most likely, it stems from your father's lineage awakening. Moreover, while your father's bloodline is powerful, he still belongs to the dragon race. Hence your growth adheres to the developmental patterns of dragons. However, it is not without its complications. The power of your bloodline has elevated your physical limits, which will require you to consume more energy during your development. If your energy intake is insufficient, your growth will stagnate. Therefore, Wei-Tei, if you feel hungry, do not hesitate or fear causing trouble. Simply inform me, as it pertains to your healthy growth." Upon hearing this, Wei-Tei nodded gratefully. "I understand. Thank you, Wen-Tai-Si." Wen-Tai-Si smiled and shook her head. It is my duty. Ensuring the healthy growth of every young dragon is my responsibility. After a pause, Wen-Tai-Si surveyed the group of dragons. Additionally, there is another announcement. From now on, you will be introduced to 3 new subjects: potions, alchemy, and magic circles. Along with my magic class, you will be required to study 4 subjects simultaneously. Each subject will be taught over the course of a day without breaks. So your schedule will shift from 1 day of classes followed by a day of rest to 4 days of classes followed by 2 days of rest. Furthermore, Wei-Tai, do not worry about keeping up with the other 3 subjects. In terms of bloodline inheritance, the most prevalent knowledge pertains to the great dragons and dragon beasts, followed by magic, while other knowledge is only briefly mentioned. Thus, in potions, alchemy, and magic circles, you will start from the same baseline. Upon hearing this, Wei-Tai was momentarily taken aback, then curiously inquired, Wen-Tai-Si, if I recall correctly, among the few books you had me read, there was one titled Comprehensive Guide to Potions and another a Brief Introduction to Magic Circles. Were these not chosen to compensate for my lack of bloodline inheritance? Wen-Tai-Si chuckled. Not at all. Initially, I was troubled about how you should learn magic and had even forgotten the method of mental magic. Thus, these 2 books were selected to provide you with additional avenues to understand magic in the absence of direct learning, particularly concerning magic circles. Magic circles are intrinsically linked to magic. The principles behind most high-level magic circles involve using magic crystals to replace the magical nodes that condense during the casting of high-level spells. Therefore, learning magic through magic circles is indeed an excellent method. As for potions, Wei-Tai, they are a double-edged sword. When utilized well, they can significantly enhance your abilities. But when mishandled, they could jeopardize your future. However, it appears that your future is far broader than I had anticipated, and you do not require the aid of potions. Listening to Wen-Tai-Si's words, Wei-Tai's heart brimmed with gratitude. The efforts Wen-Tai-Si had undertaken for him far exceeded his understanding. Well, we must now address the second matter. Having traversed the 2 most vulnerable years, you are now capable of integrating fully into the Long Ao Academy. From today onward, you may pursue any endeavors you wish, including leaving the academy. However, do not let your enjoyment lead you to neglect your studies. By the way, today and tomorrow, you may take a proper rest, and your academic journey will commence the day after tomorrow. With that, Wen-Tai-Si smiled and gestured toward the exit before departing. Once Wen-Tai-Si left, the dragon lair erupted in excitement. Bailey flapped his wings, his forelegs moving with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Wei-Tai. Did you hear that, Wei-Tai? We can go out. Seeing Bailey's exuberant expression, Wei-Tai felt a mix of resignation and amusement. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 had grown incredibly close, and Bailey was always eager to take Wei-Tai on adventures outside. Indeed, to them, the act of venturing to the volcanic crater at night to stargaze was enough to be considered an adventure. After all, they had received quite a scolding from Wen-Tai-Si for this. As for Sai Lin and the others, they only occasionally participated. All right, I heard you. But although we can go out, I must clarify one thing. Whatever unfamiliar things we encounter, do not put them in your mouth. Wei-Tai's caution resonated with Ao and the others, who nodded in agreement. Bailey was rather timid. The slightest gust of wind could send him scurrying behind the other dragons. Yet, in certain aspects, he was quite daring, as he would attempt to taste anything unfamiliar. This habit had led to numerous predicaments. Hearing Wei-Tai's warning, Bailey looked bashful. He was aware that such behavior was unwise, but habits are not easily altered. Let us go out and take a look. This will be the first time we have ventured out of the dragon's lair during the day without Wen-Tai-Si. Upon hearing Bailey's words, the other dragons were stirred with anticipation. After a moment of hesitation, they all reached an agreement. As they entered the passage, Billy murmured incessantly about which direction to explore after leaving the academy, while Ao and Dignity occasionally chimed in. With Vett trailing behind, he observed Selen not far ahead. He hesitated briefly before approaching her. I apologize for what happened earlier. It was truly unintentional. Upon hearing this, Selen glanced at Vett, somewhat surprised. After calming down, she acknowledged that the incident was not entirely Vett's fault, so she chose not to dwell on it. Now, with Vett coming forward to apologize, she felt a bit embarrassed. It's all right, I was at fault too. Upon hearing this, the weight on Vett's heart finally lifted. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to care for these four companions and the bonds they shared. Winterth had been right. The dragon race was composed of solitary warriors. Yet they did not relish solitude. Chapter 46. They have emerged and returned. Reconciled with Selen, Vett's mood improved significantly. Listening to Billy's conjectures about the outside world, Vett began to join in. Remarkably, after their birth, They had only ventured out once, the day after, while learning to breathe fire, and even then, they were restricted to 100 meters from Winterth. Now, finally granted the freedom to enter and exit the academy, they brimmed with anticipation for the outside world. As they approached the increasingly bright exit of the dragon's lair, their conversation came to a halt. They had indeed ventured out during the day. However, this was their first time stepping out without Winterth's company. Yet, as they neared the exit, their steps slowed. This was due to the multitude of gleaming golden vertical pupils outside, eagerly watching them. Some hovered in the air, others leaned against stone pillars, stood at the edges of stone corridors, or clung to the mouth of the cave. Their positions varied, yet their gazes were unified. A diverse group of dragons gathered to observe them. When Vett and the others were startled into stopping their advance by this spectacle, faint murmurs of conversation reached their ears. "Look, they've halted. What cowards! Hey, did you not notice that giant? He's even larger than I am. And that pale little one, not small either. Hey, don't do that. You're scaring them. What defines a giant dragon? 100 pounds of dragon, 50 pounds of pride, 49 pounds of glory, and the remaining 1 pound is all that's left." How could Vett and his companions endure the taunts of those outside? What did it mean to have halted? What did it mean to be cowardly? What did it mean to be afraid? The 5 dragons exchanged glances and then stepped out of the lair in unison. They had emerged. The collective roar of the dragons outside startled Vett and his friends back into retreat. They had re-entered. Someone muttered under their breath. However, one can never expect a giant dragon's whispers to be particularly quiet. Thus, Vett and his companions exchanged awkward glances, their tails restlessly swaying behind them, feeling utterly humiliated. However, when they regrouped, ready to venture out again, they found that the dragons had already departed. "I want to challenge them," Ao exclaimed, watching the dragons descend towards the plaza below. The golden dragon was prouder than the others. He could not tolerate the slander from those outside. He had not been frightened, merely surprised. Yes, it was merely a surprise. Just as Ao prepared to charge down, Vett swiftly grabbed his tail, causing him to crash to the ground with a thud. A hush fell over the scene. Vett, feeling as if he had been shocked, quickly released Ao's tail. Ao slowly turned his head, looking at Vett with a mix of shame and anger, and then, smack. Selen delivered a sharp slap to Ao's head. "Are you foolish? Although their size is not vastly greater than ours, their experience in battle far surpasses ours. Come on, our goal today is not to engage in conflict." With that, Selen soared towards the volcanic cave above. Ao rubbed his head and shot Vett a glare. "Don't ever grab my tail again." With that, he flew after Selen. Vett scratched his head, waved to Billy and Dingy Te, and the 3 dragons followed suit. Of course, they also noticed that the young dragons in the plaza below had their attention fixed on them. They just could not fathom why they had not pursued. "Why did they scatter earlier?" Vett asked, glancing down with curiosity. Selen looked down as well. Who knows? Unbeknownst to them, Winterth was watching them depart from the stone corridor below, a smile gracing his features. "Woohoo, we finally made it out." A figure shot forth from the volcano, calling out excitedly while flapping its wings. A soft pink glow enveloped its body, enabling it to execute a variety of aerial maneuvers effortlessly. Following closely, 4 little dragons emerged from the volcano, chasing after the initial figure. Vett had never slackened in his flying practice. At this moment, apart from lacking elemental support while airborne, his flying skills were nearly on par with Selen and the others. Of course, even though his physical strength far exceeded theirs, he still could not match their endurance in prolonged flight. There was no helping it. His flying relied solely on the power of his wings. With extensive training, however, he had made significant progress compared to ordinary silver dragons. Typically, the wings of a silver dragon, when fully extended, measure 1.6 times their body length. A fact that held true for Vett at birth. Yet now, his wingspan had expanded to double his body length. This statistic was relatively rare among dragons. Only elemental giants exhibited wings that extended beyond twice their body length. After an exhilarating chase in the air, Vett began to feel the strain of exertion and gradually slowed his pace, deciding to rest in the woods below. Observing this, Selen and the others also eased their speed, following Vett downwards. Witnessing this, Vett felt a warm sensation in his heart. He knew that Selen and the others were looking out for him. After all, they hadn't flown for long either, and their elemental reserves were certainly sufficient. But what about Billy? Upon hearing Vett's words, Selen and the others exchanged glances. And only then did they realize a dragon was missing. Just then, a series of strange cries echoed from a distance, eliciting exasperated expressions from the dragons. "You all go ahead and rest below. I will bring him back." With that, Selen turned and soared back into the sky. disappearing from Vett and the other's sight in the blink of an eye. Vett and the other two dragons exchanged glances before flying downwards. As they navigated through the dense foliage, the scene below unfolded before their eyes. Crystal-clear waters flowed serenely, adorned with vibrant and uniquely shaped flowers and grasses along the banks. A few small, round dragons frolicked by the bushes. Hearing the commotion from Vett and his friends, they curiously looked over, but upon recognizing their forms, resumed their playful antics. Spotting the river, Vett's eyes lit up as he hastened his flight towards it, diving in with exuberance. After soaring at high speed, his dragon body, heated from the flight, plunged into the water like a red-hot iron, creating a splash and sending vapor rising from the surface. The sudden coolness prompted a delighted gasp from Vett, who then joyfully began to swim in the water. It is worth mentioning that silver dragons have an affinity for water. Chapter 47. AO cannot swim. The silver dragon has an affinity for water, and within White flows at least a quarter of silver dragon blood. His mother does not appear to be an ordinary silver dragon either. Nevertheless, White seems to have inherited this fondness for water. Would you care to join? After a swift dive, White burst forth from the surface, spraying a mouthful of water onto AO and Dingite, who were flying nearby. AO reacted quickly, as gold dragons prefer dry places. Thus, when the splash came, he adeptly shielded himself with his wings. With a face of disdain, he summoned the fire element within him to evaporate the water clinging to his wings. He then retreated a few steps, eyeing White with caution, warning him that if he splashed water again, a duel would ensue. White cast a regretful glance at AO before shifting his gaze to Dingite. Unfazed, Dingite allowed the droplets to fall upon her. Green dragons thrive in miasmic jungles or toxic swamps, both of which are rather humid, so she does not harbor a dislike for water. Noticing White's eager expression, Dingite smiled gently, then dashed forward, leaping into the water with a seamless grace, her streamlined form gliding through the water like a fish. The silver dragon merely enjoys water, while the green dragon revels in life amidst the marshes. In terms of physical structure, the green dragon is far more agile in the water. Moreover, White has already diverged significantly from the silver dragon, especially with the large wings trailing behind him, which are a hindrance in the water. Thus, after a spirited water skirmish, White found himself fleeing clumsily from Dingite's agile onslaught. Unable to escape, on the shore, as he watched White and Dingite frolicking in the water, AO felt a flicker of envy. He certainly wished to join them. However, as he glanced at the river, he hesitated. He truly disliked water. Below the surface, White observed AO's conflicted expression, gesturing towards Dingite, and then back to AO before diving deeper. Dingite paused for a moment, her eyes lighting up as she followed suit. On the shore, AO wrestled with his indecision but ultimately succumbed to his instincts, casting a contemptuous glance at the river. What fun could there be in splashing water at each other? Just as he contemplated this, he noticed that the previously lively river was now eerily still. Puzzled, AO approached the riverbank. Surely these two couldn't have drowned. That seemed improbable. A green dragon, accustomed to swamps, would naturally excel in water, and even if White were to drown, she could easily rescue him. Yet, as he peered into the water, AO spotted the two dragons grinning ominously beneath the surface, and before he could react, a robust dragon tail emerged from the depths, ensnaring his forelimb with immense force. Boom! A loud crash erupted, sending a spray of water into the air. AO had fallen into the water. However, as White and Dingite swam away, laughing and evading AO's inevitable wrath upon realizing what had transpired, AO began to flail his limbs in panic. White turned to Dingite, questioning silently, "AO cannot swim?" His confusion was clearly conveyed through his gaze. Dingite rolled her eyes. How was she to know? This was her first outing and her first experience swimming. They then watched as AO's movement slowed, and he gradually sank towards the riverbed. Seeing AO on the verge of peril, White and Dingite hastily swam to either side of him. Moments later, they hoisted AO from the water and placed him on the dry ground. AO struggled to open his eyes, then shakily extended a claw toward White. "I challenge you to a duel," he declared, before promptly losing consciousness. White exchanged an awkward glance with Dingite. What should they do? Dingite stepped forward, testing AO's nose with her claw. He was breathing, not dead. Then she glanced at AO's swollen belly. He must have overindulged in water. "Hey, you all, come help." Just then, a shout from afar reached them. It was Billy. Due to the dense foliage, White and Dingite could not discern what was occurring. Glancing at the unconscious AO on the ground, White said, "You stay here. I will assist." Without waiting for Dingite's response, he ascended into the air. Navigating through the thick branches, White quickly spotted Selen and Billy. It was hard not to notice. They were laboriously lifting a massive dragon beast carcass. It was an unfamiliar creature, roughly the size of 100 meters, resembling a wild boar from another world, with traces of dragon lineage. Its head was covered in thick dragon scales, devoid of horns, yet boasting two prominent bumps, its dragon-like mouth revealing two elongated fangs, and its golden eyes devoid of life. Its limbs were robust, equipped with sharp claws, and its long, slender tail was adorned with blade-like scales. Clearly, it was not a benign creature. Selin and Billy were each grasping a long fong, lifting it as though it were a branch bearing fruit. Despite the slow and unsteady ascent, they managed to hoist it into the air. However, White soon discovered the reason for their struggle. The beast's innards had been hollowed out. "You still watching? Hurry and come help," Billy exclaimed, on the verge of exhaustion. Hearing Selin's words, White rushed over, taking over for Billy, and asked, "What kind of dragon beast is this? Where did you find it?" Billy gasped for breath, but did not respond, instead asking, "Where are the two of them?" White paused briefly, then chuckled awkwardly. We encountered a small issue, so I had to come alone." He then turned to Selin. "Can you manage?" Upon hearing White's inquiry, Selin frowned slightly. "I can, but what have you done?" That's a long story. Let's first get this dragon beast down." Selin did not press further. After a while, utterly exhausted, Selin gazed at Ao, who lay unconscious on the ground, and at Dingite, who stood by, looking quite embarrassed. "What exactly did you two do?" Billy flew over, poking Ao's swollen belly with the tip of his tail, then glared at Dingite with righteous indignation. "We worked hard to bring back food, and you two have already gorged yourselves." Chapter 48. Billy's Reckless Misadventure. Upon hearing Billy's anguished shout, White nearly exhaled a breath of dragon fire in response. "Which of your eyes saw us indulging?" Ao's state was clearly not one of overindulgence. Selin's expression darkened as she approached Billy and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Silence. If you speak again, I will strike you." Aware of Selin's strength, Billy immediately fell silent, though his resentful gaze remained fixed upon White and Dingite, clearly unwavering in his conviction. Selin, however, ignored Billy and assessed Ao's condition, then looked at White with a peculiar expression. "Drowned?" White offered an awkward smile and nodded. Realizing this, Selin turned her gaze to Dingite, who instinctively averted her eyes. Selin understood all too well that Ao's drowning was the doing of these two dragons. "You two lack any sense of proportion. What if something happened to Ao? It is common knowledge that gold dragons cannot swim. It is forgivable that White does not know. But Dingite, how could you be unaware?" Upon hearing this, Dingite innocently remarked, "Although I am aware that the golden dragon cannot swim, I never imagined he could drown in such a small river. He merely needed to spread his wings to float. Moreover, had he closed his mouth in time, we could have rescued him before it was too late. Yet, he remained with his mouth agape, gulping down water while we reacted swiftly." Hearing this, Selin cast a speechless glance at Ao. Undoubtedly, both Wei Te and Dingite were at fault. But Ao was also rather foolish, fully aware of his inability to swim, yet still daring to keep his mouth open upon falling into the water. Sighing, Selin gestured for Wei Te to come closer and pointed at Ao's prominent belly, saying, "Press hard." Wei Te slapped his forehead, realizing, "Of course. I felt as if I had forgotten something." With this thought, Wei Te hurried over and began to press down vigorously. In an instant, Ao's mouth opened, releasing a torrent of water. Moments later, Ao opened his eyes. Upon seeing Wei Te standing beside him with an awkward smile, a flash of anger ignited within his gaze. "A duel. I demand a duel with you immediately." Wei Te scratched his head and glanced at his own physique, quietly asking, "Are you sure?" Ao's expression faltered as he looked at Wei Te's form and then at his own, filled with indignation. "Why has he grown so large?" Noticing this, Dingite quickly interjected. "Apologies, Ao, this time it is our fault. You know Wei Te lacks inherited memories, so he is unaware of your situation. I was simply too caught up in the excitement and forgot, which is why you ended up in the water. Please forgive us this time. We truly did not intend for this to happen." Selin chimed in, "Ao, let us forgive them. I have already reprimanded them, and such an incident will not occur again in the future. By the way, I encountered a golden dragon with Billy, and after some conversation, he gifted me a Bo Huan Long beast, which we already consumed this morning. This dragon beast is sufficient for our needs." At this, Ao reluctantly nodded. For the sake of Dingite and Selin, he decided to let this matter slide. However, he warned, "If this happens again, I shall certainly challenge you to a duel." In truth, Ao was merely seeking a way to save face. Once he calmed down, he recognized that challenging Wei Te to a duel would be futile. As Winter had once said, In their juvenile phase, their magic could not even penetrate the resistance of dragon scales, making physical prowess the decisive factor. In terms of physical strength, Wei Te surpassed him, and even Selene would not compare. He understood that Dingite and Selene were trying to provide him with an escape. Ao comprehended the situation, and Wei Te was not foolish enough to overlook it. Hence Ao refrained from mentioning the duel. However, Wei Te, with a glint in his eyes, leaned toward Ao and draped a paw around his shoulders. By the way, would you like me to teach you how to swim? Upon hearing this, Ao paused momentarily, his anger flaring once more, yet it diminished upon meeting Wei Te's earnest gaze. Are you serious? Wei Te nodded. As a dragon traversing the world, possessing diverse skills is invaluable. What will you do if you encounter a situation where swimming is necessary? Will you evaporate the water? Wei Te grimaced. Well, that would certainly be a dragon-like approach. However, it is exceedingly laborious. And what if you face the ocean? Don't tell me you plan to remain within the dragon's nest forever. Ao fell silent. He indeed harbored thoughts of leaving the dragon's nest. In truth, every juvenile dragon possesses such aspirations, for wandering is inherent to dragon nature. However, some dragons, as they mature, develop alternative goals and abandon this desire. Can you truly teach me? Wei Te patted Ao's shoulder. Let us give it a try. Who knows, you might learn. If you're willing to teach. Can I join as well? I cannot swim either. Upon hearing Selene's words, Wei Te hesitated, then nodded. Of course. Ao hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. All right. However, before Ao could finish, a series of anguished cries echoed from afar. The dragons paused in confusion. Why did that cry sound so familiar? Wei Te scanned the surroundings, his expression suddenly shifting. It's Billy. He has gone missing again. As soon as he spoke, Wei Te hurriedly flew toward the source of the cries. Sensing that the severity of the situation, this time, was significant, Selene and the others quickly followed suit. Yet, before they could fly far, they saw Billy frantically approaching them. Drooling as he flew, the four dragons exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. He must have stuffed something into his mouth again. As Billy neared, Wei Te quickly inquired, "What have you eaten this time?" However, Billy did not respond, merely continuing to drool as he plunged headfirst into the river with the whale. Coming to their senses, the four dragons exchanged bewildered glances at the bubbling river water. Can a crystal dragon swim? Selene slapped her forehead. Regardless of whether a crystal dragon could swim, Billy was a red crystal dragon. Upon hearing this, Wei Te and Dingite exchanged glances and hurried toward the river. Moments later, they surrounded a bloated Billy, whose lips were swollen and drooling profusely, leaving him utterly speechless. Ao glanced at him and, feeling uneasy, slipped away to the side, wondering if he had also looked like that earlier. I wish to just disappear. Chapter 49. I have prepared a novel delicacy for you. Ultimately, Ao abandoned the thought of disappearing, for before him was a creature in a worse predicament, capturing the attention of all the dragons. Following the previous method, Wei Te pressed all the water out of Billy's belly, observing as Billy gradually regained consciousness and shrugged his claws. Well, it seems you all need to learn how to swim. Fully awake, Billy first let out a mournful wail but soon fell silent, gazing around with wide, bewildered eyes. What happened to Soaring? Billy quickly covered his mouth, looking at the other dragons in terror. The four dragons, equally perplexed, soon Wei Te glanced at Billy's swollen lips. I believe he is asking, what is wrong with my mouth? Upon hearing Wei Te's interpretation, Billy nodded vigorously. The dragons could only respond with silence. Selene delivered a sharp slap to Billy's head. How can you still ask? What did we say before we left? Never put unfamiliar things in your mouth. You truly have a short memory. Now, what did you eat this time? Upon hearing this, Billy, with a sorrowful expression, gestured for them to follow him. Soon, they arrived at a plant, and Billy pointed at the bright red fruits adorning it. It looks delicious. He seemed to imply that the fruits appeared quite appetizing. Billy nodded, affirming Wei Te's impromptu translation, admitting he could not resist eating the attractive fruit. Wei Te hesitated for a moment as he looked at the crimson fruit before reaching out to pluck one. Selene furrowed her brow. What are you doing? Wei Te pointed at the large area of the plant that had been stripped bare. I want to taste it and see what caused this situation. It is evident that he has eaten a lot. I will taste a small bit. If I also end up like him, it will indicate this fruit is poisonous. And we must return quickly. If I am unaffected, then it simply means he overindulged. Moreover, my mastery over my physical form far surpasses that of this individual. If there were indeed poison, I would be able to discern its taste. As for the current danger, this fellow is still lively and full of energy, which indicates that it is not a lethal toxin, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Salen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Billy gazed at Waita with tearful eyes, exclaiming, "What a good brother. You are willing to risk your life for me." Waita, oblivious to Billy's contemplations, would have certainly slapped him if he had known, to remind him of his place. In truth, Waita merely wished not to let this rare holiday go to waste. Casting a glance at his anxious companions, he gingerly bit into the vibrant red fruit. The initial sweetness was soon followed by a sharp, prickling sensation that burst forth in his mouth. Rather than being unpleasant, it possessed a strangely delightful flavor. Upon careful reflection, he discerned no destructive energy that could harm his physical form. There was no poison. It was simply an ordinary fruit. Suddenly, Waita was struck by an idea, and his expression became peculiar. This sensation was remarkably reminiscent of a spice known as lajiao from another world. Of course, its appearance was entirely different. Otherwise, he would have recognized it immediately. However, this fruit might very well serve as a substitute for lajiao. With this thought, Waita snapped back to reality, only to find Salen and the others gazing at him with expressions of terror. Waita paused for a moment, then hastily touched his lips. "Well, it seems there is nothing to worry about. Waita, your complexion appeared rather grim just now. Is it poisonous?" Upon hearing this, Waita was momentarily taken aback, and then he shook his head in a mixture of amusement and exasperation. There was no poison, and this fruit tasted rather good. No wonder Billy had consumed so much of it. However, one should not eat too much at once, as the intense flavor would likely overwhelm the senses, leading to a reaction similar to that of Billy. With that said, Waita tossed the remaining fruit into his mouth. The sweetness returned, followed by a bit of pain. Yet it was exhilarating. Seeing that Waita's mouth did not swell like Billy's, Salen exchanged glances with the others, and they each plucked a fruit, curiously placing it in their mouths. Moments later, the group of dragons collectively gazed at the fiery red fruits. Although they could not indulge excessively, the flavor was undeniably delightful. Observing this, Waita pondered briefly before his eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Wait, consuming them directly is a waste. I have suddenly conceived an innovative way to prepare them. Would you like me to prepare a rather novel dish for you?" Noticing the skepticism in the dragon's eyes, Waita smiled confidently. "Have you forgotten? I do possess ancestral memories, albeit different from yours. Within my ancestral recollections, this fruit is regarded as an excellent seasoning." Waita certainly would not divulge the truth. Revealing the nature of his memories would only lead to him being dismissed as delusional. It was far more effective to present it in this manner to gain the dragon's acceptance. Indeed, upon hearing Waita's words, Salen and the others exhibited less skepticism and a hint of anticipation. Moments later, the dragons gathered by the riverbank, eagerly watching Waita. Meanwhile, Waita turned to Ao. "Ao, your magical flames should be quite adept, correct?" Although Ao was puzzled, he nodded in agreement, as he indeed had a better grasp of his magical flames compared to Billy. Waita chuckled. "Then I would appreciate your assistance." Moments later, under Waita's guidance, Ao transformed into a golden dragon-shaped magical grill. The merged claws of Ao emitted a steady, blazing magical flame. Waita casually seized a piece of meat the size of his fist from the nearby dragon beast carcass. Of course, it was Waita's own fist. Holding the meat, Waita began to roast it over Ao's claws. Upon witnessing this scene, Ao momentarily froze, but soon realized what Waita was requesting of him. Although he felt an urge to strike Waita's smiling face with his flaming fist, he glanced at Salen, who was brimming with anticipation, and ultimately suppressed his frustration. There was no way around it. 3 who enjoyed raw meat could not overpower 2 who preferred cooked fare. However, gazing at the sizzling dragon beast meat and inhaling the unfamiliar aroma, Ao could only console himself that perhaps this dragon meat was better suited for roasting. As the meat turned a golden brown, Waita grabbed the fruit nearby and squeezed its juices over the roasted meat, releasing an extraordinary fragrance that instantly invigorated the 5 dragons. Waita removed the meat from the grill and surveyed the dragons before finally fixing his gaze on Salen. Moments later, Salen gasped, her eyes glimmering as she focused intently on Waita's claw. Waita hurriedly withdrew his claw. "Calm down, Salen, this is my claw." Hearing this, Salen reluctantly averted her gaze, redirecting her attention toward Waita. Of course, the other dragons followed suit. "Very well, I shall continue roasting for you. But let it be known in advance. No rushing. We shall take turns." Upon hearing this, Salen regretfully pulled her gaze away from Dingnit and Billy, lamenting the lost opportunity. If only strength determined the outcome. Chapter 50. The Return of the Little Golden Dragon. "Waita, do we truly have to learn?" Upon hearing Billy's words, Waita rolled his eyes. "If you wish to plunge into the water again, only to find that there is no escape, you may abstain from learning." Billy fell silent instantly. He certainly did not wish to experience the helplessness of floundering in the water once more. Weta surveyed the group of dragons standing on the shore. A unique and stimulating roasted meat dish had significantly bolstered Salen and the others' trust in Weta, especially since he had previously mentioned it. Therefore, Salen and Ao were quite enthusiastic about learning to swim. Only Billy remained apprehensive, perhaps due to a severe psychological scar. He stood at the water's edge, trembling at the sight below. Salen could not help but slap him. "Why are you trembling? You look nothing like a dragon." Faced with Salen's rebuke, Billy lacked the courage to retort. Well, regardless of whom he confronted, he always reacted this way, especially since he was the smallest among the dragons present. Weta glanced at Salen, his expression tinged with a peculiar mix of emotions. For some reason, he sensed that ever since awakening, Salen's temper had become markedly more volatile. Among the 4 dragons, only Dingnit had not been subjected to her wrath. Of course, this was likely not due to gender, but rather because Dingnit's presence was less pronounced. Contemplating this, Weta dove into the water, resurfacing after a while to face the group of dragons. "Dingnit, you remain on the shore and keep watch over them. If anyone appears to be in danger of drowning, notify me immediately." Dingnit nodded in response and promptly lay down on the shore. With this, Weta turned his attention to Salen. "You go first. Do not panic upon entering the water. Spread your wings. As long as you do not thrash about recklessly, you will not sink." Salen nodded, then followed Weta's instructions and leaped into the water. Initially, the sensation of having no solid ground beneath her caused her to feel somewhat flustered. "Do not panic. Spread your wings." Just then, Weta's voice rang out. Salen hurriedly followed his guidance and spread her wings. Most dragons, particularly the larger varieties, possess wings covered with a fine layer of dragon scales, and when fully extended, they are significantly longer than their bodies. Thus, as long as she spread her wings and remained calm, she would be able to float on the water's surface. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Upon extending her wings, Salen felt a powerful force acting upon them, lifting her up to the water's surface, resembling a large moth that had fallen into the water. According to Wei-Te, Lin dared not move. Her neck stiffened as she asked, "What next?" Wei-Te, seeing this, shook his head helplessly, suppressing a smile, and replied, "As long as you don't move the submerged part, you are free to move your neck." Hearing this, Lin stiffened momentarily, then shot Wei-Te an annoyed glare. Next step. At this, Wei-Te spread his wings and, mimicking Lin's posture, floated on the water's surface before turning to face her. "Gently flap your wings. Don't exert too much force. If you wish to change direction, lightly sway your tail. Take it slow. There's no need to rush." As he spoke, Wei-Te demonstrated the technique. Lin followed suit, gently flapping her wings, and soon exclaimed with excitement, "I'm moving." "What now?" Wei-Te halted his demonstration and said, "Now, you should take your time to acclimatize to the water. Don't worry, Ding and Ite will keep an eye on you. If anything goes awry, I shall come to your rescue. And remember, don't swim too far." Lin gazed at Wei-Te in astonishment. "Is that all?" Wei-Te shook his head, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Of course not. This is merely to help you familiarize yourself with the sensation of being in water." He then turned to Ao. "You go next, that fellow Bai Li." He glanced at Bai Li, whose limbs trembled uncontrollably, and continued, "Let him prepare a bit more. Entering the water like this is bound to cause trouble." Ao nodded, inhaled deeply, and leaped into the water. Having learned from Lin's experience, Ao performed significantly better, quickly finding his balance and stabilizing himself without much need for Wei-Te's reminders. He then began to gently flap his wings as instructed. Ao's entry into the water was remarkably smooth, evidently having observed intently from the sidelines. Seeing this, Wei-Te refrained from further comments, allowing him to acclimatize to the water. Just like Lin. As the last one, Wei-Te's gaze turned towards Bai Li. Observing his still trembling limbs, he sighed in resignation. "Don't be afraid. Look at Ao. He did it effortlessly, didn't he? Besides, with me here, even if you lose your balance, I can simply lift you up. What is there to fear?" Bai Li wore a woeful expression. "I don't want to tremble either, but I can't control myself." Wei-Te scratched his head. "All right then, just jump down. Or do you need my assistance?" Bai Li hurriedly shook his head. After a moment's hesitation, he closed his eyes and plunged into the water, quickly sinking downwards. Wei-Te slapped his forehead and dove into the water, wings tucked in close to his back, twisting his body to swiftly position himself beneath Bai Li. Extending a claw, he hoisted Bai Li upwards. Soon, Bai Li gasped for air, crying out in panic, "Help! Help!" The shrill cries made Wei-Te roll his eyes underwater, while Lin and the others felt equally exasperated. Wei-Te pushed Bai Li entirely above the surface. "Enough with the shouting. If you keep it up, I'll throw you back in and let you drink your fill." Upon hearing this, Bailey quickly shut his mouth. "Have you calmed down? If so, follow my instructions. Spread your wings wide, with all your might." As long as he did not touch the water's surface, Bailey was fine. Following Wei Tai's guidance, he spread his wings. "Now, you only need to do one thing. Remain absolutely still. Under no circumstances should you move. If you dare to stir, I will immediately toss you back into the water." Bailey nodded vigorously, tightly closing his eyes. Seeing this, Wei Tai slowly descended, while Bailey remained as motionless as a statue, even holding his breath. As soon as they made contact with the water, Bailey shuddered. But he quickly managed to suppress it. As he felt the liquid enveloping him, his fear escalated, yet the anticipated sensation of suffocation never came. "All right, you may open your eyes now." At this, Bailey's eyelids fluttered, and he cautiously opened them to find Wei Tai smiling at him. He quickly looked down at himself, realizing he was floating on the water's surface. "I didn't sink, Wei Tai. I did it." Observing Bailey's exhilaration, Wei Tai felt relieved. As long as he no longer feared the water, learning to swim would merely be a matter of time. He then raised his gaze to the shore where Ding and Tai stood, momentarily taken aback. Ayo, when did you get to the shore?" "I didn't. I've been in the water the whole time." Chapter 51, A Formal Introduction. Hearing this, Wei Tai paused, then followed the direction of the voice, only to see Ao floating on the surface of the water like a large moth. He then looked back at the shore, where another Ao stood not far from Ding and Tai. Memories buried deep within his mind resurfaced suddenly. Wei Tai's expression changed drastically as he leaped out of the water, positioning himself between the golden dragon and Ding and Tai. "It's you." As Wei Tai took a defensive stance, the other dragons finally reacted. Ding and Tai rushed to Wei Tai's side, growling softly, wings spread wide, warily eyeing the golden dragon across from them. Meanwhile, Ao and Sai Lin mimicked Wei Tai, bursting out of the water and awkwardly flapping their wet wings to join him, but there was no further action. The four dragons turned their heads towards the river, witnessing Bailey attempting to mimic their movements to leave the water, but due to his clumsy actions, he was already sinking to the riverbed, his tail stubbornly sticking up above the surface as he slowly sank. Wei Tai slapped his forehead. "You all keep an eye on her. I'll go rescue him." With that, Wei Tai dove into the river. As Wei Tai departed, Sai Lin and the others exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the golden dragon. Though there was a hint of wariness in their gazes, curiosity prevailed. After a moment of hesitation, Sai Lin initiated the conversation. "I am Sai Lin, the divine dragon. And you?" Upon hearing Sai Lin's words, the golden dragon, initially searching for an escape route, paused and turned to face her. The creamy white body, though not as dazzling as her golden hue, radiated a gentle glow that instinctively evoked a sense of closeness among dragons. "You're a female dragon too." A fun fact: among all dragons of the giant species, there are no distinct markings to differentiate males from females of the same type. Only their voices reveal their gender. After a brief pause, the golden dragon cheerfully replied, "I am Aisha. I thought you were with that brutish fellow. So I assumed you two were a foolish male dragon only filled with thoughts of violence." Ao furrowed his brow, preparing to retort, when a massive splash erupted behind them. Wei Tai had one claw clamped over by Li's mouth, while the other grasped the protruding crystalline formation on his back. Though it looked like crystal, its hardness was no less than that of dragon scales. Once Wei Tai tossed by Li onto the ground, he exhaled in relief. Seeing the others looking at him, he said helplessly, "This guy couldn't control his mouth underwater, so I had to help him close it. Thankfully, I reacted quickly. He didn't swallow much water. As for passing out, I had to knock him out. He was struggling too much." After a pause, Wei Tai turned to Aisha, his brow furrowing. "Be cautious. This fellow enjoys ambushing with his breath." Upon hearing this, Aisha's previously cheerful mood was instantly shattered. Without a hint of hesitation, she crouched down, slightly parted her mouth, fiery light surging from deep within her throat, her gaze fixed intently on Wei Tai. On the other side, the targeted Wei Tai was not to be underestimated. He too lowered his body. Though not possessing the sleek physique of Ding and Tai, the silver dragon was equally renowned for its agility. Naturally, Wei Tai did not forget the admonitions of Wen Tai and refrained from unleashing his dragon breath. However, he was confident that if his adversary dared to strike, he could swiftly pounce and subdue them. As the two dragons seemed poised to engage in battle, Sai Lin hurriedly interjected, "Wait, do not act hastily. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between you. Let us sit down and discuss this." Upon hearing Sai Lin's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Aisha's eyes, prompting her to cease gathering her dragon breath. Nonetheless, she remained vigilant, fixating on Wei Tai. I do not perceive any misunderstanding. He was the one who pursued me. Waite was momentarily taken aback. Who pursued you? I merely mistook you for AO, which is why I followed you. After I did so, before I could steady myself, you unleashed your breath upon me. AO, you mean that fellow over there? Isha exclaimed. Open your eyes and take a good look. How could we possibly resemble each other? His scales are so much less lustrous than mine. He is clearly a gold dragon, yet cannot even take proper care of his own scales, and has the audacity to claim he is a gold dragon. Lin face-bombed. Goodness, you truly have no filter. Glancing towards AO, it was evident that hostility flickered in his gaze as he regarded Isha. Enough. I can unequivocally tell you that you have misunderstood. Waite suffers from a condition known as prosopagnosia. He is utterly incapable of distinguishing between you and AO. With that, Lin disregarded whether Isha believed her and turned her attention to Waite. Waite, we did not come here to fight. At her words, Waite hesitated for a moment, relaxing his defensive posture, then turned to AO. AO, let us continue. With that, Waite shifted his gaze to the seemingly lifeless Billy behind him. If you do not wish to learn, no dragon will force you. Upon hearing this, Billy instantly perked up. Really? Waite nodded with a hint of exasperation. If you can endure, we shall play in the water, while you can only watch from the shore. At this, Billy's enthusiasm quickly waned. He then crawled slowly towards the riverbank, moving only his front claws. Nevertheless, he managed to enter the water, albeit briefly before sinking again. Waite, with a resigned sigh, plunged into the water once more to lift him up and began to teach him step by step. AO was able to float in the water, yet his agility was somewhat lacking, leaving him to practice quietly. Lin observed all of this, turning to Isha with a sigh of resignation. She noticed Isha staring blankly at Waite. He will not trouble you for the time being. Allow me to introduce you. This is Ding and Ite. Hello. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. While those words were spoken, Isha's gaze continuously darted towards Waite. Fortunately, Ding and Ite was not perturbed by this. She merely smiled and walked towards the riverbank, leaving Waite, a solitary dragon, feeling somewhat uneasy watching over the two who could not swim. Noticing Ding and Ite's departure, Isha suddenly realized her previous misstep, yet she was at a loss for words and could only cast a nervous look towards Lin for help. Upon seeing this, Lin abruptly comprehended that there must have been a misunderstanding on Waite's part as well. The present Isha bore an uncanny resemblance to their newly hatched selves, particularly to Waite. She recalled how Waite had initially exhibited wariness and rejection towards everything around him, gradually accepting their presence only through Waite's guidance. In contrast, Isha likely lacked any figures for her to accept, which was why she was behaving as she was now. Chapter 52. I shall take you to a wonderful place. Realizing this, Lin's gaze towards Isha softened with sympathy. Isha was undeniably fortunate, for she had parents. Yet, it was evident that they could not be with her at all times. Unlike them, who, though parentless, were cared for by Waite as if she were their mother, and when she was absent, the five of them could still keep each other company. In moments devoid of parental companionship, Isha would likely have to navigate this period alone as a solitary dragon. With this in mind, Lin offered reassurance. Do not worry, Ding and Ite is not angry. She merely went to assist Waite. Upon hearing Lin mention her name, Ding and Ite turned her head in confusion. When she met Isha's anxious gaze, though unsure of what had transpired, she instinctively smiled and nodded. To Isha, that simple nod conveyed a profoundly friendly message, uplifting her spirits somewhat. Subsequently, she glanced towards the three dragons in the water. What are they doing? Swimming. Waite replied. Learning to swim provides us with an additional means of dealing with unexpected situations. Moreover, it is quite enjoyable, is it not? At this, Isha turned to Lin. Will you learn as well? Lin initially intended to nod, but upon meeting Isha's slightly flustered gaze, she opted to shake her head instead. I have already learned enough of this step, and being submerged in water is rather uncomfortable for one who cannot swim. By the way, could you tell me about your previous life? Life at the academy is rather dull, especially after we were punished by Waite with book copying. She added. Waite is the teacher responsible for our care and the instruction of magic at the academy. She is also the headmaster. Besides Waite, there is also Boku, who will soon be responsible for teaching us potions. As she spoke, Lin began to recount her experiences at the academy. Although she found the repetitive life somewhat tedious, it captivated Isha, who listened intently. From time to time, Isha would interrupt with questions and share snippets of her own life. In short, the two dragons engaged in lively conversation, even drawing Ding and Ite, who had initially stood by the shore to monitor the situation, into their discussion. Compared to Sai Lin and her companions, who were confined to the academy, Isha's life outside was undeniably vibrant and colorful. Just listening to her tales sparked a sense of longing in both Sai Lin and Ding and Ite. On the river's surface, Wei Te, Billy, and Ao watched the three dragons on the bank with puzzled expressions. What do you think they are discussing? Billy awkwardly turned his head towards Wei Te and Ao. A look of confusion flickered in Ao's eyes. Billy's question delved into a realm of knowledge he was unfamiliar with. Wei Te pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, perhaps they are chatting about figures, scales, horns, or even claws. I've heard that girls tend to enjoy such topics, for these corresponded to the human race, encompassing physique, skin, adornments, and manicures. In that world, such subjects were often inexhaustibly discussed among female humans. Thus, it could be that Sai Lin and the others similarly found delight in these topics. Not to mention, he himself took great pride in his claws and scales. Sharp claws could tear through anything, while thick scales could withstand external harm. If he cherished them so much, then it was only reasonable that the girls, with their feminine inclinations, would appreciate them even more. Upon hearing Wei Te's words, Billy and Ao gazed at him in astonishment. How do you know that girls like these things? They queried. And what is there to talk about? Wei Te pointed to his own head. My heritage is quite distinct. As for what is enjoyable to discuss, how could I possibly know? However, upon seeing Ao and Billy's expectant expressions, he cleared his throat. There are indeed many delightful topics to converse about. For instance, let us consider the dragon horn. One might discuss its hardness, shape, and sharpness, and then seamlessly transition to the dragon horns of those nearby, delving deeper into the subject until the conversation encompasses the entirety of the dragon clan's horns. This circular discourse could stretch indefinitely without even a few magical hours to spare. As I articulated my thoughts, I noticed the approving expressions on Ao and Billy's faces, which filled Wit with an immense sense of accomplishment. Shall we engage in conversation as well? Wit glanced at Billy, who had leaned in with his large head, and swatted him away. What is there to discuss? Ao has essentially no questions remaining, yet you are unable to even immerse yourself in the water. And you still wish to chat idly? Upon hearing this, Billy's expression stiffened, and he quietly drifted away, only to return shortly after. He truly did not dare to stray too far from Wit. Joyful moments are always fleeting. When the sound of splashing water resonated, Celine and the others finally came to their senses. Isa glanced at the three dragons who had emerged from the water and then at the darkening sky, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Nonetheless, she smiled and said, "Oh dear, I didn't realize we had been talking for so long. I apologize for interrupting you all this time. Speaking of which, you should be heading back to the academy, right? I ought to return as well." Upon hearing this, Celine quickly stopped Isa. Do you really have to go back?" Isa paused for a moment, then realized something and hurriedly responded, "It's not absolutely necessary to return. Once I have passed the most vulnerable phase, I can remain outside for extended periods, as long as it does not exceed 2 days. My father will not come looking for me." Celine chuckled softly at this. "We still have another day off tomorrow, and we do not plan to return to the academy tonight. That is truly wonderful. By the way, have you been to the Moonshadow River? It's quite remarkable. And there are many aquatic dragon beasts living there. They are not only bizarre in appearance, but also quite delectable. Would you care to join me for a visit?" Upon hearing Isa's words, Celine's eyes instantly brightened. Isa had mentioned the Moonshadow River multiple times during their conversations, and Celine was quite intrigued. "But, will we have enough time to get there?" Isa nodded. "Of course. In fact, we are not currently at the center of the Warring Great Rift. We are situated closer to the eastern region, not far from the Moonshadow River." Celine exchanged glances with Dinah, and they both made a firm decision. Turning to call out to Wit and the others, "Wit, we want to be staying here tonight. Let us go to the Moonshadow River." Wit hesitated for a moment, looking at Ao and Billy beside him. The two dragons, who were not adept in water, would expend considerable energy merely staying afloat. How long will it take? Will Ao and Billy have enough stamina? Upon hearing this, Celine turned to Isa. Isa quickly replied, "Only about 2 magical hours." Wit breathed a sigh of relief. That should be manageable. Chapter 53, The Moonshadow River. Beneath the night sky, 6 figures swiftly soared eastward. Isa was not mistaken. Their current location was indeed quite close to the Moonshadow River. In truth, the Defies dragon nest was established at the juncture of the Warring Great Rift and the Moonshadow River. The Warring Great Rift is a vast fissure stretching east to west, beginning deep within the Xingyuan mountain range, crossing over the Moonshadow River, and continuing onward. The confluence of the Warring Great Rift and the Moonshadow River has formed a deep valley alluvial plain due to the river's erosion. This plain is where the Defies dragon nest is located. Within the dragon nest, the location of the Dragon Academy lies in the eastern section, in close proximity to the Moonshadow River. Although referred to as the Moonshadow River, its expansive surface on the side of the Warren Great Rift is further broadened, leading me to prefer calling it the Moonshadow Inner Sea. Throughout their journey, Isa engaged Celine and Dynit in conversation. They flew ahead while Wit and the other two dragons followed closely behind, eagerly absorbing Isa's descriptions, their anticipation for the Moonshadow River blossoming. However, Wit noticed that Isa often glanced towards him while speaking with Celine and Dynit. Though unsure of her intentions, he felt a surge of caution within him. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. As Wit and his companions drew nearer to the Moonshadow River, the surrounding scenery began to transform. The once dense forest gradually thinned, and the exposed ground morphed into fine gravel, with increasingly peculiar small dragon beasts appearing. Soon, accompanied by the sound of gentle lapping waves, an expansive, tranquil water surface came into view before the dragons. "We have arrived," Isa exclaimed, descending towards the Moonshadow River below, followed closely by Celine and the others, with Wit trailing behind. As they landed on the ground, the dragons erupted in a chorus of astonished cries. Wit curiously observed the sandy beach beneath him. He was not entirely unfamiliar with such places. In the world within his mind, locations like this often attracted throngs of humans. Now, he finally understood why such places were so alluring. The sand beneath his feet offered a contrast to the solid earth, providing a soft texture. As the grains slipped between the gaps in his scales and brushed against the skin beneath, he experienced a delightful tingling sensation. Far from being unpleasant, Wit thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. He could not resist lying down and rolling about, attempting to allow more grains of sand to nestle beneath his scales. Indeed, he succeeded, and the sensation was ineffably exquisite. Suddenly, a large head appeared before Wit. "Hey Wit, look at me. Swimming in this feels even more comfortable than in the water." Wit was taken aback for a moment, but upon closer inspection, he found Billy burrowing into the sand, swimming with remarkable agility. Indeed, he was far more nimble than he had been in the water. Observing this, Ao snorted disdainfully and promptly dove headfirst into the sandy beach. The sand, upon contact with Ao's body, flowed around him as if it were water. Although the golden dragon and the red crystal dragon belonged to different species, they shared the same attributes of earth and fire. Achieving a ground that felt like water was not overly difficult. Wit quickly realized this, glancing at the two dragons helplessly. However, it mattered not. Setting aside the fact that he still did not know any magic, even if he did, his water and fire dual attributes would render him incapable of achieving such a feat nonetheless. Wit brushed the sand beneath him and reclined back, preparing to gaze at the stars. Well, after casting a glance at Celine and the other three dragons who were also frolicking nearby, he ultimately opted to lie down, as reclining was somewhat undignified. Although it was the same starry sky, lying on the beach felt vastly different from lying near a volcanic crater. A cool, moisture-laden breeze swept by, mingling with the soothing sound of distant waves, and Wit comfortably squinted his eyes shut. Alas, there are always those who disrupt the atmosphere. Just as Wit was quietly admiring the starry sky, he suddenly felt himself spinning, and when he regained his bearings, he found only his neck and head protruding from the sand. Nearby, Billy's head emerged from the beach, his expression delightfully smug as he looked at Wit. "Wit, how does it feel to be submerged?" Wit rolled his eyes, relinquishing control over his body temperature. Soon, the temperature around him began to rise. Wisps of white steam rising into the air, and the surrounding sand began to glow red-hot. Afterward, Wit reined in his temperature, and the warmth gradually diminished, causing the sand around him to cool once more. The cooled sand, having congealed together, formed a rather fragile whole. With just a subtle movement, accompanied by a faint cracking sound, the surrounding sand shattered into fragments. Stepping out of the rubble pit, Waite unfurled his wings and cast a half-smile at Bai Li. "Shall we do this again?" Bai Li silently sank into the ground. Indeed, the physique of this creature was not merely large. The peculiar traits he had previously displayed were magnified. Waite's growth was anything but ordinary. In the year leading up to his slumber, his body began to exhibit certain characteristics that he should not possess. For instance, body temperature. Among all dragon species, the red dragon boasts the highest body temperature. Waite's temperature was even slightly elevated compared to other red dragons of the same age. These distinctions were also evident in weight, the thickness and hardness of his scales, and the sharpness of his claws. All of this indicated that he was truly not a silver dragon. Observing Bai Li's retreat, Waite hesitated for a moment before heading towards the water's surface. He was hungry. "Ding and Ite, would you care to join me in searching for food underwater?" Upon hearing Wei Ti's words, Ding and Te, who was frolicking with Sai Lin and the others, paused, then rubbed his stomach and turned to look at Isha. I recall you mentioning that there are many delectable aquatic dragon beasts living beneath the surface. Shall we go together? Isha was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze towards Wei Te. Noticing that Ding and Te had also looked over, Wei Te hesitated again but nodded in agreement. Very well. An additional dragon means additional strength. With that, Wei Te turned to Sai Lin. What we bring back may not suffice. So you all should search the ground for any edible dragon beasts. Many dragon beasts inhabit the Desai de Luo dragon nest during the year before his slumber. While being punished by transcribing texts, Wei Te did not neglect his studies and gained considerable knowledge about dragon beasts. After describing the appearance characteristics of some edible small dragon beasts to Sai Lin, Wei Te led Ding and Te and Isha towards the Yuing River. Chapter 54. You always surprise me. Upon entering the water, Wei Te's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder Isha referred to it as the inner sea of Yuing. Not only was the surface expansive and boundless, but its depth also far surpassed that of ordinary rivers. Such a place truly deserved to be called an inner sea. While Wei Te pondered these thoughts, Isha swam to the front of him, pointed towards the lower right, and then dove into the depths. Although she was also a golden dragon like Ao, Isha frequently visited Yuing River and naturally possessed commendable swimming skills. Even if she did not swim as effortlessly as Wei Te and Ding and Te, who were inherently adept in water, she was still capable enough to maneuver underwater. Receiving the signal from her, Wei Te followed without hesitation. Though unspoken, the relationship between them, facilitated by Sai Lin and Ding and Te, had softened from its initial hostility. On the other side, Ding and Te clearly received Isha's hint as well and followed her downwards. Soon, the three dragons arrived at the riverbed. Upon reaching the riverbed, Isha gestured for Ding and Te and Wei Te to approach. Once the two dragons were close, she pointed to the riverbed below, then scraped away the top layer of sand to reveal a dark, stone-like object. Subsequently, Isha picked up that object, pointed upward with her claw, and began to swim upward. Wei Te and Ding and Te mimicked Isha's actions and soon found similar objects, swimming back to the surface. Holding the stone, Wei Te was filled with curiosity. It felt heavy to the touch, with a rough texture, yet its patterns were quite orderly, reminiscent of, well, his own scales. Indeed, this object bore the texture of dragon scales. Wei Te realized that this could be a type of aquatic dragon beast. Before long, the three dragons surfaced. Isha introduced the object in her grasp, which was half her body size, saying, "This is the Mo de Long beast. There are many varieties, and the one we have is a small species, which can only grow to about our size. The exterior, resembling a stone, is its shell, comparable in hardness to a young dragon's scales, and is inedible. The edible part lies within the shell. They are quite timid. At the slightest disturbance, they retreat into their shells, but all you need to do is..." As she spoke, Isha extended a claw and began to gently stroke along the seam of the shell. Soon, the Mo de Long beast began to tremble slightly. Then, its two shells suddenly opened, and Isha swiftly inserted her claw inside. Moments later, she emerged holding a large piece of tender white flesh, showcasing it to Wei Te and Ding and Te. This is the edible part of the Mo de Long beast, which can be eaten directly. It has a chewy texture and a hint of sweetness. The riverbed of Yuing is teeming with these dragon beasts, sufficient to satiate our hunger. With that, Isha promptly stuffed the large piece of flesh into her mouth and, in no time, devoured it entirely. Wei Te and Ding and Te exchanged glances, then imitated Isha's actions, quickly extracting the meat from inside the shell. After tasting it, their eyes sparkled. This was far tastier than the Bu Si Long beast. Of course, the Bu Si Long beast was chosen as the best food for young dragons for a reason. Soon, Wei Te noticed that the energy contained in the Mo de Long beast's flesh was significantly less than that of the Bu Si Long beast. However, it was still sufficient to fill their bellies. After finishing the meat in a few bites, Wei Te bid farewell to the others and dove back into the water to search for more Mo de Long beasts. The three dragons worked efficiently, and within a short span of time, they had found over 100 Mo de Long beasts. Just as Isha had mentioned, the quantity of these dragon beasts was indeed considerable. Interestingly, Wei Te found these creatures much stranger than the likes of the Qiu Xiaolong. Apart from their shells, they were merely blobs of soft flesh. Wei Te also did not find any teeth or eyes. Were it not for the fine dragon scales covering their shells, he would never have categorized these creatures as dragon beasts. Setting aside these thoughts, aside from the Mo de Long beasts they had gathered, Sai Lin and the others also managed to hunt some small terrestrial dragon beasts, sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Unsurprisingly, the existence of the Mo de Long beasts astonished Sai Lin and her companions. However, after trying them once, their impression of the Mo de Long beast was solely that it was delicious. After their meal, the dragons lay upon the sandy beach. Of course, they were not sleeping. This was the first time they rested not within a dragon's lair, but under the sky, with the earth as their bed. Such an extraordinary experience kept Wei Te and the others awake. The sleepless young dragons began to converse about their imagined futures. Eventually, they fell asleep without realizing it. The humid mist, mingled with the night breeze, brushed against Wei Te and his companions, causing them to instinctively curl up. A night devoid of conversation. The following morning, after waking, Wei Te and the others commenced their second swimming training. This time, however, it was not proposed by Wei Te, but by Ao. Witnessing Isha and Wei Te diving to seek food while they were relegated to hunting small terrestrial dragon beasts ignited Ao's sense of pride. He refused to allow himself to lag behind the other golden dragon. Ao was determined to learn, and Wei Te had no choice but to teach him. Whether it was one dragon or three, Wei Te reluctantly included the somewhat unwilling Bai Li and the slightly hesitant Sai Lin in the instruction. As for Sai Lin's reluctance, it stemmed from her wish to not spend her 2 days off entirely submerged in water. However, there was no alternative. I was resolutely determined to learn. And even though Salin was reluctant, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, this lesson lasted merely half a day. As the sun reached its zenith, Ao's patience began to wane. At this moment, Billy suddenly spoke up, asking, "What do you think lies on the other side of Yueingha?" This question fell upon the hearts of the young dragons like a frenzied seed, taking root and sprouting swiftly. The young dragons were filled with curiosity about everything surrounding them, and they were audacious, oblivious to danger. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances, Wei Te and the others reached a consensus to venture across Yueingha. However, before they could soar very far, a colossal dragon, its body adorned with bright crimson scales, obstructed their path. Wei Te and his companions stared blankly at the massive dragon before them, each swallowing hard. Wentisi, what are you doing here? Indeed, the formidable figure blocking their way was none other than Wentisi. He regarded Wei Te and the others with a look of exasperation. You always manage to surprise me. In chapter 55, the first lesson belonged to Bok. Inside the dragon's lair, Wei Te and his companions exchanged awkward glances with Wentisi. Isha had already been returned by Wentisi, and now they were about to face his judgment, though that term may be somewhat severe. Critique would be more appropriate. Wentisi found their anxious expressions somewhat amusing. If you know you shouldn't do something, why do you still attempt it? If I hadn't been following you, you would have fled the dragon's nest. The outside world is utterly different from Decidaloo, especially for young dragons like you. The outside world is fraught with peril, not just from draconic beasts, but even some plants could pose a lethal threat to you. He paused, fixing his gaze particularly on Billy. If you cannot control your tongue, you might perish the moment you step outside, and I would not be surprised at all. I'm sorry, Wentisi. I realize my mistake. Billy replied, retracting his neck. His tail covered in crystalline spikes swaying behind him. Due to their positions, his tail inadvertently whipped against Wei Te and Salin. Wei Te was unfazed, as his tough exterior made the blows somewhat pleasant, but Salin could not help but glare at Billy and shift away slightly. And you, Salin, I thought you would be the most mature among them. Upon hearing her name, Salin's head drooped immediately, and the holy light surrounding her dimmed. I apologize, Wentisi. Wentisi sighed. Forget about you for now. Remember, until you have passed the juvenile stage, you must not leave Decidaloo even a step, as it would cost you everything. Furthermore, you have half a day left. Your academy life will officially commence tomorrow, so anticipate it. With that, Wentisi turned and departed, leaving the 5 dragons to gaze at each other in bewilderment. What should we do now? Billy inquired cautiously. After all, it was he who had first suggested going to the other side of Yueingha, so he lacked confidence in his words at this moment. However, Wei Te and the others did not hold Billy responsible for the situation. His suggestion was merely a proposal. Their decision to venture across was mutual, and as dragons, they were not lacking in accountability. Upon hearing Billy's words, Salin frowned. In any case, when TC1T let us out again, so we can only stay within the academy. I'll practice magic. There is nothing else to do this afternoon. Dinah turned to Salin. Let us practice together. Salin had no objections. In fact, having another dragon to practice magic with was preferable. Ao shot Wei to a glance before pointing outside. I want to go fight. Billy could only cast a hopeful gaze towards Wei Te. Observing this, Wei Te hesitated for a moment before saying, if you wish, come with me to the library. Given my current size, I can barely manage to turn the pages, but I intend to give it a try. If that fails, I will seek out Boke to inquire about tomorrow's classes. Reading? Billy's eyes visibly dimmed. I would much rather go fight with Al. To this, Al said nothing. Once they reached an agreement, the 5 dragons set off once more from the dragon's lair. Upon arriving at the library, Wade tried turning a page and found that he had indeed gained considerable strength after his recent slumber. Previously, he could not even manage to flip a page. But now he could barely lift a large book. Turning pages was certainly not a problem. After contemplating, Wade did not immediately begin reading. Instead, he sought out Boke. Boke, busy manipulating potions in the laboratory, raised an eyebrow in curiosity upon seeing Wade. Shouldn't you be enjoying your rare vacation? What brings you here? Wade felt a bit awkward and scratched his head before recounting the previous events. After listening, Boke burst into laughter. When TC is always like that. She constantly worries about you encountering danger. Wade flew onto the experimental table and gazed at the crystal tubes containing oddly colored liquids bubbling away on the constant temperature array, casually asking, "Isn't it dangerous outside?" Indeed, it is quite perilous, but not as dangerous as when TC suggests. She simply does not want you to take risks. And leaving the dragon's nest signifies danger, which is indeed threatening. Wade came to a realization and then looked at the liquid in the crystal tube, inquiring, "What is this? It appears rather hazardous." They are not dangerous. As for what they are, I cannot disclose that just yet. These are for tomorrow's lesson. Your lesson? So, let us keep a little suspense. Wade was momentarily taken aback and then looked at Boke in surprise. "I came here to ask you about our lesson for tomorrow, and I didn't expect you to be the one teaching us." Are we going to learn how to concoct potions tomorrow?" Boke chuckled softly. "Of course not. Brewing potions is an exceedingly intricate and meticulous task. Even the slightest error can lead to issues with your concoctions. If a potion goes awry and loses its original effect, that would be the least of your troubles. More severe outcomes could result in unpredictable changes to your body. Our principle is that the potions you brew must be tested by yourselves. There was once a little fellow, just like you, who encountered potions for the first time. The first potion he brewed caused him to cry for 10 consecutive days. As a punishment for his disobedience, I did not treat him. I always inform every dragon on their first potion class that not every dragon is suited for potion making. However, if you are willing to listen, at the very least, you won't concoct potions that harm yourselves. I hope you can be somewhat obedient. That will spare you much suffering." Wade gazed at Boke in astonishment. "How do you manage to speak such terrifying things with a smile?" Simultaneously, Wade silently mourned for Billy. When it came to disobedience, Wade could think of no other dragon besides Billy. Moreover, the most concerning aspect was that Billy had a penchant for putting unfamiliar things in his mouth. With this thought in mind, Wade hesitated for a moment before saying, "Boke, if possible, please keep a close eye on Billy tomorrow. He might attempt to put anything in his mouth." Boke pondered for a moment. "Billy, if I am not mistaken, is that the red crystal dragon? If one has a penchant for stuffing things into their mouth, the potions class is indeed a calamity for him." "You are correct. I should indeed pay more attention. However, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have preferred to see him continue that way. It would serve as a reminder that many things should not be put into one's mouth." Wade chuckled awkwardly a few times before bidding farewell to Boke. Since tomorrow is Boke's class, it is necessary for him to peruse the book Sayao Baiki. Chapter 56. The True Essence of the Dragon Academy. As twilight descended, when Wade exited the library, the square below remained lively. Yet, he chose not to descend. From his observations, within the Dragon Academy, the metallic dragons and the chromatic dragons were the most prevalent, with a fair number of crystal dragons as well. Being somewhat face-blind, he knew that even if he went down, he would not be able to locate Ao and Bai Li. Thus, he soared directly toward the dragon's lair. Upon his return to the lair, he realized how astute his decision had been, for both Ao and Bai Li were present there. While their spirits were high, their conditions were far from optimal, as several of their scales were fractured, especially Bai Li, whose crystalline growths bore multiple signs of breakage. Moreover, it was not just Sai Lin and the others in the lair. Wen Si was also present. Upon seeing Wen Si smiled and said, "You are finally back. I was about to send Sai Lin to look for you." Wei, curious, gazed at Wen Si. "Is there something you need us to do?" Wen Si nodded. "Your life at the academy is about to commence in earnest, but do you understand the situation here?" Wei paused momentarily, then shook his head in confusion. He only knew that their dragon lair was on the 6th floor, the 8th floor comprised an entire library, and the 9th floor housed Boke's laboratory, while their classroom for magic lessons was located on the 4th floor. Other than that, he was quite uninformed. Wen Si chuckled. "Therefore, our next task is to familiarize ourselves with the true essence of the Dragon Academy." With that, Wen Si spread his claws. As Wei Te and the others adeptly ascended, Wen Taixi led them out of the dragon's lair. As they walked, Wen Taixi began to narrate. The ninth floor, as you should know, contains Bo Ke's laboratory, but in truth, it is not limited to that. In addition to Bo Ke's potion laboratory, the ninth floor also houses Luo Fa's alchemy laboratory, Janice's magic circle laboratory, and my own magic laboratory. By the way, they are also the professors who will teach you alchemy and magic circles. You will meet them later. You should refrain from entering these laboratories lightly, especially the alchemy and magic circle labs, as they contain many hazardous materials. You are likely quite familiar with the 8th floor, so I need not elaborate further. The 7th, 6th, and 5th floors consist of the dragon's lair, serving as the resting quarters for the young dragons. The 4th floor, which you are also well acquainted with, holds the classrooms for magic lessons, but in reality, the classrooms for alchemy, magic circles, and potions are also located on that level. The 3rd floor similarly serves as a classroom, but those rooms are designated for practical experiments. Whether it be alchemy, magic circles, or potions, hands-on practice is essential. Although magic requires practice as well, a single classroom suffices for that. As they conversed, Wen Taixi had already guided Wei Te and the others to the 2nd floor. The young dragons in the square below cast curious glances at them, but when they saw Wen Taixi heading for the 2nd floor, their attention waned. They had experienced this scene themselves and understood what Wen Taixi was doing, especially since they had already encountered the new young dragons. Once on the 2nd floor, Wen Taixi continued, I believe you have already caught a whiff of it. Indeed, the 2nd floor is where you will dine from now on. The Dragon Academy is a complete system, and naturally, there are dragons responsible for managing logistics. If it were solely up to a few teachers to provide sufficient food for the young dragons, it could be accomplished, but it would consume an inordinate amount of time. Previously, due to your small size, it was unsuitable for you to eat here, so I brought your meals up. From now on, you will need to come here to eat. While you are currently in a slow growth phase, it is a crucial period for accumulation, and food must not be lacking. Therefore, every morning and evening, food will be provided here. Furthermore, Wei Te, as I mentioned yesterday, your physical growth demands significantly more sustenance than Sai Lin and the others. Do not hesitate to inform me promptly when you feel hungry. Wei Te nodded in acknowledgement. He had already noticed that his appetite was indeed the sum of Sai Lin and the others, if not more. This included the newly acquainted Isha. Seeing Wei Te nod, Wen Taixi smiled and led them into the dining hall. Upon entering, Wei Te and the others were greeted by an atmosphere of exuberance. From their vantage point, they could behold the entirety of the dining hall. Wei Te had previously wondered why there seemed to be fewer young dragons in the square outside. Now he found them gathered here, dining together, with each dragon surrounded by trays piled high with meat. The structure of the dining hall bore some resemblance to that of the library, yet it was more spacious. At the far end of the wall, a rather intimidating skeletal structure of a dragon was embedded. Wait. Suddenly, Wei Te froze, unsure if it was merely his imagination. He thought he saw a flicker of black flame ignite within the eye sockets of the dragon skeleton. Perhaps it was just a trick of the light. Carlos. At that moment, Wei Te heard Wen Taixi call out a name. He curiously scanned the surroundings, but saw no dragon responding to the name Wen Taixi had uttered. Could it be that the dragon was behind Wen Taixi? With that thought, Wei Te looked up, only to find that Wen Taixi's gaze was fixed ahead, not turning back. Ahead, Wei Te glanced down again and saw no dragon. Suddenly, Wei Te found himself frozen in place once more. The direction he was gazing at was directly toward the dragon skeleton, and at that moment, 2 streams of black flame erupted from its eye sockets. Apologies, Wen Taixi. I must have dozed off. I seem to have frightened the little one in your hands. The voice was deep and raspy, resembling the sound of bones grinding together. Well, it appears that indeed, the entity before him was a skeleton in frenzied motion. Wen Taixi looked down and observed Wei Te gazing blankly at Carlos, prompting him to chuckle softly. This child seemed to have a glitch in his inherited memories and lacked knowledge about the various dragon species. Wei Te, do not stare too intently at other dragons. It is rather impolite. This is Carlos, responsible for all the young dragon's food. By the way, his species is the undead dragon, which has a connection to the phantom dragon. As for the specifics, you will need to seek that out in the books yourself. Undead dragon? Why not call it bone dragon? That seems more fitting. That is because the bone dragon appeared earlier than the undead dragon, and they have already claimed that name, leaving us with no choice but to refer to ourselves as undead dragons. Additionally, while we undead dragons may resemble bone dragons, we still possess some differences. For instance, we actually have dragon scales, albeit on the surface of our bones. Chapter 57, New Teachers, New Courses, New Friends. Listening to Carlos's explanation, Wei found himself somewhat speechless. It seemed rather unfair that someone had preemptively claimed the name of their species. Nevertheless, a sense of relief washed over Wei, thankful that the name Starry Sky Dragon had not been taken. Furthermore, he truly could not discern where the dragon scales Carlos spoke of were located. He merely felt that the opponent's bones were somewhat bony and lacked any smoothness. Could it be that those were the so-called dragon scales? Contemplating this, Vett resolved that he must thoroughly read the Encyclopedia of Dragons whenever time permitted, for it was unacceptable to consistently misidentify dragons, especially now that strange dragon breeds like Carlos had emerged among the dragon species. With these thoughts in mind, Vett inquired, since the undead dragon is composed entirely of bones, do you need to eat? What about water? Upon hearing Vett's question, Carlos remained unperturbed, simply chuckling as he replied, they assigned me to manage the academy cafeteria precisely because I do not indulge in food theft. Naturally, I do not drink water either. Carlos's laughter was deep and resonant, reminiscent of the laughter of a villain from another realm. However, Vett had long transcended the phase of judging dragons solely by their appearance. After all, in that other world, metallic dragons embodied justice while chromatic dragons represented evil. Yet in the real world, where were the concepts of justice and evil? They merely reflected differing perspectives. Just like the previous dragon beast invasion, those Abai dragon beasts were intruders in their eyes, while for the Abai dragon beasts, they were merely foraging for food. After being cared for by Wentz for 2 years, Vett could discern no malevolent traits within him. Instead, he found Carlos's laughter rather captivating. Well, they had ample time for conversation later. For now, they should decide what they would like to eat next. With Wentz's reminder, Vett and the others finally recalled the purpose of their visit to the cafeteria. As for the Bu Si Long Beast, Ka Pu Long Beast, and Bo Huan Long Beast, which of these do you prefer? Vett was not unfamiliar with these 3 names, aside from the Bu Si Long Beast. The other 2 dragon beasts were still relatively unknown to him until today. Vett was quite eager to learn. The dragon beast that Celine and Billy had brought back yesterday was unfamiliar to him, but prior to reading Comprehensive Guide to Potions this afternoon, he had glanced through the Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts. The Bo Huan Long Beast was indeed the name of that dragon beast. Among dragon beasts, it was of medium size, reaching around 100 meters in length in adulthood, known for its ferocity and high aggression. Its limbs were short and stout, making it slow-moving, and it was a primary prey for many dragons and dragon beasts. Similar to the Bu Si Long Beast, it was also one of the best sources of meat for young dragons. The Ka Pu Long Beast was likewise one of the best sources of meat during their juvenile phase. It was massive but did not surpass the Bu Si Long Beast, growing to between 300 and 400 meters in adulthood, resembling a sheep from another world. However, unlike sheep, the Ka Pu Long Beast possessed sharp teeth and claws, and its body was covered by a layer of dragon scales, allowing for agile movement and a diverse range of varieties. Moreover, it was an omnivorous dragon beast, occasionally preying on smaller dragon beasts. Additionally, Vett had found information about that red fruit in the herb encyclopedia. The red fruit, known as Honginghua, was a primary food source for herbivorous dragon beasts with fire attributes, indeed devoid of poison and commonly found in the wild. Setting aside these matters, Vett pondered for a moment before deciding to taste the Ka Pu Long Beast, something he had never tried before. The meat of the Bu Si Long Beast was rather tough and energy-rich, while the meat of the Bo Huan Long Beast was softer, offering less energy than the Bu Si Long Beast, yet in terms of flavor, the Bo Huan Long Beast was superior. He wondered what flavor the Ka Pu Long Beast would have. Upon hearing Vett's words, Celine and the others exchanged glances before all making the same choice, as they realized Vett seemed to possess a unique talent when it came to food. However, they were evidently mistaken. At least, all the dragons except Celine were mistaken. The cooked Ka Pu Long Beast and the raw version were as different as night and day, with only Vett and Celine choosing the cooked option. Ultimately, they were compelled to select another type of food. After bringing Vett and the others to the cafeteria, Wentz departed. As for the first floor of the academy, it did not possess any special facilities. If one had to mention, the square was the most significant feature of the first floor, serving as a place for young dragons to expend their surplus energy. Notably, although Wentz had left, the curious gazes of the young dragons that occasionally darted towards them did not lead to any physical interactions. In truth, the majority of those glances were directed at Celine. As previously mentioned, the academy had the highest concentration of chromatic and metallic dragons, followed by crystal dragons, then elemental dragons, while the rarest were the hybrid dragons. To date, Vett was aware of only 2 hybrid dragons within the entire academy, himself and Celine. Today, he had encountered a third, namely Carlos. Apart from that, Vett had not seen any other hybrid dragons among the young dragons. Although Vett was a hybrid dragon, he bore a striking resemblance to the silver dragon. Thus Selene became the sole focal point of attention. Consequently, while eating, Selene continuously frowned, urging Vett and the others in hushed tones. She truly could not tolerate the stares. In response, Vett had little to say. It was impossible to prevent others from looking. Furthermore, they would often be dining here. So Selene would have to acclimate to this sooner or later. After finishing dinner, Vett and the others returned to the dragon lair, harboring anticipation for the potion class the next day, each slipping into slumber. A night devoid of conversation. The following morning, Vett and the others ventured to the second-floor cafeteria for breakfast for the first time without a guide, then made their way directly to the potion class on the fourth floor. Upon their arrival at the classroom, they encountered an unexpected dragon. Allow me to introduce her. She is a young dragon born during the same period as you, Isha. From today onward, you will be learning together, Boko remarked as he observed the 5 dragons entering, all of whom turned their attention to Isha, who was already seated in her designated spot. Before Vett and the others could utter a word, Isha beckoned to Selene and Dingite. Selene, Dingite, come over here. Seeing Selene and Dingite staring at her in astonishment, Isha felt a bit bashful as she added, actually, I only learned about this morning. While I do not need to reside and eat at the academy like you, I am still required to complete the courses. Saying this, Isha wore a pained expression. It was worth noting that the academy's curriculum continued until they graduated from their juvenile phase. Boko observed this scene, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. Oh, so you know each other? That makes things even better. To be honest, I was quite troubled about how to facilitate your harmonious interactions. All right, Vett, Billy, and Ao, please find a seat as well. I am going to lead you into a new course now. Chapter 58, Learning Potions, starting with magic. Upon hearing Boko's words, Vett and the others shifted their attention away from Isha. Subsequently, Vett's focus landed on the platform in front of Isha, where a square metal block rested. However, upon closer inspection, Vett realized that it was not merely a metal block, but rather a significantly reduced metal book. All right, Vett, quickly find a seat. Hearing Boko's command, Vett snapped back to reality, realizing that he was the only one yet to find his place. He glanced around. Selene and Dingite had positioned themselves on either side of Isha. Billy sat closest to Boko, while Ao occupied a spot 2 rows behind Isha, which suited his character perfectly. After contemplating, Vett decided to take a seat beside Billy. There was no helping it. That fellow Billy always liked to explore various novel things through conversation. Although Boko has expressed his intention to keep an eye on Billy's situation, he remains somewhat uneasy. Once Vett takes his seat, Boko produces a small stack of metallic books and distributes them to Vett and the others. These books have been specially crafted as textbooks for young dragons like you, containing information about all the herbs that may be utilized in potion making, as well as their various properties. Vett curiously examines the metallic book in front of him. Is this the herb encyclopedia? Boko shakes his head. No, it is merely a fragment of the herb encyclopedia, and a rather small one at that. Potion making is an intricate art. Even today, new herbs continue to be discovered and utilized in the creation of new potions. The herb encyclopedia has not managed to encompass all the herbs present in this world. What you are to learn is merely the foundation of potion making. This course will not qualify you as competent potion masters. Even if you complete all the lessons, you will merely be considered apprentices. Only through further study can one become a true potion master. Upon hearing this, Vett looks at Boko in bewilderment. Then why must we learn potion making? Boko, much like Wentz, exhibits considerable patience. After hearing Vett's question, he explains, there are 3 primary reasons for introducing you to potion making. First, it provides you with a future filled with choices, much like magic circles and alchemy. Second, it helps to identify young dragons who have an affinity for potions and wish to pursue that path. For a dragon's lair, potion masters are essential. Many ailments that are fatal to young dragons can be treated with potions, and they significantly aid in recovery after injuries. Some skilled potion masters are capable of concocting potions that enhance one's strength. Those who have earned legendary titles can even brew potions that allow dragons to regenerate lost limbs. Hearing this, Vett feels a stir of interest. It is no wonder Wentz had previously guided him towards potion making, the ability to enhance one's strength through potions, especially in the absence of magic, is indeed alluring. Boko continues, the third reason is that the potions learned during your youth can be immensely beneficial to you personally. If the day comes when you require these potions, you will be able to create them yourself. So, are we to learn how to brew potions now? Billy, with his unquenchable curiosity for all things novel, eagerly interjects after listening to Boko. However, Boku shakes his head again. Potion making is not as simple as tossing a bunch of ingredients into a container and boiling them. If it were, it would not be referred to as an art. Therefore, before learning how to concoct potions, you must undertake considerable preparatory work. At the very least, you need to memorize the contents of this book word for word. And in addition, you will need to learn some new magic. Upon hearing this, Vett and the others are momentarily taken aback. Does potion making also require magic? Of course. For instance, as Boku speaks, he extends one of his claws and points a finger, following it with a rather complex incantation. Vett and the others understand the meaning clearly. Sharp. They then observe as the finger Boku has extended elongates slightly and becomes thinner, exuding a more dangerous aura. Dragon language magic has two branches. One is the elemental magic taught by Wentz, while the other is the shaping magic I am currently using. Shaping magic, by definition, is the art of reshaping forms. To date, there are only 3 forms of shaping magic: sharp, sturdy, and accelerate. Do not underestimate these 3 spells. Although their numbers pale in comparison to elemental magic, they do not distinguish between magical ranks. Their power is solely dependent on your proficiency with magic and your innate strength. The more adept you are with magic, the greater your strength, and consequently, the more potent these 3 shaping spells will become. Of course, in our potion-making class, you do not need to master all 3 forms of shaping magic. Mastering just sharp will suffice. We will utilize this magic to process materials. As he speaks, Boku notices Vett looking up with a hint of concern and subtle anticipation in his eyes, prompting him to chuckle softly. Vett, do not worry. Although shaping magic requires the use of internal elements to construct elemental nodes, it does not necessitate the invocation of external elements. In theory, you should be able to use this magic. Furthermore, Wentz is a staunch supporter of the belief that elemental magic encompasses all of dragon language magic, which is why she is reluctant to refer to shaping magic as dragon language magic. She even regards shaping magic as heretical and dismisses it as unworthy of study. Additionally, the mental magic she playfully created has been acknowledged by some dragons, but she perceives it merely as an incomplete form of elemental magic rather than a new category of magic. It must be said that at times, Wentz can be quite stubborn. Yet, the world is ever evolving, and new phenomena will inevitably emerge. Shaping magic is no exception, nor is mental magic. And it is possible that new forms of magic may arise in the future. At the last Grand Dragon Feast, a dragon proposed changing the 8 elements to 9, arguing that space should also be considered an element. This notion gave rise to a plethora of debates regarding elemental classifications. For instance, some believe that death should be separated from the dark element and established as a distinct element. Similarly, there are dragons who assert that life should be differentiated from nature. Others argue that if space qualifies as an element, then why shouldn't time be considered one as well? Fortunately, Wentz did not attend the last Grand Dragon Feast. Otherwise, with her obstinate nature, she might have clashed with those younger dragons. As Boku continues to recount the events of the previous Grand Dragon Feast, Vett can no longer contain himself. Boku, what is it, Vett? Shouldn't we discuss shaping magic? Chapter 59, the first spell. Shouldn't we discuss shaping magic? Upon hearing this, Boku finally realizes that he is in the midst of teaching Vett and the others, rather than lamenting Wentz's rigidity in his laboratory. Offering an apologetic smile, Boku continues, "My apologies. I mistook this for my laboratory. Let us resume our discussion on shaping magic. In fact, shaping magic is far more powerful than you might imagine. I merely made one claw extremely sharp, but what if I were to cast the spell on an entire claw? Or even on my dragon horn? Of course, when it comes to potion making, such considerations are unnecessary. My role is to teach you about potions. How far you can take shaping magic is entirely up to you." Listening to Boku, Vett ponders another matter. Did Wentz guide him towards studying potions with the consideration of shaping magic in mind? Perhaps Wentz's significant bias against shaping magic prevented her from directly informing him. With this thought, it is not impossible. Who would have thought that Wentz could exhibit such a childish side? As he contemplates this, Vett catches sight of Billy drooling over the metallic book before him. Vett quickly nudges Billy with his tail. Upon noticing the perplexed gaze of his companion, Waitei pointed to the metallic tome and shook his head. Realizing that Waitei had discerned his thoughts, Billy's face flushed crimson as he hastily nodded, indicating that he would refrain from attempting to stuff the book into his mouth. With a resigned shake of his head, Waitei felt fortunate for his decision to sit beside Billy. This fellow, it seemed, was indeed quite resistant to change. At that moment, Boke had begun elucidating the key points of casting the sharpness spell, prompting Waitei to listen intently. The method of casting transformation magic resembled that of elemental magic, yet the outcomes were markedly different. transformation magic ultimately affects our bodies. Thus, even the slightest error could prove disastrous. While it may not result in a severed claw, the agony would be comparably intense. Fortunately, this also means one can easily discern where mistakes occurred during the casting process. Therefore, transformation magic is considered easier to learn than elemental magic. I dare say, within the span of a morning, you shall successfully cast it. Let us commence. After absorbing Boke's words, Wei Te and the others gazed at their claws, ensnared in contemplation. The thought of the pain from a broken finger was indeed daunting. Yet, there were brave souls among them. Just as Wei Te and the others hesitated, Billy, fixated on his claw, eagerly began reciting the incantation. The moment a syllable escaped his lips, he shrieked in agony, clutching his claw. "It's broken! It's broken!" Tears streamed down Billy's face as he cried out. Wei Te rushed to inspect Billy's claw, only to find one of his fingers twisted into an unnatural curve. Fortunately not severed. Boke approached with a smile, reassuring him, "Fear not, it will not break. Even if it were to break, I could mend it." However, for this degree of disfigurement, Wei Te can simply straighten it out. Noticing the expressions of terror on Wei Te and the others, Boke chuckled softly. "What is this? Such minor discomfort has frightened you? You may not yet realize that in the future, such pain is merely a prelude. Failing to brew a potion could lead to an explosion. A misstep in alchemy could also result in an explosion. If the magic circle S lines are not etched smoothly, it too could explode. Furthermore, do not think that only transformation magic inflicts harm upon oneself upon failure. In fact, the consequences of failing to cast elemental magic are far graver. However, you are currently learning only basic spells, so you have yet to experience this. You will grasp it when you advance to intermediate spells." With this, Boke's smile faded. Whence has always warned you of the dangers of the outside world. Yet she has never elaborated on the nature of those dangers. Do you know? Whence has been beyond these confines. Upon her return, she had but one wing left, and her right arm, torn from the elbow by another dragon. She understands the perils of the outside world, which is why she emphasizes this matter. If you cannot endure the pain of practicing magic, remaining in Desaid Luo is your best option. The outside world is meant for the strong. Upon hearing Boke's words, Billy casually wiped his tear-stained eyes, then, trembling, extended his left claw and resolutely straightened the twisted finger on his right claw. Wei Te could feel Billy's pain. His scales trembled, yet this time he held back his tears, gritting his teeth and enduring in silence. Billy was not alone. The other dragons, including Wei Te, began to attempt casting the spell. Dragons do not shy away from any endeavor. They merely require a reason. Now, Boke had provided them with a reason. Enduring pain is the path of the strong. The innate pride coursing through the veins of dragons forbade them from uttering words of submission to weakness. Thus they accepted this rationale. Naturally, pain was still pain. Yet no dragon cried out, not even Billy. Boke nodded in satisfaction. He did not wish to be an antagonistic figure. But it was necessary for someone to impart to Wei Te and the others that this is a world that reveres strength, and strength is forged through hardship. Meanwhile, when Wei Te misconstructed his elemental node for the first time, he finally comprehended Billy's feelings. The agony was akin to someone attempting to snap his finger. Compared to this immediate pain, the soreness he had felt while training his wings seemed trivial. However, as Boke had stated, pain is the finest teacher. The suffering stemming from a single failure is indelibly etched into the mind, compelling the dragon to remember it forever. In such circumstances, Wei Te and the others progressed rapidly in their studies of this spell. The morning was merely Boke's estimate. In reality, they succeeded in casting the spell after only 2 magical periods, with the swiftest, Celine, even accomplishing it half a magical period ahead of the others. Of course, this was not due to her innate magical talent being vastly superior to theirs, but rather because the light element possessed certain healing properties. Consequently, after each practice, Celine required little rest before embarking on her next attempt. This was an inherent advantage that other dragons could not envy. Naturally, the most exhilarated was Wei Te. Observing that his finger, though only slightly altered, was distinctly sharper, he was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. He had finally cast his very first spell in the truest sense, even if this spell merely rendered one of his claws sharper. Chapter 60, Mastering Magic. Gazing at his slender claw, Wei Te could not resist the urge to experiment, for this was indeed his first genuine spell. Yet, he had no suitable object at hand. As his mind raced, his gaze fell upon the crystalline thicket on Billy's back. "Billy, my apologies." "Huh." At Wei Te's sudden apology, Billy turned his head in bewilderment. Then, with a crisp snap, while the crystalline thicket remained unscathed, Wei Te's finger contorted into a distorted position. Wei-Te stared blankly at his finger. The excruciating pain could not dispel the confusion and uncertainty swirling within him. Billy scratched the spot Wei-Te had just attacked with his tail. His previously bewildered expression now transformed into one of innocence. This was not his doing. Boke had not anticipated that Wei-Te would create such a situation. He shook his head in bemusement. I have said that the power of this spell correlates with your proficiency. Not only did you succeed on your first attempt, but that finger was already quite fragile from practicing the spell. At this moment, you chose to strike the hardest part of the crystal dragon's body. Wei-Te, I am curious about your thought process. Wei-Te, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, lowering his head in embarrassment, his tail nearly flicking out a shadow. Ha. I too am curious about your thought process. Compared to the other dragons, Isha was evidently more unabashed, not only laughing aloud, but also mocking him. Wei-Te turned to glare at her, then raised his head to look at Boke, sheepishly asking, It seems I have truly broken it this time. What should I do? Boke shook his head in resignation, then a crystalline tube materialized in his claw. Of course, this was meant for Boke. To Wei-Te, it appeared to be a colossal crystalline jar, large enough to contain him entirely. Now, let us first straighten your claw. Upon hearing this, Wei-Te hurriedly complied. Once Wei-Te straightened his claw, Boku opened the crystal vial and poured out a small drop of liquid, which he then skillfully manipulated with his mental energy to envelop the severed claw. It might be a bit itchy, but you must endure it. If you move around recklessly, the claw could end up misaligned, and that won't be my responsibility. Upon hearing this, Wei-Te nodded hastily. His curiosity piqued as he observed the claw encased in the liquid. The substance was a translucent green, viscous in texture, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. Moreover, Wei-Te could sense a unique vitality emanating from it, reminiscent of the aura he sometimes felt from Ding and Ai-Te. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an undeniable itch began to manifest on his claw, compelling the dragon to resist the urge to scratch. Thankfully, Boku's prior warning helped him maintain composure. To divert his attention, Wei-Te inquired, Boku, is this the potion you mentioned for healing injuries? Boku nodded in affirmation, then addressed the other dragons. Extend the claws you use for practicing magic. This potion will expedite your recovery, preventing you from injuring yourselves like Wei-Te did. With that, Boku guided the potion to envelop the extended claws of the dragons. Continuing, potions are categorized into three main types: restoration, enhancement, and healing. Restoration potions are designed to replenish stamina and magical energy. Enhancement potions serve to permanently augment one's abilities. Healing potions, like the one I am currently using, facilitate rapid recovery from injuries, and those that can regenerate severed limbs belong to this category as well. The potion in my claw is classified as a mid-level healing potion. Naturally, there are also beginner, advanced, and elite levels. When you are capable of independently concocting a beginner healing potion, it signifies that you qualify to be called an apprentice alchemist. Consequently, mid-level healing potions correspond to beginner alchemists, advanced healing potions to mid-level alchemists, and so forth. Isn't it curious that the rank of an alchemist is one tier lower than the healing potions they must concoct? Noticing Wei-Te and the others nodding, Boku chuckled. That's because healing potions are the easiest to brew among potions of the same level. Well, that should suffice. How do you all feel? Wei-Te glanced at his claw, moved it slightly, and was astonished to discover that it had healed. With his claw restored, the other dragons were undoubtedly fine. The miraculous efficacy of the mid-level healing potion sparked considerable interest in potions among Wei-Te and his companions. Boku was not surprised, as this was part of the lesson. Now that you are healed, we should commence our further studies. Successfully casting the sharpness spell was merely the beginning. I have stated from the outset that brewing potions is a meticulous endeavor that allows no room for error, which includes the precise control of magic. As he spoke, Boku conjured additional objects on his claw, distributing them evenly before Wei-Te and the others. Wei-Te stared in confusion at the stones and wooden boards laid before him, unsure of their purpose. However, he understood one thing. These items were certainly not meant for consumption. Thus, he seized the wooden board that Billy was about to place in his mouth. The other dragons were unfazed, casting a glance at Wei-Te that seemed to say, "It's all up to you now." Billy, realizing a moment too late, scratched his head sheepishly, but it was truly an instinctive action. Today's South task is to place the stone slab beneath the wooden board, and then, without harming the slab, evenly divide the wooden board into two pieces of identical shape and size using your claws enhanced with the sharpness spell. Now begin. With that, Boku closed his eyes to meditate. Observing this, the dragons busied themselves. Wei-Te focused on his fingers, reciting the incantation as they visibly elongated. First step, spell enhancement. Complete. Following Boku's instructions, Wei Te gingerly placed the wooden board on the stone slab and cautiously extended his claw toward it. However, upon actual engagement, Wei Te quickly realized the difficulty of Bo Ku's requirements. The moment his claw made contact with the wooden board, it sliced through as easily as a hot knife through butter. This phrase perfectly characterized the situation. His claw effortlessly penetrated the wood, and the stone slab fared no better. Due to limited materials, practice using the first wooden board for now. When you can cut the board without damaging the slab beneath, or when both the board and slab are rendered unusable, I will provide you with a second one. Now, continue. Clearly, Bo Ku had anticipated this scenario. Wei Te and his companions pressed on with their rigorous practice. Chapter 61. I want to become stronger. Too much force. Too little, still not right, crooked. Wei Te muttered to himself, leaving numerous scratches on the wooden board before him, his golden eyes filled with determination. At this point, a substantial pile of splintered wooden strips and stones had accumulated in front of him. In truth, it was not only Wei Te who faced this challenge. The other dragons were in the same predicament. As Bo Ku had stated, while shaping spells were easy to learn, mastering them, particularly in terms of control, was another matter entirely. However, during his practice, Wei Te noted that, unlike elemental magic, shaping spells exhibited remarkable sustainability. As long as the elemental energy within the elemental node remained sufficient, the spell could be maintained indefinitely. This revelation opened another avenue of magical potential for Wei Te, even before he could wield elemental magic. Shaping spells allowed him to harness the power of magic. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to master all three shaping spells and wield them proficiently. Wei Te, you seem distracted. Bo Ku's voice jolted Wei Te back to reality. Looking down, he realized he had inadvertently split the stone slab and wooden board into two halves, leaving a faint white mark on the stone table beneath. Embarrassed, Wei Te scratched his head in apology. Sorry. He winced, feeling a sharp sting on his head. Taking a deep breath in response, he had forgotten that his claw was enhanced with sharpness. As he scratched his head, the sharp claw inadvertently slipped between the scales, causing a minor injury to the skin beneath. Thankfully, the skin of a dragon, much like its scales, possessed considerable defensive capabilities, so it merely stung without breaking the skin. Observing Wei Te rubbing his head, looking sheepish, Bo Ku chuckled in exasperation. Be careful. Don't be careless. That could hurt you. At that moment, Wei Te heard a sudden snicker from behind. Turning, he shot a glare at the exceptionally cheerful Aisha, ready to resume his practice, only to hear Bo Ku continue. All right, that's enough for today. Wei Te was taken aback for a moment, then noticed that the sky outside had darkened. Sighing at the wooden board before him, he lamented. No progress. Hearing this, the other dragons wore similar expressions of dismay. They too were in the same boat. Bo Ku, witnessing their plight, chuckled softly. Suddenly acquiring a surge of power makes control quite challenging. Let us not forget, you've been learning elemental magic for about a year now. Casting a spell is certainly within your capabilities, but how long can you sustain that spell? Aside from Wei Te, the others looked on with expressions of confusion. Nevertheless, uncertainty did not deter the dragons from attempting. Light Arrow. The first to attempt was Salen, who chose her very first spell. However, when she endeavored, as Bo instructed, to contain the magic before her rather than release it, the light arrow simply exploded. It lasted no more than a second, and this fact left Salen feeling quite disheartened. The other dragons experienced similar setbacks. Observing this, Bo chuckled and remarked, the power of the magic you unleash reflects your strength. But strength does not always translate into effective performance. To fully harness your potential, one must possess adequate control. This control cannot be cultivated overnight. Moreover, there are various methods to train your control, and the time for practice extends beyond the confines of this classroom. In fact, there is only one class remaining, which means that during the third session, I will officially begin teaching herbal knowledge. Well, today you all performed admirably, he continued, deliberately elongating his tone to pique the curiosity of Wei Te and the others, before his gaze shifted to Billy. Billy, it is not prudent to place everything in your mouth, particularly when studying potions. I will be keeping a close eye on you, and if you cannot restrain this habit, I shall apply a special potion to the items I prepare for you. Trust me, the taste will be far from pleasant. Billy lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He did not wish for such behavior, but at times he truly found it uncontrollable. All right, take the book with you to study the knowledge within, but remember to bring it to class in the future. With that, Bo nodded at the dragons and turned to leave the classroom. Isha, shall we go to the dining hall together? By the way, will you be residing at the academy as well? Upon hearing Salen's words, Wei Te and the others also turned their attention to Isha. She nodded at first, then shook her head. I will be dining at the academy. but I will not be staying here. At this point, Isha paused. Knowing that the young dragons residing at the academy were those hatched from dragon eggs brought back from outside, without parents. Hence, she refrained from mentioning anything about them. However, the other dragons were not oblivious and understood that Isha was being considerate of their feelings, so they did not press further. Instead, they followed Salen's lead toward the dining hall. After dinner, Isha departed the academy, while Salen and the others prepared to return. However, Waite greeted Salen and handed her his book, asking her to take it back for him before flying toward Bok's laboratory on the 9th floor. You wish to learn 2 additional shaping spells? Waite nodded while standing at the experiment table. My physical prowess surpasses that of my peers. If I could master all 3 shaping spells, even without elemental magic, my combat capability would not falter. Bok, who was concocting potions, glanced at Waite upon hearing his words and continued his work while saying, a commendable ambition. Although there are only 3 shaping spells, mastering them completely would indeed rival the efficacy of elemental magic, and in terms of flexibility, it would surpass it. But have you truly considered this? The pain of learning the sharp spell, an afternoon's worth. I doubt you will forget it so swiftly. The learning of the solid and acceleration spells will be even more challenging, requiring you to endure greater hardships. Waite resolutely nodded. I believe your words in class were astute. The world outside is reserved for the strong, and strength is never attained without considerable effort. I aspire to be strong, and I shall not shy away from any challenge. Hearing this, Bok paused his actions and regarded Waite with admiration. A commendable resolve. Let us commence now. Now, Waite was momentarily taken aback by Bok's words, then turned his gaze toward the potion bubbling away on the constant temperature array. Is it truly acceptable to leave this while you teach me magic? Bok smiled and shook his head. You are the one learning magic. My only obligation is to ensure your safety, which does not hinder my potion brewing. Additionally, the rapid growth phase of 2 years has concluded. In the time to come, until you leave the juvenile stage, sleeping will no longer be an absolute necessity. In other words, if you wish, you could dedicate all your sleeping hours to practicing magic, honing your body, or refining other skills without adversely affecting your physical development. So, do you wish to begin now? Upon hearing this, Waite stared at Bok in astonishment, eager to discern whether he was jesting or if it were indeed the truth. If it were true, he would need to reevaluate his time management. However, upon seeing the unmistakable mirth in Bok's eyes, he understood that Bok was merely teasing him. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. You know, I nearly believed your words. Bok laughed heartily. Of course, it is impossible to forego sleep. Our draconic bodies are robust, and we store a considerable amount of elemental energy. So even without engaging in any activity, our daily routines consume a significant amount of mental energy. When mental energy is depleted, fatigue naturally follows. This applies especially to juvenile dragons like you, who require sleep to replenish the mental energy expended during daily activities. However, this is merely passive recovery. Once your mental energy reaches the silver level, sleep will not only restore your mental energy, but also enhance it. At that point, sleep will become a form of your training. Of course, one thing I am not joking about is that if you forego sleep, it won't impede your growth. It will merely render you somewhat fatigued, leading to the possibility of dozing off at any moment. Prideful, slothful, and greedy. That is how other dragon races perceive us. Yet, I believe only the third point holds true. The so-called pridefulness is exhibited by only a portion of dragons, and slothfulness is not merely sleep, but rather a form of cultivation. Waite looked at Bok with curiosity. But why are dragons considered greedy? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a handful of gleaming golden coins suddenly appear on Bok's claw, each coin as large as Waite's head. The dazzling sight captivated Waite's full attention. What is that? Coins. Do you desire them? Waite nodded fervently, his eyes fixed on the pile of coins in Bok's grasp. If you wish for them, you must exchange your blood. Upon hearing this, Waite instantly sobered, yet the newly awakened Waite found himself clutching his tail and gazing up at Bok. How much? However, barely had the words left his mouth when the coins in Bok's claws vanished. Waite gazed longingly at Bok's empty paw, then suddenly realized why he had reacted that way. Looking at his own tail, Waite's eyes were filled with confusion. He had always despised giving his blood to other dragons, yet upon seeing that pile of coins, he had instantly abandoned his resolve. Bok, of course, was well aware of Waite's thoughts, and with a smile, he patted his claw to draw Waite's attention. Do you feel anything? Vett hesitated for a moment, then whispered, It didn't feel like me. Boko smiled. That was you. It's just a pursuit originating deep within the bloodline of the dragon race. However, you are still young. This strong drive can cloud your judgment. Once you leave the dragonling stage, This situation won't occur again. But if gold coins are truly placed before you, you will still feel the desire to possess them, just not as intensely as earlier. So, I believe calling the dragon race greedy is not wrong. We truly are greedy. We just prefer to call it fondness. Vett took several deep breaths to calm himself before asking, "Is every dragon like this?" Boko nodded, then shook his head. Every dragon experiences this. But the objects of fondness aren't necessarily the same. Some dragons love gold, while others only love gold coins. Some love gemstones, others love items made from gemstones. And some love crystals. There are also dragons who love everything. These are just different preferences. The two of us happen to share a common interest. Also, I won't be sharing my treasures with you. If you want them, you'll have to wait until you're grown and collect them yourself. A dragon never shares its hoard with any other, be it a mate or their own offspring. Pausing, Boko ignored the disappointment in Vett's eyes and continued, "All right, that's more than enough. Hurry up and go practice your magic. Today's lessons are still quite tiring. In a little while, you'll be getting drowsy." Hearing this, Vett nodded, then flew down from the experiment table. He walked to a clear area nearby and began studying the other two shaping spells. Vett knew the incantations for those two shaping spells. The reason he hadn't practiced them privately was the deep impression Sharpen had left on him. For Fortify, it's best to start with one of your own scales. There's no shortcut for Accelerate. You must practice using your own wings. I should remind you, if Fortify fails, it will most likely cause elemental imbalance and explode. If Accelerate fails, the consequence will be broken bones in your wings. Vett nodded to show he understood, then began searching his own body for a suitable spot to cast the spell. In the end, Vett chose his tail. Because the scales on his tail were smaller, shaping them with magic would be easier. Moreover, sometimes Vett truly felt his tail was another creature altogether. It always thrashed about randomly whenever his attention was elsewhere. Because of this, he had been scolded by Celine and the others more than once. Today was the perfect opportunity to make it behave better. As a side note, the tail isn't very sensitive to pain. Fortify, holding his tail with one claw and pressing another claw on a single scale. Vett chanted the bizarre intonations of ancient Draconic. Then his tail exploded. Chapter 63, Interrogation Time. Vett's tail exploded. Of course, it wasn't a complete explosion, just the specific scale Vett had enchanted. The blast was quite powerful. A small ring of surrounding scales was shattered, and the skin beneath was scorched black. Thankfully, there was no bleeding. Vett's head, which had been a bit too close, also had its facial scales blackened by the blast. Though uninjured, he was momentarily stunned. Coming to his senses, a flash of relief crossed Vett's eyes. Good thing I didn't choose another part of my body. The tail was the least pain-sensitive area on his body. Even so, waves of stinging pain were still coming through. If he'd chosen another spot, he'd probably be sweating from the pain. Glancing at the small, bare patch of pinkish skin on his tail, Vett's gaze shifted to another scale elsewhere on his tail. That's right, Vett wasn't giving up. Practicing magic with his tail wasn't very painful. Moreover, his tail was about as long as his body. The exploded spot was only about the size of a palm, hardly anything. With this mindset, Vett continued his practice. Fortify was indeed more difficult than Sharpen. The latter had only 7 elemental nodes, but the former had a full 10. If categorized by elemental magic standards, lower-tier spells max out at 10 elemental nodes. And up to now, Vett and the others hadn't even begun learning 10-node elemental spells. Among them, Celine, with the fastest progress, had only mastered Light Blade, an 8-node elemental spell, as her strongest one. Of course, Vett knew shaping spells and elemental spells weren't the same. Shaping spells aren't divided into lower, middle, or high tiers. However, the rule that more elemental nodes mean higher difficulty holds true across all magic types. Vett chanted the incantation over and over, explosions occurring repeatedly. Yet he showed no intention of giving up. Unfortunately, by the time Boko called a halt, Vett hadn't successfully cast the spell even once. All right, Vett, don't push yourself too hard. You have plenty of time, no need to rush it now. After stopping Vett, Boko took out another intermediate healing potion and applied it to Vett's tail. Silver dragons are among the most aesthetically pleasing in the entire dragon race. Their scales, shimmering with a metallic silver-white luster, exude mystery while also hinting at nobility and elegance. Their color outshines that of any other dragon type, yet without the garish, nouveau riche vulgarity of gold dragons. Vett wasn't a silver dragon, but he shared their appearance. Yet now, his tail was pockmarked with bare patches of pinkish skin, looking about as unsightly as possible. Feeling the comfortable, cool sensation spreading from his tail, Vett finally snapped out of his focus. His bright golden pupils had dimmed considerably, a sign of significant mental energy depletion. Thank you, Boko. And sorry for disturbing you for so long. As he spoke, Vett looked at his tail. The intermediate healing potion's effect was quite noticeable. Merely applying it caused the exposed skin on his tail to be covered by a layer of silver. Those were newly grown scales. However, the new scales were very tiny. Only about 1/10 the size of the surrounding scales that Vett hadn't targeted and that hadn't been affected by the explosions. The uneven scales looked extremely odd, but at least they covered the skin. Your physical recovery rate is quite good. At this rate, these scales should fully recover in about another day. Also, no need to thank me. This is what I, as a teacher of the academy, should do. A teacher's job isn't just to impart knowledge. It's more about ensuring you grow up healthy. All right, it's late at night. Time for you to go back and sleep. Otherwise, you'll doze off in Janice's magic array class tomorrow. Though her personality is good, she won't allow any dragon to sleep in her class. One more thing. She, like you, was also raised by Vince, so her punishment method is the same. She'll make you copy books. Boko's words successfully reminded Vett of those arduous days of yore. Shivering, Vett hurriedly bid Boko farewell and left the lab. He absolutely did not want to copy books. Most importantly, the books Vince had punished them to copy last time still weren't finished. Returning to the dragon den, he slowed his pace as soon as he entered the passageway. He had spent nearly 4 magic hours at Boko's place. It was now deep into the night. Celine and the others should have been long asleep. However, as he ventured deep into the dragon's lair, the dim light illuminated 4 pairs of golden eyes that instantly glinted with intensity, fixated on him. Vett's body stiffened, and he cautiously moved his head from side to side, only to find those 4 pairs of eyes following his every motion. Are you all awake? As soon as he spoke, the 4 dragons rushed to his side, circling him while scrutinizing him continuously. Look at his tail. It's Billy. Upon hearing Billy's remark, Celine and the others shifted their gazes to Vett's tail. The uneven scales were strikingly conspicuous, revealing evident signs of training. Noticing this, Celine stood opposite Vett, spreading her wings wide and raising her head high, attempting to appear larger. Unfortunately, no matter how she tried, her size could not compare to Vett's. You need to lie down. Although Vett was puzzled by what Celine and the others intended to do, he complied and lay down, looking at the 4 dragons with a bemused expression. Now it's interrogation time. Billy, Ao. Understood. Billy and Ao responded in unison, each pinning one of Vett's wings to the ground. Vett looked at Celine with a mix of amusement and disbelief. If you want to ask something, just ask directly. Why make it so complicated? I haven't done anything unbecoming of a dragon. Hearing Vett's words, Celine awkwardly averted her gaze, yet she showed no intention of stopping. Be quiet. You can answer only after I finish asking my questions. As a punishment for your unsolicited responses, Dynet, you go kick his backside. Understood. Dynet cheerfully replied, then darted behind Vett and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Holding his foot, Dynet looked at Celine with a mournful expression. Celine, that was too hard. It hurts. Shouldn't we switch places? Celine pretended not to hear Dynet, gazing down at Vett and snorted coldly. Speak. Did you go for special training behind our backs? Vett scratched his head. Does learning magic count? As soon as these words left his mouth, the 4 dragons perked up their ears. Seeing this, Vett couldn't help but chuckle. I just went to Boke to learn 2 other transformation spells. If you're interested, you can join me tomorrow night. Chapter 64, Dream. If you're interested, you can join me tomorrow night. Upon hearing Vett's words, Billy and the others exchanged glances before their attention turned to Celine. Celine stared at Vett in astonishment. Can we really go together to learn magic? Vett, bemused, replied, what is stopping us? Boke isn't giving me any special treatment. I only sought him out for safety reasons. It turns out my decision was quite prudent. With that, Vett flicked his tail, recalling that although he had not encountered danger this time, it was only because the solid magic was practiced using dragon scales. The subsequent acceleration could only be practiced using wings, and a careless mistake could result in severe injury. However, upon hearing Vett's words, Celine appeared utterly perplexed. What does special treatment mean? Vett paused, realizing he had inadvertently brought over terminology from another world. How should I explain? It means using connections to gain favorable treatment. Celine looked even more confused. What does using connections mean? Vett slapped his forehead. How about you let them release me first so I can think about how to explain it to you? Of course. He said this merely to save face for Celine. The size difference meant Vett's strength far surpassed that of Celine and the others. If it came to a physical confrontation, how could Billy and Ao possibly hold Vett down? Upon hearing Vett's words, Celine suddenly remembered that Vett's wings were still pinned down by Ao and Billy. Her face flushed. But thankfully, the thick dragon scales concealed any signs of embarrassment. Noticing Ao and Billy looking at her, Celine waved her paw, signaling them to let go. Once the 2 dragons stepped back, Vett stretched his wings slightly before folding them. In simpler terms, special treatment and using connections both refer to leveraging special relationships for preferential treatment. You should understand that now. Celine's expression brightened as she finally grasped the meaning behind Vett's earlier statement and quickly shook her head. We don't care whether you sought Boke for special treatment. We just thought. Here, Celine abruptly halted and turned her head away, unable to look at Vett. Dinah sighed. Let me explain. We thought you believed our abilities could no longer keep pace with yours, so you left us behind to train on your own. Vett was taken aback, then looked at the dragons with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Is that really what you think? Celine still had her back turned to him. A.O. lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Dinah wore an awkward expression mixed with resignation, and Billy appeared anxious, clearly still trying to understand the situation. Oh dear. I can't believe this. I was worried for nothing. We all eat, sleep, and learn together. How could I possibly abandon you? Now go to sleep already. When I return, Boke will inform me that our class tomorrow is the Magic Circle lesson with Teacher Janice, who punishes sleepy little dragons by making them copy texts. You all know what a dreadful experience copying texts is, right? Upon hearing Vett's words, Celine and the others initially froze, but their worries quickly dissipated. However, once they processed what Vett had said afterward, they hurried to their respective sleeping spots. Copying texts was the most terrifying punishment in this world, without a doubt. Witnessing this, Vett shook his head helplessly and headed toward his sleeping area. Despite having inherited memories, they were still just a bunch of children, fretting over improbable situations. With this thought, he realized he was the most mature among the 5 dragons. Contemplating this, Vett closed his eyes. A wave of irresistible fatigue washed over him, and soon, he drifted into slumber. Vett. A familiar yet foreign voice suddenly echoed in Vett's mind. Instinctively, Vett opened his eyes. However, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Darkness enveloped his vision. Yet this was not true darkness. Instead, it was a swarm of small dragon beasts blocking out the sky and surrounding him. These small dragon beasts were familiar to Vett. They were the Abai dragon beasts that had attacked the dragon's nest 2 years prior. However, these dragon beasts appeared unexpectedly small, vastly different from the Abai dragon beasts he remembered. Once he assessed his surroundings, Vett instinctively opened his mouth, and a searing white flame erupted from the corners of his lips, followed by a powerful dragon breath that shattered the surrounding darkness. Countless Abai dragon beasts turned to ash in the scorching breath. Yet soon, more Abai dragon beasts surged forward, filling the void left by the dragon breath. It seemed futile. Vett thought to himself, preparing to turn his head to observe the situation around him. However, to his astonishment, he found he was unable to control his own body. His head did not turn as he intended. Instead, he opened his mouth again, releasing another surge of searing breath that sprayed outward. Vett panicked. What on earth was happening? At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he should be sleeping in the dragon's lair, not battling a swarm of Abai dragon beasts in an unfamiliar place. Vett. Just then, that familiar yet foreign voice rang out once more. In Wei Ti's heart, a plethora of doubts swirled within him. The voice was so familiar, yet he could not recall who it belonged to. Who could it be? Wei Ti, come back quickly. The magic array has been activated. You must return. Who is it? Who are you? What magic array has been activated? What will happen after its activation? Wei Ti desperately wished to open his mouth and inquire about the current situation. Yet upon parting his lips, he produced not words, but mere breaths. Speak, speak, speak. Who are you? Suddenly, Wei Ti's eyes flew open, and he instinctively shouted. Who are you? It's me, Cylin. Cylin. Wei Ti momentarily froze, then noticed how close Cylin's head was, her face etched with worry. Beyond her, the familiar dragon lair awaited. Turning his gaze around, he saw no sign of the Abai Elong beast, only Billy and the others encircling him. Their expressions filled with concern. Wei Ti, are you alright? What's wrong? Wei Ti assessed his body, feeling utterly fatigued. Is it still nighttime? Cylin shook her head. It's already morning. Did you have a nightmare? You look quite exhausted. Moreover, you were shouting, who are you just now? Wei Ti paused for a moment, then let out a bitter smile. Perhaps so. I dreamt of being surrounded by a horde of Abai Elong beasts, my breaths ineffective, and a voice behind me calling my name. It felt so familiar, yet I could not recall who it was. Upon hearing this, Cylin visibly relaxed. It seems you truly had a nightmare. Perhaps you trained too long yesterday. By the way, do you want to rest a bit longer? Wei Ti stood up, shaking his slightly dazed head. No worries, I'll recover after eating something. Cylin nodded, refraining from further persuasion, as it was indeed the first day of Magic Array class, and missing it would be rather inappropriate. Chapter 65, Jean and I see. Billy and the others. relieved that Wei Te was merely fatigued and did not appear to have any other issues, were also awakened by Wei Te's shout. Upon waking, they found him in distress on the ground, which prompted their worried approach. Billy let out a sigh of relief, rushing to Wei Te's side. His tail comfortably draped over Wei Te's shoulder. You scared me. I thought something had happened to you. Turns out you were just having a nightmare. By the way, I've never had a nightmare. Could you tell me what it feels like? Hearing Billy's words, the other 3 dragons perked up with curiosity, looking at Wei Te. Wei Te helplessly gestured toward the outside. We still need to eat and attend class, so let us talk while we walk. With that, he headed toward the passage. And the other dragons hurriedly followed. After gathering his thoughts, Wei Te began, how should I put it? It was indeed a nightmare. Yet I cannot articulate what was so terrifying about it. The overwhelming horde of long beasts seemed imposing, yet in the dream, I could vanquish a large number with a single breath. You even used your breath in the dream? Billy exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Wei Te nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Billy. Yes, what of it? Billy thumped his chest, appearing quite alarmed. Thank goodness you were just dreaming and not sleepwalking. If you were sleepwalking, I don't know what would happen, but we probably wouldn't be able to attend class like this. Upon hearing Billy's words, Sai Lin and the others gazed at Wei Te with a hint of caution. Noticing this, Wei Te could not help but swat Billy's rear with his tail. What are you saying? Breaths are not so easily released. Even while awake, one must concentrate fully to utilize them. If I could use my breath in my sleep, I would have to be exceptionally skilled to manage that. Upon hearing this, Sai Lin and the others appeared enlightened, then awkwardly averted their eyes. Billy, however, remained unfazed. I was just saying what if. But after your explanation, the probability does indeed seem exceedingly slim. After a pause, Billy continued to inquire. Since the long beasts are not the most frightening, what exactly are you afraid of? At this, a flicker of confusion crossed Wei Te's eyes. I don't even know what I'm afraid of, but I am terrified, deeply terrified, as if something about to happen is the very thing I dread most. Then what occurred? Sai Lin leaned in again, curious about Wei Te's dream and why it involved long beasts. However, Wei Te merely shook his head in bewilderment. I don't know. There were no other dragons around me. I only heard a voice calling my name. A voice so familiar, yet I could not remember who it belonged to. The voice was right behind me, yet I could not turn around, no matter how hard I tried. In the dream, I was merely exhaling breaths, seemingly consumed by guilt over something. As he spoke, Wei Te furrowed his brow in contemplation, only to feel a sudden pang in his head. Shaking it slightly, the pain alleviated somewhat, yet Wei Te remained uncertain about how to continue. Seeing this, Sai Lin comforted him. All right, Wei Te, do not dwell on it any longer. It was merely a nightmare, and you are awake now. You should enjoy a hearty meal to replenish your energy and prepare for today's lessons. To be honest, Bo Ku's words yesterday left me somewhat anxious. Learning about magic arrays does not seem simple. Upon hearing this, Wei Te nodded, the scenes from his dream flashing in his mind, the scorching breath, the scent of charred flesh, still vivid in his memory. Was it really just a dream? Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Wei Te and the others reunited with Isha, who had been waiting at the entrance. During breakfast, Wei Te became the talk of the cafeteria. For reasons unknown, he felt particularly ravenous this time, consuming a quantity of meat that was twofold that of the combined appetites of the other 5 dragons. His monstrous appetite drew the attention of many, particularly those who had been observing Sai Lin. Fortunately, thanks to Carlos maintaining order, the cafeteria did not descend into chaos. Though he was equally astonished by Wei Te's capacity for food, he is the most voracious young dragon I have ever encountered. After consuming a substantial amount of food, the foggy sensation in his head finally dissipated. Of course, he still felt drowsy, and having eaten to his fill, he felt even more so. Thankfully, he managed to maintain his alertness. Otherwise, he would have had to skip class. Upon arriving at the classroom for the magic array, they were immediately captivated by the figure within. The silver scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, and the spiraled horns bore no hint of menace, instead imparting an unusual nobility to the dragon. The elongated body embodied both strength and grace. Ah, you have arrived. Please find a seat as we are about to begin today's lesson. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, and a cool voice resonated, imbued with an enigmatic aura. A silver dragon. The professor of magic arrays, Jean Nic, was indeed a noble silver dragon, wholly uncharacteristic of her name. Sai Lin and the others instinctively glanced at Wei Te. To be honest, they had always perceived Wei Te as a silver dragon, rather than a starry sky giant dragon. However, when compared to a true silver dragon, the distinction between the two became immediately apparent. At first glance, they appeared quite similar, save for their size. Yet upon closer observation, it became evident that aside from color, they were entirely different. The scales are predominantly circular with a metallic luster. However, the scales of Wei are somewhat larger compared to those of Jean and IC. Referring specifically to their proportions, as the disparity in their physiques is undeniable. Furthermore, the scales of Wei are more prominently raised, rendering him somewhat less elegant and more fearsome in appearance. Although their forms are alike, both slender, Wei T's dragon embodies sheer strength rather than a harmonious blend of power and grace. The dragon's wings are even more pronounced, with Wei T's wings being wider, longer, and exuding a robust sense of might. To put it simply, Wei Te resembles a golden dragon adorned with silver scales or a red dragon firmly planted on four legs. Abundant in strength, yet lacking in aesthetic appeal. Of course, this lack of aesthetic appeal refers only to the comparison with the silver dragon, relative to other dragons. Wei Te, with his silver-scaled exterior, is certainly more visually appealing. The gaze of Sai Lin and the others naturally attracted Jean Nic's attention, who regarded Wei Te with a light chuckle. I have heard of you from Wen Te Si. Indeed, you are quite distinct from the silver dragon. Your race is called Xing Kong Ju Long, a melodious name. Chapter 66. The Advantages of the Magic Circle. Upon hearing Jean Nic's words, Wei Te momentarily froze, then bashfully expressed his gratitude. Jean Nic smiled gently in response. All right, let us find a comfortable spot to sit down. Let me think. Our first step should be to get to know each other better. I am Jean Nic, of the Silver Dragon clan. For the foreseeable future, I will be teaching you about the magic circles, specializing in water element magic. My favorite pastime is sleeping, or perhaps you could call it meditation. How about you? Jean Nic's voice, which had initially carried a hint of chilliness, now bore an added softness. Wei Te and the others felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. Wei Te couldn't help but think, as Boku had said, that Jean Nic had a commendable temperament. With this thought in mind, he chose a spot, opting to remain beside Bai Li, as the crafting of the magic circle would require certain materials, and he needed to guard against Bai Li stealthily feeding him. Sai Lin and her companions, as before, sat together, while Ao remained solitary at the back. It is worth noting that the classroom for the Magic Circle class bore a striking resemblance to that of the Potion class, with a stone platform available for their use. After taking their seats, Wei Te and the others emulated Jean Nic and briefly introduced themselves. Once they had exchanged introductions, Jean Nic commenced the formal lesson. Before we begin, I would like to know, what is your perception of magic circles? Upon hearing this, Wei Te and the others fell into contemplation. After a moment, it was Sai Lin, with the deepest understanding of magic, who quietly remarked, a magic circle is a derivative of magic? Jean Nic nodded. In the past, your statement would have been accurate. Nearly all dragons believe this to be true. However, I must now inform you that this perspective is erroneous. The sole reason for this conclusion is that lower-tier magic lacks corresponding magic circles, whereas middle-tier and higher magic does possess them. This indicates that magic circles gradually form a stable structure due to an increase in elemental nodes, a structure capable of being maintained over time. The act of depicting this structure using specific materials results in a magic circle. But as I mentioned at the outset, this is a flawed understanding. In truth, lower-tier magic also possesses corresponding magic circles, yet the elemental nodes of lower-tier magic cannot form a stable structure. As she spoke, Jean Nic extended her finger and began to trace movements in the air. With her gestures, a water-blue magic circle gradually took shape. The magic circle was predominantly circular, its edges adorned with intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, these patterns revealed a repetitive nature, occurring 4 times and occupying 4 distinct areas. Moreover, these patterns were recognized by Wei Te, being in the ancient dragon language, meaning water ball. Further inward lay another ring, and at its center, a droplet-shaped design carved from water elements emerged. If one were to examine this design closely, they would find 4 locations rich in elemental essence. Wei Te was no stranger to these locations. He had a natural affinity for both fire and water elements, and had diligently practiced spiritual magic. Thus, he was quite familiar with the 4-node magic of the 8 attributes. Connecting these 4 elemental rich points resulted in the water element's 4-node magic, the water ball. This meant that the magic circle Jean Nic casually inscribed was indeed an unequivocal lower-tier magic circle, provided it could be effectively utilized. As Wei Te contemplated this, the magic circle began to gather surrounding water elements, and soon, a massive water ball materialized above the magic circle. This is a lower-tier magic circle that I have researched for an extended period, utilizing the ancient dragon language as part of the magic circle to stabilize elemental nodes. which typically struggle to maintain stability due to their insufficient numbers, thereby allowing for its creation. Its corresponding lower-tier magic is the water ball. This sufficiently illustrates that the notion of lower-tier magic lacking corresponding magic circles is indeed erroneous. At the next Dragon Feast, I shall completely overturn the belief that magic circles are merely derivatives of magic. Magic circles are not derivatives of magic. Rather, they represent an independent means of communicating with elements, akin to the ancient dragon language. As she spoke, the brilliance in Zhang Nic's eyes shone brightly. Wei Te and the others were not oblivious. They could discern that Zhang Nic was preparing to undertake a monumental endeavor, one unprecedented by previous dragons. However, they remained uncertain as to the nature of this greatness. Regaining her composure, Zhang Nic recognized that these concepts were beyond what Wei Te and the others could grasp at present. Calming her emotions, she continued her lesson. All right, let us proceed with the class. What I previously mentioned may have left you in a fog. Indeed, these are not matters you can comprehend at this moment. Thus, all you need to remember is that what you are about to learn is not merely about magic circles, but rather a new way of communicating with the elements. You might wonder, since the ancient dragon language itself is a means of communication with elements, why must you learn a new method? This is because utilizing the ancient dragon language to communicate with elements does have certain limitations. Upon hearing this, Wei Te instinctively interjected, "It is elemental affinity." Zhang Nic cast an appreciative glance at Wei Te. Precisely, it is elemental affinity. For instance, Lin, the divine giant dragon, possesses an affinity for light. Therefore, even if you use the ancient dragon language to communicate with other elements, those elements are unlikely to respond to your call. In magical terms, this means you can only wield light element magic. Even if you can use other elemental magic, it would merely be limited to lower-tier magic with fewer elemental nodes. However, magic circles are different. The way magic circles communicate with elements does not depend on the type of element you utilize when activating the magic circle, but rather the materials you employ when inscribing the magic circle. If we say that each elemental communication requires a specific language, then in dragon language magic, elemental affinity serves as the language you use to communicate with elements, a language that is innate and cannot be acquired through effort. In the framework of magic circles, the materials used when inscribing the magic circle represent the language employed in your communication with the elements. This language can be modified at any time by simply changing the materials employed. This signifies that even in the absence of corresponding elemental affinity, as long as one can arrange a magic circle, one can wield the corresponding magic. Upon hearing this, Wei Te suddenly contemplated an alternative application of the magic circle. As he currently employs elemental magic, his body continues to seize the gathered magical elements, rendering him unable to utilize elemental magic. Thus, he sought to study shaping magic with bow. As a dragon, if he cannot wield magic, what does that make him? Although his father seems incapable of using magic as well, this does not diminish Wei Te's resolve to pursue the mysteries of magic. Moreover, considering that shaping magic ultimately relies on physical combat, elemental magic aligns more closely with Wei Te's understanding of magic. Hence, he is not prepared to abandon mental magic. However, the study of mental magic comes with a significant drawback. It necessitates the presence of a dragon. Otherwise, Wei Te cannot ascertain whether his mental magic yields any effect. Initially, when learning mental magic, Wei Te practiced with one Te-Si, and later, after Lin and the others learned to cast magic, they became his training partners. This practice proved mutually beneficial. Of course, when Te-Si still accompanied Wei Te in his training, as the combined number of 4-node spells from the 8 elements remains quite substantial. Meanwhile, Lin and the others have yet to master even their own affinity elements 4-node spells, let alone other forms of magic. Nevertheless, when Te-Si, being attuned to fire elements, can only utilize the 4-node spells of other elements in a rudimentary manner. Beyond that, even she cannot manage. Consequently, despite Wei Te's fervent dedication to mental magic, he remains limited to the realm of 4-node spells. That said, in the domains of light, fire, earth, and nature, his proficiency in mental magic is somewhat superior, given that Lin and the others are also improving. The other 4 attributes, however, pose a challenge, as he does not know any dragons with corresponding affinities. Yet, Janice's explanation unveiled a new possibility. When inscribing a magic circle, one must identify the corresponding elemental nodes, which coincide with the locations Wei Te intends to target with his mental attacks. As long as he can accurately depict the magic circle, he can locate the corresponding magical nodes. Subsequently, by using the magic circle to cast spells, he can employ mental magic to disrupt it, thus achieving his training objectives. Realizing this, Wei-Te understood that the advancement of his mental magic would be intertwined with his studies of magic circles. Wei-Te? Janice's gentle voice snapped Wei-Te back to reality. He looked up, somewhat dazed at Janice. Losing focus in class is not a commendable habit. Hearing this, Wei-Te finally came to his senses and scratched his head awkwardly. I apologize, Janice. I was just pondering what I would need to learn to draw all the magic circles. Considering that the magic circles corresponding to lower-tier magic are your research achievements and a significant means of overturning past misconceptions. Upon hearing Wei-Te's words, Janice paused momentarily, then looked at him with some surprise. Do you truly wish to learn to inscribe all the magic circles? Wei-Te nodded earnestly. Although I cannot cast spells, I do not wish to abandon my quest for the secrets of magic. Perhaps the magic circle can assist me. Janice regarded Wei-Te with newfound seriousness. If that is indeed your desire, then after dinner, come find me in the laboratory on the 9th floor. Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Wei-Te's face. An opportunity. Noticing the uncontainable smile on Wei-Te's face, Janice smiled slightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Indeed, even the most handsome silver dragon can appear somewhat intimidating when smiling. Now let us continue. The magic circle enables you to utilize various elemental magics. But there is a prerequisite, materials. As the language through which one communicates with the elements, you must articulate clearly for the elements to respond. Therefore, our study of magic circles begins with materials. So what materials are required to inscribe a magic circle? This brings us to the classifications of magic circles. Magic circles can broadly be divided into two categories: disposable magic circles and semi-permanent magic circles. Upon hearing this, Sai Lin could not help but interject. Why semi-permanent magic circles? I thought there would be permanent magic circles. The other dragons nodded in agreement, indicating they shared her thoughts. Janice smiled and replied, in this world, aside from time, nothing is eternal. Are you interested in the starry sky? The dragons paused, then simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wei-Te. Noticing this, Janice's attention shifted to Wei-Te. It seems you have an affinity for the starry sky. Wei-Te nodded. I wish to gaze upon the starry sky in the future. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Janice's eyes, followed by a smile. Then I wish you success in your endeavor. Like you, I too am fond of the starry sky. Whenever I am troubled, I observe the stars, as it brings me solace. Over time, I sometimes wonder what those stars truly are. Once, a dragon ventured into the starry sky and returned to write a book titled The World as I See It. If you are interested, you might find it in the library. In the book, the moon is depicted as a large stone sphere, and the sun as a massive fireball. The world we inhabit is also a colossal sphere. These three spheres embrace one another, floating in the cold void. Beyond lies an endless darkness, a silent desolation devoid of sound, only punctuated by the faint glimmers of starlight emanating from the distant expanse. He sought to pursue those starlights, yet no matter how far he flew, the distance between him and the starlight seemed unchanged. Ultimately, he chose to return and chronicled his experiences in the starry sky. After reading his book, I pondered whether those starlights might also be spheres akin to our world. Might there be other forms of life in those places? However, one day, I noticed that my favorite starlight had vanished, never to return. It turns out that starlight can also perish. This is what I have come to believe. Since then, I have paid close attention to everything around me, and I realized, as I mentioned earlier, that aside from time, nothing is eternal. A small magic circle, naturally, cannot exist permanently. The other dragons nodded, some understanding dawning upon them. Only Wei-Te, however, felt a tempest of thoughts surging within him. Is the world in his mind truly existent? If it does not exist, then the memories left by his parents warrant scrutiny regarding their authenticity. Wei-Te had pondered this question countless times. But now, he has an answer. It is indeed a real world. This realization lends credibility to the authenticity of his memories of his parents, implying that they might truly be waiting for him among the stars. Chapter 68. Materials for the Magic Circle. A semi-permanent magic circle is essentially one that employs some advanced materials during its inscription, significantly extending its lifespan, thus earning the designation of semi-permanent magic circle. However, the complexity of inscribing semi-permanent magic circles is exceedingly high. If we are merely learning the fundamentals of magic circles, inscribing disposable magic circles suffices. Janice's words once again pulled Wei-Te back to reality. Steeling himself, Wei-Te resumed his attentive listening. For him, the magic circle was of greater significance than shape-shifting magic. It was his pathway to explore the mysteries of sorcery. As for the authenticity of the world within his mind or the whereabouts of his parents, those were matters he could only pursue once he attained a certain level of strength. At present, he clearly lacked such power. The distinction between a one-time magic circle and a semi-permanent magic circle primarily lies in the materials used. The components for inscribing a magic circle consist of three main elements: the carrier, the magical solution, and the magical core. Using the magical core as a node, the magical solution connects it and is inscribed onto the carrier, gathering the elements from the surrounding air. This is the operational principle of the magic circle. Does it not sound remarkably similar to elemental magic? In fact, this is a significant reason why magic circles are regarded as a derivative of magic. At this juncture, Xannies paused, allowing a moment for White and the others to absorb the information. Feeling that they had grasped enough, Xannies continued, among these three materials, the magical core is of utmost importance. If the magical elements contained within the core are insufficient, then even if the magic circle is successfully inscribed, it will struggle to gather enough magical elements for spellcasting during operation. The second most crucial component is the carrier. During the operation of the magic circle, immense elemental fluctuations will occur. If the carrier cannot withstand these fluctuations, the magic circle will explode. The magical solution serves as the connector between various magical cores and also plays a role in stabilizing elemental fluctuations. At this point, you might be wondering why I did not employ these three components when I inscribed the magic circle earlier. In reality, what I used was not a true magic circle in the conventional sense, but rather an alternative method of casting elemental magic. Compared to the draconic incantation, this method of spellcasting is more intricate, yet it possesses the advantages of being covert, powerful, and having a prolonged duration. The specifics of how it is executed fall under White's expertise. Returning to the subject of magic circles, these three materials share a common characteristic. They each store a certain amount of magical elements. However, the nature of the magical elements varies among them. The elemental power within the magical core is the most vibrant, making it the most prone to explosion during the inscribing process. Additionally, it contains the highest reservoir of elements among the three materials. Thus, any explosion would be immensely powerful. Fortunately, both dragon scales and skin exhibit considerable resistance to magic. Even in the event of an explosion, the worst outcome would be a few broken bones and physical injuries, rather than the more challenging to recover from magical harm. Upon hearing this, the dragons could not help but display expressions of horror. It turned out that a broken bone was merely a minor injury in the context of magic circle lessons. No wonder Boke had mentioned that other courses were equally fraught with danger. Sensing White and the others' concerns, Xannies smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I have instructed Boke to prepare ample healing potions. Even if a bone is broken, recovery will be swift. The dragons were left speechless. This was hardly a matter of trust. However, Xannies was oblivious to their thoughts, offering a simple reassurance before continuing with the lecture. There are numerous reasons for the explosion of magic circles, with the explosion of the magical core being the most common. If the elemental node is misaligned, the magical core will explode. If the lines of the magic circle, inscribed with the magical solution, are uneven, the magical core will explode. And if the shape of the magic circle is inscribed incorrectly, leading to obstructed elemental flow, the magical core will also explode. These three scenarios are the most likely to result in explosions for beginners inscribing magic circles. In addition to the magical core, the magical solution, being the second most active material, can also explode. However, unlike the magical core, the explosion of the magical solution typically occurs due to an uneven mixture during its creation, resulting in inferior products. When inferior products are used to inscribe a magic circle, the magical solution is prone to explosion. Throughout Xannies' explanation, the frequency of explosions left White and the others feeling alarmed. Yet, Xannies appeared oblivious to their apprehension. Or perhaps she was aware, but chose to disregard it. Having covered the characteristics of these three materials, let us now discuss the common raw materials for each. The magical core is the most troublesome, not in terms of production, but in terms of sourcing. It requires the crystal core of dragon beasts. And the closer the elemental content within the core aligns when inscribing a magic circle, the better. A substantial disparity in elemental content can lead to an explosion during the inscribing process. Next is the magical solution, which is complex to produce. It is a mixture of dragon beast blood and the sap from the roots of Demia grass. At this, White paused momentarily before curiously inquiring. The sap from the roots of Demia grass? I previously only knew that the sap from the Demia flower could treat insomnia. Hearing this, Xannies smiled. The Demia flower is indeed the blossom of the Demia grass, and its sap can alleviate insomnia due to its components that stabilize mental energy. Insomnia arises from overly active mental energy. However, The stabilizing component is actually found in even higher concentrations within the sap of Demia grass. The sap from Demia grass is quite bitter, which is why the flower sap is preferred. The highest concentration of these components is found in the roots of the Demia grass. The reason the root sap is not used for treating insomnia is that its concentration is excessively high. Consuming the root sap would plunge one's mental energy into a dormant state. Of course, dormancy does not equate to sleep. It does not cure insomnia, but rather renders one incapable of utilizing mental energy, thereby hindering spellcasting. This applies primarily to younger dragons. For larger dragons, a greater quantity of Demia root sap is required to induce a dormant state in their mental energy. This unique effect of Demia root sap makes it an excellent stabilizer. You will frequently encounter this sap when concocting potions in the future. Now, let us return to the materials for magic circles. The carrier is the easiest to obtain, being the dragon scales from dragon beasts. At this point, I trust you have grasped the implication. Since the basic materials for lower-tier magic circles are derived from dragon beasts, it is evident what the source of higher-tier materials is without me elaborating further. Upon hearing this, White and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Seeing their reactions, Xannies broke into a grin. It seems you have deduced that the finest magical core is the dragon crystal. One of the best materials for magical solutions is dragon blood. And the best carriers are the scales of dragons. Observing their expressions of horror, Xannies could not help but chuckle. Realizing this, White and the others snapped back to attention. Xannies, surely you jest. However, Xannies merely shook her head. This is no jest. All that I have stated is true. However, some details I have not fully disclosed. The quality of materials is not solely determined by their sources, but also by the strength of the individual. The stronger the being, the better the materials produced from them. Undoubtedly, among beings of the same level, dragon-derived materials will always be the finest. However, it is rare for a dragon to hunt others merely for the materials needed to inscribe magic circles. Elemental nodes are not singular. Thus, if one node utilizes dragon crystal as the magical core, then the other elemental nodes must also employ comparable dragon crystals. Outside of the Long Chow, encountering a member of the dragon clan is quite a formidable challenge. As for taking action against the Long Chow, I believe there is little need for me to elaborate. However, to slightly enhance the success rate, it is entirely unnecessary to utilize Long Jing as the magical core. Of course, there are indeed some frenzied dragons out there. Therefore, if you intend to venture outside in the future, you must exercise caution when encountering every dragon. Although Janus may not excel at comforting dragons, he does offer a modicum of solace. Now, having said so much, our task today is rather simple. We shall concoct a magical solution using our own blood. As he spoke, crystal test tubes appeared on the stone table in front of Wit and the others. Wit recalled that this is how such containers were referred to in the laboratories of that world. In retrospect, the crystal jars in Boke's laboratory were akin to test tubes for Boke's physique. Nonetheless, these are trifles. What truly concerns Wit is Janus's mention of using his own blood to prepare the magical solution. He is not afraid of pain. If he were, he would not have sought out Boke to learn shape-shifting magic. He is merely influenced by certain ideologies from that world, leading him to be somewhat averse to submitting his blood for others to study, including engaging in peculiar activities with it. However, this time, there is evidently no escape. With this thought, Wit once again clutched his tail. Janus, how much blood is needed to concoct the magical solution? 1/3 will suffice. Upon hearing this, Wit's expression immediately soured. He had thought only a few drops would be required, but it turned out to be 1/3 right from the start. Moreover, if it fails, even more will be needed. At this thought, his claws, which were still holding onto his tail, began to tremble. Well then, what is the next step? Wit paused for a moment and turned to see that Billy's test tube was already filled with 1/3 of bright red blood. He glanced back at Selen and the others, only to discover that he was the last one unprepared. Selen and the others were familiar with Wit's demeanor, so they simply exchanged knowing smiles. However, Isa was different. Watching Wit hesitating while clutching his tail, her eyes suddenly sparkled. She felt she had uncovered Wit's secret. You are not afraid of blood, are you? Wit was taken aback by Isa's words, then shot her a fierce glare. In return, Isa defiantly glared back. Wit felt a surge of frustration. But considering it was class time, he could only avert his gaze, preferring not to see. For some inexplicable reason, he and Isa seemed to be at odds. Even with Selen and the others present, the relationship between the two dragons remained rather strained. Meanwhile, Selen and Dynite seemed to get along well with Isa. Contemplating this, Wit decided to stop hesitating. With a swift motion, he attempted to draw blood, but before a single drop could escape, his dragon body's rapid healing kicked in, sealing the wound. Well, he still found it somewhat hard to go through with it. Allow me to assist you. At that moment, Janice suddenly spoke up. Before Wit could react, the test tube in his hand was whisked away beneath his tail, followed by a sharp sting. By the time Wit registered what had happened, the test tube was already filled with 1/3 of blood. However, Janice did not seem inclined to stop, even taking out another test tube. Moments later, Wit cradled his tail, on the verge of tears, as 3 filled test tubes and one with 1/3 of blood lay before him. All right, this blood will suffice for today. Wit gazed at Janice, feeling that the latter was doing this on purpose, yet he had no evidence. Janice, however, paid no heed to Wit's gaze and distributed palm-sized crystal vials containing a transparent liquid to each of them. The liquid contained the root juice of the domia grass. Based on your mental power levels, just a sip will allow you to experience a life devoid of magic for 3 to 5 months. Upon hearing this, Billy, who was about to taste it, hastily set down the crystal vial, his eyes wide with fear. He had almost consumed it. Wit, who had witnessed Billy's reaction, also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, what you need to do is to add the domia grassroot juice drop by drop into your blood. When the blood encounters the juice, it will change to the color corresponding to the element. Naturally, if 2 elements exist within the blood, the color will reflect that of the element in the higher concentration. Even if the magical solution contains other elements, it will not affect the engraving of the magic circle. So you need not worry. Once the blood in the crystal tube displays the color of the corresponding element, you must cease adding more. That will signify a successfully concocted magical solution. Continuing to add domia grassroot juice will not alter the solution's color, but any excess will render the magical solution uneven, resulting in an explosion during the engraving process. Of course, due to the absence of a magical core, the resulting explosion will not be very powerful, merely leaving you in a state of disarray. The concoction process may sound straightforward, yet it allows not a trace of error. Do you understand? If you do, then let us begin. Upon hearing this, the dragons nodded and began to busily engage in the task at hand. Although Janice spoke with utmost seriousness, they found the magical solution to be far simpler than they had anticipated. All they needed to do was add the domia grassroot juice drop by drop into their blood and carefully observe the changes in color. Nothing could be easier. But is it truly that simple? Chapter 70, No Explosion. Wit grasped the test tube containing his blood with one claw, while the other held the crystal vial filled with domia grassroot juice. He cautiously added the juice drop by drop, while leaning in to closely observe the color changes in the blood. As the first drop of juice fell into the blood, it began to change color, igniting into a fiery red. It was distinctly different from the color of blood, easily discernible. Observing that vibrant red, Wit was not surprised. His parents had left their images in his inherited memories, and from their sizes, it was evident that his mother was significantly larger than his father. To what extent? His mother's size could rival that of a planet, while his father's was merely slightly larger than that of a young dragon. The maximum size of a young dragon is 10 meters. Naturally, he understood that dragons could freely alter their sizes upon reaching adulthood. This was something Selen and the others had informed Wit about. They used Wentz as a case study for him. Wentz's size is around 500 meters. But 500 meters represents the maximum size of a young adult dragon. Wentz is a mature dragon. Although dragons can change their sizes, for some reason, he always felt that his father's size was fixed at that. However, size aside, his father, who was only slightly larger than a young dragon, exuded a far more terrifying aura than his mother. According to the genetic rules of dragons, young dragons inherit the bloodline of the stronger parent. In special circumstances, both bloodlines may be inherited simultaneously. Such offspring are known as hybrid dragons. Of course, the matter of hybrid dragons is quite complex, as there are various circumstances that can lead to their birth. Not to mention, the holy dragon is also a hybrid dragon, but its elemental affinity is solely with light. Additionally, the origins of the undead dragon and the bone dragon are even more peculiar. Wit had researched the differences between these 2 types of dragons in the library. The origins of the undead dragon can be considered a miracle of life. After the demise of the phantom dragon, under certain extraordinary circumstances, the dragon crystal absorbs all flesh and bone, coalescing into a skeletal dragon egg. Once this egg hatches, it gives rise to a lich dragon, whose entire form consists of bones. The surface of these bones is not smooth. Instead, it is adorned with a layer of bony dragon scales, possessing a hardness comparable to dragons of the same age. Furthermore, although the lich dragon retains all memories from its previous life, it is a newly formed entity, with those memories resembling more of a bloodline inheritance. In contrast, the bone dragon is quite distinct. when a mature dragon of a colossal species perishes in specific environments. Its bones give rise to new thoughts, resulting in the emergence of a bone dragon. Unlike the lich dragon, the bone dragon has no recollection of its former existence and does not undergo the typical stages of growth such as dragon egg, hatchling, or juvenile. Instead, it directly manifests as a mature individual, akin to an adult dragon. The key difference between bone dragons and lich dragons lies in their skeletal surfaces being smooth and devoid of dragon scales. Without digressing further, it is evident that Vett is an aberrant dragon, inheriting the bloodlines from both parents. However, bloodlines exhibit varying degrees of strength. His appearance is reminiscent of his mother, yet the predominant characteristics are linked to his father's lineage. The concentration of fire elements in his blood is naturally higher than that of water elements. Meanwhile, Janice is also observing Vett's actions closely. Following her decision, she feels compelled to gain a deeper understanding of him. Unbeknownst to Vett, Janice is watching intently. He continues to add the liquid drop by drop, becoming increasingly meticulous, ensuring that the juice from the domia grass roots is not excessively included. Finally, as Vett adds the last tiny drop, the liquid in the test tube transforms into a vibrant crimson hue. Observing the magical solution, a smile involuntarily graces Vett's face. Quite splendid. At that moment, Janice's voice resonates. Vett looks up to find Janice beaming at him. After a brief moment of surprise, he sheepishly scratches his head, feeling proud of their prior accomplishment. Upon hearing murmurs behind him, Vett realizes that Celine and the others have already prepared their magical solutions. With a slight, somewhat embarrassed smile, Vett is about to speak when Janice interjects. Well, the preparation is merely the first step. We must proceed to the next phase of testing. While an explosion of the magical solution is inconsequential, an explosion of the magical core can be quite painful. At this, the dragons collectively roll their eyes. Having already endured severe injuries, how could it not hurt? Janice remains undeterred by their thoughts. With a flick of her claw, a dragon scale, larger than their heads, appears before them. Judging by its aura, it is undoubtedly a dragon scale. However, had they seen the dragon crystal, Vett and the others might have been astonished. But as it stands, mere dragon scales evoke little reaction. Dragon scales are abundant in a dragon's lair. What truly piques their interest is the magical array formed by the grooves on the scale, along with the embedded crystal core. The crystal core is exceptionally petite, no larger than the tiny scales on Vett's wings, appearing to be around 10 centimeters in size. Nevertheless, Vett can sense the elemental essence contained within the crystal, which is comparable to that of the dragon crystal within him. This serves as a semi-completed magical array. The patterns and the magical core are not entirely interconnected, ensuring that even if the magical solution encounters issues, only the magical solution will explode, sparing the magical core from harm. This item is specifically designed to test the successful configuration of the magical solution. Listen closely. Now, gently pour the magical solution you have prepared onto the patterns of the magical array. Following Janice's instructions, Vett carefully pours the magical solution onto the array's patterns, growing increasingly tense as the liquid saturates the design. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberates, causing Vett to instinctively shut his eyes. No pain, he wonders, opening his eyes in confusion to inspect the magical array before him, realizing that the magical solution is insufficient and has yet to connect with the magical core. Hence, the explosion did not originate from his side. With this thought, Vett turns to see Izar staring blankly at her magical array, which was once a shimmering golden dragon scale, now shrouded in a layer of black ash. Boom! Another explosion erupts, this time from Celine. The detonations seem to spread contagiously, first with Dinah, then followed by Billy. As Vett stands in bewilderment at this scene, all the dragons' gazes shift towards him. Under the scrutiny of their stares, Vett instinctively swallows hard, then looks at his magical array. Subsequently dropping the final droplet of magical solution, Vett unconsciously closes his eyes, even leaning back slightly. Yet, nothing explodes. Chapter 71. Billy, it did not explode. Realizing this, Vett slowly opens his eyes, delight illuminating his face as he gazes at his magical array. Beside him, Billy remarks with a hint of envy, "You actually succeeded." Celine and the others also regard Vett with a tinge of admiration, astonished that he achieved success on the first attempt. No, it failed. Janice's words leave the dragons momentarily stunned. Vett's smile freezes, but soon, his brow furrows as he discerns the underlying issue. The magical array's patterns are interconnected, yet there is not the slightest reaction. Not only has the magic not been successfully unleashed, but even the patterns have not illuminated. The juice from the domia grass roots was insufficient. Upon hearing Janice's words, Vett's brows knit even tighter. He distinctly remembers the magical solution transforming color completely. He could even comprehend an explosion. Contemplating this, Vett grabs the test tube and scrutinizes it meticulously. After a glance, his pupils involuntarily constrict. How is this possible? Although scant, he genuinely observes a hint of blood red within. Yet this should be impossible. He recalls clearly. In fact, Janice is equally perplexed. Compared to Celine and the others' crude additions, Vett has been remarkably meticulous. Anticipating the potential explosions from the magical solutions concocted by the other dragons, she had focused her attention entirely on Vett. Convinced that his magical solution was completed, albeit with some imperfections, it was indeed usable. With this in mind, Janice extends her mental energy into the remaining magical solution in Vett's possession. Then she is left speechless. Janice, do you know the reason? Noticing Janice's expression, Vett hastily inquires. Hearing this, Janice nods. It is an issue with your blood. Vett is initially taken aback, but then an epiphany strikes him. Bakker once mentioned that his dragon blood is quite domineering. Could it be related? Janice nods affirmatively. Domineering? I prefer to describe it as resilient vitality. Do you realize? Even now, your blood remains in a fresh state, whereas theirs has essentially perished. Though it sounds rather ominous, I believe that using the term death is more fitting. Blood that has died ceases to absorb the free elements from the air. Conversely, the elemental content within the blood dissipates over time. However, your blood is different. It remains vibrant and continues to absorb the free magical elements. Thus, we find ourselves in this predicament. Upon hearing this, Vett grimaces, asking, what should we do now? Janice somewhat awkwardly diverts her gaze. There is no alternative. Your blood is far too unstable to be utilized for crafting a magical solution. Upon hearing these words, Vett instinctively glanced at the test tubes before him. 3 full tubes. This was the most blood he had ever shed in his life. The crux of the matter was that it was not voluntary. What was to be done with these? Jean and I found it increasingly difficult to meet Vett's gaze. If you do not mind, you could consume some more, dragon blood tonic. Noticing the bewildered expression on Vett's face, Jean and I let out a dry laugh. Well, I was merely jesting. Of course, if you genuinely wish to sample its flavor, it would indeed benefit your health. However, your dragon blood is truly unsuitable for creating a magical solution. It can maintain its vitality through the absorption of free elements in the air. This implies that as long as the elements are abundant, it can remain active indefinitely, a vitality that even the essence of Duamillage grass cannot suppress. Acknowledging this, Vett had no choice but to accept reality. Naturally, he would not drink it. Vett exhaled a small breath of fire, incinerating all the blood contained within the test tubes. Observing this scene, Jean and I nodded in satisfaction. A commendable choice. Your blood is rather unique and should not be disseminated. Although the active blood has departed your body, it still retains a significant connection to you. Some curse-type magic from the dark elements would yield exceptional results using your blood. Dark element curse magic? The mention of a new term piqued Vett's curiosity once more. The same could be said for other dragons, as none among them were attuned to the dark elements. Jean and I smiled and explained. There are 2 types of curse magic. One essentially involves special effects produced by the dark elements, such as wounds that are difficult to heal. The other, if described in more esoteric terms, involves achieving harm through means that are hard to articulate. The most common manifestation is to bring you misfortune. However, in reality, it is not so mysterious. This type of magic fundamentally influences your mental state through a medium, thereby affecting your judgment. That is all I shall say. The specifics of this magic and how to counter it are topics that Vett will instruct you on. For now, your task is to successfully concoct a magical solution. Hearing this, Vett let out a resigned sigh. Jean and I what am I to do? You might as well inquire with your companions. Upon hearing this, Vett was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile swiftly spread across his face as he turned to Bai Li, raising his claw. A moment later, he disregarded Bai Li's struggles and drew a tube for himself, while also helping Bai Li with one. After all, his initial attempt at creating a magical solution had resulted in failure, necessitating a redo. In response to Vett's enthusiastic assistance, Bai Li could only mutter complaints while casting resentful glances at Vett, as he was powerless to retaliate against him. As Vett extracted enough dragon blood from Bai Li's tail, he observed the blood while curiously asking, speaking of which, Jean and I why must we use dragon blood? Since you have brought so many tools related to drawing magic circles, you must have prepared dragon beast blood, correct? Jean and I nodded. I do indeed carry dragon beast blood, but it is not suitable for beginners like yourselves. The elemental content in dragon beast blood is significantly lower than that of dragon blood of the same rank, and using higher-tier dragon beast blood would be an excessive waste. The primary reason, however, is that practicing with your own blood will compel you to take the task more seriously. The moment you successfully draw a magic circle using your own blood, it signifies your initiation into this subject. Afterward, you may switch to dragon beast blood for your studies. Upon hearing this, Wei-Tei couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. It seemed that Zhang Nic, who devised such a teaching method, was not as gentle as Bo Ke had described. With this thought in mind, Wei-Tei began to focus earnestly on his concoction once more. The other dragons were similarly resolute. They did not wish to face repeated failures and continued to shed their own blood. Chapter 72. Call the Teacher. Success. Looking at the magical patterns glowing faintly in red upon the dragon scales before him, Wei-Tei could not help but exclaim. Then, a series of explosive sounds erupted around him. Wei-Tei cautiously turned to see the other dragons glaring furiously at him. Noticing Wei-Tei's gaze, Sai Lin gritted her teeth and said, "Because of your sudden shout, the magical solution I dripped has overflowed beyond the magic circle." The other dragons nodded in agreement, glaring at Wei-Tei with intense displeasure. As the day grew later, this was their only opportunity for the lesson, and due to Wei-Tei's abrupt outcry, their magic circle had once again exploded. Out of the corner of his eye, Wei-Tei noticed Bai Li looking equally indignant at him, unable to restrain himself from turning around to say, "As for Sai Lin and the others, that's one thing. But your explosion was undoubtedly due to the preparation of the magical solution. I clearly saw that while you were concocting the solution, it had already changed color completely. And yet you added another drop." Hearing this, Bai Li's expression of indignation vanished in an instant, as if nothing had occurred, and he lowered his head to continue fiddling with the magic circle before him, looking surprisingly earnest. With this in mind, Wei-Tei turned to face Sai Lin and the others, his expression growing troubled, for they were not so easily placated. Just as he pondered this, Zhang Nic came to his rescue. "Well, time is about up. Today's lesson concludes here. Additionally, aside from dragon scales, no other materials can be given to you. The crystal tubes are quite challenging to produce, and the essence of duamiage grass is too perilous for you. I have observed your performance throughout this lesson. Aside from Bai Li, the other dragons have nearly managed to concoct the magical solution. Therefore, in the next class, we shall begin learning how to draw magic circles. The dragon scales are provided for you to practice in advance against the magical patterns inscribed upon them, as drawing magic circles is significantly more complex than concocting magical solutions. Moreover, Bai Li, you must strive harder in the next class." With that, Zhang Nic nodded at Wei-Tei, collected everything except the dragon scales, and then walked toward the classroom exit. As soon as Zhang Nic departed, Bai Li immediately slumped onto the stone platform. "It's unfair. Why am I always the one being singled out?" Upon hearing this, Wei-Tei rolled his eyes and seized Bai Li's wildly thrashing tail. "If you didn't eat recklessly, and if you could adequately fulfill their requests, I doubt they would specifically call you out. Come on, after shedding so much blood, I'm feeling a bit hungry." As he spoke, Wei-Tei tugged on Bai Li's tail and headed outside. Suddenly pulled, Bai Li's chin collided with the stone platform. "Ouch, take it easy. You made me bump my chin. That really hurts. Besides, you only shed a little blood at the beginning. The blood you used afterward was all mine. Speaking of which, could you let go of me first?" Wei-Tei chuckled lightly. "You have a point. You have contributed quite a lot today. So I have decided to take you to the cafeteria." Bai Li pouted. "If it were a matter of carrying me, I might consider it. Speaking of which, you are essentially bullying a dragon at this point. Sai Lin, aren't we comrades in the same faction? Why are you just standing by as he drags me away? Do not forget that although Xannies claimed you successfully concocted the magical solution, it still ended in an explosion, much like my own last attempt. The culprit behind this calamity is none other than White. Most alarmingly, this fellow actually succeeded." Observing the dissatisfied gazes of Kalen and the others, White begrudgingly acknowledged that Billy's incitement was, indeed, remarkably effective. Relinquishing his grip on Billy, White shrugged helplessly. "It is my fault. Tell me, what must I do to earn your forgiveness?" Upon hearing this, Ao's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then he glanced at White's physique and sighed with resignation, remaining silent. Kalen pondered for a moment, suggesting, "How about punishing you by forbidding you from dining tonight?" White looked at Kalen in horror, astonished by such a cruel punishment. But before he could voice his objections, Ding Knight's gentle voice interjected. "That would not be fair. Merely watching us eat while you go hungry would be sheer torment for White. Instead, let us penalize him by requiring him to consume the same portion as us." Kalen scratched her head in confusion. Did she not mention that White would be forbidden from eating while also watching them dine? Well, That is not the main point. The main point is that this plan is quite good, White. I trust you will not refuse. White forced a smile. Very well, who can blame me for my errors? Thank you, Ding Knight. Otherwise, I would have gone hungry today. Ding Knight smiled, but did not respond. Meanwhile, Billy, lying on the ground, hesitated. He considered that, compared to Kalen, Ding Knight's punishment seemed even more terrifying. After all, being deprived of sustenance while only consuming a minimal amount might leave one feeling even hungrier. However, upon catching Ding Knight's glance, he wisely chose to remain silent. If that were the case, it would indicate that the usually amiable Ding Knight is far more fearsome than the quick-tempered Kalen. On the other side, seeing White acquiesce, Kalen nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, White suddenly recalled the events of the previous night. Oh, Zanny's requested that I visit her laboratory after dinner, so I cannot go to Boke today. If you are interested in shaping magic, you may seek out Boke directly. Kalen waved her hand dismissively. If you are not going, what purpose do we have in going? Let us forego it today, after staring at the crystal tubes all day. My eyes are already fatigued. You can join us next time you go. The other dragons nodded in agreement, as they were merely displeased that White did not include them in his activities the previous day and were not genuinely interested in shaping magic. White chose not to press the matter further. The group of dragons dined together in the cafeteria before parting ways once more. Naturally, they did not return to the dragon lair immediately, but instead headed to the square below to seek challenges from other dragons. White ascended alone to the 9th floor, first greeting Boke and inquiring about the location of Zanny's laboratory. He then made his way towards Zanny's laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, White was greeted by a strong metallic scent of blood, and the concentration of magical elements in the surrounding air had significantly increased. He could even see a faint red and aquamarine glow emanating from his own body, indicating that he was absorbing the fire and water elements present in the air. In truth, this process had always occurred. It was merely that the external concentration of magical elements had not been high enough to be noticeable. Your body is indeed quite extraordinary. Just as White was surveying the interior of the laboratory, Zanny's voice came from behind him. White turned to see Zanny's entering from outside, and he felt a slight flutter of nervousness. I apologize. I was unaware of your absence. Zanny smiled reassuringly. It is quite all right. I was just speaking with Wen about some matters. Do call me teacher. Chapter 73. The True Application of Magic Circles. Teacher? White paused momentarily, then looked at Zanny's in confusion. But you are already our teacher. Zanny shook her head, not in the conventional sense of an academy instructor, but rather as one who imparts all knowledge related to magic circles to you. If you refer to me as teacher, then our bond shall be closer than that of family. White stared at Zanny's, comprehending that if he agreed, he would become her successor, in unity and in loss. Their connection would indeed surpass that of family. Of course, this also relates to the comparatively relaxed familial values among the dragon species. Noticing White's daze, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zanny's eyes. Are you unwilling? Her words pulled White back from his reverie, and he quickly shook his head. Of course, I am willing. But is this truly possible? I cannot even cast the simplest elemental magic. Zanny smiled as she replied, I know far more about you than you might imagine. Thus, when you inquired during today's lesson about the conditions required to learn those basic magic circles, I understood your intentions. I must say, your pursuit of magic has moved me. In Went's view, mental magic is merely a half-baked form of elemental magic. However, for most dragons, it represents a type of magic with substantial potential for development. The idea of utilizing magic circles to cultivate mental magic has been mentioned by dragons in the past, yet it failed to garner attention. Due to the limitations of magic circles, they are often deemed impractical for real combat scenarios. Spending vast amounts of time learning about magic circles that bear no relevance to combat, all for the sake of acquiring a mental magic that counters an opponent's spells, could be better spent advancing one's elemental magic. Almost all dragons think this way. Yet, what if it were a dragon incapable of utilizing elemental magic? No dragon had ever contemplated such a question, for dragons are considered the most perfect race in this world. How could a dragon exist that does not wield magic? White lowered his head in embarrassment, for he was precisely that dragon. Seeing this, Zanny's offered a sheepish smile. I apologize, White. That was not my intent. Moreover, you are not truly incapable of magic. It's merely that your physical condition makes it difficult for you to use it. Just like now, your body is continuously absorbing the magical elements that drift around you. Now, let us not dwell on this. Since you have agreed, would it be acceptable for you to call me teacher? Upon hearing this, White's expression grew serious, and he respectfully addressed her, teacher. Zanny smiled, though her smile faded quickly as she became serious. Since you have called me teacher, Everything about you is now intertwined with me. I have but one request. You must never betray Desaidlu. Should you abandon Desaidlu, I shall personally retrieve you and subject you to Desaidlu's judgment. White could clearly sense the gravity in Zanny's words. However, he was somewhat perplexed. Teacher, why do both Went and you emphasize the importance of not betraying Desaidlu? To be honest, I find it hard to understand. Upon hearing White's question, Zanny's regarded him with a penetrating gaze. White, the relationships between dragon lairs are not as harmonious as you might envision. For various reasons, there are indeed many dragons that have betrayed their lairs. Setting that aside, would you like to witness the true application of magic circles? At this, White's attention was immediately captivated. The true application of magic circles? Zanny's nodded. In fact, much of what I just conveyed contains misconceptions, such as the assertion that the limitations of magic circles render them impractical for combat. That statement is incorrect. The reason behind such a statement is that dragons capable of comprehensively understanding the knowledge of magic arrays are exceedingly rare. As he spoke, Janus unfurled his wings, revealing the intricate patterns on the inner side to Wei Te. At a mere glance, Wei Te's pupils constricted sharply. Magic arrays. Countless magic arrays. Each scale on his teacher's wings was engraved with a magic array far more complex than the one they had acquired that day. Observing the colors, it was evident that these magic arrays encompassed 8 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, thunder, and nature. Furthermore, the keen-eyed Wei Te even noticed several unique silvery arrays. Although he could not discern their nature, they exuded a far more perilous aura than the other magic arrays. During class in the daytime, I mentioned to you that dragon beast crystals, or dragon crystals of the dragon race, are the most suitable as the magical cores for magic arrays. However, directly embedding dragon beast crystals, or dragon crystals, into a magic array is merely the most rudimentary application of these crystals. The true magical cores that can serve as semi-permanent power sources for magic arrays must be crafted through alchemical methods, and such cores are not embedded but rather infused. Infused magical cores can be inscribed not only on inanimate objects, but also directly onto the dragon scales of beings like myself. Teacher, what are those intricate patterns on the magic arrays that I have never seen before? Janus glanced at the magic arrays on his own body and immediately understood what Wei Te was referring to. Those patterns are the key to transforming a disposable magic array into a permanent one. Their function is to prevent the elemental decay within the magical solution. Naturally, these patterns must be redrawn periodically. Otherwise, if the magical elements within the solution decay, it would signify a higher concentration of the root juice of the domia grass within the magical solution. The consequence would be a catastrophic explosion of the magical core upon activation of the magic array. Hearing this, Wei Te couldn't help but break into a sweat for his teacher. The thought of maintaining so many magic arrays was exhausting just to contemplate. However, teacher, I seem unable to learn this. Janus nodded in agreement. No need to seem uncertain. You truly cannot learn it, whether it be the magical solution or the magical core. Once they come into contact with your body, the elemental power within will likely be entirely consumed. However, I never said that magic arrays must be inscribed on one's own body to engage in combat. Once you have matured past your juvenile phase, reverse scales will grow. With the space of reverse scales, it will be a trivial matter to easily embed thousands of magic arrays. In battle, activating and controlling them with mental energy is far simpler than casting spells. Wei Te's lips curled upwards. It sounded exhilarating, but he resolutely declined. The notion of embedding thousands of magic arrays was daunting. Even the maintenance alone was beyond his acceptance. Chapter 74. Are you really sleepwalking? Dazed and confused, Wei Te emerged from the laboratory, gazing at the bustling square below, still enveloped in an unreal feeling. He had a teacher now, a bond that interwove their fates. It came so suddenly. Moreover, and most importantly, his teacher affirmed his understanding of magic arrays, which meant he truly had the opportunity to master mental magic. Thus, even if he could not employ elemental magic in the future, he could utilize mental magic to bring his opponents down to his level. Of course, his teacher also arranged a learning plan for him. Apart from attending classes, he must dedicate an additional 2 magical hours each day to study the relevant knowledge of magic arrays in the laboratory. Additionally, the teacher consulted with Wentz and changed his magic class to focus on the study of magic arrays. After all, the theories he learned in magic class could be gleaned from books, and the casting of elemental magic had little relevance to him. The effectiveness of practicing mental magic in the magic class diminished as the difficulty of elemental magic increased, causing Celine and the others to slow in their mastery of magic. It would be more beneficial to allocate time to studying magic arrays. Naturally, Wei Ti's objections were in vain. The teacher had already discussed it with Wentz. Turning to glance at Boke's laboratory, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. The study of magic arrays was set to commence the following day, which meant there were just under half a magical hour left until dinner time. Should he practice shaping magic with Boke now? Yet, the memory of the dream from the previous night surfaced in his mind. The mere thought of that dream made Wei Te feel utterly fatigued. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately shook his head, gazing once more at the volcano's peak before soaring upward. He was already quite exhausted today, having eaten only a little for dinner. He decided to watch the stars for a while before returning to rest. Upon reaching the volcano's summit, Wei Te chose a suitable spot to gaze at the starry sky. Lost in thought, if the stars above each surrounded a world, in which world could his parents possibly reside? Speaking of which, the world in his mind had a notion of a star map. Could it be that his parents left behind a star map within their memories that could lead him to them? Might it be that he had not found it because only when his strength reached a certain level could he discover that star map? If that were the case, what kind of strength would qualify him to see the star map? Hey, pay attention. What are you looking at? Celine glared discontentedly at Billy, who was lost in thought during battle. Was this appropriate? Billy scratched his head and looked at Celine. I think I just saw a dragon flying out from above. Silver in color, like a silver dragon. Do you think it could be Wei Te? Upon hearing this, Celine was momentarily stunned, then looked up towards the sky. Are you sure? Not certain, but it was indeed a silver dragon. Celine rolled her eyes and scanned the surroundings. While silver dragons weren't overly abundant, there were still 6 or 7 of them. Wei Te's inability to recognize faces was one thing, but could it be that you also could not? Observing Celine's growing impatience, Billy muttered softly, it's nighttime, and we're so far away. What did you just say? Billy quickly shook his head. Nothing, I was just thinking. Are we still going to fight? Fight. If you want to fight, you can go ahead. On the other side, Ao, who was currently overpowering a fire elemental giant dragon, paused at Celine's voice, looking over in confusion. What's up? Billy said he thinks he saw Wei Te run out. Should we go check it out? Without hesitation, Ao nodded. Let's go. He then flew towards Celine. The fire elemental giant dragon, as Ao's opponent, quickly retreated from the battle, feeling relieved. The talents of the new generation of young dragons were astonishing. At 5 years older, he was no match for them. After regrouping, the 3 dragons soared upward. After battling a few rounds, Isa returned home. Dynet did not find the battle intriguing. After watching a couple of rounds, he retreated alone to his den. Soon, they arrived at the circular summit of the volcano. Spotting Wei Te resting on a rock, the 3 dragons exchanged glances before angrily flying towards him. He had indeed left them behind and come here alone. Moreover, the most important thing was that he hadn't even said a word to them about it. However, upon arriving before Wei Te, they were taken aback. Only the head of White dangled on the other side of the rock, his eyes tightly shut, mouth agape, drooling profusely. Were it not for the cacophony of voices, one might mistake him for a lifeless body. He was asleep, truly asleep. What should we do then? What else can we do but carry him back? We cannot allow him to sleep here for the night. As she spoke, Salen tugged at White's tail. Billy stroked his chin thoughtfully. But if we just lift him, won't we wake him up? Enough of the idle chatter. Waking him up would be even better, saving us some effort. Go on, grab his back legs. I'll take the other one. O hesitated for a moment, then pointed at White's front limbs. Should we change his position? Salen's eyes widened in surprise, and O hurriedly grasped White's hind leg. You're clever. I'll follow your lead. Slowly opening his eyes, White's gaze was filled with confusion. After a significant pause, he finally awoke fully, yawning broadly. That nap was incredibly refreshing. Muttering to himself, White surveyed his surroundings. And then he froze. If memory served him right, he had been gazing at the stars and had unknowingly fallen asleep. How did he end up in the dragon's lair? Had he misremembered? Contemplating this, White turned to look at Salen and the others. Seeing the 4 dragons sleeping soundly, he felt too embarrassed to wake them and instead wandered to the passage, beginning his wing exercises. This had become his daily routine. As a mighty dragon, aerial combat was inevitable. While other dragons flew with magic, he had no such ability and had to rely on rigorous training to compensate for his shortcomings. Halfway through his magical training, a commotion arose within the lair. Moments later, Salen and the others burst forth. White turned to them, smiling, and said, "Good morning." Salen yawned, and then eyed White curiously. Good morning. By the way, we spoke to you last night, but you ignored us." White was taken aback. "I went to gaze at the stars and fell asleep. Wasn't it you who brought me back?" The 4 dragons exchanged glances, then all shook their heads. White was bewildered. "How did I get back then?" "Of course, you flew back on your own. We asked you how you ended up back so late. But you ignored us and just lay there asleep. Noticing White's silence, Salen pondered, her gaze at him growing even more peculiar. You aren't really sleepwalking, are you? Chapter 75, Loafa. Whoosh. Several figures swiftly darted out from the cafeteria. White, with a dark expression, chased closely after the 4 dragons. You can concoct lies to deceive me, but you can't run away. Billy glanced back helplessly and said, stop chasing. We apologized, haven't we? Besides, it was you who went to gaze at the stars without bringing us along. Hearing this, White was infuriated. After hearing Salen and the others' descriptions, he had been quite worried, fearing he might truly be sleepwalking. As fate would have it, while eating in the cafeteria, he had overheard dragons discussing, look, that dragon over there. Looks like it's dead, was dragged back by the others. And now, he found himself in this predicament. Salen and the others, feeling guilty, hastily shoved food into their mouths, and without further ado, bolted outside. Only then did White realize he hadn't been sleepwalking. He had been dragged back by Salen and the others. How could he endure this? Thus, he pursued them. Unfortunately for him, while they could fly using magic, he relied on his wings. Keeping up was feasible, but catching up was another matter entirely. At the cafeteria entrance, Isha emerged, watching the increasingly distant figures of White and the others with exasperation. Shaking her head, she flew towards the 4th floor, knowing they would eventually have to attend class. Meanwhile, the more White thought about it, the angrier he became, shouting, I don't care. Today, you all must let me fly while holding your tails. Or else prepare for a beating. You can't possibly defeat me. Dynac could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, it was all their doing. I returned to the lair early, knowing nothing of this. Can you spare me? Not a chance. You conspired with them to deceive me. White was resolute in his refusal. Suddenly, a thought crossed White's mind, and he continued, of course, at the end of the day, you all brought me back to prevent me from sleeping outside. Here's the deal. Choose 1 dragon to let me carry while I fly around, and I'll forgive you. Billy, Salen, and the others chimed in unison. Moreover, even tossed a small fireball towards Billy flying at the back. The fireball was not particularly powerful, but upon contact with Billy's body, it exploded, creating a slight force that momentarily hindered him, allowing White, grinning menacingly, to seize his tail. Billy looked at O in disbelief. You sold me out. Not sold, but sacrificed. We won't forget you. O left behind that remark before swiftly flying away. Billy flapped his wings a few times, trying to escape from the clutches behind him. But his strength was no match for White. Not only could he not continue flying, he couldn't even budge an inch. Realizing resistance was futile, a sycophantic smile spread across Billy's face. White, we're good brothers. You can't treat me this way. White grinned widely, then gave Billy's tail a gentle shake, causing him to feel his entire body go limp, and he was lifted effortlessly. Salen and the others halted on the 4th floor, looking at Billy in White's grasp with pity. Simultaneously, they were astounded by White's strength. Billy was the smallest among them, yet he had been subdued in an instant. They feared the outcome would be no different for them if they fell into White's hands. Contemplating this, Salen and the others exchanged glances and hurried towards the classroom. What if White's anger hadn't subsided? On the other hand, White glanced at the retreating figures of Salen and the others, then began to fly around the academy, dragging Billy along. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Billy sighed helplessly, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such dragons. He then unfurled his wings, enveloping his head. No other reason, just sheer embarrassment. White. Just as White was circling around while holding Billy's tail, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Looking in the direction of the voice, White first froze, then, feeling somewhat at a loss, came to a halt. Wentz, let me explain. Indeed, it was Wentz who had stopped White, yet he appeared to ignore Billy entirely. Don't play around too much, hurry to class. By the way, regarding the magic class, Janice should have informed you, right? White nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wentz smiled and said, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm glad you found your path in exploring magic. Furthermore, I look forward to seeing you truly master mental magic. Now off to class. Today is your first exposure to alchemy. White watched as Wentz departed, then looked down at Billy, smiling as he asked, are you still going to dare now? Upon hearing White's words, Billy could no longer pretend to be dead and hurriedly replied, I want to dare. I want to dare. I truly want to dare. White chuckled softly and released Billy's tail. After a brief moment of free fall, Billy regained his balance and immediately began cursing. Those 3 scoundrels are truly despicable. They actually sold me out. White shot a glance at Billy. It was you who chose to believe them, so you can't blame the other dragons. With that, White flew towards the 4th floor classroom. He was quite interested in alchemy, though he wondered if he could produce gold coins. Remembering the handful of gold coins that Boke had previously taken out, White felt his mouth watering at the thought. Certainly, this is an instinctive reaction. Although the gold is not before him, Wei is still able to maintain his composure. However, alchemy in another realm seems to encompass more than just gold. It appears to embody a different concept altogether. One cannot help but wonder what alchemy signifies in the world in which he resides. Meanwhile, Billy, upon hearing Wei-T's words, felt a tinge of awkwardness. With a quick flick of his eyes, he hurriedly flew to Wei-T's side, declaring, "Big brother, from now on, I shall follow your lead." His words jolted Wei-Te back to reality. Casting another glance at Billy, Wei-Te replied nonchalantly, "It depends on your performance." Upon hearing this, Billy immediately understood. "Big brother, rest assured, I will be the first to inform you of any activities they undertake." After exchanging an appreciative glance with Billy, the two dragons approached the classroom. Upon entering, Wei-Te was taken aback. Turning to look at Billy, the resemblance was striking. Aside from their differing statures, a magnificent red crystal dragon, towering around 500 meters. The clusters of red crystals on its back resembled a mountain of gemstones. Finally, they were all present. A deep voice, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp, resonated but was far from unpleasant, possessing a slow cadence that imparted a gentle aura. Upon hearing this, Wei-Te instinctively said, "Apologies for our tardiness." "No worries. I arrived early," came the reply. "All right, find a seat. By the way, you may call me Luo Fa. From today onward, I shall be your instructor in the realm of alchemy." Chapter 76, Alchemy. What is alchemy? Luo Fa's voice was slow and soothing, evoking comfort. Yet the content was something Wei-Te and his companions had never contemplated. Indeed, the knowledge associated with alchemy was entirely absent from the text provided to Wei-Te by Wen-Te-Si. Fortunately, Luo Fa did not expect them to respond to this inquiry, as he chuckled lightly. "Haha, I suppose you are as clueless as I anticipated. That is perfectly normal. For most dragons, alchemy is not regarded as a means of enhancing one's power. Indeed, magic circles are often deemed superior to alchemy in this regard. And this is indeed the case. Alchemy cannot augment one's strength. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the bone dragon, which you are all familiar with. Even among the varied dragon species, bone dragons are exceptionally unique. Yet, the first bone dragon in this world was not a product of nature, but rather a consequence of dragon body alchemy. Its name was AOC. Tragically, the unfortunate soul who conducted the dragon body alchemy was slain by the awakened AOC. Along with him perished his alchemical laboratory and all documentation pertaining to that fateful experiment. This was the closest the bone dragon came to becoming a true dragon lineage. Naturally, creating a bone dragon lineage through dragon body alchemy is not a sound idea, as it would mean countless dragon species would lose their freedom in death. Thus, dragon body alchemy has been strictly prohibited. Yet, it is certain that some dragon nests covertly attempt to acquire numerous bone dragon warriors through this method. However, there has never been any report of success. The birth of AOC was, in fact, a coincidence, and to replicate another AOC, the only method would be to resurrect that unfortunate soul. Yet, this is impossible. Hence, AOC remains the sole being in this world to have transformed into a bone dragon through dragon body alchemy. The second bone dragon came into being as a result of his own creation. When one's appearance starkly contrasts with all other beings, a profound sense of solitude arises, compelling one to seek out creatures resembling oneself. Thus, for an extended period following his birth, AOC roamed the world in search of another bone dragon. Regrettably, he found none. In his pursuit of companionship, he turned to another method. Indeed, once more he resorted to dragon body alchemy. Nonetheless, AOC was not a brutal character. Therefore, his sources of materials were not through hunting, but rather through retaliation, a crucial point you must remember. However, AOC was a solitary wanderer, and thus his understanding of alchemy was limited to his own existence as an alchemical product, which was but his perception of alchemy, and not the reality of it. Consequently, the second bone dragon he created was also a fortuitous accident, and not one stemming from alchemy. He merely found a place to bury a dragon's corpse, and this behavior persisted for an unknown duration, resulting in the emergence of the second bone dragon. However, AOC soon discovered that the second bone dragon was not akin to him. It possessed a lifespan limit, akin to that of the dragon species. Indeed, AOC's lifespan knows no bounds, or rather, it is incredibly prolonged, so much so that he still lives to this day. Presently, over 200,000 years have elapsed since AOC's initial emergence. The typical lifespan of a dragon species is 24,000 years. However, Should one surpass the threshold of legend, one may transcend the limitations of lifespan, earning the title of Ancient Dragon. This is why I urge you to remember that AOC's character is not one of brutality. Should you encounter AOC, you may attempt to engage him in conversation. Over 200,000 years of experience, even the slightest disclosure could be invaluable to you throughout your lives. Naturally, dragon body alchemy is not without its repercussions. Here, we must address an ancient and immutable principle associated with alchemy: equivalent exchange. AOC's lengthy lifespan is not without its costs. One such price is that his strength is forever confined to the realm of legend, with no further potential for advancement. Another consequence is that he remains perpetually awake throughout his existence. The soul fire, fueled by dark elements, burns eternally. Although Luo Fa paused, Wei Te and the others remained engrossed in AOC's tale. A solitary wanderer. This is the impression AOC left upon Wei Te. Simultaneously, alchemy carved a profound mark in Wei Te's heart. No, not just Wei Te. Celine and the others felt the same. Perhaps this was indeed Luo Fa's intent in recounting this narrative. So what exactly is alchemy? Wei Te must concede that Luo Fa successfully ignited his curiosity regarding the subject. Luo Fa gazed at Wei Te, smiling as he explained. Alchemy is the process of transforming what is seemingly useless to us into something beneficial. Does this sound familiar? Upon reflection, the concoction of potions is essentially the transformation of herbs and materials which hold little value for us into potions that provide significant assistance. Therefore, the potions of old were referred to as alchemical potions. The same applies to magic circles. By processing materials of little utility, we create magic circles that aid us in battle. Thus, the magic circles of yore were known as alchemical magic circles. Upon hearing this, I trust you now possess a rudimentary understanding of alchemy. Indeed, alchemy is a vast and expansive concept. This concept has endured through the ages, until the development of potions and magic circles, at which point these two branches partially diverged from the notion of alchemy. As it stands now, alchemy specifically refers to alchemical items. Alchemical items are categorized into three primary types: daily life, experimentation, and combat. Daily life alchemical items are quite common within the Academy. In fact, you have likely encountered them. Those luminous orbs within dragon lairs are alchemical items. They do not emit light naturally. Rather, they contain a specially inscribed glowing magic circle. As for experimental alchemical items, you will encounter them in the third-floor laboratory once you begin concocting potions. As the discussion of combat unfolded, Luo Fa paused momentarily before continuing. As I initially stated, alchemy does not inherently enhance one's strength. This is due to the fact that the alchemical items utilized in battle are external aids. While occasionally relying on external forces may be acceptable, in most instances, one must depend on their own abilities. For instance, consider the Wanlong Shengyan. Within that grand event, there is a Dragon King challenge. Of course, the term Dragon King here does not refer to the King of Dragons, but rather an honorary title bestowed upon the strongest among the adult dragons. In this challenge, the use of external forces is strictly prohibited. Chapter 77, The Two Forms of Alchemy. The strongest among adult dragons. Upon hearing this, Wit and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, particularly Wit, if his memory served him correctly. Wentz had mentioned that the Wanlong Shengyan occurs every 4,000 years, and the last one had taken place 202 years ago. This implies that the next Wanlong Shengyan will occur in 3,798 years, by which time he would be 3,800 years old. The designation of adult dragon refers to those aged over 800 but under 8,800 years. What happens to fall within this age range? The dragon race holds honor in high esteem, irrespective of age. The title of the strongest among adult dragons is one that would inspire Wit to strive for glory. Their enthusiasm was palpable, clearly etched on their faces. Observing this, Luo Fa couldn't help but chuckle softly. You are indeed fortunate. Calculating the time. When the next Wanlong Shengyan takes place, you will be precisely at the age of adult dragons. I eagerly anticipate your performances in the Dragon King challenge. In my case, I was rather unfortunate. During my first Wanlong Shengyan, although I met the age criteria, my obsession with alchemy left me lacking in strength, and I would have only embarrassed myself, so I chose not to participate. By the time the second Wanlong Shengyan came around, I overslept, and when I finally awoke, decades had already passed since the event concluded. A flicker of regret crossed Luo Fa's eyes as he recounted his missed opportunities. Dragons yearn for glory, and he had inadvertently forfeited 2 chances. By the next event, he would be well past the age threshold, nearing his senior years. Shaking his head gently to dispel these disheartening memories, he resumed. Now, let us continue our discussion on alchemy. The varieties of combat-oriented alchemical items are not particularly numerous and can be broadly categorized into three types: amplification types, protective types, and alchemical constructs. Amplification items are typically those that enhance the elemental affinity of the bearer. As for protective items, there is no need for elaboration. They are akin to armor. Alchemical constructs are mechanical or magical creations powered by elemental forces, capable of movement to some extent. From this, it is clear that combat-oriented alchemical items merely provide a temporary boost in strength. Once these aids are lost, one's abilities revert to their original state. This is the primary reason alchemy has not garnered the recognition it deserves. Rather than expending vast amounts of time and energy to learn and create these external aids, it is far more prudent to focus on enhancing one's own capabilities. Most dragons share this perspective, myself included. Seeing the astonished expressions on Wit and his companions, Luo Fa chuckled again. You have not misheard. Even as your instructor in this alchemical course, I concur that self-cultivation surpasses alchemy. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that alchemy indeed makes our lives more convenient. This is why, despite its lack of prominence, it remains essential for you to study it. We cannot remain perpetually immersed in cultivation. The unpredictability inherent in alchemy, which neither potions nor magic circles possess, makes it a fitting hobby for entertainment. Pausing briefly, Luo Fa's tone brightened. Thus, in our alchemy class, you need not adhere as meticulously to tasks assigned by your instructor as you would in potion or magic circle classes. You are encouraged to unleash your imagination and create what you desire. The essence of alchemy is creativity. Of course, safety must be a priority. After all, alchemy also involves the manipulation and transmission of magical or elemental energies, and any misstep could result in an explosion. Moreover, alchemy is primarily divided into two forms: mechanical alchemy and magical alchemy. The former will be the type you frequently encounter, while the latter will depend on your progress in learning. Related to mechanical alchemy is the concept of alchemical constructs. At this point, Luo Fa rose to his feet, his massive form resembling a living mountain of crimson crystal. Billy, seated beside Wit, gazed at him with envy, thinking that if he possessed such a formidable dragon physique, no one would dare to bully him. Let us proceed. This classroom will no longer be our venue. The essence of alchemy lies in practice. Hence our classroom shall be the alchemical laboratory on the 3rd floor. Upon hearing this, Wit and the others followed with curiosity and excitement. They could hardly believe that in their first alchemy class, they would engage in practical operations, which promised to be far more entertaining than the other two subjects. After all, dragons are inherently curious creatures. It is a considerable feat if a dragon can sit still and listen to lengthy lectures without dozing off immediately. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd floor alchemical laboratory. However, the scene within the laboratory left Wit and his companions feeling somewhat disappointed. It was quite similar to the 4th floor classroom, albeit with slightly higher stone platforms, though not by much. Luo Fa noticed their emotional response, but refrained from offering immediate explanations. Instead, he instructed them to select a stone platform each before beginning his introduction. The stone platforms before you are not just ordinary surfaces, they are designed for testing alchemical items. Each platform is inscribed with commonly used special magic circles. Now, place your claws on the platform and channel the magical elements within you into the stone before you. Upon hearing this, the dragons curiously gazed at their respective platforms and followed Luo Fa's instructions, infusing their elemental powers into the stone. When Wit heard the term testing alchemical items, the image of Boke's testing platform floated into his mind. The platform before him, compared to Boke's, differed only in size. The materials were identical. As he infused his magical elements, the platform shimmered with a soft glow. Subsequently, intricate magic patterns illuminated the surface of the platform, ultimately forming 3 distinct magic circles. The central magic circle, known as the constant temperature circle, maintains a steady temperature as desired. Naturally, the higher the requested temperature, the greater the consumption of elemental power. The magic circle on the left, called the annihilation circle, can eliminate most waste produced during the alchemical process. Therefore, do not place your claws on an activated annihilation circle if you wish to keep them. Billy sheepishly withdrew his claw, feeling a wave of trepidation. This contraption is far too perilous. Luo Fa redirected his gaze from Billy and continued. The magic circle on the right is known as the shaping circle, which can mold the materials you place into it into your desired form. Therefore, the alchemy class officially commences now. Chapter 78, Wit's Stomach. As Luo Fa's declaration echoed, A plethora of ores and a cauldron the size of a head appeared before Wit and his companions. Do you remember the meaning of alchemy that I once shared? It is the transformation of what is deemed useless into something valuable. Before you lie a number of stones, most of which are iron ore. While iron ore may seem insignificant, the metal iron extracted through alchemical processes is a material of considerable utility, particularly when combined with other elements. It can yield various robust alloys, which not only possess remarkable hardness, but also serve as excellent conduits for magical arrays. These arrays are integral components of alchemical puppets. Thus, your forthcoming task is to transmute these ores into alloys. The precise method of blending is left to your own creativity. Remember, alchemy does not demand the same level of precision as potions or magical formations. It thrives on imagination and discovery. The intriguing aspect of alchemy lies in the unpredictability of what you will create. Of course, alchemy is not devoid of standards. Each alloy has its functions and optimal ratios. But these are documented in texts. By adhering to the recipes therein, you may indeed become a competent alchemist. Yet you shall not ascend to the ranks of an exceptional one. I favor excellence over mere competence, relishing the unknown and the surprises it brings. Additionally, that pot is your vessel. Just then, a crisp sound of shattering drew the attention of all the dragons, including Luafa. Billy, awkwardly smiling, held an iron ore that he had already nibbled on. It looked quite appetizing. Wit sighed in exasperation, about to speak, but noticed the other dragons nonchalantly turning away, seemingly oblivious to the incident. Thus, the words he intended to utter were swallowed back down, and he turned, somewhat bewildered, to Celine. Fortunately, Celine understood Wit's situation and softly explained. Aside from being carnivorous, ores are also a significant food source for crystal dragons and metal dragons. The metallic elements in the ores enhance the hardness of their scales. By the way, didn't you feel the urge to eat upon seeing the ores? As she spoke, Celine shifted slightly, revealing Ao behind her. His mouth was opening and closing, chewing delicately, though the sounds he made were far quieter than Billy's, unnoticed by the attentive listeners. Besides Celine, Isha, though not eating, was fixated on the ores before her, a glimmer of drool escaping from the corner of her mouth. Observing this scene, Wit silently turned his gaze to the pile of ores in front of him. Well, there was no urge to eat at all. At that moment, Luafa suddenly spoke. Although consuming it after the juvenile stage yields better absorption, having a nibble now is still quite delightful. You are Wit, right? I have heard about you from whence. Would you care to try some? Although your lineage is now that of a starry sky dragon, you still possess the blood of a silver dragon, which may allow you to absorb the metallic elements within the ores. Upon hearing this, Wit hesitated for a moment, then grabbed a piece of iron ore and popped it into his mouth. His sharp and sturdy teeth ground the iron ore into bits. It had no distinct flavor, reminiscent of dirt, yet the texture was surprisingly pleasant. As he chewed, an unexpected delight stemming from deep within his heritage brightened his eyes. Wit, your body. Hearing Celine's somewhat astonished voice from behind, Wit instinctively looked down. My body. Why does it feel like my scales are shimmering more than before? After a moment of surprise, Wit swallowed the remaining bits of ore in his mouth and then looked up at Luafa. What is happening to my body? Calm down. Let me examine it first. Listening to Luafa's ever-gentle tone, Wit felt reassured and patiently awaited the results. Luafa extended his mental energy, meticulously probing. Moments later, Luafa chuckled softly. Rest assured, this is a positive development. Although the reason is unclear, your dragon's stomach has seemingly matured ahead of its juvenile stage. Thus, you can effectively absorb the metallic elements from the iron ore, which will make your scales significantly tougher than those of other dragons of the same age. I recommend you discuss this matter with Wentz. She will make the most advantageous arrangements for you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other dragons shifted dramatically. Friendship aside, the pride of dragons does not permit them to lag behind. Wit's significantly larger physique had always provoked the sensitive hearts of Celine and the others, prompting them to diligently train in hopes of catching up. Now, with Wit's scales potentially fortified through the consumption of ores, their pursuit would become even more arduous. Yet, this advantage pertains solely to physical prowess. Regardless of their reluctance, they could only watch without emulating, especially for Celine and Dynet. As they were neither metal dragons nor crystal dragons, consuming ores would only lead to indigestion. The enhancement of other dragons' scales was achieved through different means. Unaware of the sentiments of the other dragons, Wit resolved to approach Wentz after class to explain his situation. Wit's experience was merely a brief interlude. Next, he and the others needed to smelt the iron ore laid out on the experimental table. Naturally, the process would not unfold smoothly. Luofa merely instructed them on the usage of the 3 magical arrays on the experimental table before dedicating the remainder of the time to Wit and his companions. Smelting ores undoubtedly required a constant temperature array. This was indisputable. But what about the temperature? Wit was uncertain and could only experiment gradually. With focus, Wit tuned out the surrounding distractions. He began categorizing the noticeably different ores. Previously, Luofa had indicated that iron ore was the most abundant. Selecting several pieces of iron ore, he placed them into a metal pot, then situated it atop the constant temperature array. Subsequently, Wit cautiously manipulated the magical array, gradually increasing the temperature. Soon, the ores within the pot reached a glowing red state and began to melt. Witnessing this, Wit stabilized the input of elements, maintaining the magical array at this constant temperature. And then he commenced his waiting. Luofa observed Wit's demeanor and nodded approvingly. A cautious approach, yet it could only be described as conventional. Most other dragons followed suit. But only Billy, beside Wit, caught his eye. Billy casually grabbed a handful of ores and tossed them into the metal pot, proceeding to melt them as if he were playing a prank. Chapter 79. So, you're not foolish after all. Wit's eyes remained fixed on the metal pot. At this moment, the iron ore within was in a molten state, filled with numerous impurities. Wit was no stranger to the process of metal smelting. Iron was a widely utilized metal in the world of his memories. Of course, his understanding of that world was solely derived from his father. He also recognized that memories cannot be wholly trusted, as perception can lead to inaccuracies. Thus his father's recollections served merely as a reference. Wit knew that the melting point of iron is over 1,500 degrees Celsius. This world differs from that one. Here, magic exists, simplifying many complex concepts. Just like now, Vett didn't quite understand what a temperature of 1,500 degrees Celsius truly meant. But he could directly perceive the presence of iron in this molten pot, using his mental energy. Of course, in this world, it was called the iron element. When the iron elements in the pot gathered together in large quantities, Vett knew it was time to remove the impurities. Guiding the impurities together with his mental energy, he discarded them into a nearby annihilation array for disposal. He was a frequent visitor to Boko's lab, so he was very familiar with this process, though it was his first time doing it himself. After dealing with the impurities, Vett withdrew his elemental power and stopped the constant temperature array. Soon, a mass of iron, glowing a faint yellow with hints of red, solidified into a red-hot block in the pot. Before it could cool, Vett hurriedly removed it, placed it on the experiment table, and hammered it into a roughly square metal block. Sharpen. As the incantation was chanted, a single finger on Vett's right claw elongated and thinned. Then, very carefully, he divided the square metal block into 64 evenly sized pieces. With that done, Vett turned his gaze to several other types of metal ores. Of course, he didn't recognize many, only 2, copper ore and aluminum ore. Next, Vett simply repeated the previous steps. Soon, piles of disorderly ores transformed in Vett's claws into metal cubes of possibly varying sizes, but perfectly identical weights. For Vett, who was essentially cheating with his mental energy, it couldn't be simpler. After finishing, Vett couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. His bright golden eyes had dimmed slightly, a sign of significant mental energy consumption. No matter how large his current body appeared, he was still just a dragonling who had hatched only 2 years ago. His mental energy was solely dependent on natural growth. All right, take a break. Lofa's voice sounded beside Vett's ear. Vett looked up to see Lofa gazing at him with a hint of appreciation. No wonder Janice chose you as her student. Meticulous, careful, methodical, you're truly well suited for learning to inscribe magic arrays. The purity of these metal blocks has exceeded 80%. Considering the mental energy level of a dragonling your age, this is an excellent result. I look forward to your haha. I finally did it. Before Lofa could finish, Billy, next to Vett, suddenly roared, then proudly raised his head high. A look of triumph on his face as he glanced around. Before him lay an irregular, even downright ugly, grayish-white metal lump. However, he soon noticed the other dragons were doing something completely different. Celine and the others had chosen methods similar to Vett's, categorizing and smelting each type of metal ore. At this moment, each dragon's personality became evident. Piled before Vett were stacks of metal cubes, reflecting meticulousness, even a hint of obsessive compulsiveness. Celine's approach was similar to Vett's, but her metal blocks were larger and shaped like dragon scales. They looked somewhat messy and inconsistent in shape, clearly showing her shift from initial enthusiasm to later boredom and perfunctory effort, clearly a personality prone to fleeting passions. Ishtar's work was also similar to Vett's, but her metal blocks came in various shapes. Some even bore the imprint of the fine scales on her claws. Dinah's was different. She smelted each piece of, or individually. And the resulting metal shapes and sizes were random, looking utterly haphazard. Ao, however, was a surprise to all. He was a combination of Vett and Celine. The experiment table held exquisitely crafted dragon scales. If not for their different colors, the dragons might have suspected Ao had plucked them from his own body. Of course, his progress was also the slowest. After glancing around, a touch of pride appeared in Ao's eyes. If it's worth doing, do it to the best. He thought this and acted accordingly. Compared to the others, he clearly pursued perfection more intently. On the other side, after looking around, Billy couldn't help but scratch his head. Did I misunderstand the task? Just as he thought this, the ugly, grayish-white alloy before him floated up on its own and landed in Lofa's hand. After inspecting it, Lofa turned his gaze to Billy. If I needed another piece of metal like this, which ores would you use? Hearing Lofa's question, Billy froze for a moment, then started rummaging through the pile of, or before him. After a while, 5 types of, or were separated by Billy into 5 small piles in front of him. These should do it. Lofa nodded, then pointed to the iron ore. But I recall you used 6 pieces of iron ore before. Why only 5 this time? At this, Billy scratched his head awkwardly, looking somewhat embarrassed. I feel 5 should be enough. Lofa smiled. Then, he placed the alloy lump back in front of Billy. Once the metal you smelt reaches the hardness of this alloy, your task for today will be considered complete. Hearing this, the dragons were stunned, then looked at Billy in astonishment. They never expected that their methodical, organized work would be less efficient than Billy randomly tossing a few ores into the pot and casually smelting them. Billy was also dumbfounded. He was always the one held up as a negative example in class. Yet today, he became the standard for success. Thinking this, the corners of Billy's mouth slowly curved upwards, his head held even higher, his tail behind him wagging so fast it became a blur. So, you're not stupid after all. Hearing this, Billy's expression stiffened. He glared angrily toward the source of the voice, only to see Vett, looking awkward, scratching his own head. Vett was embarrassed. Although he'd always thought so, saying it to Billy's face wasn't great. Thinking this, Vett gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Chapter 80, Happy Simpleton. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Hearing Vett's words, Billy declared firmly, no, I won't accept your apology. What's our relationship? Why be so polite with me? Huh. Billy's words first stunned the other dragons. Then Celine and the others snorted coldly, looking at Billy with disdain. Noticing their gazes, Billy arrogantly raised his head, nostrils flaring at Celine, and pointed his tail at them one by one. I consider you all brothers, but what did you just do? You sold me out. Especially you. As he spoke, Billy's tail shot straight out, almost poking right into Ao's nostril. Looking at the tail tip before him, Ao's eyes widened, and he was about to reach out a claw. But Billy, sensing danger, swiftly retracted his tail, then grabbed hold of Vett's tail, watching Ao warily. What do you think you're doing? I'll have you know. Vett's got my back now. If you want to hit me, you'll have to beat Vett first. Hearing this, Ao glanced at Vett with some wariness, then snorted coldly and lowered his head to continue fiddling with the ore before him. Whatever. Billy's weaker than me anyway. On some day when Vett isn't around him, teaching him a lesson will be easy. Coincidentally, the other dragons were thinking the same. Each gave Billy a deep look before returning to study their own alloys. Vett watched Billy, who had become arrogant again because the others avoided confrontation, and couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression. Well, he has indeed overestimated this fellow. This individual is truly a fool. He doesn't consider that he cannot constantly stay by the other's side, and it would be a matter of moments for Salen and the others to teach him a lesson. Moreover, if it were a legitimate challenge, it would not be appropriate for him to intervene. With a sympathetic glance at Billy, Waiter retracted his tail, though his tail was somewhat reluctant. This body ultimately belonged to him. Reflecting on this, Waiter turned to glance at his discontentedly swaying tail, thinking it was time to teach it who the master was. Billy, finding his claws empty, saw that Waiter had busied himself again and quickly darted to his side. Boss, do you need my help? Waiter waved his hand. I'll manage on my own. Upon hearing this, Billy felt a twinge of disappointment, but the next moment, he perked up again and dashed to Salen's side. Do you need my help? Salen, already a bit irked from falling behind Billy, narrowed her eyes, and a fierce aura naturally emanated from her. Scram. All right. Billy shivered and swiftly fled from Salen before running over to Dingnit. You can't do this. Do you want me to help you? Dingnit chuckled lightly. I wouldn't mind. But this is class, and my tasks must be completed by myself. By the way, would you like a snack? Saying this, Dingnit picked up a piece of ore and waved it in front of Billy's eyes. At the mention of food, Billy's eyes instantly lit up. Can I? Of course. Come. Shake claws. With that, Dingnit spread his left claw in front of Billy. Although Billy was unsure why Dingnit wanted him to shake claws, he instinctively placed his claw atop Dingnit's. Very good, now open your mouth. Hearing this, Billy quickly opened his mouth. Dingnit tossed a piece of, or inside. A smile flickering in his eyes, then waved his hand. All right, you can get back to your business. Scratching his head, Billy chewed on the or while stretching his neck to glance at Isha, who was not to be trifled with, and then at Al, who glared at him. Retracting his gaze, Billy swallowed the crushed or and turned his attention to Luafa. After a moment, he dashed towards Luafa's tail. As a fellow red crystal dragon, he felt that Luafa's tail was far more beautiful than his own, and he wished to examine it closely. With the troublemaker gone, Waita and the others breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their tasks. As for Luafa, half closing his eyes, he showed no intention of speaking regardless of what transpired in the laboratory. Being lively, curious, and temperamental are all traits of young dragons, and no dragon would dare to intervene. Furthermore, compared to the young dragons he had previously mentored, this batch was already much better. In the past, dealing with those temperamental ones had often resulted in fights during class. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt an unusual sensation on his tail. Glancing over, he discovered that Billy had climbed up his tail and was making his way onto his back. After a moment of silence, Luafa decided to remain utterly silent. After all, curiosity is perfectly normal for a young dragon. However, Billy, you can climb, but could you refrain from nibbling on the crystal clusters on my back? Hearing this, Billy sheepishly smiled and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth before resuming his exploration atop Luafa's back. For Billy, a motionless Luafa was akin to a crystal mountain. Waita looked up at the intermittently visible Billy, shaking his head helplessly. What was that saying? It must be something like joyful moments for intellectually challenged children. Time ticked by, and Waita and the others gradually produced their creations. Yet the hardness of their alloys was significantly inferior to Billy's. They could only modify the ratios bit by bit. Soon, the second dragon to meet the requirements appeared. It was neither Waita, nor Salen, nor Isha, nor Al, but rather the laid-back Dingnit. To her surprise, she managed to successfully melt a few metal clumps without much thought. Unfortunately, when Luafa asked her to produce another batch, she was left dumbfounded, having casually melted the metals. How could she possibly remember the exact ratios? Thus, she was left with her alloy, attempting to recreate the various metal compositions with a troubled expression. However, Dingnit's success still imposed considerable pressure on the other dragons. Soon, Isha and Salen succeeded in quick succession, since their methods were quite similar to Waita's. They recorded the ratios of several metals while melting the alloy, allowing them to finish even faster than Dingnit. Nevertheless, as Dingnit had already created her alloy and was aware of the types of metals used, she was able to sense the approximate quantities of various metal elements through her mental energy. Though it required some effort, she quickly caught up with Isha and Salen, successfully identifying the metal ratios in her alloy. Waita let out a long breath, gazing at the silvery white alloy before him, a faintly fatigued smile gracing his face. We did it. Hearing the overlapping sounds, Waita turned to look, just in time to meet Ao's gaze, who was also looking back. The two dragons exchanged smiles, relieved to have saved face. Due to their meticulous preparations, there were naturally no issues with the ratios. However, Waita found it somewhat amusing that Ao, in his pursuit of perfection, ended up producing an alloy that resembled a genuine pale golden scale. Chapter 81. The Gift. Alright, since you all have completed your tasks, class is now dismissed. Upon hearing this, the young dragons momentarily froze, then simultaneously turned their heads toward the classroom door. Sunlight streamed in from the volcanic crater above the academy, illuminating the area at the classroom entrance, creating a bright and warm atmosphere. It must be said that it was fortunate for the large volcanic crater. Otherwise, being situated within a volcano would have been quite oppressive. Of course, even so, within the academy, whether in classrooms or laboratories, dining halls or dragon lairs, regardless of day or night, the luminous orbs embedded in the walls emitted a faint glow, illuminating the interior spaces. Well, these details are not the crux of the matter. The key point is that even though the day is still bright, why would Luafa mention the word dismissal? Observing the actions of Waita and the others, Luafa could not possibly be unaware of the young dragon's thoughts. With today's tasks completed, the remaining time was naturally theirs to allocate as they wished. However, before class ended, there was one item to present to you. As he spoke, 6 scales corresponding in color to Waita and the others floated into view before them. Noticing the bewildered expressions on the dragons' faces, Luafa smiled and said, "Before you exit your juvenile phase, your reverse scales will not grow. In the coming decades, the materials required for class will only increase, not decrease. Some common items can be kept here without issue, but if some of the items you create are mixed together, it can be somewhat inconvenient. The scale before you is a spatial storage device I crafted, modeled after the reverse scale space. The space isn't very large, only about a quarter of this laboratory size. But it will suffice for your use until your reverse scales grow. Not very large. The young dragons exchanged bewildered glances as they surveyed the expansive laboratory. It was evident that even the towering Loafa, who stood at 700 meters, occupied less than 1/10 of the area, highlighting the vastness of this laboratory space. With a quarter of the size in mind, Weita and the others' eyes gleamed with excitement at the thought of how much they could store. As they gazed at the shimmering scale suspended in the air, the fervor in the eyes of White and his companions intensified. Lofa could not help but smirk slightly. Now, raise your necks and remain still. Having prepared such a splendid gift for you, my stature in your hearts is now towering. Thus, you shall heed my words without question. With heads held high and necks elongated, their eyes remained fixed on the scale, filled with fervor and curiosity. They then observed the scale gliding towards their collarbone. The reverse scale, situated at the juncture of the neck and chest, is typically concealed, yet when one stretches their neck, the absence of this particular scale becomes glaringly apparent. This missing scale is the reverse scale, the most vulnerable point during your early draconic years. Do you recall the battle from 2 years ago against the Abai Long Beast? A significant reason it is dubbed the Dragon Slayer is its ability to effortlessly locate your reverse scale and pierce it with its sharp tail. Thus, this occasion is exceptional. From now on, do not expose this spot lightly, understood? Lofa's tone remained slow and gentle, yet this time, an undeniable authority resonated within his words. Instinctively, they nodded, feeling a chill emanating from the very location Lofa had mentioned. Well then, the scale has been affixed. Take a look for yourselves. At his words, White and the others hurriedly glanced down, only to find a scale noticeably larger than the others embedded at their collarbone. The more they beheld this draconic scale, the more their admiration grew, and they prepared to test its functions. However, Lofa then turned to White and spoke. White, while my words may bring you some disappointment, this scale is less an alchemical creation and more akin to a magical array. Lofa's statement was perplexing, yet White grasped its meaning, and the joy that had adorned his face instantly transformed into tension. His body was perpetually consuming the ambient elements of fire and water. Did this mean he could not absorb other magical elements? Certainly not. It was merely that the concentration of other magical elements did not meet the criteria for absorption. In other words, for those elements, it was not consumption but possession, which would subsequently be discarded. To White's physique, other magical elements served solely as tools for enhancement, leaving no residue behind after use. This was a discovery White had made and shared with Wentz. Thus, when he observed the multitude of magical arrays on his instructor, he felt envy but candidly stated that he could not master such techniques. Consequently, when he admitted his inability, the teacher was not surprised. The magical cores and solutions employed in these arrays were high-concentration magical element polymers. Upon contact with his body, the magical elements would be borrowed to fortify his flesh. Upon returning, it was impossible to return them to the magical array. Instead, they were expelled into the external environment. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, White cast an anxious glance at Lofa. The excitement on the faces of the other dragons gradually dissipated, including Isha. Despite their conflicts, they were more playful than truly adversarial. Observing their expressions, Lofa resignedly remarked, "All right, I concede that I may speak rather slowly, but you all should ease your minds, including you, White. My earlier implication was not to suggest that you cannot utilize this scale. What I meant is that the essence of this scale is a magical array, and we all know your unique constitution. Thus, your scale has undergone special treatment. However, managing such a constitution is quite challenging. Henceforth, you must occasionally monitor the color of that scale. When it transitions from silver-white to gray-white, you must seek your teacher. Otherwise, should the array collapse, the space within the scale will follow suit. As for what it contains, it may either fall at your feet or be cast far away, with the greatest likelihood being obliteration by the collapsing space." Upon hearing he could still utilize this scale, White finally felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, he shot a resentful glance at Lofa. The magical instructor Wentz was a slacker, dozing off at the sight of books. The herbology teacher Boak was a mad scientist, his laboratory filled with draconic organs. The array instructor was an armory, his wings adorned with magical arrays. He had initially thought Lofa would be relatively normal, only to find him gasping for breath while speaking. Well, upon reflection, Lofa was indeed quite normal. Chapter 82. Celine has flown away. Class is over. It was not evening, but rather afternoon, with still 2 to 3 magical hours before darkness descended. With the newly acquired storage space, White and his companions stored away the items they had created during the class. Given the presence of the Annihilation Array, a perilous magical formation, Lofa dared not depart as freely as whence. Instead, he left with White and the others. Without a teacher's guidance, the magical array set at the laboratory entrance would not permit the young dragons to pass. Of course, as they departed, Lofa did not forget to remind them that the items produced in this class should not be carelessly discarded, as they would be needed for the next lesson. Observing the shadows cast on the stone corridor floor diminishing, the other dragons, except for Billy and Isha, swiftly distanced themselves from White, watching him with apprehension. White rolled his eyes. "You all made a promise. Since you have sacrificed Billy to me, I shall refrain from retaliating against you. By the way, your prank was truly malicious. I genuinely thought I was suffering from sleepwalking." Upon hearing White's words, Celine and the others let out a sigh of relief, then turned to White once more, their gazes now imbued with a hint of inquiry. Noticing their expressions, White remembered there was still something he had not disclosed to them. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Celine, his eyes filled with a measure of apology. "I'm sorry, this matter should have been discussed last night. But I was utterly exhausted and fell asleep outside. Today, you tricked me again, leaving no time to speak." Celine, being straightforward, could not help but frown as she listened to White's roundabout explanation. "Get to the point. This is rather tiring." At her urging, White scratched his head. "I am now a student of Teacher Janice." Billy, standing nearby, instinctively chimed in, "So are we." Unlike Billy, the other dragons quickly comprehended White's meaning. "Are you saying you wish to study magical arrays under Janice?" White glanced at Dingnit and nodded, then shared his aspirations regarding his future path in magic with the dragons. "In summary, it is precisely for these reasons that I wish to learn magical arrays. And Janice believes my approach is sound and is willing to take me on as a student." Ao nodded in agreement. "If I were you, under these circumstances, pursuing magical arrays is indeed a commendable choice. Since you aim to explore the mysteries of magic through magical arrays, you may not need to attend one's magic class. I presume this is the news you intended to share with us?" Celine, no longer as irritable as before, spoke with a somewhat enigmatic tone, her golden eyes fixed intently on White, her face betraying no emotion. Upon hearing Sai Lin's words, the other dragons turned their gazes towards Wei Te, their eyes filled with inquiry. In the presence of such Sai Lin, Wei Te felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Noticing Billy and Ao's looks, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. "The teacher stated that I am no longer required to attend magic classes, and Wen Te-Si has also agreed." Upon hearing this, Ao exchanged glances with the others, momentarily at a loss for words. Since their birth, for over 2 years, they had been inseparable, setting aside their qualifications, merely contemplating their own experiences in class, studying and practicing various spells, while Wei Te could only monotonously repeat incantations and seek the elemental nodes within those spells, made it impossible for them to voice any dissent. Suddenly, Sai Lin turned silently and leaped down the corridor. With her wings unfurled, she soared upwards. Wei Te was momentarily stunned, then instinctively attempted to pursue her, but Ding Ni Te blocked his path. Observing Wei Te's puzzled expression, Ding Ni Te shook his head. "We understand your choice, and so does Sai Lin. She simply has not come to terms with it yet. Moreover, you know her temperament, at this moment. No matter how you explain, she will not listen and might even confront you. Wei Te, give her some time. She will come around." Upon hearing this, Wei Te hesitated, then sighed, knowing Ding Ni Te was right. "However, I will go and keep her company." Looking at Ding Ni Te's gentle smile, Wei Te felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Ding Ni Te was always reliable. "Thank you for that." Ding Ni Te shook his head, then spread his wings and flew upwards. After shooting a glare at Wei Te, Isha also pursued them. Wei Te turned to Billy and Ao. "Perhaps you both should follow as well. If Sai Lin gets angry, it might take more than just Ding Ni Te and Isha to calm her down. What about you, boss?" Wei Te looked up, a wry smile on his face. "The pressure you exert on me with your ability to wield elemental magic is immense. I plan to first go learn shaping magic from Boku, then head to the library to gather knowledge on magic arrays." Indeed, while Wei Te's physical growth was rapid, enough to create significant pressure for Billy and the others, their progress in elemental magic also weighed heavily upon him. The scales of a dragon possess tremendous resistance to magical elements, as does their skin. However, this does not imply that elemental magic cannot harm a dragon's body. Resistance does not equate to immunity. The same 4-node elemental spell, when cast upon Billy, would shatter his scales and damage his skin if struck 10 times in the same spot. Conversely, it would require 30 hits, or perhaps more, on Wei Te. The crux is not the number of strikes but the fact that Wei Ti's scales will also break, and his skin will also suffer damage. It is precisely because mere physical prowess cannot withstand magic that Wen Taixi asserts that only magic can conquer magic. Observing his companions making progress in elemental magic, how could Wei Tai not feel pressured? Upon hearing Wei Ti's words, Billy and Ao were momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, they realized the truth in his statement. Wei Ti's strength was indeed on the rise, as was theirs, albeit in different areas. With this thought, Ao cast a deep glance at Wei Tai. Once I have outgrown the juvenile dragon phase, I wish to challenge you. With that, Ao soared upwards as well. Wei Tai was momentarily stunned, then regarded Ao's retreating figure with a peculiar expression before turning to Billy. I should have merely stated that we can no longer attend magic classes together. Not that we would be separated in all classes. Billy scratched his head, bewildered. Boss, should I convey this message to them? At this, Wei Tai looked at Billy with exasperation, then suddenly erupted, grabbing Billy's tail and tossing him out of the stone corridor. Go away. He had no desire to converse with a dragon whose mind seemed to contain but a single cell. Chapter 83. Can metal enhance defense? Billy was taken by surprise by Wei Ti's sudden attack, but flying is instinctual for dragons. Thus, he merely flapped his wings a few times to regain his balance. Boss, you don't need to take your frustrations out on me. Wei Tai rolled his eyes. Hurry up and leave. All right. With that, Billy quickly took flight. However, Wei Ti's earlier remarks had opened a new door for him. Although Wei Tai was indeed powerful, his strength lay primarily in his physical form. If he could accelerate his magical learning, perhaps he might one day defeat Wei Tai with elemental magic and rise to prominence. Just thinking about it thrilled him. Moreover, Wei Tai had explicitly stated that his progress in elemental magic had placed pressure on the others. With this thought, Billy instantly found motivation to learn magic. At that moment, he overlooked the fact that Wei Ti's original comment was directed at you all, not just you. Furthermore, even if Wei Tai had indeed referred to you, it certainly would not be Billy, for his magic was the weakest among Sai Lin and the others. Unfortunately, Wei Tai remained oblivious to Billy's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely given him a piece of his mind to help him see his true self. Watching Billy depart, Wei Tai proceeded to ascend to the 9th floor. Well, it seemed that Billy and the others were also heading upwards. However, the first to leave, Sai Lin, had already reached the volcano's rim. Wei Tai intended to catch up, but recalling Ding Nit's words, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, Bo Ku, engrossed in concocting potions, suddenly heard faint footsteps. Upon seeing Wei Tai enter, he paused momentarily, then chuckled and shook his head. Truly, this is characteristic of Luo Fa. Hearing this, Wei Tai flew to the experimental platform and inquired curiously, was Luo Fa like this in the past? Bo Ku shrugged. He has always been quite independent. Yet his teaching responsibilities have indeed been fulfilled, even when Taixi could not find fault with him. Additionally, remember not to relay my words to him. Otherwise, if my experimental platform were to be damaged, that fellow would undoubtedly make it difficult for me. Just then, Bo Ku suddenly halted. Noticing Bo Ku's intense stare, Wei Tai instinctively wrapped his tail around himself, eyeing him warily. What are you looking at? Bo Ku, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. Apologies, it's a habit. But your scales do seem much brighter than the last time I saw you. Have you been consuming minerals today? Wei Tai gazed at Bo Ku in astonishment. You could discern that? Bo Ku pointed at his collection. I am a professional. Wei Tai glanced at the rather unsettling scene of the collection, then nodded. Luo Fa mentioned that my dragon stomach has matured ahead of time, surpassing the juvenile stage, and advised me to inform Wen Taixi about this. At this, Bo Ku stroked his chin and pondered. Your dragon's stomach maturing early. That should have been evident when your appetite was several times that of Sai Lin and the others. Nonetheless, this is indeed a good thing, especially for you. While it may not enable you to quickly surpass the juvenile stage, it will enhance your scale's resistance to elements. Moreover, a robust dragon stomach will allow you to swiftly recover expended energy. According to Luo Fa's habits, he should have already provided you with storage scales. I recommend you stock up on food within them. With sufficient provisions, you can save a great deal of time during your training. Upon hearing this, Wei Ti's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. That is an excellent suggestion. I will remember it. Bo Ku smiled and resumed his potion making. Upon witnessing this, Wei Tai descended from the testing platform and hastened to a nearby open space, resuming his practice of the shaping magic. He began by honing his proficiency in the technique of sharpness, from his clawed fingers to his dragon horns and fangs. He meticulously practiced each aspect before once again embracing his tail. That day, despite his efforts, he had failed to successfully cast the spell of fortification. However, he was determined to succeed today. With this resolve, Wei Te extended his clawed finger and pressed it against a dragon scale located at the tip of his tail. Fortification. Yet, it exploded once more. Fortunately, Wei Te had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After wiping the soot from his face, he promptly selected another scale. Before long, he discerned a peculiar change. The explosive force of the scales was considerably diminished compared to before. No, it was not the power of the explosion that had lessened, but rather the defensive strength of the dragon scales had markedly increased. Contemplating this, Wei Te turned to Boku. Boku, do you possess any metallic ores in your laboratory? Boku nodded in response. Indeed, I do have metallic ores, and I understand your intentions. However, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Have you not noticed that aside from the scales becoming shinier and their defenses stronger, your body has undergone other transformations? Upon hearing this, Wei Te pondered for a moment. Now that you mention it, I do feel something amiss with my body. It was somewhat strenuous to ascend. Boku chuckled. Of course it is strenuous. By consuming metallic ores to enhance the defensive capabilities of your dragon scales, you are employing a shared ability of both metal dragons and crystal dragons. The principle behind this is to transfer the metallic elements from the ores onto your scales. To put it more vividly, it is akin to covering your scales with a layer of metal to bolster their defenses. A few scales might seem inconsequential, but can you accurately count the number of scales on your body? Enhancing your scales with metallic ores will inevitably lead to a noticeable increase in your weight. For a typical dragon, this would not pose a significant issue, as flight relies not solely on wings, but also on magic. However, you are different. Thus, you must consider whether you prioritize speed or defense. At the very least, this is a question you need to contemplate in the short term. After a brief pause, Boku added, additionally, do not forget that among the 3 shaping spells, you have yet to encounter the one named acceleration. If your body becomes too heavy, it may hinder your ability to learn this spell. Furthermore, should you fail to master fortification, I will not permit you to attempt acceleration lightly. The sudden increase in speed could lead to a loss of control over your body, potentially resulting in a severe injury, such as a broken neck. I am not jesting. The spell of acceleration is far more perilous than you might imagine. Hearing this, Wei Te contemplated for a moment longer, then embraced his tail and silently resumed his practice. Observing this, a glimmer of amusement danced in Boku's eyes. He held a fondness for Wei Te, for he understood what actions were prudent and which were ill-advised. Moreover, it was a rare quality that Wei Te was willing to heed advice. This trait was indeed the most significant,